Prin bărloage tot să roage la fântâna lui Iordan, nu mai capte din Gârlan, la fântâna lui Gheorghiț, nu mai capte din Gârlan.
Yuma, borrow time activated now on the retreat. Another strike onto Whisper. Not going to have the stun lock this time, though. Children giving him a good amount of HP. Ice Path finds the cow, and now the cow has died. Crystallis with the BKB. Going to try to get focus everything onto Devi instead this time. He has learned his lesson as the arena comes out. They take out Yuma and Devi in turn, so 2 cores dead for the heroic side. Yuma, he jumps in, gets immediately dragon-tailed, and inside the arena, the ult has already popped for him as finally Chaotic Offering comes up, so Carrera doesn't really mind if he dies, and Whisper is actually the first core to fall. And just like that, that Midas not really helping out too much, as Yuma will be the next on the list. Devi, the 3rd core for Heroic to bite the dust. The charge onto Kaori. Searing Chains nicely done from mid-1. The other strike is available. Actually using the Chaotic Offering, Yuma, he actually gets stuck next to Crystallis with the Dragon Tail, so this could be life number 1 for him. Down the drain really fast, that is the case. And now the Stampede, as they try to get a little bit more aggressive on the Heroic side, although Whisper now on the run, Lotus Orb applied to him, but that's enough damage. That is a dead Centaur. Very big deal. And they buy back onto the Spearbreaker as well. As damage coming in really deep. The dive onto the other side, but now Heroic just trying to run away. Yuma with the BKB has to try to fight this way out. BKB is running out now. Schofield finally connects onto the Ember Spirit. There is a damage rune available as Devi taken out by Crystallis with that BKB. Blinks to the other side. Schofield is spotted and killed. This next fight could decide the game because it leads into the 3rd Roche. Rolling Thunder onto the clock, work with the call down as well. Whisper using the workhorse to get the stun off of the BKB from the DK, trying to fight his way out of this, but he is broken by the Viper Strike. That is so much right-click damage, though, from Crystallis. He's destroying everybody. Save is scouting this out. Actually doesn't prevent the blink from Pure, and he just destroys Miero. Okay, they saw all of this, but it matters not. Coil coming in from GPK, though. We'll get a collateral, although the heal coming at the last moment from the Chen, and GPK now destroyed by Pure. Gleipnir initiation onto Mars, already half HP for Miero. Gets off the spear, though. BZM in a bit of trouble getting healed up thanks to the Chen again. But is he actually not through this Sleight of Fist? No, he is dead after all said and done. We'll see if he buys back because he does have a Remnant. It's 33, yes. He does buy back, gets the gem back, and now the Searing Chains and the right clicks from Pure onto TA. This could be the game if they just get this kill. Kiritich is dead. 80 seconds, no way back in the game. Well, Pure wants to fight. Remember, he does not have his ult right now. Swift Slash finally gets it at the last moment. Man, that must have just come off cool. And that's the first epicenter of the game onto literally nothing. The crush right on 33. Lotus Orb applied. And despite not having the Aegis, BetBoom not afraid to take this fight and finish this game 2 in style. Kiritich, high ground attempt number 1. They have the Roche banner placed. BZM in the middle of nowhere. Is she just gonna die? Yes. 50 seconds with no puck. What was that?
What the puck?
This is gonna be a dieback for Ari. Rapier now online for the Gyrocopter as Pure and company are just being completely destroyed inside the cogs. He will drop. That's 4 dead, and that should be it. GG is called.
Team Spirit, they're sticking around. Lal trying to mess around with them as Roshan continues. DM now jumping Lal. What are you thinking, Lal? Root, gonna go down as well. Panto. Panto gets a song off Roshan. He's going for a run. Yatoro stepping into the shrine. Can he steal it? Yatoro's trying to get there.
Oh.
DeCarlos, Ratzer. It's a race for Roshan. Yatoro, he's going to omni it.
He got it.
He's got it. Yatoro.
Is that worth it?
Unbelievable. Of course it's worth it. Yatoro, get out. You genius, Yatoro. Stun is out. Sunstrike can collapse.
Doesn't have
Save.
spin for the second life.
He doesn't, but he has a collapse. Collapse walks into the ice path. DM, Ravage. Can they turn this one? The mines. No. Yatoro's down. Collapse is also going to drop. Satanic will move forward. Yatoro, you collapse. They're going to jump. Satanic, already so low on mana. He needs to get out. The Stampede will allow it. Or rather not the Stampede, but the 4 staffs. His DM is going to go down. So will 9 class.
No.
And now the workhorse. Collapse. Bringing Yatoro in. Dragging him right into the fight. He'll refresh again. Lol, he's going to find DM. This could be a dieback immediately for DM. And it will be. As Satanic now looking quite vulnerable. Yatoro going after him. Satanic, he's in a weak position. Can he get out? No, he cannot. Ultra kill out for Yatoro. No one going to jump in. Ice Blast going to fly out. Won't connect on Yatoro, but the vacuum is onto 3. There's no follow-up to it, though. No one is already down. DM trying to escape, but Lulz look like he's caught him. He'll make it out just barely. In goes no one again. He's brought back into this fight, still trying to just pick anybody off. Collapse will drag Lol out of there. They'll try for Ruin Step, but Collapse won't allow it. Jumps back into the Naga Siren. Satanic, he's surrounded. Satanic is down. Ace might just need to jump in. The kisses, it'll give the information necessary. Fiend's grip out on Nico. Hold down the timber. And Ace! He takes the Aegis! He's got it away from Natsumi. Stampede pop. Now the Fiend's grip. They've got Nico held down. Mickey's going to jump in. Do they have the damage? They do. Nico's down. He'll buy back. Now Scam targeted on the silencer. He's already popped the global, but he's down. Yopaj, he died to Roshan. Now Natsumi's gone.
Oh, what? Mickey Ace!
Mickey! Oh, he's gone down. Foxy still in the pit, still in danger, will go down. That's one gone. Anisha in the middle of nowhere. So is Mickey. Ravensvale's going to be out there into the Ravens dance, but the workhorse is going to be there. Nico, he'll die for his carry, but it seems like Mickey, he needs some help right now. He's got no choice but to stand and die. Is Ace trying to save? We'll find Natsumi. Nisha, can he get out? No, the Cocky! Ultra kill for Yopaj.
It's under attack.
Here comes the Chicken Wolf, Mickey. He will get stunned straight off the bat. BKB's pop now. They'll go after the Ember. That's the big target. Ravensvale hits every single person. There is your Raptor Dance as well, but nobody's dying. They're out of gas. Team Liquid. Team Liquid, they're falling. Disruption out, but Nico's waiting in the wake. This could be a horrible scenario for Liquid as that spear from Nico on 2 of them. It's a 2-for-1 special. Mickey forced the fight with the BKB. It's not looking good. He'll ban fight it up though, Nico. He does go down. Yopaj in trouble, and they do find a way. Rolling Thunder will finally come through. Tim's immediately blown up, and now Natsumi, he's going to get held down. Natsumi, can they save him? No! No, they cannot. Team Liquid, they have got away back.
No!
Nico cannot TP with the Divine. They can't believe it.
God.
Nisha going to start with the Rolling Thunder. Mickey going to move in. BKB through the spear. Nico is holding the bulwark up, trying to protect his team, but they are just melting. GG.
Yeah.
Exactly like we drew it up, right?
But
Just like
there is a charm in being like 0-10, so that I can keep feeding without like it having impact.
Hello, Dota fans. Welcome to the penultimate day of PGL Wallachia Season 6. It's going to be some great Dota action today. I'm your host, Richard Lewis, and breaking it down on the analysis desk, we have two of the finest analysts in the world. We have someone who is never on the B team and knows how to generate buzz. It is, of course, Jenkins. And we have someone who we just call him because he is pronouns. It is Gunnar. How are you doing?
That might have been his best intro.
That was good.
That was a really good intro.
That was good.
I thought I'd bring it. I like to ramp up over the tournament.
Yeah, that
I'm kind of like
what's good?
That was like 7 different references all at once.
Yeah.
That's really good.
Nah, Reddit were talking shit about me yesterday, so I got in my feelings.
Right, makes sense. They
So I'm trying hard today.
clap back.
Wrote a little notepad.
Yeah, I did. I was up all
on
night
your hand.
doing it. It was like 8 miles. This is my 8 mile, basically. So, but anyway, how are you? Are you looking forward to a great day of Dota?
I'm great. I was up a little late last night. The games went
too.
long. They were fun though. It was worth
Shout
it.
out to the PGL crew doing their 15-hour day yesterday. Yeah. Thanks, OG.
Yeah. Well, I mean, it's not all the days.
It's only OG's fault.
This has been an incredible tournament.
Yeah, for
It's
real.
been so good. Like we've had a crazy amount of 80-minute games. It's so weird. I feel like Dota's in this like polarizing state where either a game goes to like 81 minutes, buzzer beater, it's completely insane, or it's a shit stomp one direction.
It's like 25-1.
Yeah, it's so strange. But when we do get the 80-minute games, it's so much fun.
Yeah, they deliver for real, especially when all the rapiers are coming out. I mean, again,
Let's
OG
not talk
fans.
about that.
Yeah, we'll talk about that in a moment. But you can see there, this is the tale of the tape, how it's been going. And obviously down there, you know, we saw it yesterday. We saw an immaculate draft from BetBoom to kind of eliminate Tundra. Tundra were one of the favorites for the tournament. Obviously, you had just one blast coming in. It was a little bit scrappy, a little bit ragged. They never really got going to their peak performance. And that's kind of blown the tournament wide open, although I would say quite clearly the best two teams we've seen, the bracket doesn't tell you any lies, it's Spirit and Liquid. Both of them have looked really, really good.
Yeah, I mean, it's hard to say if I have a favorite for that series today. I think OG was on a very good momentum run.
Yeah, they were.
So I think that's why Liquid struggled yesterday versus they haven't really struggled that much in the tournament up until then. Whereas I feel like the Pvision Team Spirit series was a bit more balanced between the two teams. And I think, for my perspective, whoever wins the upper bracket is like going to be the favorites for the grand finals, which is obviously like makes sense that you say that, but
Yeah.
I just think that it's going to show the team that's actually in a good position because it's kind of a hard way to tell.
And you have to contextualize it this way, like you saw there at the highlights at the start of the show. OG kind of, you know, they blew it. They blew it. They should have beat Liquid.
Oh,
They blew it.
we're gonna get into that, huh?
Yeah. Look, it's the most talked about series from yesterday.
Yeah, we have to.
It's
Yeah.
probably one of the best series of the tournament, if not the best.
That's definitely a test for them. Like I will say, game 1, they were also winning. Like this
Yes.
very easily could have been a 2-0 where they.
It could have been a 3-0.
Yeah,
If it was a best of 5, this almost was a 3-0 series.
Seriously, it's just. I mean, Liquid has always been really resilient. For whatever reason, like they can clutch it out into late game. So you know that's a team, and Spirit also is up there when it comes to like late game teams. You can never really count out. But then also you have the whole narrative of like Southeast Asian Dota. Whenever you have a good SEA team, like these guys thrive in the late game, you know. But in this situation, yeah, the rapier death from Natsumi was. I think that one hurt all of us watching as Dota players, like the empathy part of your brain.
Because you see the vision. We've seen gyrocopters in this tournament. They get the rapier, they win the single one fight, also Roche was spawning.
Yeah.
It's like everything could line up perfectly.
Yeah.
So I don't think it was necessarily like the worst choice. It wasn't just like a bad idea for him to buy the rapier. It's just that they took the fight in a really awkward way. It was also right after the back of them losing a fight before. So they had thrown like a 12k lead to a 5k lead.
Yeah.
Then they lose this rapier and it goes from a 5k lead to a like 12k gold deficit. So within like a span of 4 minutes, they basically lost 17,000 gold.
That's why I'm saying
Something like that, 20,000 gold.
If they can recover from this, then it's a very good sign for this team going forward, because that is just about the most devastating way to lose. Is you do the thing everyone else is doing, which is you play around the gyro rapier timing, but then you just misexecute that one fight, and it's all over when you're about to beat Liquid in a series.
And they did look devastated. I mean, you can see the player reactions. I mean, that's, you know, they're not faking that. You know, they were really, really upset.
Yeah.
No, I love faking my sadness. I lose a series and I'm like,
You're actually fine, but then you fake it.
for the cameras.
Yeah, exactly.
all scripted.
It was genuine, but I mean, lots of positives to take there. Because remember, that was a rematch. OG had already played Team Liquid, and they got beat up. You know, they got beat up 2-0. Liquid ran over them, and yet that was a close series. OG should have won. So there's positives. You know, they've made those adjustments, and they're still very much in the tournament.
Yeah, they have 2 lives for a reason. I think also the cool thing probably for them is, I think at least twice yesterday, maybe 3 times, teams are mentioning OG. They're like, oh, anyone you're looking out for.
Every interview,
They're
they
like
say
getting
OG
mentioned.
is the team they're afraid of.
And so I think even just from like a player perspective, hearing your peers kind of say like, this is a good team, we have to look out for them. It is a confidence boost.
Yeah.
And so even going off of this rough series that they could have won, I think that if they manage to bounce back, I think it's a very good sign for longevity of the team.
I think
That it's not just like a one-hit wonder.
part of it is because they're a question mark, right? They're like a blank slate. The way that they play is entirely different. We haven't seen a team like this in top 6 in a very, very long time. Like, no one else is running carry Beastmaster. No one else is playing the heroes that they're playing. No one else is playing Dota the way that they're playing. So it's not just that they're winning, it's the way that they're winning. But I will say, I think people also are tending to forget Liquid right now because they also are powering up. Like, they were not looking good in the previous tournaments, or they were looking okay, but they weren't looking like Liquid caliber. Now they are looking Liquid caliber, and I feel like we're almost ignoring them when we don't know where their peak is either. Like, there's a chance that OG powered up and Liquid powered up, and then if Liquid makes it to the grand finals, they just completely stomp. Like, we don't know the cap for this team yet.
Yeah, it's true. Obviously playing with that new roster and 1-2 Wallachias already in their history. So who's to say they can't go for the 3-peat? Let's talk about the meta, gentlemen. What has been proving to be strong in these games? Because obviously we joked on day one, people are getting bored. They've been running some goofy stuff. Now we've had a run. You can see these are the heroes that are really emerging with the decent win rate.
So yeah, these are basically heroes that were picked yesterday that looked really good in their games. That I looked at that have a high win rate as well. Yatoro played Terrorblade. I feel like there's a lot of times we called for this in the draft and it kind of gets forgotten about. Of course, we saw the Primal Beast, both offlane and mid, do really well in the BetBoom series, kind of carried both of those games. Snapfire was a really strong hero in pro-level pubs up until the tournament, but it's not getting drafted in as many games as I thought.
Yeah, I'm a bit surprised. I thought that it would be a little more it gets banned a good amount, but I still thought that it would be more picked by a lot of the teams because it provides a lot.
Yeah. And maybe Gunnar, you can speak on the Ember, because I feel like it keeps getting last picked. There's a situation where there's not good disable, and maybe a Mage Slayer looks kind of good. We're like, oh, maybe it's a Void Spirit, maybe it's an Ember. We list like a few heroes, and it's always Ember, and it always does well.
I think Ember, funny enough, I actually think the hero's not like super strong. I think its win rate's actually higher than what it is, but its win rate is that because it enables the strong heroes. So it's like probably if you look at, I don't know the exact, but if you like a Snap Ember, for example, they probably have a high win rate because Ember provides what Snap needs, which is lockdown for the ult, a hero that can get cookied, some physical damage. And so I think it's more of an enabler, and that's why it has a pretty high win rate, because it enables the carry specifically, like the Terrorblades, the Gyros, the Dragonites, these like popular ranged kind of towers. And then, like you're saying, there's not a lot of disable being picked. And there's damage supports. It's like Jakiro, Snapfire, stuff like that. And it just pairs very nicely with them.
I feel like that is always the time we see it in the draft. There's some last pick. It's like, okay, they have no hero to go in and do anything, and there's no disable on the enemy team. Okay, Ember's perfect. Low cooldown, can set stuff up. You just go in, die. Okay, did my job. That's it.
But the hero itself, I would say that it's not. I'm surprised it's that high, if that makes sense. Like, I think you have to pick it in a good situation, a good game. And because of that, I think if you compare it to something like a Dragonite, that guy is a low win rate, but it's because people are you just throw in the draft, whatever happens. Whereas if Dragonite was in the same situation where you're picking it as this disable with damage, it would have probably a similarly high win rate.
And we talked about the value of the Primal as well. I mean,
yeah, that hero is just
think that's an underrated hero right now. You know?
Yeah, definitely. I looked at some of the damage numbers from Primal, and it wasn't like crazy high, even when GPK played at mid. But I think what it offers is it's the disable. Like, once people started playing around blink ult and then getting the extra AoE, like going for that facet, and then trampling afterwards. And the trample is just kind of like posing a threat, but it's not really doing that much damage. And it's really about the BKB piercing disable, follow up with the Q. Like that's when I feel like the hero got really strong. And it was like Collapse doing that first.
Yeah.
I think for Primal, his damage is low because he kind of kills one guy almost always, and then he goes on cooldown for a longer time. Like you press your spells, then you're on cooldown for like 16 seconds, and like the one guy's maybe dead to you, and you did damage to him. But if you compare it to even like an Ember, right? Ember's like slight chaining multiple heroes every single fight. He actually does like chip damage, whereas Primal does usually like you kill one guy and that's it.
But they always seem to die. Like
the guy that you go on always dies.
I feel like they melt no matter what. BKB, no BKB, because there's always some carry to follow up to do enough damage, like some Terrorblade, like you mentioned, that just insta-kills somebody, no matter how tanky they are. And that's really, really important right now.
Meanwhile, at the other end of the table, these are the heroes that have been diabolical. You can see there, I mean... Oof.
So I just kind of wanted to verify a theory that we had, which was that there are some of these low win rate heroes. Gunnar, I feel like you talk about this a lot, where you can't really trust some of the win rates on various things, and then look at what the overall win rate is compared to some of the players that are still in the tournament, some of the, like the S tier players. You know, Timber is a good example. Collapse, he only played one game with it, but like he destroyed in this game. Obviously, he's known for his Timber. Boom has been destroying with Pango. Tim's...
My favorite for Shadow Demon is that this is like the highest player with the win rate, and the highest win rate is 50%.
Yeah.
True. I will say Tim's has picked this a lot. I think he has like 6 SD games or something like that.
Sure, but it's just
the win rate is really bad.
I do not like Shadow Demon. Every time a team picks it, I feel like they're gonna lose.
I just don't think it's good enough a support to first phase. It doesn't feel strong enough.
Yeah, and I think that's where a lot of the problem is with it. Is the
people are just picking it because it's available, and it's like it makes stacks, and whatever, you know. Like you need more than that.
Tusk is another one. I mean, this is one that is picked a lot and has a 43% win rate, but Rue has won most of his games when he gets the Tusk.
The Timber being 22 is the crazy one, I think, because on day one, that was a hero that was like pretty much the most contested. It was either picked or banned, usually banned. We didn't see it get through. When we've seen it get through, people have either picked it early in a draft and they play into answers, or sometimes it's players that, you know, they're not the best Timbersaw players. Like, we don't have the best Timbersaw players in these games, and then maybe they don't optimize it, you know?
I think you also need a team that knows how to play around it too, because Timber is not gonna like solo 1v5 carry the game. He can go in, he can be really tanky, he can pose this like threat, but you need, once again, I'll go back to the Terrorblade. You need some hero that is benefiting from all of the space that Timber is making, and you need a team that knows how to use that space, and then you're also lacking like a lot of disable when you pick an offlaner like this. Like, you don't have a Centaur, you know, you're not getting as much utility as something like that. So if you have a team that's like often drafting Centaur, like let's say Mouz, right? Boom is always playing these like utility offlaners. If they draft Timber, I'm not sure what their game looks like if they have a Timber offlane, because it's very, very different from the other offlaners that people are picking right now, which is just like the utility hero. Sure, you get a pipe, but it's not as much utility as something like a Pango or a Centaur.
I think for me, people aren't flexing it enough to the mid lane. I think specifically in like high MMR pubs, the hero's broken right now still. And it's because you pick it and you don't really know if the guy's going to play mid or off lane, and you have to counter both, and it's hard to counter both. And I think even drafting-wise, kind of what you're saying, it pairs better with offlaners than mids. Because like imagine you have a Timber mid and a Primal offlane. Normally Timber's bad versus BKBs, but then you have your Primal, he just grabs BKBs, you delay the fight, and you kill the guy post BKB. We have with a Centaur, the Centaur stomps, and you just burst the guy in a stun. So for me, I think it's kind of not being abused, because when I think of Timber, one of the teams I think of is Falcons.
Of course.
And it's like you have Malrine Timber and a Mar Timber. Right? Like that's not fair. You have to play versus both of these guys on a first pick Timber. But I think the teams really are just like, they pick Timber, and no matter how good a mid Timber game it is, they're just forcing into the offlane every single game, no matter what. And then it just looks like there's pucks. I think every time you see a puck, you just put Timber mid and you just win the lane.
Yeah. I mean, it destroys most of the Spirit heroes.
Yeah.
I think all of them.
I think in the games it's got through, it's been played mid once, and that was by Tidebound, and they lost.
Yeah, I think
Nisha will play it.
Yeah,
he hasn't in this tournament. But
there's also a cool build for mid Timber, which is you don't go bottle, which is, I think, I don't know if it's like fully caught on. Malrine was doing it previous tournaments. And you basically just go a bunch of stats, and you actually win the lane way harder, and you don't need mana regen from bottle. And I think doing that build lets you win your lane. I don't know. I just think that it's kind of not being utilized to its full potential.
Yeah, and to be clear, the reason you don't need a bottle mid is because you're literally just playing around the queue, right? You're just somebody walks into lane, you nuke them. They walk into lane, you nuke them.
Also, I think that Kaya Sonj is like very, very strong item right now, numbers wise. The fact that like you get your Kai and it's okay, but then the second you buy the Sonj, you get 25% mana like reduction on all of your spells, every mana loss reduction,
He
everything.
needs that big time.
Yeah, and the second you have Soul Ring, Kaya Sonj, you have no mana problems the rest of the game. You don't even buy Arcane Boots on him anymore. You go treads, and I just it keeps every time I see it lose, it's surprising because it still looks really strong. I just feel like the drafts, like something's not right about the hero with the way that they're playing around it.
Well, let's take a look at today's schedule. We might see some Timbersaw a little bit later on. These are the games we've got coming at you today on our single stream. It's going to end with TBD versus TBD because we need to decide who's going to be in that game. Obviously, Spirit versus Liquid in that upper bracket. OG versus Mouz, two really cool teams going at it. That's going to be a banger. First up, though, it is, of course, Parivision versus BetBoom. And so we'll start by talking about BetBoom. I think we had lots of good things to say about them in their victory over Tundra the other day. Obviously, that man on your screen there, Kiritich, was instrumental, I think, in the last two games. If memory serves me correctly, he didn't even die, got his signature jug, put on a masterclass. And so we've talked about their volatility, but what Kiritich has been offering this BetBoom team has been stability.
Yeah, and I also think something he said in his interview yesterday, which was everyone on the team can carry. If I'm having a bad game, Save can carry, GPK can carry, Miro can carry. Like any single one of their players has the ability to carry a game. And I think that's what I think of when I think of BetBoom. It's like 5 extremely good individual players that can go 30-0 in any single game. And I think that the strength of him as a carry is that instead of being a coin flip, he's ideally more of the stable carry, which I think that's what he's been showing. He's growing into it more and more every tournament. And that now he'll carry your game, but if GPK gets a chance, he'll support him.
And yeah, we talked about the Primal Beast. BB team used this wonderfully yesterday, showing that they can flex it to both mid and the off lane. And I think, once again, I looked at the damage numbers for these games. The Primal Beast did okay in terms of damage, but I think it's more about the space that it created for Kiritich to go deathless on his staple carries. And I think you said it yesterday, Gunnar, and I totally agree. It's like if you just get Kiritich, one of his best heroes, that's when BB team looks the best. Is like if he can just be on one of his staples, like that's when, if the other people can make space for him, he will carry the game completely.
Of course, they're going up against Parivision, a team they know all too well, and one that I would say is also volatile in a different way. More kind of, I think, first of all, there's the satanic question, and then obviously as well, they do throw in some funky drafts from time to time.
I think for these two teams, like BetBoom is volatile in game. Like sometimes they'll throw or they'll be a bit too aggressive in games. Parivision's like, oh, they just lost minute 0 because they're draft sometimes.
Yeah.
But that's also their greatest strength, right? Like the last season, they won so many lands, they won so many finals, and I think the drafting is their biggest strength, but sometimes I think specifically 9 classes heroes, if he gets the stuff that he wants to play, it looks really good. Yeah. And he just kind of runs the map because he's the only one kind of in the whole game that understands what he's doing.
Yeah. I think the fundamental issue I've observed with Parivision sometimes, particularly when they lose, is that it's just everything's a flex because they'll give it to 9 class. And it doesn't really matter what it is.
Yeah, you know what's the funny thing is, though? In this tournament, he has like a very low hero pool. He has 4 heroes.
Well, also, they've been banning him out. He's been so heavily targeted in the drafts. Like,
that Centaur is crazy.
If he gets Monkey King, he'll just play it. And you know why the Centaur is crazy? Because he's the best hero to be left alone by a position 4 in the lane.
He'll just 1v2.
And I wanted to take a look at Invoker. Like every time they've picked Invoker for no one, it's gone extremely well. He goes for Midas. He doesn't go for Helm Dom. He goes for Exort Facet. And he goes for Gleipnir, eventual Gleipnir, playing around like Big Meatball. He's going for Cataclysm. You have these like massive Sunstrikes that you need to dodge. And it's just, I don't know, Invoker is such an interesting hero right now because I feel like people are very conflicted on like what is the
people aren't really
best.
picking it. I've seen situations where I thought Invoker would be good, but I think this is really the only team that's consistently picking it.
We haven't seen a lot of it. Like no one obviously really likes the hero, and you can see these are the builds he's been throwing together.
And I've seen this one in pro level pubs, and every time I see it, I'm like, holy
It's good.
shit! The scaling is incredible because early game, sure you get the Midas right. After that, the Gleipnir comes pretty quickly, or at least the Atos. The Atos timing, people don't have BKB, or at the very least, you force a BKB because you drop Meteor, you Cold Snap, and then you Sunstrike, and this is going to be like 2,000 damage early on into the game. You either have to press BKB, have some sort of save ability, or you're dead. And then the scaling into late game, it's like you're taking this old crazy Cataclysm scaling Invoker, but then you're giving it some early game presence and ganking that I think is unmatched other than by, I don't know, like the Wex facet, I guess.
Yeah, and just before we get into the draft, I just want to show the head-to-head kind of record, the past encounters, because obviously, as I said, these guys are very, very familiar with each other. But, you know, I wouldn't call it a rivalry because rivalries generally tend to go both ways. Like, Parivision have absolutely dominated Beb.
They have shit stomped them in pretty much every tournament except for the big one.
Yeah, the big one, exactly.
So that is one thing that, you know, we have to keep in mind. And also there's like a recency bias. Like this was obviously very recent that that BetBoom had a good showing against Parivision. I think it's a different team with Kiritich on it as well. But historically speaking, the stats are not looking very good for BB Team.
And with that, we do get into the draft. So we're probably going to see some of the traditional bands coming out. This is interesting because obviously they took away Slot from 9 class. You expect that. But the Medusa, you've been talking about this a lot, Gunnar.
Yeah, I think Satanic is probably the best Medusa, at least at the tournament. And every time they pick it, I just feel like they win the game in like 25 minutes, like 30 minutes. He just is like top net worth, Ags, Mjolnir, his Manta. He's not really going Butterfly second item anymore. And I just think it's scary to draft first because if you want to ban the Nyx, that's a counter to it.
Yep.
And then all it requires is a Medusa ban. And then now you just have a free Juicer game.
Well, that is a 100% win rate Centaur that they just picked. So.
Yeah, this hero's kind of been probably the hero of the tournament overall, right?
That is an insane stat.
7-0.
That is just a crazy.
Because how many games have they played? Probably like what, like 10 or something? 12? It can't be like overall like they've gotten this hero way too much.
Yeah, it's like half their games.
Yeah,
they get it. And he's still and those are the half that he won.
but it's like you say as well. It's absolutely perfect for Parivision because he is going to be left alone. Class is going to be off doing his things, and
it was like Ducalis was happy about something. They picked Primal, and he's like, "Yes, I was right." Yeah, they're picking Primal.
He knew it. I mean, I'm glad that BB Team is valuing it this highly because at least from a spectator point of view, it looked like it did so much for their draft yesterday. 9 class is almost banned out. If they ban Monkey King, then it's just the Slaughdar left. I don't know how I feel about the techies.
Of course, he did type.
His techies.
You can't ban my heroes. Remember?
I think he's
in all chat.
He did type that. Yeah, his techies. He didn't really get off the ground. I think he was pretty low level, and then that was kind of a stomp, right? The one techies game.
Yeah.
He was one of the original techies players back when it first got reworked, like what, a year and a half ago, and I don't think the hero's that strong in the current meta.
Well, he took the fast.
He also didn't take the blast off facet. He went like the attack speed facet.
He took the attack speed one, which is like
that was.
He always has to do something.
I don't know.
I mean, he won a game with it though, so I think he's 1-1 on it. So we'll see. It could also be like a pick your poison type situation. Like I think if you leave the Monkey King in, probably Parivision will pick it, right? Is there any?
They'll pick it.
Is there any? Maybe he's just feeling the techies more, and that like he thinks it pairs well with the Centaur because I think it does.
I mean, sure, but the Monkey gives you so much more in that 4 spot, right?
I think the Monkey King is just vision. It's just more annoying. Techie's like, sure, he's gonna press his spells, but these days he's not really.
There's no Timbersaw to worry about either, so.
I'm curious as to what BB Team will want to take as their carry versus Centaur. I think in the past they've taken Jug, which laning wise doesn't really pressure the Centaur. He has too much health to spin into him. You don't really want to pick Gyro into Centaur. So I think it's probably going to be a Jug, but I think that's definitely something Pvision's expecting because that has consistently been Kiritich's response. And so it's probably something that they're planning for.
So if you're expecting Jug then, My gut is telling me, my Dota instincts are telling me it's going to be techies. Just because I feel like all the ground targeted damage is very good against Ringmaster. And
I mean,
if you're
Monkey
expecting,
King's not great in a primal either, to be fair. So
yeah, I think BB Team has done. I think the primal is like a little bit of a preventative measure there for.
It's a very good Shadow Demon game, unfortunately. They don't really play it though, because I feel like it would have to be Ducalis. Like 9 class wouldn't really play Shadow Demon.
That is true, and it's going to be a Ducalis Bane almost certainly.
It's also probably just a 9 class Lord.
Probably, yeah. I mean, no one has played it. Maybe there's a
10 seconds remaining.
maybe
It's
there's-
flex.
Yeah, there's a bait happening here, but yeah, I feel like 9 class just likes the hero.
The Bane is also somewhat good versus Jug because you can grip the spin. So you can like stop the TQs.
And so is Slardar.
Yes.
So I think even a Slardar 4 in lane should do pretty well against a Jug. If you like load up a bash and he tries to spin on Centaur, you bash him once and you both run away.
I think that's why they took the Abba, because now you have shield to remove grip on your teammates, to remove the corrosive haze, the Centaur stomp. Like it's a bunch of like these really annoying like debuffs that you can just purge on the Abba.
It's an incredible Abba game.
And it pairs really well with Primal because this guy's gonna go in and tank a lot of damage and spells, and then you just shield him and keep removing stuns and slows from him.
Yeah. Definitely. I mean, also, you have 3 effectively initiators on Parivision, and
You can't really initiate.
you can't initiate on Abaddon. He's the ultimate, like, okay, go on me. Yeah, go on me, see what happens. Although, yesterday, we did see, it was BB Team in particular, that killed an Abaddon with a Nyx break. Yes. Yeah, so I guess if Parivision can look for some sort of break, maybe they have options.
The next one was crazy.
That was
It was like such a perfect timing on the hit. I think they still want their 5 for BB Team. It's Jakiro's banned. I just want a really strong laning 5. I could see Snapfire.
Yeah, Snap would be really nice. I was thinking maybe
Now,
the Disruptor. It's less.
this hero has had a very bad win rate.
It does. Yeah. It's definitely less good at laning than the Snapfire, but you're playing against 2 melee heroes that want to run away from you.
Yeah.
Right? Abaddon
It's good. It's good versus Centaur.
Like Abba Disruptor is a
It's
classic
super
one.
annoying if you're a Slardar as well in the river. Yeah.
Any hero that just wants to hit the enemy laner more times, like Ursa, Slark, Abaddon, because they have these passives that are stacking, like playing with Disruptor because the glimpse back. And it interrupts the grip as well.
It's okay. I don't know. I was hoping it'd be a stronger laner than the Disruptor.
It's not that great at laning for sure.
But I think if maybe the idea is like Abba is just going to survive the lane and be fine because he has a decent matchup versus double melee, and then he'll just be able to like pull spam on Disruptor. They bring the Ringmaster, they can get a kill or 2.
When Disruptor gets picked, do you know how much stock people put into like the pushback? Is this actually a consideration now that like it's a Slardar Centaur, both heroes want to get into melee range? Like you can easily save from both of them with the pushback?
A bit. I think specifically the Primal Beast matchup's actually really annoying versus Disruptor because when you Q him, it pushes you back because it hits the damage threshold and it actually stops your Q.
Interesting.
You think it would take the pushback facet?
Maybe. I don't know.
I've seen that one look good
against a dual melee. Like maybe it's worth it because you even throughout the game, you know, like both of these heroes are just going to be right on top of somebody initiating. Maybe you can kind of buzzkill that, you know, and follow up with like the Abba shield.
Parivision, I think, need a mid. I think it's going to end up being a Slardar 4. I don't really see... I guess they could just pick Monkey King, but it doesn't really like make sense to me. Okay, they can't pick Monkey anymore. But
Techies is the only remaining 9 class.
So I like something that doesn't get caught by Disruptor. So Puck, Ember, Void Spirit, or the big 3.
You know what? Every single time you say Void Spirit, it ends up being Ember Spirit. So I'm going to say Ember Spirit is the pick here.
The only one negative between Ember versus Void is Ember Chains kind of sucks for Saba because you can always shield it off him or the guy you go on, whereas Void like just clicks his spells. And even if you purge the Remnant like stun, it doesn't really matter.
Could no one just take the Invoker?
He could. It's a decent Invoker game. You have a bunch of stuns.
Great setup for it, yeah.
The mana drain's super annoying on the supports as well.
Okay.
So
9 class Centaur, mid Slardar, offlane Darkseer.
Wait a minute. Wait a minute.
It has to be.
Mm.
Unless they're doing...
It could be mid Centaur, 9 class Slardar as well, right?
I think Slardar mid is better than Centaur mid.
I do too, but
So I think 9 class has played Centaur in the past.
yeah, he has.
To not success. I watched the game. He was like
He
0 and
doesn't-
10.
He doesn't give up.
I mean, yeah, I know. Wow. Okay, I was not expecting that.
Okay, so what are the like the melee mid lane dominators that would destroy Slardar Centaur? They're a lot of the same heroes, right? I mean, Queen of Pain is out. That would be the best one.
You don't think they could flex the Abbot off? OG have been doing it.
They could. It's fine, but I don't know what carry Ursa. What about if they do that, they pick Ursa. Ursa free farms versus Darkseer, double melee lane. Its matchup is decent versus Terrorblade. It's like fine because you can kill him
Then
during
you
a
have
BKB.
Ursa Disruptor.
You have Ursa Disruptor. I will say it's really not their playstyle, but I think it could have been good. I think this fits them a bit more.
I mean, this hero does very well against whatever Parivision wants to throw.
Whatever.
Yeah.
All right, I'm waiting. Okay, it is mid Centaur.
It's a Centaur mid. Okay, give me that shirt. Let's go.
It's happened again.
Not again. I don't know. The Centaur mid, when we saw it yesterday, didn't look that good. I think he had a decent early game, but then he kind of started falling off in the mid game because, I don't know, it's like you don't do more damage on this hero
Parivision
really at any point.
must have lost to this in a scrim. They must have gotten beaten by Heroic in a scrim, and then they're like, no one's like, I'm going to go try this. This seems good.
It just seems weird to me because Slardar, it's a good Slardar game. Like, he will kill the supports in one shot. I really like Slardar versus Disruptor. I like it versus Primal Beast because you have the bash. Like, sure, the Abba's kind of annoying, but if Abba's annoying versus Slardar mid, isn't it also annoying versus Centaur? Like, when are you ever going to kill this guy?
How does that matchup play out? I mean, probably not one you've seen a lot of, but like Storm Centaur.
I feel like Storm should free farm that, right?
Yeah, right.
But I don't know. I thought that yesterday when Whisper was Centaur. I think
But he's versus Ember. I think that matchup, CSing wise, is way easier for Centaur to beat the Ember.
Well, yeah, my thought was like, okay, Centaur has no way of taking off the Ember shield, so Ember should free farm, right?
Didn't he not even go Flame
regardless
Guard that game?
of damage?
Or did he go Flame Guard?
No, that was a Flame Guard.
Okay.
I think. But in this one, I mean, obviously Centaur has to play on the creep wave to get last hits, to threaten stuns. And Storm Spirit, ever since the Remnant facet where you can move the Remnant, has like dominated melee heroes. Because you don't have to walk into melee range to drop.
What if he goes the other facet, the pull one where you hit yourself and then you pull 9 class on Slardar and then he bashes himself?
Oh, that's genius.
That's good.
That's so good. Especially if 9 class is BKB TPing.
Yeah.
Right.
And then he hits
him
you
while BKB
TPing.
TP. Yeah, it's genius. Then he can't pull the Nightfall. I mean, really interesting draft, honestly.
Yeah, the Darkseer kind of threw me for a loop. I think.
Yeah.
I don't know. I don't like the fact that it's not Slardar mid. I would feel a lot better about Pvision's draft if it was a Slardar mid and a Centaur 4. But I think because it's the Centaur mid, I like BetBoom's draft more.
I will say this for Parivision is like the ultimate 4 heroes running in, all providing utility, all providing some way to deal extra damage, all making a lot of space and chaos. Like, we can't figure it out, right? Like, we're like, what the hell is going on? Which is a lot of Parivision drafts, to be fair.
Yep. I haven't liked the Centaur mid. I mean, but we'll see. Who knows? They're the pros. They know better.
Yeah.
Or maybe our commentators do, which I'll bring in on the big screen now. It is Suns fan and Cinderin. Good morning. There's a pause in the game. We're going to do what we love to do, and that's Phil. Talk to me, Suns fan.
How come you guys don't like Centaur mid? Is it because it never wins its lane? It doesn't do anything special throughout the game that it can't do from the off lane? That's some weak reasoning.
Yeah, those are all good points.
Anything else?
That's actually great analysis.
Yeah, that's good.
No, I mean, it kind of felt
I was saying yesterday, I love Centaur, but mid, the other lanes have to be dominant then, don't they? Like, it doesn't make any
remember
sense.
you said something yesterday, you're like, good, it's mid. It can do 10 more damage on its initiation.
That was Cinderin, but I appreciate that, Gunnar.
That was a funny comment, so guess who said it, Gunnar?
It was
my
you,
bad.
Sind. What do you think of all
also
of this? What do you think of this nonsense from Parivision, Cinderin?
I don't know. I'm kind of with the others too. That I feel like putting Slardar mid and just running Centaur 4 would have been fine. Like, I guess...
Well, okay, I'm going to stop you right there.
Okay.
Gunnar was mentioning 9-class playing this hero in the past. We literally cast that game.
Okay, that's true.
And it's burned into my memory. It's
It was
the
a bad
worst
one.
Centaur performance in a lifetime. Okay,
Yeah.
They're not going to pick it 4 anymore. I guarantee it.
The
Go ahead.
difference is, though, that laning setup was so bad that he was just set up for complete failure. I think this time you could float it with Darkseer in the lane matchup they have. You could, you know, actually get a game out of it. But I don't know. Maybe the Slardar, maybe the whole sprint shenanigans is just too valuable for him, being able to do that early on and move around the map. Maybe they're thinking of something about ganking as well, that if they're putting Centaur 4, he's not going to contribute very much.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Yeah.
I agree with Shannon. It's got to be a 9-class thing. There's no, dude, you're not playing it. They're just picking based on who can play what. Somebody's got to pull the veto card, right?
Who vetoes on the team?
Yeah.
Astini?
Who's the big boss?
No, it's
Astini would never veto.
It's not Destini. He's insane. It's like Ducalis or someone.
That's definitely.
Oh, yeah. Calm, rational Ducalis.
Yeah, he's a calm, rational guy.
Perfect.
Totally rational actions.
We need to resolve this conflict. Let's get Ducalis in, you know? That's what everyone says.
So how about the earwax, Shannon? What do you think about that?
Oh, my God.
We're going to bring up this lore again. What would you like to know? You have to be more specific.
Speaking of wax, what about beeswax?
Yeah, what is this costume? Is there a reference?
There is actually a reference.
BB Team.
Yeah.
What do you mean, what's the reference?
Yeah.
This is your thing.
No, I literally thought it was the earwax thing.
It's
actually.
no.
You
It's
thought it was a Ducalis? You thought it was a Ducalis?
He's not an ear keeper.
No, you never know. Jenkins,
Yeah,
he has some
true.
weird fetishes, I hear. You know?
He does, and you can talk about them. I think when we get into the game, it looks like the action might be ready to start. So I don't know.
Sure, we'll take it over from here. No problem.
Do you know what's fun? I do appreciate that you at least attempted to fill today. Thank you.
Thank you. I appreciate
Love you. Miss you both. Have fun with the cast.
Goodbye.
Bye.
Hello to everybody else as we are entering an elimination series best of 3 Eastern European Showdown Parivision versus BetBoom Team. It's always awkward to say team there, I'll be honest, but it is what it is. We are unpaused, and we get to talk about the heroes on the screen. What do you think? Even though you just said it, repeat it in a different way so it sounds like you're smart.
Did it not the first time?
Not really.
No. Well, I give up. I don't think I can do much better than that.
Okay.
Let's see if Parivision find...
Well, how about this? Tell me why Disruptor has a 15% win rate.
That is because he has been picked few times and hasn't won very many. Then it looks very bad.
Okay, that's literal reasoning, sure.
I don't know. I'm a bit surprised too. I thought it would do better in this tournament. But wait, hang on. Let's see if we get out of this unscathed for both sides.
Yeah, DM's going to take a Thunderbolt. Nice
like
whip
we do.
so Kiritich can get the bounty rune. The action ends.
I mean, the main thing for me has been in the Disruptor games that we've seen, he doesn't really threaten the lane all that much. And in my eyes, Disruptor is one of the most, polarizing supports in the sense that he's insane when you're ahead and when you are the one initiating. But if you're on the back foot, so if your laning stage doesn't go too well or you lose a little bit of the mid-game and fall behind by an item or whatever, a lot of the time you just become a complete liability. You have nothing against BKB. You're heavily reliant on playing with Glimpse. That's what makes the hero, right? People don't really pick Disruptor for anything else most of the time. Static Storm is like it's good, but aside, like if you think through Dota history, have people really picked Disruptor specifically for that, except with Naga? I don't know.
Not really.
It's like mainly the Glimpse that you're running.
There was a time when, Ags would be rushed, and that could be something you think about in the grand scheme of things.
Sure.
Glimpse is usually the main thing, for sure.
So what that means is, in all the subsets of games where you fall behind and can't really use Glimpse effectively, you're just a worse support than almost everything else you could pick in the meta. And all the games that are going well, you still need to draft around Disruptor. I think this is not just a filler hero that you just throw in there and then you pick whatever you want and then it's going to be fine. If you're looking for that, there's a lot of other supports that will just, get you through the laning stage and then offer good utility later. So, I don't know. I don't know if that's a good enough rationale for him being 15% though. I think it's just, it was like, he was 2-11, I believe. You can make the argument that, is it reasonable that Primal Beast is like almost 85 or whatever it is? % win rate?
Yeah.
Maybe that's also just sample size and
Could
got
be.
picked in the right games.
I mean, we'll start finding out because these teams are starting to realize stats sometimes tell the truth.
Yeah.
Primal Beast was first picked, well, second overall, but BetBoom's first pick. How powerful it can be. And of course, Centaur, 100% win rate for Parivision.
Yep.
7-0.
It's a good stat line, but all 7 of those games are on DM.
Yeah, so...
And 0 of them are on 9 class.
Thank God for that.
Imagine he started winning with it too. Oh boy.
No, I don't want it to be... I don't want it to get nerfed in the next patch, you know?
I feel like it will. Enjoy it while it lasts, Shannon.
Okay.
Although whenever I pick Centaur in my games, there's always Ursa in the enemy team, so that's good fun.
Satanic on the Terror Blade this time around. And his counterpart will be the Abaddon for Kiritich. And seeing that a ton this tournament.
Yeah.
Been a go-to, probably a top 5 most picked carry at the very least, if not more.
Kiritich plays this hero very well, so makes a lot of sense. I think Kiritich has been interesting to watch in this tournament. That we've had, I want to say, a handful of games where he is clearly top net worth above everyone else in the game, and then the rest are like a mixed bag. So Abaddon is not exactly the hero that will go there. The one that comes to mind that he played this tournament the most with that type of success was the Gyro. But the reason I bring it up is this is a good Abaddon game, and I want to say that the Terrorblade matchup is bad until a certain point. I'm hard-pressed to actually find a better hyper carry in Dota than Abaddon, except like Void. Because at this point, PA is just a worst Kez, so you're just picking Kez if you want that.
So Abaddon's second best hyper carry. That's got to be wrong.
I think so.
That's got to be wrong.
Well, who would you put above? Maybe PL, but then you have PL. You need to get there, which doesn't happen in
Gyro,
Pro Dota.
does that not fit a hyper carry?
I think Abaddon is better late game.
Huh.
Like when we say late game, I mean something like 6-slot inventory, you know?
Yeah,
I think Abaddon just
think so.
Conceptually ridiculous late game.
Huh. I mean, we haven't gotten to see ultra late game for this hero, but Juggernaut has got to be up there, surely.
He's more counterable.
We're not seeing Sven as much right now, but
he is definitely not up there. Sven is one of the weaker 60-plus minute
shut
heroes.
your mouth. Let's get another hero to wipe your mind.
That's fine.
You're
doing great so far. DK has a claim to it.
Yeah. I'd take a late game DK over a late game Abaddon, for sure.
Yeah, but you also play Turbo. You don't really understand the game very well.
Thank you. And the funny thing is, a lot of these weird mechanics I probably know better than you because I have these late game
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, we always have these conversations about, oh, you never have games with tier 5 neutrals. We're like, yeah, that's because the game needs to go to an hour. And for you, it's 30 minutes.
Even for regular games, my games would go 60 minutes, so...
That's fair.
That's how it is.
So far, so good for BetBoom's laning, I think. In terms of CS, they're looking good. Especially the Storm having a conceptually free lane. This is what you pay when you put Centaur mid. You're saying, hey, whatever you guys are running mid will be happy.
Yep, that's right.
So,
which is why I said it feels like the other lanes need to do exceptionally well to make up for. I mean, he's going to be whatever. It's fine. But typically, if you're in the off lane, you're going to get about the same. So, kind of weird. I mean, I thought there was maybe some opening for him to get like 3 in return and then just go like semi-jungle and have a support take XP mid, and maybe they could make it work that way, but we haven't been seeing a ton of that either. He has the level disadvantage against GPK on the Storm as the 6-minute power rune is about to spawn, and it will be top. Ducalis gets that one, and he might pay the ultimate price, which would be first blood at the 6-minute mark, and GPK uses all his mana to make sure that he can snag that bounty.
Yeah, very happy for them, or rather, they are very happy for GPK.
Okay.
Very happy for you guys. Good job. Good job, BetBoom. No, I think this was the ideal situation, is that they rotate over like this, but they give it to Storm. This feels like a game that Storm can absolutely destroy. The only threat to him is Bane, in my eyes. I don't think the other heroes are reliable as counters. I think theoretically you can vacuum out of Ball Lightning, right? Since that was changed. But Not a very likely play, but that would be sick if we end up seeing it. Some vacuum out of ball lightning into stun.
Kiritich was pretending to go for the Wisdom Shrine, but the Stampede TPs. Hoof Stomp right on top. He's not level 6 yet, so I think Kiritich might drop. He gets the Aphotic Shield up, and now the reinforcements have arrived, but it's too late for the Abaddon. And GPK instead nightmared up, the Crush to follow. And the Double Edge will take Kataomi out. So 2 dead as Parivision with a very nice TP Stampede play.
Yeah, they just bring more numbers. 3v4, it's only going to end one way, especially bring these 2 melee heroes into a Darkseer fight, which is great for him, obviously. Makes use of his kit. Kiritich straight back to lane, though. To his bullying ways against this Darkseer, but yeah, I haven't talked about that too much. Darkseer, in my eyes, one of the conceptually most powerful offlaners in the way Dota works currently. It's just that some lane matchups are really tough. I think Abaddon is one of the better ones. Like, he doesn't pressure you that hard compared to, say, something like an Ursa, or, God forbid, we think of Anti-Mage.
Yep, true. Ducal's again stealing a rune. GPK not happy with that. Won't be able to get the kill.
Yeah, Soul Ring, it'll be fine.
Yeah, they're not going to go high ground to chase that one. Good job from Ducal so far, being an annoyance. That's his specialty. And Miero, a level behind Satanic right now in this lane.
Barely.
Has Soul Ring on the way.
He's cracking 6 now. It's an interesting matchup into the TB. Primal, one of the heroes that can threaten TB the most in lane because tramples magic damage when you get there, but it's so hard to do against Bane. He's just full-on blocking your hero whenever you try to go, so as a result, Satanic has had a pretty decent start. Nothing outstanding, but it's solid. Look at the charts. All the cores are pretty happy with the exception of... I mean, that's the thing about Darkseer, though. I think you're even happy here, because the hero has so many bad laning starts and then still turns into a great team fighter. So if you're just doing okay, you get to like a Helm of the Dominator, for example, you will get there. Oh, interesting. They're smoking to farm.
Okay, I thought they had some other tech. He waited very patiently. It didn't seem to do too much there.
It's pretty cool for Primal, the movement speed bonus when you're farming stacks, and then he also has
that dragon's going ham. Look at that.
The Cobalt Cup.
Oh,
yeah.
Goodness.
Yeah. Okay, Shannon.
What?
Nope, nothing.
Get your mind out of the gutter.
Get your mind out of the gutter.
Nightmare into Crush into nothing.
Yeah, they don't have grip.
PK is A-OK. Electric Vortex, but just harassment at the end of the day against 9 class. 4 members of Parivision, nothing really. Yeah, that guy's having a lot of fun. Can't blame him, Ducalis.
Can't blame him. Ducalis is cooked.
But the Electric Vortex brings him back into GPK's arms, and now, well, Primal Beast couldn't reach his target. Is that Black Dragon still having some issues? Take a look. Oh. Miero.
Oh, he's done.
Miero is very satisfied now. Time to have a cigarette.
Yep.
And go take a nap.
Maybe back to base? No? Oh, he's actually given a tango. I guess he's going to stay here. He doesn't have all that many resources. He's like, oh, thanks for the tango. I'm going to go back to base. Well, I think that's a little bit whatever. It's all good, though. GPK with some good tower pressure here, taking advantage of the 10-minute siege wave. They've got it down to about a third now. It's a very good piece of news for Storm if you get tier 1 towers down fast. He plays the map exceptionally well when he is in front, and the same with Disruptor. So if you can get these towers taken with siege creep timings, that's great, because you don't have anything else hitting towers really well. Speaking of hitting towers, here is good old Mr. Rally getting to work, the Dark Troll Summoner.
Love the Rally Skellies. Love them. They're going to get killed off, though. 3 members of BetBoom have to contest this Troll Summoner. Such a powerful
dead.
Game.
What do you think is stronger right
now? Well, Satanic, I think, is a little stronger after killing Miero.
What's stronger, Dark Troll Summoner or Centaur mid?
Dark Troll Summoner.
Yeah.
Can actually push the tower. No one has been a passive entity so far this game. Well, not really. He's popped Stampede a couple times. He opted for the Helm of Dom and into straight BKB. We've seen this a couple times this tournament. A lot of times it's the third item, but still, I feel like before this tournament, you know, maybe the last month or so, the only times I'm seeing Centaur really focus on BKB, it's not typically a BKB hero.
Have we seen it without Dagger first, though?
Yes.
We have.
I think.
Because I remember noticing that this was something he was prioritizing on, in particular, DM was starting to do this. But I thought he had the Blink first.
I feel like we had this conversation. That's why, I mean, we can extend it now, of course.
Cold.
I mean, I can't say for sure.
It's a good reason. Which cold do you think he's referring to? Do you think he's feeling a little cold in terms of sickness or a little cold in terms of temperature?
Temperature.
Temperature?
Now, I have to say, the players these days are very spoiled.
Okay, the way he's moving his hands, he's definitely cold.
Back in the day, Cinder, and you would go to a LAN, and you would never know if there would, like, you'd be in the desert or something,
yeah.
Have any air conditioning, or if it's way too cold. That's why you would train under every condition possible.
That's true.
You would have one day where you turn on the AC to full blast and you just play through it, and another day where you're just blasting heat somehow into your room, sweating your balls off.
I will never forget my Mouz boot camp in the Himalayas.
The Himalayas?
Yeah, it was a different time, but we went there to train in the cold.
Yeah,
and then afterwards, after a nice session, we would play 1v1 mids in the sauna. So you're right. We were training under all the conditions. That is true. All right. DM has been gifted a hoodie, the inverse Jenkins on panel.
Okay, that's good.
Or Gunner, if you will, depending on whose side you're on, which will generally be Gunner.
Yep. If he gets even more cold, we can give him the Beekeeper outfit.
Imagine player cam. It's like a great fight, and there's just a guy sitting there in a hazmat suit.
That would be a fun tournament format to make everybody dress up as something. As 9 class.
Halloween land.
I mean, Ducalis is ahead of everybody on that. We're going to see the glimpse. Nice use of Save's ult there. The Wheel of Wonder. That will be a support kill onto 9 class. Still even net worth. These teams really want to beat each other, not just because of the tournament standings, but they got beef, Cinderin. They got some history.
And BetBoom somewhat recently finally felt that it was possible after losing to Parivision over and over and over. I remember seeing the player cams when they won that series. They were popping off so hard. That had been a thorn in their side for about half a year. They didn't beat this team, if I remember correctly. They finally got a win. So now they know they can do it. And I think they're probably feeling kind of inspired as well. If you remember yesterday, they had an incredible draft against the side of Tundra in that Game 3. So probably feeling like they're getting a better and better grasp of the patch.
But it's interesting when you see this sometimes happens when you see two teams that have faced off against each other so many times in both matches and scrims, that the first 20 minutes or so are farm fest for the most part, because at some point you've pulled out all these tricks of these early aggressive plays, and now it's mostly just based off of draft. Like, hey, I think our draft is better. We're just both going to farm and we're going to beat you. We'll see who's right in this game 1.
I think our draft is better. We have Centaur mid and Slardar 4.
That's right.
You guys don't stand a chance.
There must be some, some games where Centaur has somehow popped off.
There has to be. I mean, we had Whisper early in the tournament. He had a great Centaur mid game in one game. But it didn't feel like it's because Centaur was mid that this was possible.
Yeah.
It was just a guy playing Centaur well, and he turned out to be mid. I didn't feel like, oh, the early levels in Centaur really made the difference here, or they used Stampede in a clever fashion to win side lanes at level 6, which are, the two obvious, or rather the two clear benefits for running Centaur mid. As he will Stampede himself away. There's a couple of good things to say about Slardar 4 in this game, though. We already established the laning stage with Darkseer went fine down here. And of course, Corrosive Haze for Terrorblade is insane. But there are counters on the other side. Mobile heroes with Storm and Primal, as well as, of course, Aphotic Shield being the big one. Now has the Radiance complete. BKB on the way for no one in 200 gold will potentially open the door for a play for Parivision. I don't know how interested you really are in getting very active.
Yeah, I don't know either, because the Primal doesn't have the blink yet, right? So, went for the Crimson Guard first. More defensive plays, and I mean, when you get the Radiance on Abaddon, do you want to fight right away, or is it a +1 item after that you feel more comfortable? Because that would align better with the other cores, it feels like, on the BetBoom side.
I think it depends on what type of game state you're in. There are some games where Radiance Ava means go, go, go. I don't know if this is the one. You're playing against 2 illusion creators in Terrorblade and Darkseer, which definitely warps that matchup a bit when you have Radiance. And I also... Oh, hang on.
Static Storm reserved just for the Bane, and now the trample right on top, and Ducalis will fall before being able to cast anything. And I think this 20-minute mark is going to be the first showdown in all likelihood.
Yeah, that's true.
Well, I say that now, but GPK opens things up onto 9 class, but no one is there with the Hoof Stomp. Kiritich a little bit late on the Aphotic Shield, but they do find DM. Pulverize available. Not going to need it, though. Even the wall place, so they can farm with those illusions a bit. The 5 gold that it
Cat's only getting owned by the Radiance.
Yeah, true.
I'll be okay, though. Yeah, it is a very, for all intents and purposes, rather slow game, but not in the sense that nobody is trying to do anything. It's more that the moves that are carried out just lead to like 1 kill, maybe 2. You're not seeing 4 heroes or 2 supports just stacking camps and the cores farming them on both sides. Like there's still map moves being made. There's still some tower pressure being applied. We've lost all 3 tier 1s on the Parivision side. Lost the mid tower and BB. So they're not just like AFK farming, but at the same time they're also not really trying to find, you know, the big moves. But that's why I fully agree the 20-minute timing has to be where it's at, where both teams will be targeting being strong there. Of course, the early Crimson Guard, as we saw bought for the first time this tournament on Primal Beast, could be a big deal in that fight. Wall illusions, metamorphosis, damage block obviously helps when you get minus armored. It's a good item this game. Okay. Bane under the effect of Invis here.
Yeah, well, Kiritich finds no one. GPK gets the Electric Vortex off, but no one with the Stampede, but they're going to use that to try to initiate onto Miero instead. There's the Crimson Guard doing a really good job of blocking this damage from Satanic as the Wheel of Wonder is placed, but no one with the BKB able to walk away safely. Satanic, he wants to continue to fight here. Now the grip, but the box will completely counter it. Kiritich gets sundered at the last moment, does not have ult, but there's the Pulverize. Had it the whole time.
So much
Look at the damage now. Everybody is so low on Parivision. They lose 3 in the blink of an eye, and 9 class will be the 4th. And just like that, the first big team fight of the game goes BetBoom's way big time. And DM, the last remaining member of Parivision. All they need is a little bit of vision. The glimpse is down for 3 seconds, though.
Space! He's dead. But good space.
Finally run right into him. Does feel inevitable. Pulverize is about to come back, and there is the full team wipe for BetBoom. Did they lose anybody? I don't think so.
No. 5-0. That was an insane fight from Miero, I think. Getting that 4-man Pulverize. He also did a really good job being patient. He got away from the first amount of pressure, too, with the mini onslaught out, repositioned, recognized what he needed to do, got a lot of value out of the Crimson Guard. And yeah, if you play really long and extended fights, as long as you have resources, Storm and Abaddon are very often going to come out on top. This is a great replay to watch. Some really high skill plays. So immediately no one pops the Stampede. He's going to also be forced to use the BKB early, obviously, when he comes back in. Since he's this low on HP, he doesn't really have any choice but to use it to walk in here. The Static Storm ends up being more or less zoning, but this box, crucial. Getting that one off. The 2 saves against Bane definitely makes his life hard, but this Pulverize, my god.
Yeah, that was disgusting.
Sick combo. They They reap all the rewards. They get the shard now as well. That will go to save.
Oh, that's actually really
great against Terrorblade.
And the Dark Seer illusions.
Fair, yeah. Double dip on the Spotlight.
A rare good Spotlight game.
And it's also really good for Storm to play with. I feel like we never talk about this. It's the primary part of the spell. It's the vision.
Yeah, I guess so.
But oftentimes focused very much on the illusion clear, but yeah, just being able to access high grounds, you just throw out a Spotlight, you see anyone, Storm can just go. Or Primal can go. And there's the dagger.
Yeah, Pulverize opening onto DM with the Wheel of Wonder to follow. Easy pick off for the side of BetBoom. 5K, make it 6 lead.
The Wheel of Wonder, what could have been if we didn't have Centaur mid. We're just hating on it. To be honest with you, I get what the teams see in it. It's just the track record just hasn't been good enough. And in a game like this where you do have an alternative that seems solid with the Slardar.
I mean, the thing, it's not a hero that pops off.
No.
Right? He just exists.
And it's just like, let's say you have this exact lineup. What's the downside to putting Slardar there against Storm? I think he will do better in lane because he has the water. He can withstand a lot of the pressure from the static remnants.
Yeah.
He will be able to scale better himself so he can do more damage and be a bigger threat. You get Corrosive Haze level 2 earlier, which is really good for Terrorblade. And it's got to be that 9-class Centaur game haunting him. He looked very despair in that game. There are some games that just leave a mark on you. And that must be it.
Yours is your 0-19 Pudge?
Oh, I still play it, don't worry.
Okay.
That didn't leave a mark on me. It's going to take more than that. I am an untiltable mountain, as you know.
Yeah.
Clearly.
No one's next item is going to be the Aghanim Scepter. So, basically, to save someone from Pulverize, you have to BKB and use Workhorse. But it's definitely doable. Of course, you do have other options like the grip and whatnot, but
it just feels
gonna have a little easier time right now.
It just feels like a
Pulverize.
Hang on, again
onto the Bane Elemental. No longer, and they actually kill off DM as well off screen.
Oh, no one completed this TP. They
just
might
like that. 5 versus 3 Satanic
keep
apparently
running
wants to fight, but there's the Spotlight. Satanic will have to run away. Afraid of the bright lights.
It's a classic LAN problem for players, but this time it's in-game.
It's usually 33 asking for the lights to be turned down. Guess we don't have to worry about that one anymore.
Found a way to work that in. It's all good. But yeah, I was going to say, this feels a little bit like a... I'm not going to call it a checkmate, because I don't think it's that bad, but...
Another Pulverize. This time on a much tankier target, but they have so much lockdown.
So, by nature of the two lineups, the one lineup has the Storm and the Primal initiating and catching and building fights, and the other one has Bane, Slardar, and Centaur. One of these teams has saves, and the other one doesn't. So if the fights break out in these, like, quote-unquote obvious ways or standard ways, I just think BetBoom in this game state, obviously they also have a nice gold lead, which helps, but just theoretically speaking, having the Ringmaster box and the Abaddon makes things a lot easier for you. Will there be a glimpse? Yes, there will.
Right into GPK.
Another one.
Another kill for BetBoom. 15-3. Now this is starting to spiral out of control. 9K lead overall. Aegis for 2.5. This is going to be another tier 2 taken. Only one remaining on the map for Parivision.
Of course, in other important news, we are on track to either 22-3 or 20-4, Shannon, so keep your eyes open.
Okay.
BetBoom.
Very important.
Yep. I know you love your memes.
We could get 66-7 as well.
Yeah, it happens all the time.
Of Stomp initiation with the back wall, but Kiritich just pops the ult, and now the Crimson Guard being used to mitigate tons of damage. No one with no more BKB. They get the Nightmare initially onto GPK, but you got to get through him twice. Has that gem as well, as BetBoom will reset.
Yeah. They force them all back into a defensive position and another Centaur BKB used. You use your Abaddon ults, but you just chill for another minute now. Retain solid control of the map. hasn't really... It's been a quiet affair from the side of Parivision. Nothing really to write home about. Considering how even the start was, this turned out so far, at the very least, to be a very one-sided affair.
When it was dead even and both sides were just happy farming away, Dota Plus did give Parivision the 60-40. Probably doesn't have enough data points on the Centaur mid, though, as the Tier 3 tower. You can see how it's 63. That is lower than I would expect. This feels like 80-20 to me right now.
Well, definitely considering, once again, how the fights have played out, right? It's just the strategic element of the lineup from BetBoom having the saves that they do has been the biggest problem. Parivision are struggling to find initiations that are meaningful. They find 2 or 3 hero vacuums, they find stomps, they find crushes, but whatever hero they start focus firing with their Terrorblade just gets shielded, and the play kind of ends.
Yep. Into GPK. Wheel of Wonder going to completely miss, but DM should be dead regardless. Gets off a nice vacuum into the Centaur Stomp, actually. Little style points before his death.
His hands have definitely warmed up, but unfortunately, it's the only thing that has really improved in the last 10 minutes for them.
Miero tries to get the jump. Aegis now gone. They get the full lane bot, force out the fortification. This will be the final one for quite a while, and I don't think they're stopping. 20 seconds for the Darkseer. I think they should be able to get this melee barracks at the very least, but Parivision get the Nightmare to start things out. No one looking for the opening. There's the hoof stomp onto 3 heroes with no follow-up at all. Satanic finally shows up with the reflection.
He was waiting for his Scotty, I think, before he really wanted to be a part of this.
They do defend the melee barracks, just barely.
Yeah. But again, it's the same story over and over. You can find all the good crushes and all the good stomps you want. Can you kill a target? Is what it's going to come down to. Primal is going to have super high armor with Uproar. Box, Aphotic Shield, and also counterplay from Disruptor. It almost feels like a game where Nullifier is going to become a necessity to deal with the Ringmaster. The problem is you don't have very good heroes to buy it, and obviously you don't have the gold for it either. So, Terrorblade, one of the worst carries to buy it with, because you're not coming in close enough a lot of the time to use it real effectively. Kind of want to play on max range with your Pike or at least Dragonlance. So yeah, just another good piece of news for BetBoom, that everything just keeps going their way. Probably going to wait for next Roche. Another problem has arrived. Kiritich getting the Orchid now on Abaddon. Standard build, nothing to write home about here. Radiance into the Manta Blink, and then Bloodthorn, the cookie cutter Abaddon build that we see very often. I feel like we've seen very few deviations from this, as a matter of fact, this tournament on carry Abaddon. Seems like it's always the choice.
I miss Harpoon.
Yeah, Harpoon is not really happening much.
Or just Echo Saber in general. Pulverize is going to find Mr. No One, the mid-Centaur. DM is here, though, with the Surge.
Yeah, it's going to cost him his own life.
Yeah, possibly. The Orchid is applied, and the Spotlight will show him drop dead. 45 seconds of no Darkseer. 11K lead, 30 seconds before we learn Roshan and his timer.
Yeah, I wonder if you're going to try to push high ground here with these 30 seconds. If you get the bottom wave into the base, you could maybe go and finish off the melee racks mid at the very least. They softened that up so much earlier. And Kiritich, courtesy of playing Abaddon, will feel no concern with just cutting the wave immediately. And there we do indeed go. The mid lane, also not long for this world. So this is going to be 2 lanes of barracks now.
Yeah.
For the side of BetBoom.
Slow bleed for Parivision.
It's an almost instant Roche, by the way. So he's going to swap sides, and wouldn't blame them for just brute forcing it. I don't even think it's a problem to let Parivision fight you there, as long as you're not clustered up in the pit with too many heroes getting vacuumed into a full stun combo plus Terrorblade. Probably going to be okay. And yeah, they will walk there together with Roshan. Miero looking like his nephew. Ready to pick up the Haste Rune, but
It does kind of look related, I guess.
good now.
What if he was the bastard son of Roshan?
And who?
I don't know.
Might be the
Yet
other
to be
one.
named creature of the depths.
Winter Wyvern.
No, that does not look like.
It's got wings, just like Roche. Do you have a better candidate in Dota lore than Wyvern?
Yeah, Pudge.
Yeah.
That's how he gets his thickness.
Okay. Who's the mom? Roche or Pudge?
Oh, Roche is probably the mother.
Roche is the
yeah,
mom,
of course.
okay.
Roche is the mother of Dota, as DM is found on the outskirts of the map. Another easy pickoff for the side of BetBoom.
Radiant's bottom tower
Just go to the pit, I guess? Like, any concerns? Don't really think so.
No.
has fallen.
Save is
He's chilling.
holding the spot here.
There we go.
He's got, I always forget the name of these things. 10, wait, what are these devices that he has?
Souvenirs.
Souvenirs.
Yeah.
Something we don't really talk about too much.
The
Because
current one
it's
he
not
has.
a unicycle.
The current one he has is a tonic, which is of course famously known to most people in the world as one of the worst drinks ever created. Tonic water.
Yeah,
Absolutely disgusting beverage. But that's okay. There's other ways to enjoy gin, Shannon. You don't have to poison it.
Okay.
Yeah. No worries.
Thanks for the education on that.
You're more than welcome. Illusion Rune for GPK. Is he going to bottle it? Nope, can't even be bothered with that. He's just feeling that good. He's going to instantly pick it up, leave his bottle in his backpack, and feels like a foregone conclusion that we're just going to head up top and finish this game off unless Parivision can somehow string together any sort of threat. Now, there is the cart.
Yeah.
But again, okay, one of the biggest problems this game for Parivision, we've talked about the stuns and them being countered. Do you feel like their lineup has enough damage? I think it's just Terrorblade. They're like Satanic Go Kill, which works fine in certain teams in Counter-Strike. I've heard that's a pretty good strategy for Team Spirit with Donk, but I don't know if Satanic can pull just a, 100 ADR here.
No.
He hasn't really done any ADR as a matter of fact.
He has the 1v5 potential this game.
No, not really. It's gonna have to be now.
Still a tier 2 in the way. And this is likely the last-ditch smoke effort from Parivision. Got to get the perfect opening, which I don't know what that is, really. Definitely not on Kiritich, I can say that much.
I mean, the perfect fight that I can imagine is jump and kill Ringmaster. Because then you at least open the door. When you remove the box, you're going to find some potential secondary kills. The counterplay from BetBoom just looked so strong. So, yeah, find some sort of smoke wrap around. You Ion Shell both your Slaughter and the Centaur. You find the Ringmaster, kill him off, and then try to build a fight off it. And most importantly, Satanic needs to have pristine positioning. If his hero dies, you can't win the fight. I think you could trade Satanic for like 2 heroes and you still lose the follow-up fight. So, well, obviously, if it's the 2 supports, that's kind of a no-brainer. But let's say almost 2 cores, to be honest. You trade
supports are doing quite well at the moment.
The mid Centaur with about 1/3 of Storm's damage, not bad. Better than expected from
this
you.
is good news for Disruptor lovers. His win rate's going to go up a bit.
Trill.
Satanic initiated on. Spotlight forces out the Metamorphosis, and with that, BetBoom just going to wait it out, it seems.
Yeah, this is
will cost them Roche's banner, though.
This is honestly a really nice strategic play if you just full-on wait now. Because, again, recognizing the strength of Terrorblade, or the necessity of him, rather, for Parivision. When meta is down, I think the game's over. So I would like to see Parivision force the issue here. You have to get out there, and they will indeed.
Too obvious. Okay, GPK, Electric Vortex, but there's the cart to save the support Slardar.
Bringing him back from the fish market.
They save as Miero jumps in to try to finish the job, but the Nightmare holds him in place. Aphotic Shield now, big vac wall onto 3 heroes. Stampede right on top of Kiritich, but finally the borrowed time activates as we see the Static Storm right now on top of that Bane. Actually going to survive through this for now. Yeah, the Lotus actually heals him up, so that's the Aegis. Parivision, they do lose the Bane in the end, but...
And they use so much. No meta now, no wall, no Stampede.
They have Workhorse, though.
That's true. They can save the fish again. The irony of the mid-Centaur carting to save the 4 Slardar is rich in this one.
Yeah. As 9 class. Oh, no
he
one
didn't
get
fit in
time.
the
Instead,
cart.
He gets pulverized, and now there's a useless cart behind him. Miero actually getting quite low, but the box keeping him safe. Buyback from 9 class. 20-3. We're almost there. Two away.
Yeah. I think a lot of fans out there were hoping for Miero to die there. Nothing personal against him. They just like numbers.
Yeah, that's true.
Can you blame them? Numbers are very interesting.
Here, would be pretty hype as well.
This is looking really good for it, Shannon. There's 2 ways right now. And they're both very likely.
Meta up in 15. There's the electric warhead. There's the save from no one. Very nicely done. Kiritich does not have his ult.
He does.
Has to walk away. As the pulverize onto Ducalis. That's going to be another death for him. 45 seconds on the deck.
Don't you dare call GG right now.
3.
Don't you dare.
And now the Aghanim Scepter available for the Electric Vortex onto GPK. The box onto Miero. Getting very low. Pops the Crimson Guard, though, as no one on the outskirts now of the map has to use the workhorse to try to get away.
And there it is!
Again, we've done it!
For
and
1
no
second.
one ruins it instantly by dying on the mid-Centaur Satanic.
Oh, they let it
Trying to
happen.
create some space as the GGs finally come out. And
well,
BetBoom completely destroy Parivision.
BetBoom are on something, Shannon. Let me tell you. This is their second pretty clear strategic win. The one yesterday against Tundra Game 3 was awesome, and this one equally, just very one-sided. And they have the plays to boot, but just, I think we didn't fully appreciate enough when we were looking at the drafts in the beginning just how valuable it was going to be to have the box in addition to the Aphotic Shield. Like, Parivision with their lineup just couldn't enter fights.
Yeah.
This was a 30 minutes of them kind of trying to do something and just nothing sticking.
Well, game 1 is over as BetBoom dumpsters Parivision.
And indeed, and we love it when we're correct about drafts over here on the desk, and we certainly were there. You know, we've said it before, one of the issues sometimes with Parivision is because they have such a versatile player in the form of 9 class, they think they can just swap anything around and, you know, make it work and prioritize heroes as if lanes don't really matter anymore. And that, I think that was an example of that. Ultimately, just too much cooking was done.
I think the draft overall was okay. I mean, the Darkseer I don't think got that much done this game.
No.
But I still think if they ended up putting the Slardar mid, the lanes would have looked a bit better. The early mid-game damage would look little like... So they were just missing something with the center. I feel like it just doesn't really do early game damage when you put it in the mid lane.
I also was quite surprised by how squishy he was in a lot of these fights.
Yeah.
Like even here you can see that GPK just straight up jumps no one. Does like
they consistently jumped no one.
Yeah, he did like 30% of his health in a couple of seconds, forcing out the Centaur ulti. And they kept going on him. And he just, by the way.
Oh, this is the fight.
There it is.
Yeah,
Get ready.
There's a really, really nice Ringmaster Q in this fight. I think probably the nicest that I've seen. Starting off obviously with the ult from Miero, which by the way, Primal looks amazing still. We love this hero.
Yeah, we do.
But yeah, it's like the mid Centaur. I think this is the thing everybody's going to be questioning because he just kept getting jumped, and it's like, is this a Centaur or is this like a Crystal Maiden?
So as we know, there's Tops in stream. That guy plays Fun Heroes. He plays Centaur mid. I think the biggest difference from when I've watched
he also
him play
went Eternal Shroud and Shard.
Yeah, I think he goes like max Q and W, and he doesn't really go return early, if I'm not mistaken.
Yes.
And he plays to just actually have early game nuke damage, but I think no one was maxing his E.
He's going the Whisper build. This is the Whisper.
And Whisper also didn't really have success in that game either. Like he ended up losing. And I think that when you're maxing return as a mid, you can get ignored until they just kill you. Whereas when you're offlane, I feel like you just have more space on the map to farm. Based on lane setups, you can't really cut the mid wave at like 10 minutes into the game. Whereas when you're in the offlane, you can cut the waves, play the map faster, and it just, I don't know, he just never really got off the ground.
I'm just imagining myself as GPK. I'm playing against no one, and I'm like, oh, this guy's
good.
This is one of the few guys that can actually take it to me in lane.
Yeah.
And he's fucking Centaur. And you're Storm.
Yes.
You're a completely normal mid laner, completely free from me against a melee
I was going to say, it was one of the freest Storm games
Dude,
I've seen
he
in a
did
while.
29k hero damage.
Yeah.
Like, Kiritich had a free game too and did 18k hero damage. This was just a free Storm game. I don't even care about the rest of the draft. Because of the Centaur mid, GPK just gets to run away with the game. And it's like Kiritich said, he is very confident in this team. He's very confident if his game is not going well because Save can carry the game, because GPK can carry the game, because Miro can carry the game, because Katomi, he'll be there as well. You know, he's a 5 position. He tries his best.
He can carry.
You can carry. But I mean, obviously as well, it paired so well with the Primal Beast. You know, you get in there, initiate, the Storm can zip in late. It was just maximum carnage, you know?
Yeah, and I think, especially in the early game, he was really good at pressuring and then dodging the enemy pressure. Like, he would bring 4 heroes mid, they'd force all these TPs, and he'd walk away with 0 mana. And he'd just play that, like, slightly too far out of range for them. And if he made one mistake in the early game, maybe they're able to snowball. But he kind of played it perfectly that he was constantly forcing Pvision to lose their gold, lose their map for him, and he was always walking away on top.
I agree. We saw that in the previous fight, too, where he goes on Centaur just for, like, 20% of his HP, forces the ult, and he doesn't continue to zip. He stays with his team. Like, you can tell he had an idea of what his initiations were about, and it wasn't about kills. It was more strategic than that. It's like, I'm going to use 20-30% of my mana to achieve this, stay with my team, and then re-engage, and then use my full mana pool, or disengage. And I think this reminds me of, like, Abed Peak Storm performance, like Sumail Peak Storm performance, where it feels like they just always have mana, but it's because they know what they're actually using.
They're using mana for a reason, rather than just damage.
Rather than just, I'm going to go in and do damage.
Yeah, and look, I've got to say as well, I think just collectively that draft really came together nicely. It was illustrated by that clip we looked at with that team fight, where it wasn't just a Primal isolating someone or a Storm zipping in and, you know, getting a good pull. You know, Ringmaster had some incredible moments as well. So, I mean, I just think conceptually, I think where BetBoom are in their understanding of this current patch, it really looks to be, you know, they've leveled up in this tournament. They really seem to be in the zone.
Definitely. I think Pvision just got outdrafted starting in the first phase. I think the Primal and Abba response to Centaur was really good.
Yes.
I think that also, at this point, if you're picking Centaur, just put it to the offlane. They're 7-0 with it as offlane.
I know, that's
like, just
insanity.
Just give it to him. Like, give DM Centaur, let him do his thing. I just feel like they're switching up the draft for no reason, and like, just do the things that have been working.
The question is, why did they believe in the Darks here so much? I mean, he's Grandmaster with it, so he's very good at it.
It's good versus Abba.
It's good versus Abba. Is it like they think this is a way better lane with Slardar sort of thing?
I don't even know if they had to pick the Darks here. I feel like they just could have picked the mid there. They could have taken the Storm for themselves if they wanted, or any of the Spirits. They just end up taking the Darks here for, I think it was like an aura idea that they can outlast with, like, Centaur being tanky, a pipe, the Terror Blade would do all the damage, but it just didn't pan out, and I think a lot of it came down to the Centaur Slardar kind of lanes.
I agree. And to be fair, Satanic was top net worth for a while.
Yeah, he could have carried the game if he was in a better position.
All right, guys. It's time for a break. BB team have victory in their peripheral vision. We'll find out if they can close after this break.
The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you, gamers, hybrid workers, artists, backing your every move.
Hello everybody, I am here with the knowledgeable, the lovely, the skilled, the boomer himself, Mr. No One from Parivision. How you doing, No One?
Hello, I'm fine, thank you.
Okay, very good. Today we're going to be playing a little game. We're going to do the opposite of, guess the hero. This is called Make the Hero. I'm going to show you some items. You're going to have to tell me what position and what hero you would choose to correctly gaslight me into thinking that it's a good build. That is your goal. At the end, we will give you a rating based on how many people I think would report you in a pub for this build. Are you ready?
Yeah, let's go.
Okay, let's go. First things first, we're gonna ban one of the positions. So no matter what, you cannot be pause 4.
Nice.
Okay? That's rule number 1. Let's see our first 2 items here today.
Okay.
Okay, Drummond Defusal. Few heroes coming to mind already, but what position?
I think it's easy one. It's a gyrocopter mid from Topias with drums and diffuser.
There we go. That's pretty good. Pretty good. Okay, we're gonna start things off in the mid lane. Well, let's get 2 more items. Let's see if we can mess it up.
Ooh.
Okay, well, it gets a little rough. It gets a little rough.
To me, it's Kunka or Slark. The diffusal drums, I mean, it's Slark for sure. It's easy one as well.
Slark?
Yes, of course.
Okay, easy. And now is this Slark in the mid lane still?
Carry.
Okay, so we're gonna switch to carry. All right, what's our next item? Okay, I'm gonna need you to explain the armlet on Slark here.
No, but it's other hero already, right?
Well, it's up to you. We could stay on Slark.
No, it's different. It can be Husker from my pubs because every pub I see Husker, it's like drums, armlet, Yule, so Shadowblade makes sense for them, for sure.
Does it make sense? How?
Yes, of course. I mean, like, you play against anti-mage, you buy Shadowblade, you're attacking from Invis, right? So.
I see you smiling. You don't even believe yourself.
My pubs is like, doesn't make any sense. Like, my last 20 pubs that I played, like, I came here, I was like literally shouting for an hour at the guy who was playing Husker.
Jesus.
Maybe it can be good built on Chen, just because you already win in the game and you're going to Throne and you just buy an armlet last item. And Shadowblade is just for fun to trick enemy, so it's Chen plus 5.
Would you like to change to hard support? This is your last chance to change your role.
No, it's fine.
Okay, so you want to stay carry?
No, now it's Chen plus 5 with the 5 items.
Okay, so we're gonna go to hard support.
Or actually, wait.
Oh?
No, it's actually off lane Chen. It's even better.
Oh my god. This is our last item here.
Mech. I mean,
that is a Chen item.
To be honest, I think all of these items in one game you could see by Amar off lane with Timbersaw. No joke.
No joke.
Yeah, because he doesn't give a fuck.
Well, okay. So that's the best you have. This is a Timbersaw.
Bro, I don't know what you can choose. There is no heroes that can buy these items together.
I mean...
Yeah, name me one.
What about an off-lane Terrorblade?
It actually makes more sense.
You can still Sunder.
No, it makes more sense, I agree. TB is good with those items, yeah, I like. TB is the Shadowblade armlet like 9 class.
That's the 9 class special, you know. You got
Good job.
Okay, all right. Is that what you're gonna go with? That's the best you have.
TB or Timber?
Yeah, TB.
But TB is yours, mine
Well,
Timber.
you need to come up with one, or you can still...
But I already choose mine, but yours is better. So.
That's not all right. So, you're in a game, you're in off lane, you build this on Timbersaw in one of your own pubs.
Yeah, that's for sure I would do with some idiots that ruin my pubs.
Okay. How many reports are you getting?
0, because I'll destroy.
You would destroy with these items. What's the build order of these items?
So it comes like arcane boots, or I cannot buy arcane boots.
No.
Only these 6 items.
Yes.
So bracer stick, then mech, then drums, then I will go armlet, then shadowblade, and last is diffusion.
Okay. Why
armlet just for like because I cannot die.
Yeah, it's just your grief. You already won.
Bro,
right?
Imagine Timber with armor, level 15 talent, Mikasm, and armlet. How you kill this guy?
I don't want to imagine that. All right. Coming from your pedigree, your team, I think you get 2 reports. They would believe it. I do think you're walking away with 7 reports.
I like, by the way, Slark as well. Slark build sounds nice here.
Yeah, keep going back to Slark.
Of lane.
No one, it was a good effort.
Yeah.
I will commend you for trying your hardest. Incredible job. Would you recommend anyone try this at home on Timbersaw?
No.
All right,
don't try this at home.
Do not do this at home.
I mean, you can do it with bots, but not in pubs.
Okay, well, thank you so much. Let's keep the pubs clean, let's keep them safe, and let's keep watching PGL Wallachia Season 6.
Yes, welcome back. We're partway through the series of Parivision versus BetBoom. BetBoom ahead, and Parivision, remember, need to win or they are out of the tournament. So I'm going to ask you, Jenkins, as we go into this draft, how are Parivision going to keep their chances alive?
That's good. I think they should probably just pick up the Monkey King when it's handed to them. They've looked very good with it. I think the very obvious, problem in that draft was Centaur, the Centaur mid. They are a very intelligent team, capable of determining that as well, if we are. But now they are playing into a Timbersaw, so this will be a different sort of game. They banned Arc Warden. What the? What are these bans?
Okay.
Bro, explain this.
I can explain it. It's easy.
Okay, go on.
Okay, one sec. Okay.
All right, here we
Remember,
go.
didn't we talk about this on the panel? We're like, what if you could just skip a ban? They're skipping their bans. Astini is saying, hey, we want every single hero in the pool. What's the most troll picks that no one will pick? Wyvern, Visage, Arc Warden.
Katomi does play Wyvern, to be fair.
Sure, but I think at least the first two bans, the Arc and the Visage, even like realistically, I think that those last two bans are also just kind of like for fun. Like, BB might pick them, but it's whatever.
I think so too.
And he wants to leave every single hero in the pool because probably they felt that they didn't get exactly the heroes they wanted in the first game. And maybe they think that if there's 0 bans that they value their draft more.
Okay, I'm with you. And I see that too when I look at this because believe me, Arkosh Gaming, we did this. We've done what I'm thinking here is this tournament is for $1 million, Richard. This is $1 million. This is not a small amount of money. This is Wallachia.
You're
playing against
pulling my leg, are you?
You're about to be. That was good. That was good. Did you hear what he said?
No.
Never mind.
Go on.
It's wasted on him.
He's tuning it out.
I'll have to record it on TikTok and show it.
6-7. Anyway, like, bro, the balls to do this. This is some Giga Chad behavior.
Astini has done this before. I've been in games where he's like, guys, I'm banning nothing. And then he bans like IO, Techies, not Meepo, because, we always had a Meepo.
If they lose, it's going to look so stupid in retrospect.
Oh, sure.
If they win, they look like Giga Chads.
Yeah.
This is a
also
polarizing game.
This is really sick because think about it. You ban no heroes, right? You ban for fun heroes. So you're giving BB Team everything they want. Imagine you win this game and their best strategy that was not banned at all, you beat. That's aura.
Okay, so let's.
As the kids would
say. That is definitely aura farming.
Is this aura farming?
Skywrath Mage is, he's got quite a lot of aura. Let's see. I mean, this Dookie Duke can play it as well, right? In fact, it has only been Dookie Duke playing it, but it was one of 9 classes. Like
9 classes can play it.
9 classes.
I think it's a flex. It's good versus Timber. It's magic damage. It's combos with Centaur. That is hopefully going to go into the offlane, right, guys? Please. No flex Centaur. Just put it offlane.
I think if you're doing this like no banning bullshit, it's probably because you just want your heroes in the pool, and
you seem really displeased about the bans.
No, I'm not displeased. I think it's awesome. It's just goofy and silly, and I'm not going to pretend that it's not goofy and silly. And I love that there's a team that's a high enough level team that they can be in top 6 and be pulling something like this out, especially like right on the brink of elimination. It's scary. It's like you back a dog into a corner, it just starts ripping you to pieces, or ripping itself to pieces. Maybe in this case.
Yeah, I was going to say you don't know which way this is going to go. So
it's like you think you can take us out? We're going to take ourselves out for you.
Guys, if we lose banning nothing, it's like we didn't even lose.
Exactly.
There's no ego hit at all.
Exactly. Just, a few $100,000. That's about it.
Yeah, I mean, win some, lose some.
Yeah, that's fair. That's fair. I respect it. It's definitely making a statement. I think it's really cool. It's not something that I've personally seen before in a panel that I've been on. So, in BB Team, they're going to go with the Kaori special, learning a little bit from him. Taking the Warlock. I mean, this gives them access to like
a lot of heroes.
A lot of heroes, yeah. Like even just a Marcy Warlock lane, there's no losing that. It's almost impossible. And you've like double nukes to hit the wave as well. So if you jump somebody on the wave and they're fatal bonds to the wave, like it's a pretty potent combo, I would say.
Also, just breaks up the initiation. Like Centaur goes in, then you golem on top, so then it doesn't you don't get chain stun. Maybe your Marcy gets a BKB off. They got the 9 class monkey. I mean, the draft looks better so far than I would say their first game. I think this pick in particular is the one that either will tie it together or will kind of break it down. I think they should take Storm if you're Pvision. You're going to play versus a Puck or an Ember, and I think it's fine. You just live your life.
That's what the sky is preventing.
Yeah.
It makes you feel bad about picking Puck, Ember.
Sure, they'll pick it, but it's good versus Timber mid. It's decent blind. It pairs well with your supports because they give you vision and you jump. and they give you damage.
I think even Ember would be kind of nice.
Yeah, I think the only other angle they could do is pick like Ursa here, and then it's like they have Ursa versus Timber or TA, like one of those two. What
about Gyro?
Gyro's fine too. I don't know. Something just tells me that they should take like the mid hero, like the Storm, and otherwise BB Team's going to take that kind of hero, and then they're not really going to get it on last pick.
Okay, I mean this is one of the highest win rate heroes versus Timbersaw in the game, and also I feel like no one's performance on Queen of Pain
It's been amazing.
It's been amazing. Like he's really made it look like the hero should not have fallen so much out of the meta like it did. I mean, it was considered S tier like only about a month ago, and then it fell off, and then kind of came back. People started doing different builds. It wasn't just Blade Mail first in every single game. Also, all the heroes that we mentioned still counter Queen of Pain, that would counter Storm, and
Sky's still good versus
Sky's still good versus all of them. I remember like Spirit, what they do is they go Storm plus Silencer, so that way all the counters are already countered, right? It's like it's the exact same concept, just with like a different type of silence. So there's the Puck, but it's not so bad because of the Sky Ride.
You have a instant click silence.
Yeah.
I like Queen of Pain. Like you said, it's one of my favorite mids versus Timber because Queen of Pain's one of the mid heroes that ends up doing infinite damage in like mid flaking fights with the Ags, that you kind of consistently are pumping out like 400, 500 damage every 3 seconds with your dagger.
Yeah.
Your ult does a lot of damage. And a lot of mids, their damage is very like spiky, and they don't actually do enough damage to kill Timber single-handedly late game. I think the only really one that can is maybe like a very fat Storm. Like you think of like Ember or Puck, they don't really touch Timber single-handedly.
Yeah.
Like they have to have teammates.
They'll get him to like 50%, and then he reactive armor regens.
He presses Ags or something, but Queen of Pain just does everything by herself. And I also really value the ult versus Marcy because I kind of consider it a stun. Like
It's
a
a
BKB
piercing disable, yeah.
So the fact that you can stun Marcy, get your teammates out of like danger, they can run away from her, they get that little like break. I think it's like a very good pick.
I mean, even into Puck, I remember when people started first doing the Blade Mail thing and with the bondage facet.
Yeah.
I love blinking onto a Puck with
I
Blade
think
Mail.
this matchup is not even Puck favored anymore. Or at least that bad. I think you can go just 0 for 4. You don't go put any points in the dagger. And you just constantly are hitting that, trading with the Puck in the lane. So I would not be surprised he wins mid in this matchup. Like, sure, Puck is very strong, but it's more of a mid-game counter. And it also forces Quap to not go dagger. I think that's the biggest benefit.
I think Parivision will definitely put some focus on like sending the supports mid for the runes, because I think that can tip the balance a lot. Even for one of the water runes, if Dookie Duke can go mid on Sky, like Puck can 100% die. But then again, a Warlock rotation is also a very good counter to that defensively. You just throw the heal.
So the question is, are they going to pick 4 or carry? Because it could still be a Marcy 4. There's a crazy hero, which is like iffy, but I've seen it have success in this tournament, which is Faceless Void. I think it's kind of a cool game versus like Queen of Pain versus Centaur, because they have these like kind of low cooldown spells, and time dilation wins the fights really hard for you. And you have a lot of damage you can throw in with like Fatal Bombs, with Timbersaw, even like the Puck.
But what if Centaur goes Blink Ether Lens and then carts them out of Chronosphere?
I mean, what if he blinks into the Chrono?
That's genius.
What if he goes Time Zone?
That's genius.
I don't think Time Zone's genius versus
No, I don't think
Stampede.
I don't think Time Zone exists. Actually, there are some builds with Time Zone that I think can work with that.
I've seen it as support. Have you played versus like the support? They rush Lotus Orb.
No,
It'd be very annoying.
That sounds good.
It's good.
I was even thinking Faceless Void for Parivision, to be honest.
Okay, it's just gonna be a Marcy carry, and then Hoodwink position. Well,
if it was pure still on,
there has been Hoodwink carries in pubs and in this tournament, but I think it's not last game. Like 90% is gonna be a Hoodwink 4. But Pvision still need their carry. Ursa is still in the pool. I think Ursa's fine.
Yeah, they have the Ursa option versus
TA is also acceptable.
Gyro is also available against Timber.
It's fine versus Timber. I just think that the matchup versus Marcy is a bit sad. Marcy does a bunch of single target physical damage. And if you're not ahead enough on Gyro, I think you'll just lose that 1v1.
Morphling is also there.
Morphling's decent.
If Satanic feels like... I mean, this is just like your carry last pick calls the Morphling. Like they want to play Morphling. It's good against Timber. You can turn into him and shred him with his own Q.
Yeah. Turn to the puck.
Yep. I mean, that one does go both ways. Like there is burst for Morphling. But I think like a Grandmaster Morphling looks really good in this game.
I'm still partial to the Ursa. I think that it's very good versus...
I think Ursa's the most
Marcy,
obvious.
good versus Timber. You can burst the puck in a stun.
Okay, they go TA. So that's, yeah, the other option.
Yeah.
There's just no damage over, like good damage over time for tearing through the refraction.
I think also we see this picked up versus puck a lot because you get the shard pretty early. And then you have another form of an instant silence that you can cast on the puck. You have a silence shard versus the Timbersaw. I think that his laning stage should be pretty easy. And Skywrath, I don't know how strong of a laner it is, but if it's strong, they can just dump to the lane. And if it's weak, TA will carry out of the lane. So it's like, it does both things really well for this guy.
I mean, I will say it's not like a completely free TA game. We did see TA versus Warlock yesterday.
It can be rough.
And the Fatal Bonds.
Yeah, the bonds, yeah.
And the Golem having the damage over time. Like Timber, his ult, when it's staying on you, there's damage over time. Puck has Witchblade. It's like, you know, Hoodwink, the W's damage over time. There's these like pseudo TA counters. There's no like really obvious one, like a Batrider, Venomancer, Viper. Yep. But if TA can be locked down, I do think that Satanic can die to the BetBoom heroes.
Yeah, when I think of TA, these days, at least I don't really consider as much of like, can they counter refraction or not? I think the bigger thing is that TA doesn't want to buy sustain items for herself. She doesn't buy any HP items or tanky items besides a BKB. Like you think of all the other meta carries, they're going to end up with a Satanic or maybe like a Sanjin Yasha or something like that. I think specifically Satanic is like the big one and he can't buy it on TA.
Well, you know what, guys? We might be able to get some insight into those weird bans because Astini is with Slacks now.
Absolutely. Yep. That is the first thing I'm going to ask about. Now, Astina, you and I have a very similar brain. When you were running the support terribly, I knew what you guys were doing, you know? On this one, I have a theory about the first couple bans. Can you tell me what your idea was?
There's two ideas. I'd say, like, Dota-wise is to keep every hero open in the pool because I'm second pick, so I think I'm going to get better trades. And the second one, which I think is most important, is like psychological, is I do clowning stuff. So if we lose, responsibility is on me, so players will feel like a bit less pressure because game one was a bit tough. And I also like clown with the enemy, so they start to feel like, what the fuck this guy doing, what the fuck, and they lose focus on draft.
Absolutely genius, sir. You are so good at this. All right. Let me ask a little bit about the draft itself, though. Skywrath Mage, pretty, not incredible hero at this tournament, but you put a lot of faith in this one, especially with a Timbersaw who could be kind of running this game down. What are your thoughts there? Why Sky?
Sky is damage amp against Timber, so against this hero that is way too huge armor early game now with the buffs. You need some magical burst, and damage amp from Sky helps a lot.
All right, and the TA last pick, you know, traditionally we'd see something like Ursa or even a Troll to counter Marcy, but you went for TA. Do you think she's going to be able to survive this game?
Definitely. Is one of Alan Satanic best heroes. I'm surprised they leave the hero, to be honest. We're really confident on TA.
All right, now the game is currently paused, so we have a real opportunity to dig into it here. As a Gigabrain in this space, what do you think is going to happen once that game unpauses? Who's getting first blood in this game?
First blood will happen really late on, like 5 to 6 minutes, because they have Warlock Mercy. They want to get kills, especially Warlock, to get the book levels to contest Wisdom with level 6, and we don't want to give those kills. And if we don't want to give, they will not be able to find it.
And how many runes will you be getting?
One, because we kind of chicken out and do not die, right, in this sense.
And who will first all chat? No, I'm just kidding. The game is live. We're ready to go.
Game 3 is going to be Satanic.
Satanic game 3. Keep your eyes out, Satanic. Keep it on the DL, baby. Let's get in the game.
All right. We'd love to see game number 3, especially after that stomp in game 1 as BetBoom just putting Parivision in their place. But the draft, very interesting thing, Cinderman.
Yep, for sure. The whole ban, well, we were talking about this in the green room. Would there be any downside to adding a button called skip ban? I think if you want to do that, you should be allowed to. The problem is, in order to ban literally nothing, you have to spend your entire reserve time.
Yeah.
So now they're banning heroes that nobody's playing, which effectively is the same thing. So
well, I think the downside is people would hit it by accident and be angry.
Well, you can also pick gyro by accident.
Yes,
which
that's
is
happened before.
Pretty
on
much
stage.
equally. That's way worse, actually. So there should be a.
What if you skip your pick?
I think when you pick a hero, there should be like, are you sure you want to pick this hero, and then you need to enter a CAPTCHA.
Oh yeah.
To make sure it's not AI drafting.
That's
true. Oh, that's a dystopian future.
Those
Imagine
things
that.
Those check marks you click that say, "Are you a robot?" Do you know how they work?
No.
I was very interested. How do you think they work? Because it's just you're clicking a checkbox.
Yeah.
Right.
That's a good question. I actually don't know.
Right,
you could
this
easily
is going to blow your mind.
Okay.
Right, as DM gets a hoof stomp in the top lane, it tracks your mouse movement before you click it to see if you're a robot.
Okay, but knowing that, you could just program something to move the mouse like.
Yeah, I can't go any deeper than that. That's all I know. So
okay.
Apparently, that's hard to fake.
Oh, that's interesting. It's kind of like faking a signature is hard. It's the same logic, like everybody moves their mouse slightly differently or whatever.
Yeah, that's right.
Interesting. Okay.
No one
learned something from you today. That's honestly, this is a quite...
Count your lucky stars.
What a day already.
Brain rot is put on hold for just the time being. I'm sure we'll get that back on track here shortly. Yeah, with those bans, basically skipping the bans, as it were. Thought they were going to have some OP hero to pick straight out into the second phase, but it was immediately a Skywrath, which obviously is historically good against the Timbersaw, but still a surprise nonetheless.
Yeah, it definitely has some serious strength with the... He was talking about the Magic Amp. They've played into that a bit, but not really that much when you look at it. It's like Centaur has magic damage, obviously, and then you've got Scream of Pain, and that's kind of it. Like, you picked a carry that doesn't do any magic damage. Let's say carry was Gyro, for example, then you're amping 3 spells from him. But, yeah, this... Well, we'll see. Ducalis has played this, I want to say, a couple of times this tournament, and we cast at least one of them. Not mostly played as a 4.
Yeah.
At least historically speaking. It has had its time in the sun in mid. Would love for that to come back somehow. I think it's a very entertaining hero to watch when played as a core, but just the risk-reward as of late not really favoring the hero very much. But all in all, I'm just kind of happy to see Sky. I think it's a very fun hero. It's your stereotypical, truly glass cannon support that has a ton of damage and a silence, and then nothing else. Basically, no armor. Dies if you blow at him. Just falls over. So.
Yep, he's only got that move speed to his advantage.
Yeah.
GPK, early HP lead at least. CS-wise, relatively even.
Yeah. This is a matchup that has changed a bit over the years. It used to be a very even matchup. Then Puck became favored. And then it became, I want to say, a bit more even again, but I still think Puck thrives in this. If nothing else, you're definitely not under much pressure. But both heroes can, of course, farm quite well. I think it made a quite big difference in this lane matchup when Water Runes were introduced. It stabilized it a lot for the Queen of Pain again. Yeah, not really too much to write home about in that lane. And no one is doing solidly for himself right now, as a matter of fact, kind of outplaying GPK, I would say. It's early CS lead. Looking very good. And I feel like this is one of no one's best heroes. I love watching him on co-op. I think could even make a case that he might be the best player on this hero right now in the world. I wouldn't blame you for thinking that, at least. Just great understanding of itemization, of timings, when he's strong, what fights he joins. He also does a pretty good job at rarely overstepping, which I find some co-op players, even when they're mechanically really gifted and play lanes very well, sometimes you overplay a bit with Blink. No one seems very calculated.
Yep, that's fair to say. I mean, GPK on Puck, you could probably say the exact same things about him. Maybe Nisha is better?
Yeah, it's hard to beat Nisha on Puck. I've just seen too many games where he carries the game. So yeah, he would be my all-time #1 on that hero, but...
I would say in the current day, though, GPK would be my #2, maybe.
I think that's fair.
Satanic getting pressured a bit by Miero under the tower. So Zini said that the first blood would be at the 5-6 minute mark. We'll see if that's the case.
Yep. Perhaps otherwise at the 7-minute wisdoms, if anyone's feeling frisky. Oh, actually that connected. That's kind of crazy. Well, doesn't really matter. He had refraction running, so no damage done.
While we have time, we might as well talk about save on the Hoodwink.
Yep.
How's this hero faring these days? Don't really get to see it all too often.
I think it's kind of, it's like average. It's like a moderately good hero, but not outstanding anymore. It's got nerfed a bit. People got better at playing against it, I would say, has been a pretty big part of it. Overall, probably in a quite good place. But a very high skill hero, in my opinion. We have some players really separating themselves. Crit comes to mind, of course, as maybe crit and save. I would say with pretty high confidence are my two favorites on that hero. So, not surprised to see Save grab it as one of the few players this tournament to play it. Oh, actually, they get the stomp.
Oh boy, GPK gets off the jaunt in time. Still being pursued, though. The damage rune did go to DM, so neither of the mid laners will be able to bottle that, as now the coil coming out onto the Monkey King, able to dodge one spell, but in the end, it's first blood for GPK, and it is 6.5 minute mark.
Estini was right.
He was. But his team did give up the first blood.
Did take the pressure off them with the draft that was using. I thought that part of the interview
that was very interesting. Yeah.
was pretty interesting, that was actually a factor for him. I was like, he's banning nothing to, you know, phase the enemy team and to leave more heroes in. That was what I was expecting. I was not expecting that I'm doing it to take pressure off my players, because he wants them to just focus on the play and not so much what went wrong in the draft in game one. It also sounded a bit like he was admitting fault, to be honest, from game one, the way, like, reading between the lines. It's like, game one went poorly, this game I'm gonna completely change up the way I draft, is indirectly saying I messed up, right? 2 wisdoms, though, for BetBoom. Parivision were busy looking for that Hoodwink kill, and that is a pretty bad investment. No way is that worth losing a wisdom over, especially the first one. So BetBoom be very happy with that, and they will also try to grab themselves a DM snack. Not happening,
Might
but now
have to settle for 9 class instead, but the Unleash doing work.
Oh, nice try.
Yeah, good attempt to turn into the clarity there.
He actually juked Kiritich. If Kataomi hadn't gone for the last attack, he might have lived. But mission accomplished for BetBoom. The support experience lead is nice, and of course, if they also
were
were
the most, right, is Ducalis.
I was gonna say, if they get to contest the stacks too, Skywrath without levels is exceptionally weak in my eyes, and Monkey King not much better really. That support duo being starved out of XP is a problem. They're gonna try to get in here.
They will attempt it. There's a hoof stomp from DM. Kiritich, though, has the rebound with the Troll Summoner nearby. Just go back to farming, and now the Shadow Word to get to a respectable amount of HP.
I suppose this is one way to get levels on Monkey King. Just hide in the trees next to someone 4 times as strong as you and let them do the work. Get half of it. Actually, I guess in that instance he only got a third, because I think Kataomi was sharing with Kiritich too. Oh.
Yeah, it's going to be a slow road for the XP, but yeah, this will certainly help, but they can't take it too fast.
This one was a shared salve, so not going to do all that much.
3 levels in, return. Is it called return, Cinderin? Is it retaliate? What's the point?
You're retaliating.
You should return it to return. The reason they changed it is because it was an active ability for a while. Give us back return.
Oh, that's actually true. That was in the same patch, right? That was when, yeah.
Give us back return, please.
I totally forgot that it was a thing that you could activate it.
That was very stupid. I actually barely played Centaur in that patch.
But it was too many buttons.
I was very against that idea.
Rough. That patch, you switched to Wraith King. Too much to press.
It's not about the buttons, Cinderin. It's about the concept as... See the silence applied the GPK, but he is going to be fine, and that is where the levels, you can see, really starting to hurt Ducalis. Not that he would be level 6 necessarily, but if he was, that would have been a kill.
Think about what kind of a statement when this series would be for BetBoom if they not only beat Parivision that they've been struggling against all year except once, but they beat their 7-0 Centaur twice in a row. That would be
it's true.
Quite the way to send them packing. It's effectively just saying we're better than you.
Yeah,
and
for sure. I mean, look at the Centaur. This bottom net worth at the moment for the cores.
They've been able to do something other teams haven't, which is make both types of Centaur really feel unimpactful for now. We're 10 minutes in. Let's not get ahead of ourselves. This is obviously recoverable for DM, but we've had games from DM where he's had this amazing start and like been super farmed. 6th on net worth here.
Unleashed. They get the bushwhack as well,
Wow,
and that is
nice
the
kill.
assassination onto no one. A huge kill for BetBoom. Dispose after the stampede, but DM gets enough space, but he's still pretty slow. Good balance strike to slow them down. The rebound, try to close the gap. And there's the bushwhack to be able to catch up to DM. The unleash is over. DM, he still might be able to get out. The rebound just misses.
He still gets the 3 attacks though. They're
out of mana completely.
Yeah, also probably worried about a potential rotation, and there's a creep wave in the tower, so well done to DM living there. Wasted a lot of time. This game, similar to game number 1 at this time already, 11 minutes in, feels a little bit like only Satanic is truly thriving. Game 1, that was not a recipe for success.
The Black Grimoire starts in your neutral slot, right? Initially. Or is it in your inventory the whole time?
I think it starts in your neutral slot, but you can move it, right?
Yeah. Balance strike. There's the silence again. Sonic Wave. It's enough. That's a kill that Parivision desperately needed.
Yeah.
And they will get it. What happens when you try to build a neutral item while it's still in your slot?
That's I think the way it worked originally was that you just lost your book. So I don't know if
really?
I don't know if when you build a neutral item, if it automatically moves it to another slot, or if you have to do it yourself.
Another Ancient Sion. There's the Mystic Flare. And this is where Ducalis can really shine. I mean, it's one of the most powerful combos in the entire game. Just, I mean, what's the cast point on Ancient Seal? It feels like it's just instant.
It's close to 0. Not quite
Very
0,
hard
but
to counterplay. Obviously, the range is the biggest hindrance, but coming out of a smoke, very powerful.
Yep. It does scale slightly with levels. You get 50 more cast range per level, but it is, for the most part, I was going to say 1 point wonder. It's not bad to level this up, but I do feel like the better skill build on Skywrath Mage nowadays is almost always what Ducalis is doing here. Sometimes you go max concussive shot as well, can be a thing. But in my eyes, the major upside to maxing Arcane Bolt is that you get the option of going Shard. Skywrath Mage's biggest hindrance in the past, and at least one of them for me, has been the inability to farm. So you do well early, and then you kind of just walk in circles. Well, you get the Shard. The triple Arcane Bolt, when you're maxing it out, actually becomes really, really good for clearing waves and small camps. And suddenly you can start becoming more fearsome down the line. I would hope to see him get it. I think I said that in the other game he played Skywrath 2, and he did not, but given the pace of many of these games, I feel like it would pay for itself. It's also teamfight damage, you know? It's not useless to hit multiple heroes with Arcane Bolts. Anyway.
Yep, Chaotic Offering used here. Help take out this tier 1 tower. No one with a shield rune.
And a blade mill.
In the smoke. They want to pounce, but BetBoom have backed away already. Which means Parivision are going to go into the jungle. They find GPK. Woo! Gets off the phase shift and the waning rift. Still has the orb up, and he's fine. Oh, man. They just opened up with a
Is he fine?
strike. I say that, yeah, a little too soon. They eventually find the silence into the Mystic Flare again.
Stampede. Good ability against Puck when you're not coiled.
GPK right now going towards, well, he wants to go Yule's. What's being delivered? He has an Oblivion Staff right now.
A Switchblade.
Is he actually finished with it though?
He has the components on the courier. I don't know if, yeah, he must have the recipe in base now.
Okay. Yeah, gonna need that Dispel very badly in this game. Yeah, this Skywrath, not the most prototypical pick, but against Puck and Timbersaw. I mean, we haven't really seen it against Timbersaw yet, but Gonna have to get Lotus's, Yule's, and the works.
Oh, if they find him again.
Of Stomp into the Boundless. They don't even need anything from Ducalis. Back-to-back deaths for the puck.
He is being shut down and correctly pinging out the ward here. Must have vision. That is indeed the case. This is one of the biggest upsides to playing Monkey King support, is being able to place deeper wards than you might expect at different times. It's kind of akin to, you know, there was this phase when certain players were playing a lot of Ricky 4 and Bounty Hunter, and they were just using largely the hero to go behind enemy tier 2s at like 12 minutes in and place observers, so you could see early movements out of the base and draw conclusions about where to strike. I haven't talked much about Miero, but he is getting super high level. He's level 13 now on the Timbersaw, keeping up nicely with the TA. Yeah. He is 2 levels above, 3 levels above his puck, as a matter of fact. He's going to need to come up big, because Parivision have done a very good job at shutting down GPK this time around.
Yeah, has not been involved yet. That's for sure. I mean, what are they waiting for exactly? Pipe is the first big one after the Kaya for the Timbersaw. Yules is just way too far away for GPK. I don't know if they can wait for that. BKB, though, just halfway through the recipe at the moment for Kiritich. Another hero we haven't talked about is Satanic's Templar Assassin. Stampede into nothing, it seems.
Yeah, Satanic is doing great.
Desolator, Blink, and Dragonlance already. Very good timings.
The matchup against Marcy is interesting, though. As we've talked about in the past, with the changes to Refraction, where it has a barrier now instead of just being per hit, certain abilities and heroes are a lot worse. If they don't deal a big enough damage instance to cut through the barrier, suddenly you need 2 or 3 damage instances instead for the same effect.
GPK again. This time gets off the coil. Now Miero coming to play as well with that Chakram against Satanic. Do they have the damage? It's going to be close. Balance Strike is going to slow them down a bit. DM in the vicinity. Sonic Wave comes through. They do take out Satanic, but GPK dies again. At the very least, he gets some XP beforehand. But with the supports dying as well, it's a 2 for 2.
Oh.
Miero with the Twisted Chakram, and there's the Chaotic Offering. 9 class will be pursued into his untimely death. Hoof Stomp a little bit too slow as no one. And of course the rest of BetBoom back as Miero, his mana pool not doing too hot.
Feels like that was good enough for BetBoom overall. It was a decent trade. They had to spend a lot with the Golem as well, but it is a win. Especially killing TA when she's that far ahead is a real feels-good kill. And I was going to say that the thing that's interesting here is that matchup against the Marcy. Because Marcy's instances of damage are absolutely going to be high enough to break Refraction. So you pop Unleash and you jump in, and you're effectively removing Refraction entirely in your first volley of attacks. Considering the jump damage of Rebound as well, that should be enough to cut through 6 instances. Which is... It's double-edged, right? Because it's great that you break all of the Refraction, but usually Marcy kind of kills when she jumps and does 2 sequences of attacks, and TA, ignoring the first one, will probably survive the second. So it's a kind of interesting matchup in that sense that I don't know who it's better for.
Yeah, that's true.
I guess it largely depends on the state of items. Like if Marcy is keeping up, I would say it's good for Marcy, but when you're this far behind still, TA might just buy a pike, push you away, and win the trade. And also Marcy has to expend more of her BKB duration going for that primary kill if TA is indeed the target. See who draws the longer straw in this. So far so good for Parivision though, as a team. And if they were to win this game, they would only have the 1 loss on Centaur, and it would be mid, so it might be something to learn from that. Keep it on DM, and just never lose. Seems like a good strategy.
Phase shift just in time. Nice bushwhack to slow them down as well. Sharpshooter will hit Stampede. Really? Just to disengage, it seems.
Might have saved on both side lanes there.
Kiritich, though, had to use his BKB, apparently. He's going to get Shadow struck.
Oh, is he TPing now?
Kiritich, Sonic Wave right on him. There's the rebound to safety. No one comes in to try to finish the job. Not able to do so, though. Doesn't look like a kill will occur after the fact anyway.
Now 9 class. You're a minute early, buddy. But just standing here for info. He wasn't obviously thinking about the wisdom just yet. But Tormentor will become the target. Surely you have TA. One of the best heroes at killing it. You use double meld and you can refraction block the first 5 instances of damage that it reflects on you. Or 6, so... One of the few heroes in Dota that can solo Tormentor. Most notably TA and Ursa. And of course, Meepo, another great one that we've barely seen played. Bit of a shame, really. Well, maybe it's good, actually.
It's good to have picks that are just rare all the time.
Yeah.
I think that's fine.
I'm on board with that. It keeps things exciting. Just
BetBoom, they're the ones going for it.
Yeah, that's
looks
a
to be a
bit
freebie, actually.
That's surprising, but they're scared.
Cool. Yeah.
This is just...
If they knew what we knew.
They're psyching themselves out. There is nobody even remotely close, but they feel like there's no way, right? Are they just giving it to us for free? Where are they? Now, coming to the right conclusion.
That's an interesting choice. Kataomi is the shard recipient. I mean, whose shard could have... I mean, Skywrath getting shard, you already talked about. Could have been crazy good.
He's on the other team.
I know, if they had gone for it, though. And I guess the Monkey King... No, Monkey King already has his, so it would have been the Centaur as the other option. I'm just trying to think of reasons that Parivision didn't want to go into that area.
If I'm Ducalis there, I'm like, guys, let's get the shard.
Yeah,
I'm like,
seriously.
this is so much GPM on that hero for free.
This is not like getting a Pugna shard.
No. The Skywrath one is awesome when you're going 4 points in Bolt. So, yeah, I agree. I think they definitely should have put more emphasis on that for the side of Parivision. Not sure what they were... Maybe they were afraid it was going to be a bad place to fight, but I think they can hold their own. Perhaps it's the Warlock factor. He was like, we don't want to set up a good fight for Fatal Bonds Golem up there. We're going to clump up too much. So rather let them have it. And they're fortunate that Warlock gets his shard, because I think that was the worst one for BetBoom. They would have way rather had the Hoodwink.
Easily.
Hunter's Boomerang.
Damage Rune. Onto no one. There's the Chaotic Offering onto 2. Blade Mail already activated. And that's a nice Sonic Wave, clipping 3 heroes. As no one using the BKB now. Look at Miero, already at half HP, gets hoofed on mid-Timber Chain, and that's going to be the death of him as well. A disastrous fight for BetBoom. 9 class, the recipient of the right click of Kiritich. He will fall, but likely the only casualty for Parivision as Kiritich just gets right-clicked from afar by Satanic. A 3-for-1 special, and Parivision, despite not going for that Tormentor, they win this fight handily.
I'm just looking at the CS. Satanic has 315 CS at 23 on the TA. He's over 100 ahead of number 2, which, by the way, isn't even the enemy carry. I guess that's somewhat standard when the other carry is the Marcy. But yeah, nice, very successful move there for the side of Parivision, and now it's time to reap the rewards. This was a pretty nice counter initiation from Kataomi. The problem is save can't really offer much, and the BKB from no one renders Timber completely useless. You'd be hard-pressed to find a better hero in Dota to have BKB against than Timber. All the spells doing literally nothing. Kiritich will get a little bit of a trade there, but of course, as you mentioned, gets chased down by Satanic, who will now also hold on to the Aegis of the Immortal.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
And Parivision pretty damn good position now. Can bulldoze these remaining towers, at least most of them. Tier 1 falls bot now, 3 tier 2s. How many can they get during this Aegis timer? I feel like the average has been 2 minimum.
Yeah.
And maybe a poke at the high ground. Typically they leave that top tier 2 up for a while.
You've got to be a bit careful with just barreling down the lane too much.
Boundless Strike is going to find Kataomi with the dust as well. Doesn't have Chaotic Offering. Definitely wouldn't have used it anyway. GPK just trying to get as many scraps as he can.
I think it's much stronger for Parivision to play the game like this than to group up as 5 and hit a tower with TA. I think it's... You're in a great position. Satanic can keep farming like a monster, and you can take full advantage of Monkey King by playing more of a 3+2 kind of way on the map. play Monkey King together with your Quap and maybe Centaur or Sky, catch people as they split to push out waves that you're constantly pushing in, and Satanic can just get more GPM than the enemy carry with every passing minute. If you start grouping up as 5 and going for a tower, if you somehow get flanked or get the wrong type of fight where you get coiled a couple heroes and you get Golem Fatal Bonded, you might lose your entire lead. Like this, that feels almost impossible because Warlock doesn't work like that. If you don't stack,
it's fine. The BKB gives him a free life here.
Yeah. So a nice little something there for BetBoom, but yeah, it's... I'll tell you from experience, in a game where the enemy team keeps playing split and nothing big is happening, you don't feel happy as Warlock.
Initiation with the Mystic Flare. Kiritich is dead, just like that. Even a Chaotic Offering being used, this is very much not good for the BetBoom side.
Oh, nice detail from Satanic.
As 9 class taking some damage from the air, pops the pipe in retreat, but the hoof stomp keeps him in place. No one is there to finish the job. He gets the Sonic Wave on the GPK. They just call GG.
Yeah.
This game is over. Parivision tie it up 1-1.
Honestly, don't really blame them. They are just... they recognize this game state. Parivision got to run the map the way that they want. They're in total control. Every time we move out of the base, we're going to get pincered, and as long as the 5v5 doesn't happen, which Parivision aren't letting be the case, they just keep... You saw again, they're playing this skirmishy style. They get the first kill, and then the other heroes connect, and Warlock's already used this stuff. They, yeah, they're just unable to really find any meaningful big fights, which is what, you know, this lineup is meant to do. You're playing Timber, you're playing Warlock, you're playing the Puck, you want the 5v5s. Monkey King really disallowing that from coming to fruition at all. What a one-sided series so far.
Most teams would not be forfeiting at 25 minutes, but these teams have played against each other so often, they just know when it's over. Isn't that right, Richard?
You have to know when it's over, Suns fan. That's why I have no career. Anyway, no, that was a quick one. We had to run back because I wasn't expecting the GG. I thought it might run a little bit more, but I mean, it was definitely over. And Parivision with the Giga Chad bans, or rather lack of.
It actually worked. It worked.
It worked.
I told you.
I mean,
he's cooking.
I don't know why you think I'm not a believer. This narrative that exists. I thought this was cool as hell. I just think it's cool that he's doing it at such a high level. Like, I respect it, and I'm glad that we got, like, an actual confirmation on it. It was a really hard game for GPK. I feel like that's where a lot of the problem lied in this game, is that, like, sure, maybe there was, like, one rotation mid by Ducalis where they, like, narrowly don't kill him, but still, he gets zoned out of lane. And then all of a sudden, Dookie Duke, from all the stacks that he was making, gets level 6. Then it was just GPK dying after death after death after death after death. And even in the fights where he, like, narrowly escaped, it was still narrow, you know? It was a really hard puck game into the Skywrath Mage.
I feel like this game was kind of a reversal of the first game. Not as bad early game, at least, but that Pvision was playing a draft that they were just playing very, very close-knit in the fights. They were getting pickoffs. They were kind of baiting BB Team into, like, chasing them. And once again, the Timber Saw, it's not looking that good.
It is.
Yeah, it's so weird. I guess, I mean, to be fair, it was a first pick as well, so.
It is getting first picked every time it's available.
Yeah.
So that's maybe why the win rate.
8-0 on Centaur. DM.
Mm-hmm. Could have done that game 1.
Yeah, I mean, I think it very easily could have been a 2-0 if that was the situation. If they, you know, felt like that was the option. Yeah, I think you ban it or you take it if you're BB. Like, it's just.
I think they very easily could have banned Timber and taken Centaur.
Yeah, I agree. I agree.
BB.
I don't know.
Because Miro's Centaur is also very good.
Yeah.
It's not like only Pvision can play it.
Yeah, Miro has a great record on it. Like, I don't know what it is exactly about Centaur. Maybe it's the state of the meta, the other cores that are being picked, and they just fit so well with how Centaur likes to play the game. Maybe it's like the Blink BKB build that everyone's doing, like Dom into Blink BKB. Like, the Dom just sets you up for a good early game. You can actually farm. You're not standing on creep waves and you know, getting killed like you normally would. And then building into the eventual BKB plus cart it really feels like the cart should have a longer cooldown. But yeah, this guy on your screen here, definitely the MVP.
I think the big thing for me was this guy versus Puck. Like, Queen of Pain versus Puck, he's getting counterpicked mid. He still did fine in the lane. And I think basically he was so aggressive that GPK never really had a chance into the game. I think even it feels like Puck was a bad pick. Like it felt like his game was just so low impact that it makes me question if it was because he's such a good player. Like I want to trust in GPK, but it just makes me feel like maybe the pick was wrong and they should have picked Ember or something a bit more like tanky, aggressive.
Right, something that's not countered by the like silence plus
insta die into with a silence.
Yeah, exactly. Because like Ember, he can flame guard and he's not gonna instantly die. In fact, like Ember is very good versus Gareth Mage.
Also, even just like being able to poke from further away, like you can sight change this guy and then he can't even silence you.
Yeah, and he built Blade Mail. Like he can build Blade Mail, so there are like options there. I mean, just generally tankier than Puck. Puck's whole thing is like squishy, but you can never catch me, so you're wasting time trying to go on me. Yeah, this game it just made it too easy. Like you can see why teams do silencing support plus Queen of Pain, silencing support plus Storm Spirit. It's because all the counters feel terrible to pick. Even if you're GPK, like the best Puck in the world, I would say. I don't think there's a better Puck than GPK. If he can't do it, you probably shouldn't do it in your pubs either.
Yeah. We got a little bit of time to talk as well before we got a break. I want to just check in with the TA. Obviously, it's had a sub 50% win rate over the course of the competition. We've seen it kind of picked early in a number of drafts, and then we've seen it enjoy some last picks, kind of as we did here. Where are we at with the hero overall?
I kind of agree with what Astini said. I think in this game, it should have been banned because it was a very good TA game. I think that versus the Timbersaw in particular and Puck, I think it's like those two heroes make me want to pick TA every time I see it. And
because so much of their damage is soaked up by
it's so bursty. Silence is very good versus them. It's really easy to blink out of the fights versus both of them. You scale well. You have enough damage to kill the Timber through all his armor anyway, and the Puck dies in like one stun, one silence.
Yeah, I mean, you can literally just do the math on like how many refraction charges does TA have at max level?
6.
6 charges. Like 6 instances of damage versus Puck Timber is like
their entire combo.
That's literally their entire combo. It's like 2,000 damage, like half of which is pure, not the player, pure damage. So it's just too effective mathematically. You know, the numbers are actually quite easy to calculate.
Yeah, and I think it's a hard hero to kite compared to say an Ursa, which we were talking about. Because Ursa, you just like buy Yules, you run from him. Timber has plays, but TA blinks on you and is going on you, and you can't really ever do anything to her.
Yeah, you need a Ghost Scepter, and we've seen the win rate of this item.
Ghost Scepter, I also think the Ghost Scepter BKB change matters. The fact that you can't BKB plus Ghost Scepter and be invulnerable, it means that heroes that do this high physical damage, I think that's why we're kind of in a bit of a physical damage meta. It's because you can't buy Ghost Scepter as easily anymore in cores.
The cores can't buy it, just supports. But then you are blocked from going BKB later in the game.
Which feels bad.
Shit. It feels so bad.
All right, guys. It's break time. So, not a GG for BB. They'll be hoping to do better against Pvision after the break.
The new breakthrough and innovative phone with 1xBet app. With 1xBet app, you can register and start betting in just one click. Intuitive interface and thousands of sports events every day. User-friendly app. Big wins, fast payouts.
The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you, gamers, hybrid workers, artists, backing your every move.
Yes, welcome back. Series is all tied up. We're about to get into the draft. And I have to say, if we're talking about emotional damage, I think the stomp in the first game does less than what happened in the one to BB, because obviously they were given everything they wanted. Like you said, psychologically, they still weren't able to cobble together a working draft. So obviously Parivision, feeling pretty good. Historically, had the better of them. So definitely favorites, I suppose. So will BetBoom pull something crazy out here of their own?
A big question for me, I guess, is Timbersaw. I think it's either do you ignore the hero or do you ban the hero? Because it's still really strong if you get a second phase. Like if it's not countered by 5 heroes, I think the hero should, in theory, still be very strong. So it's in that kind of landmine area where it's like, do you pick it? Do you not pick it? What do you want to do with it?
Yeah, I agree. It just, every time it's gotten through, even with the good teams, it doesn't seem like it's worked. And, okay, so
they do
BB
exactly
does what you were suggesting, which is ban Timber, pick Centaur. Miaro is a very good Centaur. And this is interesting, because from Pvision, they have, like, half fake bans and half real bans. Like,
it's only one fake ban.
Yeah, only one fake ban, which... Now I'm wondering, like, what is the one hero that they wanted to get through that they could get?
Monkey Team?
Is it really Monkey? They insta-ban. Did you see that? They insta-banned Queen of Pain. Like, not even, they didn't even use any of the time.
And Jakiro.
And Jakiro, yeah. That's, they know exactly what they don't want to play against.
They probably had, I would say, in my opinion, this is a pretty, I don't want to say like standard, but this is a plan that they could have planned for. Like their coach RMN could have went yesterday, and usually when you're prepping for these drafts, you go like down lines, and you only can do the first like 3 to 4 picks. But you can say, we'll Centaur, and they might do this, or this for our Centaur. And what is the worst that they can do? They probably think that Monkey plus Queen of Pain or Jakiro are the 2 best ones they can pick for their draft, and so then they just take it out. It's almost like a script to some extent. Usually there's like first few picks. That's why it's always surprising when teams take like a minute and a half of their reserve time in the first few picks.
For me, I just think like they're planning ahead for the second phase because so much happens in those, in those 3 picks. But of course, in the lines that you're talking about, Monkey King was probably the first one that they drew up.
Yeah, they probably were like, okay, well, we're banning the Slark, we're banning the Nyx. Monkey King's probably 9class's 3rd favorite hero.
Yeah, so what do we
they're going to pick it versus our Centaur.
And it eventually happened. I was surprised not to see it happen in game 1. And honestly in game 2. But game 2 was a very peculiar draft in general, given that everything was in the pool effectively.
Parivision just, I think, deciding what core they want out of the phase versus probably the Centaur offlane. Like, let's be real. I think it should just go offlane every game. I think every time it's flexed, it hasn't looked as strong. Ooh. Okay, the Invoker we talked about.
Very nice.
Realistically, I don't really have strong feelings about it now. Like, it doesn't feel that good to pick it, but I think they are one of the best Invoker teams at this tournament. I would say the other one would be Tundra with BZM, but he hasn't really been favoring it that much. So it's definitely something that they're confident with. They played a lot in this tournament. They played a lot in scrims. I think it's a strong hero, but you also need setup. Like, the heroes I'm looking for are Mars, Dragon Knight, stuff like that, like long stuns, Bane. You want to be able to set this guy up for at least like 2 Sunstrike kills in the first 10 minutes.
I mean, I guess I would beg the question, like, does Invoker lose to anything mid currently? Is Slardar that's the hero?
Yeah, I think Slardar is an extremely strong hero versus Invoker because you're very low armor early game. The Forge Spirit dies to you every time it walks in on Slardar because you're kind of faster than it. So anytime it hits you, you can walk up, trade. This is actually one of my favorite matchups to pick Slardar mid into.
Well, how do you feel about Faceless Void for Satanic?
For Satanic.
Faceless Void.
It's very good with Invoker.
I feel like you're good against the other cores as well. I mean, you can't Centaur ult out of Chrono.
I will say it's a hard lane already. Muerta Centaur, you're playing versus Silence, you're playing versus double stuns. I think Terrorblade somewhat has the same issue because he's also squishy like Faceless Void, but your laning stage is definitely stronger. Like, you have your meta timings to play around, you have more armor in the early game.
I mean, TB and Invoker is also very good. It's like a great Alacrity hero.
Do you think there's ever a world this ends up being a Muerta carry? Because Kiritich's Muerta is very good. I don't know if you guys remember back 2 TIs ago at Seattle TI, back when he was on VP. He was like destroying games on Muerta carry. I know that was a long time ago, but
you are kind of asking for it when you pick TB.
Yeah.
It's like literally the highest hero
good
in Dota. Yeah. And you're dealing magic damage through all of that.
I think for me, the only reason that they wouldn't is because it's a save Muerta. And so you kind of have this guy who's very consistent. He probably wants the hero too. You know how to play around the position 4. So it's kind of, in the drafts, it gets very awkward when you like take a hero away from some other guy. Like, if I'm picking Muerta for myself, I'm save.
Yeah.
Now that, oh God, I'm not Muerta, what do I have to pick? Like, you have to struggle to find. So sometimes these like kind of flexes have to be pre-planned, and I don't know if they want to do that.
Centuerta is also a really strong
It's a super
That's an
strong
insane lane. It's so much magic damage, and it's like you said, you're so tempted in the face of a TB to throw the most magic damage lane at this hero possible.
Yes.
Like, you know you're going to free farm.
I think here, they'll either take their carry, which I think they probably will. There's a world they take their support, and then just put them where to carry, but I think it's pretty low chance. I don't know what carry I particularly want. I think Jug is bad. There's way too many summons for a Juggernaut. Gyrocop? No, Gyro's banned.
Gyro's banned.
They picked Jug anyway.
Go Jug. I mean,
I really like the Kirita Jug. I just know that in games versus Chen versus Terrorblade, sometimes your Omnislash is pretty hard to click.
It's true. I mean, the thing that he said in an interview, though, was like he likes it when there's no BKB piercing disable because then he can Nightfall out.
Yeah.
So he had a good laugh when he said the Nightfall, too. I love
Nightfall.
that
Everyone loves the Nightfall.
This is just a ubiquitously funny and wholesome meme.
Wholesome.
Yeah, super wholesome.
He's a wholesome guy.
There's nothing that can be done.
We love Nightfall.
We will have to BKB TP.
So maybe Parivision looks for some answer. Let's see. What do they have to pick left? It's actually
offlane.
DM's hero.
Yep. Enigma, which gets banned, is really good. I mean,
Beastmaster, is that in the
Beastmaster's okay. Legion Commander's good. I don't really know if he values Legion, but
I feel like Beast is going to get banned. There's no way you let it through.
Lycan. I always think of summon heroes versus Jug.
I do think, I don't know, Lycan into this lineup these are not really supports that you can abuse too.
Yeah,
Like I love likening it to like Silencer, Skywrath. You just run them down with the summons, but Slaughter doesn't really care. Muerta doesn't care either. Well, I mean, the last support is yet to be picked, but
I think they ban Beastmaster and then they take some very strong laning 5. I think the only other world they could do. I don't know why, but for Katayomi, I always think of Pudge when I think of him.
Oh my God, Naga's in the pool! Holy shit!
Yeah, that's a good hero.
Well,
on 23.
Oh, it was so fun having Parivision here, wasn't it? It was really nice having them.
Well, I know how you feel about it. Yeah, you do feel it's an insta-win, practically.
Oh, just even if you beat it, it's so hard.
All right, you are.
I should have rephrased that in a different way.
Yeah. No, but it also makes you think, you know, think about the bans that they put it. You ban an Arc Warden, could have been a Naga.
All right, you're DM, right? You're talking to Astini. Your last pick. Astini's like, DM, what do you want to carry this game with? You're DM. What do you say?
I say, can we go back in the Arc Warden as a Naga ban?
No.
If you don't mind, Astini?
You have to pick a hero.
Can we fake that I'm so cold that I misclicked?
It's the answer. The answer is Primal Beast.
Oh, I think Primal Beast is a great pick here, Gunnar. Oh, holy shit, Primal Beast is still in the pool. And they go Tidehunter instead. I mean, the Naga counter. Everyone's seen the play. It's the Ravage. It was a stolen Ravage Gunner.
The wraparound gank is going to be the name of the game for IG. Who leads the way?
You saw that?
Yeah.
You were a baby boy.
Yeah, I was like 3 years old.
Holy Hannah.
I like the Tide. I think the difference between this and the Primal is that you can be more aggressive, specifically versus all the roots, because you have the Dispel. It's called Blubber. To purge everything. I also think
know nothing about that.
Nothing at all. I like the Tide pick. I like P-Vision's draft more overall. I like, sure, the Naga's strong. Sure, they do have a lot of like burst damage with the Sarda plus Jug, but I think that there's gonna be a timer where P-Vision just groups around like a Vlad's, Tidehunter, maybe a Manta plus 1 item on the Terrible, like Manta Butterfly, and there's not really gonna be enough damage coming out to kill Satanic.
I'm actually going to go with BB Team here. I feel like they got a very well-rounded draft, insane combos, one of the most broken heroes in the game, if not the most broken in the Naga Siren. They picked Tide into Jug. Doesn't Jug counter Tide in lane? Spin him down.
Yes and no. I think no, because it can be hard to CS versus him, but yeah, you can just spin and he can't do anything about the damage.
I just think the Naga is just so disruptive late game. Like,
it's annoying. It definitely is very annoying.
Game so miserable. Even if you win, you're like, we're not doing that again, boys. That's it.
Well, they don't have a choice.
This is it. They have to do it. They have to beat Naga right now. They have to beat the hardest hero in Dota to beat right now.
Do you think they have any answers on their team?
I think so. Yeah, definitely. I mean, they're both good drafts. Like, these are two high caliber teams. They have options.
I do think if P-Vision's going to win, for me, it's off Satanic and no one.
All right. Well, we're going over for another Slacks attack.
Absolutely. Yes, I am here for this very, very intense interview that we have here today.
Damn right.
Hell yeah.
Hell yeah.
Say it again.
Damn right.
Damn right. Okay. Can we talk a little bit about Muerta? You know, this is a hero that is kind of a flex pick, but why in the position you chose?
I mean, I think in this team, I wouldn't even necessarily call it a flex pick. We have Safe, probably the best Muerta player in the world. And man is just freaking confident on Muerta. What can I say?
But flex picks have been coming out a lot. Of course, we're playing against, you know, Parivision with that Terrorblade. Could be a carry, could be a support on their end. How powerful do you think that is to have it in the draft? Because you guys seem to kind of know exactly what you want. You're doing things like always picking Juggernaut, you know, because it's like a comfort hero. Do you care at all about these flex guys?
I mean, to some degree, but for example, you mentioned Monkey King and Terrorblade. I think we're talking about flexibility. Like, you have to evaluate which hero is more powerful, and I think in this case, definitely. I mean, honestly, I didn't even see if it's a 9 class or.
Who cares? The job is done. Who cares about what they picked? I want to know about what you think on your draft. If you had to rate your draft here, what would the rating be? Cringe or Pog?
That's a Pog. That's a 9 out of 10.
This is a Pog draft here. Let's see if it's a Pog or game. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. As we get into game 3 between Parivision and BetBoom. Yeah, some cool picks. We get to see the mid Slardar again. Yep. It has looked way better in the mid lane than it has in the off lane, unlike the Centaur, who's actually looked better in the off lane. Not that he's in this. Well, he is in this game actually as an offlane.
They have both.
Miero, the offlane god.
BetBoom say, Parivision, you guys pick these two heroes, you put them in the wrong place. I'll show you how it's done. Playing them in the standard roles for this tournament. Slardar has been played more mid than offlane. It's fun to see how things change sometimes. Mid one taking a beating here, but he'll be okay.
Yep, he is an agent of Galaron, so we'll have the exort benefits of the Agnum Scepter and Shard. Well, the Shard is not Sunstrike related, I suppose, but the Cataclysm is really the reason you get this facet.
It's a good win rate.
Yeah, and they have some setup with the, well, Balance Strike to a degree, some Chen stuff, but of course the Tide Ravage is the big one.
Yeah, Ravage Kata is a classic. Very strong when you do get there, of course, but there is a little bit of an asterisk on all of this. Song of the Siren exists, and that is really, really good against Tide. Whenever you Ravage and set up a fight, if Naga is not caught in it, can just Song and walk in and totally combo break you and everything you're trying to do. So I think for Parivision, that's probably not the type of game you're actually trying to play with your Tide. I think what they're looking at here is we have a draft with Chen. Wait, actually, is he dead here? He is.
Sunstrike, boom! Goes the Dynamite as
Send
no
him
one
back.
gets first blood, and that is something you always want to see when you pick that Invoker with the Exort maxed, as Kiritich will take out 9 class, so support for offlane, definite advantage on the Parivision side.
Yep. But yeah, this is I think the way Parivision are planning to play this game is hit your stride with 2 auras on Tide and Chen, and then play off Alacrity Terrorblade and start hitting towers and Roche. And if BetBoom initiate into you, you've got Ravage defensively, more so than offensively. I feel like this game, it's unlikely that Parivision are going to be successful by just, say, getting a Blink on Tide and then trying a Blink Ravage combo with Invoker specifically because of the Naga plus Stampede. I think you're better off just really rallying around the Terrorblade and trying to play that more like static type of fight where it's come at us and we will just overwhelm you. I think that's the style of gameplay that Naga is worst against. Because it's a lot harder to use Song of the Siren effectively if the enemy team can stand their ground. So I'm pretty hopeful for Parivision in that sense. Of course, BetBoom's lineup by all means can absolutely do it, and they're off to a very hot start in the mid lane in particular. GPK is destroying no one on the first few waves. 18-4. He's got almost every CS.
Damn.
18 CS minute 230 is, I think, 2 from... That's got to be 2 from max, right? I think it's been 5 waves now, so he could have had 20, theoretically. And there's a couple of creeps in the mid lane that have died. Maybe he's like 2 down or whatever, but yeah.
Yeah,
owning it up.
That is some of the fastest CS that I've seen. That is crazy.
I think there's a... Oh, yeah, he killed 1 or 2 Forge Spirits, so it's a little bit cheating, I guess. But even disregarding Lat, let's say he's killed 2 of them, he's still doing great. Yeah, a good lane for Slardar. I don't really see how Invoker conceptually prevents this in any way.
Yeah, he can't get a kill onto Slardar without some help either. So, really, GPK for the next 3 minutes when these power runes start to spawn should be golden.
It's cool to see this as well. Some streak will be broken here. GPK 100% win rate on Slardar. No one 100% win rate on Invoker. And Chen, of course, in this tournament, 60-0 when we cast.
That's right.
DM.
Blade Fury doing quite a bit. Sunstrike is going to hit save. That's going to be the death of him, but it is a trade. Of Kiritich. I mean, all things considered, he is off to a pretty decent start in this lane.
Great Sunstrike usage so far, though, from no one. They need to hit. They need to hit the one bottom for first blood, and they need to hit that one to not get overwhelmed. So very important that those are on target. Hit 3 out of 4 so far, and hit the important ones.
Well, technically,
he might have actually just
was on a range creep at the first wave. So.
Oh, was it?
Yeah.
I thought maybe he missed the one he cast at the beginning of the game to scout the fountain or something.
No.
Would have been funny.
Yeah, still, I would consider that 100%. As a bash onto no one. GPK, though, will walk away. But The beauty of being in the river is you get all these extra benefits, and even with the bottle on top.
Yeah, it's going to be almost up to full again. And this lane can get even spicier for Invoker when Slardar hits 6.
Oh, another Sunstrike coming for Miero, and it's enough as Satanic will claim his kill.
On point.
So despite getting bodied in the mid lane, it's only 9 CS behind now, I suppose.
It's also just the denies. If he doesn't get these Sunstrike kills, he's losing a lot of experience, but he's staying afloat. It's all good. Gonna go his standard build, it looks like. He'll be going Midas, and then I assume Atos. Gets... You know, it's already nice to have the Atos with the whole Exort combo, but I think it has extra value against heroes like Centaur and Slardar that are so heavily dependent on movement. It's a nice additional bonus to have an Atos to Gleipnir against Stampede. Nine class.
Yeah, GPK, they would love to get this kill. It's going to require a +1 on top of that, I do believe. Miero.
Save seems to realize something is up, so he's already positioning himself here as well.
No one, the Corrosive Haze is already up, and GPK just easily kills him. And now the crush onto 9 class with the Muerta calling to follow. That is a big deal for BetBoom.
That was some pretty bad voice line timing there from 9 class. It's just better, and then they both die instantly.
Yeah, sometimes you're not going to be on your A game when it comes to the voice line.
Yeah, 9 class so far, when he uses voice lines or type stuff, it's come back to bite him more often than not in this tournament, so it might be better off just unbinding it. Satanic.
Yeah, the TPs are coming. Gets reeled, and the double edge not doing too much. The Boundless onto 2, and Kataomi
nice counterplay.
Is the one to be traded instead.
That's a great TP for Monkey King. Save plus kill in one move. Always nice. DM, however.
Very top. DM, well,
is dead.
Eventually taken out, and now the Healing Ward from Kiritich will allow him to continue to stay in lane. So will be Battle Fury for him as the first item.
Yoink.
Pick off there from 9 class. That's one of the few melee heroes that can just easily kill the Healing Ward, I suppose.
I think Healing Ward, is it 75 gold on all levels, I think?
Ooh, I don't know.
It's quite nice. It's a decent bounty. So you'll kill it off. Anyway, GPK gonna be the hero to watch in this game.
7-minute wisdom.
Yeah, he is so strong in this fight.
9 class spots it, and they might honestly, okay, well, Tide is in the area, but they don't have Ravage, so yeah. They will have to give it up. Oh boy.
TP out. Oh!
The other one.
Well, now Save is left alone.
Yes, he is, but it'll be worth the sacrifice for the BetBoom. I say that though, Kiritich is here.
Yeah.
And with Omni Slash at the ready, that is going to be enough to dissuade Parivision from going any further.
Did you like the Tide pick overall?
What were the panels saying? Primal, right?
Yeah, Primal was their suggestion. I think it would have served a similar purpose, but probably done better in lane.
I think Primal against... Isn't Primal against Muerta bad, generally?
It's a two-sided matchup, right? You're one of the heroes that can just kill Muerta during her ult as well. But yeah, the Muerta matchup would have been tricky, I suppose. I'm just... you know, sometimes we can talk all we want about matchups, but there's also just some heroes are just strong in the game, right? Like Primal seems to have a really good patch right now, just numbers-wise. I was just thinking, because I was looking at it from the perspective of what Tide brings to the table here was mainly the inability for BetBoom to go into you, but maybe early stage will be a bit of a problem here.
Yeah, they're going to contest this, or try to. GPK is going to show himself all alone. It's a 1 versus 4. Save is in the area with the calling, but GPK looks like he's going to get punished for this pretty hard. And Parivision very ready.
Yep.
Kataomi gets saved. They break
him
the
down.
tree, so that's a 4-second stun. They get the reel in onto the Chen first. Ducal is dead to rights, and 9 class will be spun down, so BetBoom do get the 2 supports, but obviously the kill into GPK, pretty big deal.
And you protected your stacks. So all in all, I think that was fine for the side of Parivision. It's very important that Tide gets this experience. He's still level 5, 9 minutes in. And that's what I was looking at. I was like, okay, I see what Tide is meant to do here for Parivision's lineup. Being a brick wall that is hard to go into for these beefy boys, but the laning stage, this laning duo is just not strong, right?
Yeah.
Tide Monkey King, what a weak lane is what you pay. And BetBoom have taken full advantage of that. Kiritich is having a great start on the Juggernaut, up to 5k net worth already at 9 minutes 30. It's very high. Not looking bad for Satanic either, of course, but
yeah,
that will be an interesting matchup to see later down the line.
I was going to ask, how does Terrorblade match up against Jug late game? Mid to late game.
It's a pretty skill-based matchup because what really ends up deciding it a lot of the time is whether you can get Sunder off. So there's a lot riding on Juggernaut identifying the right time to Omnislash / Swift
Speaking
Slash.
of Omnislash, that is a
Chop
dead
him up.
9 class. Easy kill for Kiritich.
How do you think Juggernaut manages to stay on target on a Monkey King in a tree with Omnislash? We need an animation of that. That would actually be kind of cool. An SFM of getting Omni'd on top of a tree.
Yeah.
Some Dragon Ball Z shit. I don't actually know if there's many trees in that show. You would remember.
Yeah, but I'm a big anime guy, apparently.
That's right.
This is a weird narrative. It's a weird random Jenkins type of lie. Is Tier 1 tower taking some pretty heavy damage, but Parivision are looking to defend. They have a full wave right now. Siege Creep will be taken out. Tornado into the meatball. Quite a bit of damage. Pierce the Veil is forced for the support. Muerta.
Muerta. Alright. Slax brings it out in me.
They're posturing a bit, but this tower is going to go down one way or another, whether it's deny or not.
Exactly. Like, you're just delaying the inevitable. They will get it very soon. You can see DM somewhat recovering. This will be nice, but
they're going to try to capitalize on this. TP's coming in. The Healing Ward taken out as well, but even with the Sunstrike, it's not enough. And now the Song.
Wait, what?
Does that break tree? Wait, what happened there?
That's what I was going to say. Did the Reelin break the tree so he got stunned, or did DM cut the tree?
I don't know.
He doesn't have quelling, so yeah, it couldn't have been. Reelin actually stuns Monkey. Really? Can we get a replay of that?
But how does he have vision, though?
I mean, he cast the ensnare, and then you just Reelin just pulls the ensnare target.
Oh,
right?
yeah.
But I didn't think that broke tree. Was that what happened even? No, I guess so. That's kind of a cool counter. You just throw ensnare on Monkey King, and then either he's rooted on the ground or he gets stunned on the tree. Are we missing something? Nothing was cutting it, right?
All right, you're going to need to let this go.
I am not going to let this go. This is an interesting interaction. It's quite a niche thing.
Yeah, which is why you should let it go.
Isn't that the funniest stuff in Dota, though? All these like little obscure things that you have no way of knowing until you see it happening.
In all seriousness, yeah, it's some of the most
that's
fun
what makes
stuff
the game
to talk
cool,
about.
you know?
Oh, Stampede.
Big
oh, boy.
fines.
Yes, indeed. That's
no way out of that one.
Way too many members of the BetBoom side. 4K lead at 12.5 minutes. Parivision on the back foot already. And the Vlad's not even done yet for DM. And this is a 12.5 minute mark. I feel like you have this at that point consistently.
Definitely not had a good start, to be sure.
And no one has not bounced back either. Has the Midas to try to get there, but GPK showing his prowess in that mid lane. Has the blink. We'll be getting the shard into Aghanim Scepter.
Yeah, pretty standard. Obviously,
love that shard. Such a good shard.
The Scepter in this game is crazy good, right? You get so much armor against Terrorblade, and you get the status resistance against Invoker and Tide. What an incredible axis here. It just counters more or less everything that Parivision are presenting. I guess when you look at the ability in general, you just feel like it counters everything in Dota, I suppose.
Yeah, it has a lot of mechanics.
Armor regen and status assist, but spells, you know, spell damage will still work fully.
Okay.
So I guess Cataclysm will have its full effect, but you need to hit it. And obviously with the status assist, that becomes increasingly difficult, and we're getting ahead of ourselves. Let's get the Atos first, shall we?
Yeah, it's going to be a while for that Ags, I think. Atos into Ags, I assume. Then Gleipnir.
Yeah, I think that's probably the order we're going to see. 9 class, too late. 4 wisdoms for BetBoom.
Man. That's... I feel like we've seen so many games before where even just the first 2 taken snowballs into a stomp. The first 4, I wonder what the percentage is.
Don't look. What level do you think Monkey King is?
I'm going to say 6.
He's almost 6. 15 minutes.
Yeah.
He's getting his 6 now.
Yikes.
It's rough. Okay, here's the reel in. Let's see. So he's on the tree. Reel in, and then the tree just breaks.
Huh. Because the reel in was already going off, right? So there was a delay there.
It's the tree broke when reel in finished.
Yeah.
So it's like it's trying to pull him off the tree, but it can't, and then it just breaks
Well,
the tree at the
that
end,
makes sense because it has a lot of resistance to the pull, but then by the end, it just gives up.
Oh.
It's actually the most realistic thing in Dota I've ever seen.
Oh, okay. Pulling a tree down with the
9
strength
class,
of the net.
Omni Slash for you. Welcome to level 6. You'll have to enjoy that in the fountain. This Kiritich now level 13 has a Battle Fury, Yasha, Manta about to finish.
He is super far ahead. Talk about the Turbulent versus Juggernaut matchup. It gets very lopsided if Jugger's ahead by 1 item, because then you're suddenly threatening to solo kill TB. You can play your way out of certain things. Let's say you get Butterfly first, or you get Manta way earlier. Then you have a solution to Reflection. You can dodge Sunder with Manta.
Yeah.
And yeah, that's just the writing on the wall here. Satanic is really far behind. So, and looking at the Radiant lineup, it's got very little in the way of playmaking. Playing Exort Invoker, and your support duo is Monkey King Chen, but especially the offlaner in Tide just doesn't offer much. But he's gonna get the Shard now. Perhaps that will help on DM. Do you like that choice here? I'm a bit on the fence, because like...
Well, you haven't done anything yet, so...
Yeah, so if you're not going to take initiative, isn't this just kind of like wasted gold almost?
I mean, they don't have any initiation. He doesn't have a blink.
Right.
How are they?
They have the Atos.
It's just the Monkey King?
Yeah, Monkey Stun, Atos.
I mean,
maybe that's why. They feel like we just don't have enough ways of catching, but I feel like maybe that has already run its course. Like, can these...
Yep, reel in.
Reel in into reel out.
Into the crush as GPK with the Corrosive Haze. Though they see the meta pop by Satanic, now they can just exit. And Kataomi, even with the song available, will use it. And they're just going to disengage completely. Yep, that sounds about the same. Just as horrifying.
I think to the heroes in the game it sounds like that, but in order to keep people still playing Dota, Valve had to make it sound nicely.
True.
Because otherwise, imagine there was that sound every time. That would be a good cosmetic in the game, would be different songs for Naga. How have they not
Yeah, and you
explored
just
that
get
yet?
rights to different songs that are available. Get a rap song sometimes.
The Nicki Minaj Naga Siren pack.
Yeah, why not? You have partnered with Monster Hunter as Ducalis is deleted by GPK. This lead is continuing to grow.
The new WAP set for Naga. Looking great for BetBoom, though. We are continuing in the same trajectory, and my big question for Parivision is, when do you do something? Because you've got the Atos on Invoker, you've got the Shard on Tide, but you're still not showing much intent on fighting at all. So if you still have to play defensively, what's the next item timing that's actually going to change?
Well, no one's Ags is a big one.
Yeah, is that the timing? Is it Ags and then hope for a Fat Ravage? Maybe. They seem a bit
Well,
stunted.
that should be enough time to get a blink. So, yeah, the blink is going to come out first, actually. They do cancel a TP onto save, but he has a Shadow Blade. Okay.
Yeah, that's a pretty interesting choice. Just rushing the Silver Edge against Tide.
Yeah, cool.
It's one of the cool things about Muerta support. You can buy theoretically almost anything. Having the ult is such a strong defensive tool. A Dispel plus physical immunity will...
9 class silenced up. Kiritich. Yep, he
Not
hates his
messing
guts.
about.
I can tell
Not
just by
messing
that.
About. This is about sending a message.
Yeah, he cannot stand him. That's 3 or 4 Omni Slashes now reserved for 9 class. So Manta done. So 2,300 gold in the bank for Kiritich towards his eventual butterfly. And they can sit pretty. I mean, once he gets to that Ags, it takes that hero to another level. But on the side of Parivision, about 700 away from Blink on DM's Tide, which will not really align with anything from the Terror Blades. Just started working on the butterfly. But it could...
Close to aligning with the Cataclysm.
Yeah, the Ags is close-ish.
He's 1,500 away on Invoker, so... Yeah, that seems to be it. I'm going to be puzzled if Parivision don't try anything when those two items align. I feel like if that is still not go time, then...
Then there is no go time.
Then when? So... 20-minute timing coming up as well. Parivision have control this time of the Tormentor area. Looks like BetBoom are just going to let them have it, in spite of having Naga. Not going to try to contest this objective.
That's surprising, because if they get the Chen Shard, which they do not...
9-class is going to appreciate this. He can be very annoying with this ability to jump to his stun.
Yeah, it's definitely a good shard, but it doesn't have the same impact on the game as a whole as a Chen Shard for sure.
Right. I think being able to get a Granite Golem and the Armor Ore from the Dragon would be really nice here. But...
Well, BetBoom are going to be happy about that, I suppose, because they obviously gave it up on purpose.
Now it's time to see if Parivision can do the impossible and get a Wisdom Shrine this game.
Something tells me they'll get one.
There's 0 for 4 for now. Looks like Katomi is potentially headed over to the left one. Nobody's in the neighborhood, so if he were to do it with Naga now, they would once again get both. Well, do they actually? They're not going for either. Hang on. Okay, he will go for the left. He'll steal the left, but they're not taking their own on the right.
Are they actually going to get the first 6 shrines? Oh my god, dude. That's insane.
That's 5. Anyone want the right one?
I'm sure Mier will get to it after this wave. It'll become less and less important as the game goes on, I suppose.
Well, it's a pretty big part of the reason the 2 supports are level 11 on one team and 8 on the other.
Yeah. Wait, did they take it? Is that active?
It's active, right? I think it's just a visual bug. Okay. Yeah, it's still there. So, 6 for 6.
Wow. I'm not sure.
That's a level 12 Nagam and a 21.
I'm sure we've seen this before, but not in a game like this, I feel like, when they've definitely had opportunities to get it.
I would be curious what the win rate is of getting the first 4 shrines.
What about the first 6?
Yeah, I mean, that's even more of an anomaly.
Would you? You think the team that gets the first 6 wisdoms has a higher or lower win percentage than 90? I think it's probably about that, right?
I think the sample size is just pretty small, though.
Well, yeah, that's probably true.
Has there even... We have not cast enough pro games that happened for it to even get to those numbers, right? We haven't had it happen 10 times, you and I at least. I would probably some 80 plus, I think.
Yeah, that's safe.
Seems likely. This game, though, I mean, Parivision are not bleeding out any further. They were 8k down, then they got the Tormentor and stabilized this at about 5, and staying that way. Still, Roshan is obviously up for grabs, and that should be a BetBoom gimme at some point with the Slardar Jugger and Song to cover it. It's just a matter of when they feel comfortable doing it. With the state on the map, need to make sure to get the waves out. 9-class will get found by save, but see you later.
Yep, has that shard.
I got the shard. You didn't. You should have got it. Big items.
Yes, Butterfly for Kiritich. Big ticket indeed. The Terror Blade.
Eggs on Invoker.
About halfway there.
Time to shine now for Parivision. Is there another big timing coming up? Not really.
It's Butterfly for Satanic, but it's
gonna take
a
while.
wait.
That's 2k, so that's probably like 2.5, 3 minutes if he's free farming. I suppose you could wait for that one too.
Yeah, but if you keep waiting, as 9-class is spotted. Oh man.
He's hazed this time though.
He is. I don't know. He might get away still. This hero's just stupid. God, what a dumb hero.
Oh, yeah. Okay.
Oh! He's found.
At this point, honestly, you just let him get away.
Yeah, I think so. Is this really worth?
No.
Funny thing is, he could have kept running until Corrosive Haze was on. All right. Now he's away. Kiritich, in the meantime, gets an
In the meantime,
agent.
we get Roshan. Okay. BetBoom, well...
Oh, a Dormant Courier for a tier 2 for Kiritich. So, see what he ends up ultimately getting. Likely the tier 3.
Yeah, what are you hoping for as Jug with a Curio in tier 3? Let's see. Just Serrated Shiv, I guess? I suppose the Gunpowder Gauntlet is not bad either.
Yeah, they're both
but,
fine.
yeah, it's got to be the Shiv, surely. Anything to... I guess they both have their merits. Gunpowder is a bit better than usual against Terrorblade. Helps you clean up the illusions that bit faster.
That's true. Little AoE.
Yeah.
I mean, he'll take either of them, I think.
Class, this, oh,
Reel in!
He didn't jump on a tree, so he can't get
true.
stunned from Reel in, as we know.
Oh, okay.
Very classic use of that spell.
And he's away. Creating space for the next Roshan to be killed. Half expecting a second Aegis for BetBoom. 4 minutes to go on it right now. And it feels like BetBoom are not in a hurry, but like you said, the lead is not growing. That's a bit of a concern.
But this is a much stronger timing than 2 minutes ago with the same net worth discrepancy, because you have the butterfly advantage and you have the Aegis. So in reality, this 5k lead is actually quite big right now. Satanic is 500 away from his butterfly.
Yeah, you can keep pushing. You can force them back. I don't know if they're going to fully commit. Kiritich, Deafening Blast. We'll use the Blade Fury, but there's the jump from GPK onto no one. We'll counteract that with an Atos. Fortification already used. Now the TPs are starting to slowly come
This
for
is
the
a pivotal
Parivision
moment
side.
for Parivision. If you fail this defense, you're going to lose so hard. This has to go right. And the problem is, there's a Naga Siren behind.
Yeah.
With a blink.
Tower dead. Another Blade Fury from Kiritich. Will be doing some damage to the buildings. And the backstab. Oh, they find 9 class, and now they make him suffer. DM, though. Invis gets off the Ravage onto several heroes, but the healing ward is there, and there's no follow-up. The buyback coming out from 9 class. Oh, boy, that is adding insult to injury for Parivision.
They only get Marta. They used everything. They used Ravage, they used Hand of God, Monkey King buyback, and meta. I think a perfect play for BetBoom here is wait for save to respawn and immediately go bottom again.
Well, I think you can get this Ags in the meantime, too. He's 300 away.
True.
Swift Slash is God tier Ags.
Oh, this hold. How do you defend the base as Parivision on the next push? 2 minutes Aegis, Swift Slash. They still have Song. They have everything. BetBoom used nothing. You used everything.
Oh,
and the trade was one support. Dakala's trying to get a creep.
Yeah, he's going to bite the dust now. DM showing up, but not too much he can do. And they're going to get the tips out as that was
Omni.
That was Omni. Okay.
Well, okay.
All right. He really hates Ducalis, I guess. Now the spin to finish off the range. Satanic, he is alacritied, so despite not having the meta, still something you should fear. DM gets off the leash, actually leashes himself now, so double anchor, and there's the Active Scepter with the Swift Slash available for Kiritich. Already used it once. Not the cleanest take here for BetBoom.
It's pretty crucial for Parivision that Omni Slash was used on the Chen.
Yeah.
And the reason he survives that long is he gets the plus 20 armor off on himself as well as the Solar Crest, so they actually needed that to finish him. And maybe that means BetBoom will have to settle. Let's see.
They surely go bot to try to finish.
Kiritich fancies his chance. Oh!
Okay, that was a Tidehunter, no longer. 48 seconds, he's gone. And a nice dead shot into the calling. Now Satanic has dropped. 2 dead with no buyback. And BetBoom, just like that, they're going to use the Aegis. They should be able to get all these buildings.
They just got out of the hardest part, and then they just walked 2 heroes back-to-back outside of the base mid and got killed on both.
Yeah, healing ward up now as well. Wukong's command from a support, something they can just completely ignore. In fact, it was canceled immediately. And now the Omni, or was that the Swift? Who knows at this point?
Oh, dear.
No one dead. Does have the buy. Tips got... Yeah, where are them tips at? Mid lane is BetBoom's, and bottom lane will be as well. They're still a tier 2 top. So they will probably exit and reset, but this is with a gigantic lead in their favor. And they could just play this casually. They could just wait for the next Roche, 3 minutes away from knowing when that's going to occur.
This is like the most unpredictable way for BetBoom to get the 2 lanes of barracks, was that.
Yeah.
We talked everything about how the team fight was going to work out, what cooldowns were going to be important, and at the end of the day, it's literally just, oh, well, if they walk outside base on 2 heroes, we don't even need anything. It's just...
That was weird.
Bizarre how it's one thing for DM to blunder, which I think is bad enough, but then Satanic immediately after getting caught, it was a bit of column A and B though. Like you said, it was a great dead shot from save, but you're terribly, there's no way you should ever be in that position to get caught like that regardless. Just push with the illusions, you know? So, just not on point today on Parivision. A couple of major slip-ups that might just be the end of their tournament life here unless you pull some heroic comeback here.
Yeah, and Satanic, he finished the Butterfly not too long ago, only has 1,500 gold since then. Unfortunately for him, Kiritich is about to finish his Monkey King bar, so already countered.
And this is what we talked about, right? If Jugger is a full item ahead, this matchup becomes very one-sided. You can't, like, there's a couple of carry matchups in the game where you actually still have a fighting chance being down an item. This one is really tough unless, you know, you have to have heroes that reliably lock down Jug, because that's what's tricky about it for Terrorblade is how hard it is to use Sunder against this particular carry. He has 3 immunity spells. He's got Spin, Omnislash, and Swift Slash. You need to play around all 3 before you get a chance to Sunder him. If he's up on items, it's just not happening.
Yeah.
9 class gets found. Okay. If Swift Slash goes off, he is cooked.
Yeah, Corrosive Haze, Swift Slash, I think kills 3 out of 5 maybe.
Okay, we're in.
DM, they initiate on Metamorphosis from afar. There's the Omni Slash, the Tidehunter already dead to start the fight. No Ravage used. Kiritich will spin.
What's the
and reset
plan there?
And Satanic, obviously that is who they have their eyes set on. 9 class. Also an annoying presence at all times.
Meta half duration. When this runs out.
Yeah, they know that the Tide didn't use Ravage, so once he respawns, they'll be able to theoretically take a fight even without that meta. Yeah, they have to clean up their base though.
Is there anything coming for Parivision that could change things? Invoker's close to BKB. Will give him some freedom, but not going to solve some of the inherent problems. I wonder if it's better for no one theoretically here to buy a Scythe just so you have a way to kill Jug. But again, have we even used Song in the last 20 minutes? Like, that's still
true.
A potential issue, which is what's kept Parivision from taking a lot of the fights that they would like to take. They know that, well, if we go in, we're playing into Stampede and Song. I mean, I think a lot of teams and a lot of players would agree it's a crime to give this hero away on 23. And Gunnar as well and Jenkins were baffled that it made it through the draft. I share that sentiment. So, kind of crazy. This hero is almost first phase banned every game here. At least most of them. Just gets to slide through. And how can you beat the Fish siblings, Slaughter and Naga?
Yeah, they power up together. Satanic has MKB now, so both Butterflies effectively countered. Roche, though, almost certainly going to be free for BetBoom.
Sure is. Put the Aegis on Jug again. He's now playing without boots.
Yep, and he just bought the Aghanim's synth so that he can get the Basher. I think the Basher's on the way already. Maybe not.
No, I think he's going to use the Blessing to get his treads back and then get a Blink as well. Yeah. And I mean, the world's his oyster, right? Oh, nice find from Katomi, but can't see him.
Oh, now they can.
Oh, the crush.
But
no,
as usual.
Okay.
Seen this 1,000 times.
When's the last time this game that 9 class had a Vessel charge?
Oh, that's true. Huh?
He has one item and it has no charges on it. Okay, hang on. When was their last kill?
Hot minute.
I'm scrolling. Is this for real? Have they?
Kiritich.
Okay, it's been forever.
He's actually melting pretty fast. Gets off the healing ward. That's a level 25 healing ward now. Wait, am I wrong? That's a 25 talent, right? No, he's 23.
He's 23.
Oh, that's a
20
talent now. Wow. It's a really good one.
It's meta pumped again, though.
It is.
Probably outlast that. 9 class. They're looking for the backstep. This is the Hail Mary play. This has to work while you have meta. They're trying to find
looking
Naga.
for the Ravage, but
They
the crush
don't.
onto 2. DM, all he can do is pop the Kraken shell. Has not even used Ravage. Won't even use it.
And
2
now
dead
Satanic.
just like that. And now
Anime fight
Satanic.
inbound.
Yep, that is going to be the Omni slash Ducalis taking a bit of that. The Creep's taking a bit too. DM, he bought back and ravaged nothing.
No!
Oh, boy.
Oh, my.
That is not what you want to see if you're a Parivision fan. Because
everything went wrong, Shannon.
That should be the end.
They tried to open on Naga because they know if they don't open Naga, they're just going to get Song disengaged on. Naga blinks as she's about to get Boundless struck. And then you kill Tide, he buys back and ravages the ground.
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah, Naga still has double Song.
I mean, the fact that they haven't even had to use it just goes to show just how one-sided this game has been. Like, they haven't even been forced to use one of their key spells that they picked a hero for.
Just the threat of the Song.
Yeah, that's right.
Now the Roche banner. This is almost certainly Megas. Illusion's doing quite a bit, but the Swift Slash will end up taking them out in Tier 3 not long for this world. Trying to use the Illusion to take out the healing ward. It is successful. But now, just the 2 barracks left to get these Mega Creeps.
Nice blink dodge on the anchor. From Kiritich, nice little detail.
Yep, has a Swift Slash now, taking a considerable amount of damage, but the Song reset number 1.
Oh yeah, they also have Cart, so...
Yeah, double save.
Add that to the mix.
Yeah, they can play it a bit safe. Still a little less than 2 minutes on the Aegis, so waiting
Outlast
for the
this
meta.
Yeah.
And go finish the task at hand. Yeah, Parivision just put in a very, very tough spot now.
You see this really nice disengage there from Katomi, so they don't get that opening. I think they were trying to start with Gush, as a matter of fact, not the Boundless, but end of the day, same story. Naga isn't getting caught, you get the jump. And now, this could have gone even worse, but a good job from Ducalis to at least redirect the Omni Slash away from Satanic. But the Ravage ended up taking all of the attention anyway.
Yeah.
From the viewers. It's a very... There's few abilities in Dota that are as frustrating to fully miss as that. Gets off the spin, no mana drain, no stun.
Yep,
Wukong's
that's the melee
command.
down now. Wukong's not going to do a whole lot.
Yeah, now this won't be ready for the next wave.
45 seconds on the Aegis. They can definitely get this if they just commit now. Don't have to worry about meta. Atos into the meatball. But again, the spin. And that is Megas, question mark. All right, they're playing it even safer than I would imagine. 23 seconds left on Aegis. Save and GPK, they're like, all right, we'll finish the job. One more right click. Pierce the veil. Somebody finish the barracks, please. It is Kiritich in the end.
He has
Might
Aegis
cost
still.
him his Aegis, but he gets put into the cart. Tornado not going to affect him at all. And that's Mega Creeps for BetBoom. Aegis about to expire. They do take out the Muerta to start this fight. As BetBoom looking to get away with that Stampede. And Parivision pretty much just have to let them. And now their Tier 4s in peril just to Creeps.
And that's about to get a whole lot worse.
Yeah, it felt like this game, obviously there's a lot more at play, but Parivision just didn't do anything. Like, they had some nice Sunstrike kills at the beginning of the game, as we're going to see no one get destroyed. Of course, that's the typical typical caster curse. I mean, they're down 30k. Doesn't matter at this point.
What's going on with the win rate graph?
What do you mean?
It hasn't changed in the last 10 minutes. It stayed 4% for Radiant.
Okay.
How's this not like a 99-1 or 100-0 right now?
Yeah.
30k up with Megas and
Because
still thinks
of
4%?
Terrorblade.
4%! It loves Tide Invoker, man. It must.
Yeah, apparently. Okay, 1 tier 4 down. I mean, you can see
easy.
the damage that Satanic has.
Yeah. Absolutely. If you want to play this ultra safe for BetBoom, you just keep map controlling until Roche.
Yep. Now, there's the BKB now for Miero. He is 6 slotted officially.
Yeah, crazy farm this game. Almost 300 CS on Centaur. Has really changed this hero in Pro Dota, the whole Helm of the Dominator build. You just get so much richer. It's effectively acting like more than what a Midas would on this hero. So, I don't know about you. I'm expecting more nerfs for that item. I thought the nerfs post-TI were pretty...
They'll probably get this.
I
don't think
they
it's
were
gonna be a big
meaningful, but I was actually expecting more. Like, whenever there's a tournament like that and you have games where 8 heroes buy Helm of the Dominator...
I mean, what happened with... what was the upgraded Vlad's called?
Wraith Pact?
Yeah, they deleted it, but how long did it take to delete it after that TI?
Was it the first... they gave it one more patch, right? I think.
Did they?
I think they gave it one chance. They nerfed it, and then they removed it after, I think.
I mean, I wouldn't say... I wouldn't necessarily say that this helm is a huge problem. It definitely should get nerfed, but I don't think it's going to be a big one. I don't think it needs to be.
It doesn't have to be. I was just saying I think it needs maybe a bit more than what it got.
A little bit.
Either that or some of the heroes that just specifically function the way that they do because they get this item.
I mean, the thing that makes it hard is like lower level, because you have to try to balance for lower level players, higher level players. This is not an item, I promise you, that is bought by lower level players. Still 4%.
What's it going to take to get this to 3?
Well, maybe killing Terrorblade once.
So for the record, this was 96-4 at 29 minutes, just 12 minutes ago, and since then, they have gained another, what's that, 16k gold and megas. And it still thinks this, I don't understand. I think it's bugged, honestly. We've entertained this idea before on our cast that this whole graph is just bugged.
I didn't realize that Satanic does not have BKB. Did you notice that? Interesting.
I don't think he can afford it. Like, if he buys BKB, he does not threaten enough. I 100% agree with his choice of going all in for all of this.
No, I'm not saying it's wrong. It's just, it's weird to see a later game Terrorblade without BKB.
Yeah. He's queuing it up after Daedalus. Honestly, even that slot, I don't know if that should be it. I think you should buy Rapier or something, because it's like...
You're not moving out of your base.
You're going to need to win the fight so overwhelmingly that I don't know if BKB is going to cut it. Oh, we'll see. Obviously, Terrorblade, not the best Rapier carrier, but it's still probably the strongest last slot you can get in terms of just raw output.
Well, we saw one of the best Rapier carries yesterday not do so hot.
Yeah.
Medusa's #1, though, I think, right?
Yeah, that's the best Rapier hero of all time.
Gyro's got to be 2, though.
Yeah.
Right?
1 and 2. Maybe PA.
PA?
I think Medusa #1, PA 2.
You think so?
Yeah. And then Eternal Envy, Ember Spirit 3.
Ember? I was going to say Wraith King.
Yeah.
He loved his Wraith King.
Definitely Ember. Ember Rapier for Envy. Two of those bad boys with a cleave and then die in the middle of the map randomly.
Yeah, that sounds about right. Well, there's the Daedalus. I mean, Satanic does pack a huge punch. The issue is, of course, that you're going against Megas, so you're stuck in your base. And all BetBoom have to do is play ultra disciplined, go for the Aegises. All tier 2s are still up for BetBoom. So a lot of buildings to go through. That's a free fortification for the tier 2. Then you get a fortification for the tier 3. Then if the melee rack somehow goes down, another fortification. Like, this is going to be tough.
Yeah. Nothing wrong with daydreaming, though.
Yeah, but if we're talking about those late game situations, you skip the melee anyway and you go throne.
Yeah.
But BetBoom would have to royally screw up, I think.
Yeah.
And here is Roche. The belch heard round the world. And an arcane rune to add some extra oomph to this incoming push. Kiritich with the Aegis.
It is time for the killing blow. Who's going to get the refresher? He's holding it on Jug for now. He's going to have to do some inventory management. Maybe the idea is he's going to swap it in when he dies and then go for a second round of Omni Swift Slash.
Yeah.
Jug is relatively reliable to get it off on 2 as long as you haven't used spin on your first life. Then as soon as you respawn, you just mash Blade Fury and then you can use refresher and use your stuff after. So don't mind him holding on to it. Because they don't have any other great candidates. It's kind of cool on Slaughter, but okay. A lot of smoking.
Yeah, Parivision know what's coming. They know what's coming here. Tier 4 just barely hanging on by a thread. They do have their fortification. This is going to have to go perfectly for Parivision. Oh, they find the tree. They find the Monkey King. Okay. Kill number 1 has buyback. Trying to force out this Metamorphosis for Satanic. There's the Ravage into the Cataclysm. Decent amount of damage. Kiritich gets put in the cart, though. Now a full disengage from BetBoom as the buyback was expended.
I feel like that was not coordinated enough. It felt like on a whim, you just go for the Blink Ravage Kata, but there wasn't a meta hitting during it.
Yeah.
The Monkey King buys back after the Ravage goes out.
I mean, imagine...
It's not the way to do it.
He doesn't have the items for it. Imagine Satanic has Blink and Ags.
Yeah.
The Terror Wave after the Ravage.
Or that Tidehead Refresher.
Kata.
You know, like something...
Yeah.
Something big there, and that could be a sick play, but you just don't have the items, which means the execution needs to be pristine, and that's not good enough.
Like, yep, so now you don't have Ravage, now you don't have meta.
And Healing Ward's coming off cooldown again, so I think BetBoom will just try again.
Oh,
70 seconds on meta. Go finish the job. Refresher is what it's going to be for Satanic instead of the Rapier. Also a great, obviously, late game damage item for Terrorblade.
Yep,
you get 2 metas. You get Sunder again if you get lucky.
Well, he's going to have to use it now, I do believe.
Yeah.
Kiritich already using the spin. Letting the creeps kind of do its work. Smart move. There's the Roche banner.
Healing Ward. Which ward
Power
will you
dead.
break?
PK. Well, he's going to get initiated on to start. The cart is there and the song reset.
Okay.
As the creeps continuing to stack up. Is the focus going to be on Satanic? He gets put to the other side of the Ancient. And now Kiritich just focusing down the Ancient itself. Still with the fortification. Halfway through, though. They have to do something about it. That's life number 1. Nice crush. Coming out onto 2. Cataclysm to follow, but the Juggernaut is up again. They do get the kill under the Tidehunter, and BetBoom actually are going to reset completely. Now back away. They have the Refresher Shard for the Juggernaut, but I don't think he even used Omni Slash there.
They forced the TB Refresher. They're going to Healing Ward up their Slardar again, and they still have a song.
Yeah, there's still a fortification, by the way.
Yep. If they could somehow burst Kiritich, this could get interesting.
Yeah,
but
there goes the spin to win. He's actually getting taken very low on HP, but there's the song again and the Healing Word to follow. Satanic is just going to get crushed because of that. BKB finally will go to sleep for the time being, and now the Omni Slash comes, just eviscerating everybody, and now they can just focus the buildings as finally BetBoom will take the series 2-1.
That's
methodical end to that one.
I think that's the first time I've ever seen someone write GGGYGY, but I guess he did send them to the graveyard, so it checks out. A great game from BetBoom, very one-sided affair, and another, I want to say, strategic and clean win. This team could make a deep run in this.
Yeah, BetBoom looking real good.
Couldn't agree more, guys. I think this is just building on what they did so well against Tundra to even be in this position to play Parivision and beat them. And it is that they are having some really nice drafts where they're giving themselves so many options and so much ability to play into their opponents. And obviously, we talked about Kiritich. Another fantastic Juggernaut.
Yeah, we're going to do it again.
Yes, turns out.
His Juggernaut legitimately looks unbeatable. The guy understands the hero. you know, even a lot of the Omni slashes that we saw early, where, you know, Sunsfan and Syndrome were like, oh, he's sending a message. The thing is, like, the good Jug players, I think they understand when they're not looking to fight and they're just looking to farm. And if they can get a free pick by just, like, insta-killing somebody, guaranteeing, like, for instance, an annoying 9 class is not on the map, you know, they're going to go for it. I also think this is the second time they've done Slardar Jug, and this looks like an insanely good combo because it makes it so the Swift Slash is a kill. Instead of the Swift Slash being a poke ability, you're using it to actually kill somebody from full HP. No one had no game because he got amped by Slardar and then Jug Swift Slash from, like, global range, and he's dead.
Yeah, I said in the draft that the Voker was interesting because they like it. I think it's good. But when they got responded with a Slardar mid, I personally think Starter's like the best mid matchup for Invoker. And then I think we kind of showed he ganks the Invoker, he does well in the lane, they kill him with the amplified damage. He isn't really able to buy armor early because you need Midas, you need Gleipnir, you need Ags, all of this, even maybe a BKB before you can get that Shivas. And I think he just kind of struggled on Invoker to get anything done.
Yeah, it was bold to pick it second. Obviously, he was undefeated at that point. But yeah, just didn't really have an impactful game. And there was some strange stuff going on. I know they talked about it a lot during the cast. I don't know what was happening with the Naga Monkey King interaction. I don't know what that was. That was weird.
Yeah, I mean, there's these abilities in Dota that break trees. I mean, the way that I understood it was just when the reel-in ends, like Monkey King right now, whenever you jump across trees, if you get hexed, for example, it stops your movement.
Yep.
So I think there's something weird there where it's like forced movement, but it's not moving him, and then it moves him like a little bit at the end of the reel-in, and that breaks the trees because it's forced movement. It's just Dota things. It's just Dota things. I don't think it had a huge impact. I think the bigger impact is that
he was Naga.
There's a Naga in this.
Well, hang on. We might get some insight into that Naga pick over the Slacks.
Absolutely. I am here with the king of the BetBoom team. Welcome. You did an incredible series, but, you know, people are always focusing on the Juggernaut and these other guys, but it's you who makes these games happen. Is that how you feel?
Of course.
Come on. Is that actually, I mean, is behind every great carry the support for you?
I mean, it's really important to give carry good lane, but last game I went to offlane, so save did the job.
Absolutely. All right, well, let's talk a little bit, because I have been hearing a lot about this Naga Siren hero. You seem to be one of the best in the world at this hero right now. People are trying to copy, maybe not being very successful. Why so good?
I just think I have a really good understanding on Naga about like my builds and gameplay, and this hero is just broken. It's honestly, I'm surprised this series it don't rate so high. So I just pick Naga almost. I mean, last pick. I think this hero is broken. We just in this series enemies don't rate it, so we kind of don't rate it too. But next series I'm ready to like first pick it anytime.
There we go. That's what I like to hear. Yeah, it is unique to people to save that last pick for a support. That is how powerful you are on that little creature. Did you see that interaction, the weird one with the reel in and it broke the tree?
Not really.
Okay, so Monkey King jumped up. You put a net on him, and then when the reel-in ended, it broke he got stunned.
I mean, full counter pick. Yeah.
Today, you have learned something new on your most favorited hero.
Yes.
All right, well, talk to me a little bit about Parivision. You know, it's not the first time you face them, won't be the last, many, many times. Does this mean something to take this team out, or are your sights looking at somebody else?
I mean, honestly, the series was for tournament win, I think. So we have like understanding that if we win right now, so we're gonna win tournament. So we basically win Parivision, which is always like super exciting for us. So we're super ready to win this one again and take it 2 in a row. Wallachia.
Yeah, boy. God damn, you beat Parivision. You know you're gonna win the tournament. That is quite a statement there. That's what I like to hear. Okay, is there any way that they could stop you? Will they finally ban the Juggernaut? Will they finally ban the Naga? What could they possibly do to stop the domination, in your opinion?
Nah, they cannot do anything.
Yeah, hell yeah, hell yeah. All right, who do you think you're going to be facing off against next? Someone's got to be your way.
I mean, which teams? Both like Mouz or?
OG Mouz, yes.
OG Mouz. Probably, I mean, I would like to face OG, to be honest. I think this team is pretty good. They have really good I mean, surprisingly, they have a really good understanding of the meta and gameplay. So it will be a very fun series to win them. So because we lost them 2-0, and now we wanna take the revenge.
Absolutely. Now, as a team that lost a hyper late game. No offense, but that was one of the biggest ones in the, to me, the Medusa versus, that was a crazy one. Did you watch that OG game last night with the Rapier?
No.
Maybe you shouldn't. Maybe you shouldn't watch that one. But they, can get a little crazy. You guys can get a little methodical and crazy too. Who's going to win that series if it comes down to it? Is it just the crazier team or the smarter team?
I think the team who have the most chill, without nerves, relax, this team will win because every game when it comes to minute 50, 1 hour game, it's so nervous. It's like so stressful, and I think very, very important to keep your nerves calm, and that's what we're gonna win the game, not anything else.
I completely know what you're saying. As a fellow support main myself, the 60 minutes, it's out of our control. It's up to the Dumbos to win the game for us, and that is true stress. Well, you seem like you're not stressed at all. Congratulations, indeed. Oh, wait, you said none of those. Come on, let's do it. Oh, shit! All right, we're back in, baby. This guy is hype. We'll see more from that hype BetBoom team coming up.
Felt the sonic waves from that one over here in the studio. That was a big one. Look, I'll just say this. Our reigning champions still in the competition and looking better and better series to series. And I love what he said about the Naga as well. We've highlighted it so many times. It is crazy he got to pick it so late in the draft, and it definitely had impact in the game.
Yeah, but it is true. Like, if you're playing against a specific team, you kind of rate things based on how they're rating it. I feel like it's a very human thing. It's like, well, they're our opponents. They're just as good as us. We're playing against them. They don't think this is there something up here? But in reality, now Parivision just lost their minds in that game. I don't know. Like, they let the most broken hero in Dota through.
Because the second game it was ignored, right? Wasn't it? I think it was just completely ignored in the second game.
It was ignored. Yeah, I mean, that's quite bold on this patch. I would say it hasn't worked every single time. Every single time it's through.
Okay, guys. Well, time for a break. Just a short one. When we come back, it's going to be Mouz versus OG, and OG might feel there was some divine intervention to put them in the lower bracket. We'll talk about that in a moment.
The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you, gamers, hybrid workers, artists, backing your every move.
Welcome back for OG versus Mouz. And as I alluded to before that short break, yes, OG had lots to think about, unfortunately, in their game against Team Liquid, which they lost in spectacular fashion. Could have 2-0'd, as we talked about in the pre-show. If it was a best of 5, it actually could have been a 3-0 across the 3 games. And there were just some heartbreaking moments for them, which may have been giving them nightmares back in the hotel. Let's talk about it. I'll start with you, Gunnar, as you've been doing your research.
Yeah, I know there's a lot of pressure, I think, on Natsumi with the Rapier, because I think they have a lot of fans that they've gotten through the tournament.
Yeah,
and also
including some of the people they're playing against, right?
Yeah, and being part of OG, I think, also brings a lot of eyes to your team. They have a big fan base, and so I think there's definitely a lot of pressure. He talked about it last night. Even he posted about his Divine Rapier purchase. He even showed screenshots of scrims of doing the build, and I kind of agree with him that it's not uncommon for these gyrocopters to go this 3rd, 4th item Rapier. It's just that sure, if it doesn't go well, it looks really bad, right? But in his perspective, I think that the game was starting to slip away. They already had lost a 6K, 7K gold lead, and to some extent, you have to respect the guts to go for a Rapier in that situation. You're playing versus Liquid. You're playing this is a very good team. You already had a kind of a struggle first game that you threw. You come back in the second game, and now you're willing to like risk again in the third game to like try to secure your team the victory. I think that even though it didn't work then, I think the ability to do that stuff, especially on LAN, is how teams are able to win.
They've already addressed it on social media, right? He's talked about it. So what did he say?
I mean, he basically said he showed screenshots of scrims of his gyro builds of doing the exact same build he did in the game of like Sanjin Yasha, Satanic, Butterfly, Rapier.
It's a normal build. It's normal.
Yeah, the build isn't what we're disputing.
I just really hope that it didn't get to him.
I'm just.
at all.
And
I think if you're on social media justifying it's got to.
Yeah,
it's got to you. That's what I'm worried about.
That's what I'm worried about too.
I think his girlfriend posted as well.
Yeah,
because they've come so far at this point. They've done something that no Southeast Asian team has been able to do in a very long time. They've done something that no OG roster has been able to do in a long time, which is every team is rating them as S tier. Every team is rating them as...
They have like peer respect. Like all the other players and teams are talking about them.
It's respect, but also where like people want to play against them. It's fun to play against them. They're interesting as well as good. And at some point, I understand that you can kind of hit a wall with that can get to your head. But like I said, Gyro Rapier, this is normal. Like this is every game. If you're playing Gyro and you're not playing for a Rapier at some point, you're not playing it right. The disassembling trick in building the Rapier is
that is the tech now.
This is the tech, right?
That fight could have easily like maybe the Mars gets a little better arena and a little better spear and he protects them from the Lycan creeps because it was basically just die to the Lycan creeps, like the physical damage, which again, BKB doesn't help for his physical damage. Like Dragonite, Lycan, there's so much physical damage that I could see a world that fight that he's protected, they win the fight, and then we're all like, wow, what a great Rapier pickup. And they're an upper bracket.
Yeah.
And we saw some of Natsumi's heroes on the screen too there. Like, I think he's been instrumental for this team and for the reasoning behind why people are afraid of playing against them. Wind Ranger, Troll Warlord, Beastmaster.
I think his Beastmaster is very good.
And consistently performing when he's on these like weirder style heroes.
More like position 2 kind of aggressive heroes rather than like the hard.
Exactly. It means the other heroes in the game can be changed up based on his gameplay, and he always does something in these games. Like his team can always rely on him.
Yeah. OG have obviously been a cool story. Mouz have been a cool story in their own way too. Started the tournament 2 players down. They were using Ghost as a stand-in in the carry position. They brought their carry back. Crystalis, he's back. He's performing well. And obviously, it looks like they will be closing out the tournament now with 1 day left with still a standing Kaori. So lots of Warlock games ahead.
His Warlock was very good yesterday.
So good. He's so good at the most boring hero.
But ultimately, I mean, look, they've both. I think they've both won a lot of fans this event. I think Mouz have been super interesting and fun to watch.
Completely agree. Like it depends on how you want to look at this glass half full, glass half empty sort of situation. Like we are losing today a really fun team to watch no matter what. They're probably maybe other than Heroic, some of the 2 most exciting teams to.
It's like in a row, right? It was Mouz, Heroic, now
exactly.
it's Mouz OG.
But then also on the other side of things, like one of them is also going through to play later on in the tournament. So that's nice.
Yeah, and you can see as well here, whatever happens, we could get a quick game.
Look at the match duration for Mouz. It's crazy.
Yeah, it's 6 minutes
crazy
faster.
How fast they are. I mean, also the longest duration. Every team has gone through like
there's in like some game.
Everyone's been there this tournament, and yet the average duration for Mouz is still 6 minutes. That's 7 minutes difference.
Yeah.
That's bonkers.
I think for me, that's kind of the big difference because we always talk about OG is really good at team fighting. They're very good at their late game. But Mouz they're going to pick some kind of cheese if you consider with like the Huskar. They're going to pick their Warlock, their Pudge, and they're going to run at you and they're going to beat you. It's like old school gaming gladiators. We talk about this a lot. And OG is definitely more of a, we're going to get our timings, we're going to get our items, we'll beat you in the team fights. Like, sure, Natsumi does play like a bit more aggressive carries, but I feel like they don't usually push the tempo with those heroes. He still scales with them.
They have within a series proven though, and by they I mean OG, they have proven that they can adjust if they
did dumpster like a game, like and played fast.
Yeah, when they picked Yopoi, his Nature's Prophet mid, and he did lose lane. The lane was not good. It was actually one of the most
versus Viper, right? It was a
Venomancer.
Veno.
It was one of the most devastating lanes possible, and he still was like, okay, I understand you're cheesing me a lane. I know what my job is. Was still able to snowball it in the other direction with his rotations. So I think they can do it. This team has shown a great resilience and ability to adjust.
I mean, put it this way, day to day in terms of adaptations, I think OG and BetBoom have been the two that have really looked like, okay, we've learned something from that.
I think
loss.
they definitely evolved the most from the start of the tournament. Like,
exactly.
You could always be like, oh, well, Liquid was playing like kind of not the great at the start, and they're playing better. But I feel like in terms of actual game understanding, game difference, confidence, it's definitely those are the two teams.
It's a slow progression for Liquid, whereas with the teams that you're mentioning, it's like within a series, it's snap. They're a completely different team.
And like, it's like even Mouz, I feel like they've already had some decent success at some previous lands, and they're just like continue to grow slowly and be slowly better. And you're like, these guys are good and consistent, but I feel like OG is definitely you didn't expect them to go there. You see their first series, you're like, wow, they're good. And then, wow, they're playing even better. And maybe today they're going to play even better than they did.
And remember, Crystal has said, I think if I remember correctly from the interview, I think this is the match he wanted, right?
He did want to play versus OG.
He said, bring them to me. So, okay.
Leave Southeast Asia Dota to me.
Got your wish. Like.
Said he has a high win rate versus OG rosters.
That's what he said, yep.
So we'll see if he can keep it up, because this is not...
I like OG's bets.
Oh my God.
Huskar Pudge.
Did Crystals make fun of
He made fun of a first phase Huskar ban.
Yeah. First phase Huskar ban into Viper pick. That was what
Yeah.
Because
I think even just the Huskar ban in general is a bit...
It's pretty funny. When they first picked it, it went terribly.
Yeah, I don't think they're going to first pick it.
But that's why you do it. You sack one game so people see the draft.
You know, heroes in the pool? Centaur Warrunner.
And Naga side.
And Naga.
Oh my God.
I mean, I think Centaur's stronger than Naga. Personally.
I think
I think Naga's like, it's a good hero, strong.
Agree to disagree on that one, but they seem to agree with you. So
I don't know.
You can have my shirt.
Can I have the whole thing? We can just swap.
In my pants as well?
Yeah.
It just seems to be, out of all of the heroes that are theoretically conceptually strong in this tournament, that's the one you can pick first, and it feels safest.
Are we watching the previous series again? What's happening here? I mean, I'm glad teams are valuing the heroes, because these look like S tier heroes right now.
I think the drafts are to some extent kind of getting a bit more homogenized, where people are like, we have to pick Centaur, we want to pick Primal. I think Abba was also used earlier. I really like that response. Primal, Abba into Centaur. I would, if it's in the pool, which it is, I think that's a great response. It looked very good earlier. It makes a lot of sense for kind of what you want to do in the draft. It's also a decent here versus Primal because you can save. So taking that away as a Primal counter.
I mean, we know that OG have been picking it up quite a bit.
Yeah, Nico is...
And it's flex for them.
Yeah.
Nico's pretty much the only player who seems to be able to make offlane Abaddon work right now. Like, even 33 couldn't really make it work. But Nico has this Helm Dom into Blink Bloodthorn build that he goes...
I would like maybe like you ban Terrorblade and you take Abba, or you could ban like the Hoodwink, something like that.
Oh, got it.
Okay,
Warlock out, of course. And then you take Jakiro. Uh-oh. What's KR going to play? Oh, Phoenix? Is it in the pool?
It's the Phoenix.
He's going to play Phoenix.
You think it's that easy?
Yes.
Yeah.
I'm not even kidding. I'm not even memeing. It is. With him, it is.
I mean, it's like, I don't know. I see a Jakiro. I don't really want to pick Phoenix. That's my initial response.
Yeah, well...
It's like, sure, it's good with Centaur, it's good versus Primal, it's percentage damage, but there's already a Jakiro, there can be Snapfire position 4, Tim's plays Snap. I don't know. I would not want to blind pick Phoenix here.
Well, it's Kaori.
It's going to happen in like 5 seconds.
What's after the Phoenix pick is the real question. And okay, that's going to be the Yamich hero. You know, he plays the melee guys. Oh, because for SD, okay, that's another one that he's been picking, and we talked about this previously.
It's good in the Primal Beast.
It's great in a Primal. You purge his Q.
Yep.
You have save for the ult. You can disseminate, cast it on him. It's like a big HP target, so he gets damage amped. It's also killing everyone around him.
And Kaori, as we talked about previous to the first series, is one of the people that does not have a bad win rate on SD. I mean, he's only picked it once, but...
It's acceptable.
31% win rate. To be fair, that's going up. It was like 25%.
It has won.
Yesterday.
I think people are picking a bit more counter picky. Like actually seeing something rather than just like blind picking it.
Yeah, you can't just pick it first.
I mean, Centaur SD also is like, that's such an easy combo. Even if it's going to be Yamich laning with Centaur, which we've seen a lot of 4 and 5 position swaps, so I could easily see it being SD playing with Centaur. But even if he's rotating through the portal, that's still really good setup, right? It's like because of the portals, you're kind of like quad laning both side lanes in a way, especially with the supports going through the portals.
I actually really like Snapfire +1, and then you put the Snapfire in the safe lane because I think it's really nice for Tusk. Like you can cookie out your guy. Like Snapfire Abba could be pretty cool.
It's really good follow up for Primal Beast as well.
Yeah. I know Jakir is also okay. It's like acceptable versus Tusk. It's just so much damage you're dealing with Centaur plus Tusk if that's the lane. Like you press tag team, you press ice shards. I think every carry pretty much just dies if they get caught. So having just like a get out of jail free card with the cookie. If not Snap,
Hoodwink something, but it just seems like it seems like a worse version of Snap to me. Batrider still in the pool, but you're playing into SD save. That kind of feels bad.
I'm also curious just the carry that they're gonna pick.
There it is.
There's the Snap. Good call. Yeah, I feel like I say this every time I see a Snap get drafted, but such a stable draft from OG so far. They've lots of magic damage, BKB piercing, good tower defense, good laning, lots of stuns, lots of scaling. Like you can't really go wrong with these heroes.
Oh, okay. Ooh.
Okay, well there's a little bit.
That's a hero that doesn't die to Tusk Centaur that he's in the lane. You can run away from the tag team.
Yeah, you just do not care about this.
I'm more fine just putting the Jakir in the lane now because it's just the attack speed that you care about. And then you can just put the Snap with whatever offlaner, either Primal Beast or a new one. I think it kind of looks nice. I would say he's one of the few carries that likes Weaver because it's not so much a traditional carry. Like you don't have a farming tool. You don't have to buy a farming item.
Yeah.
You're very aggressive, like all in. It's kind of like a Kez to some extent.
Definitely.
But he's looked good on it, I think.
Weaver in general, I think, has been a good hero when it does get picked. When there's like a lack of
what about
Sable?
Faceless Void?
I mean, that is always a consideration whenever you see a Weaver get picked up. It's like the #1 hero versus Weaver.
Is that what Crystallis wants though?
Problem is, like, there's nothing in Mouz's draft that synergizes well with a Void. Other than, I guess...
Tusk is going to press tag team and blink into the chrono.
Oh, yeah, there you go. I mean, I guess you can, like, save Void so we can time walk.
That's the spells, sure.
But that's it.
Okay, what about Time Zone?
I'm waiting to see it.
Then the Centaur and the Tusk can get in there, do the damage.
They are lacking damage from Mouz right now, I would say. Is there a carry for Crystallis that deals a lot of damage here? Is Gyro in the pool?
Bloodseeker.
Bloodseeker against Weaver is actually...
And Primal Beast.
And Primal is a good call.
I wondered when you were going to suggest Bloodseeker again.
It was him this time, shockingly.
You are so desperate to get a Bloodseeker.
I mean, it's Crystallis. It's like, that's one of his heroes. It's one of his, like, he comes into the scene, he starts picking Bloodseeker every game. Everyone's like, why does he pick Bloodseeker? It's such a bad hero, but he wins.
Okay, so now what they're trying to do is they're picking their mid, it's Queen of Pain.
And they're hoping that the other good carries get banned and Bloodseeker's left in the pool.
Right, Bloodseeker's the one that's left.
Yeah.
No, I mean, it means that now Primal Beast mid feels...
You probably are going to go Primal Beast offlane.
Yeah, a little rough, which means Crystallis is likely to know what his matchup is. It's going to be the Primal, so he can pick something that's good against Primal in lane.
Yeah.
You know the lane now.
I would say when I play Primal, the most annoying matchup mid is Queen of Pain. Because you can never go on her. She has a blink. She has a slow. She's constantly poking out of the lane. If you try to do the creep shenanigans, she can kind of just follow you with daggers and pressure you out. And then also the ult can really mess you up in mid-game team fights. Like you try to charge in, she ults, it stops your charge. She has a lot of ways to deal with you. And again, she does a lot of damage and she buys like Shivas. It's good for you. Everything she buys is kind of a good item versus you. Blade Mail is also decent versus you.
10 seconds remaining.
I would unironically not be surprised to see a Bloodseeker ban here.
I don't know what else is like in his...
You have Weaver. You have Primal Beast. You're thinking, what does Crystallis play? It's not that much.
Okay, this sounds bad, but I genuinely think...
It's always good to start a sentence with that.
Time Zone Faceless Void is very good here. It's really good with Queen of Pain because it increases your cooldowns on spells. And so when you get Ags and you get like a good Time Zone, Queen of Pain gets like 4 daggers off in like 5 seconds,
But
4
Weaver
seconds.
can just Sakuchi out of it. If you're picking Faceless...
Not if he presses Time Dilation to put it on the cooldown.
Yeah, but if it's already on cooldown, then sure.
Yeah.
But I feel like if you're picking Faceless Void, it's to...
Chrono.
1v1 Chrono the Weaver. That one sucks.
Chrono's so boring. We've seen it for like 20 years.
I know.
tiny. It's a box.
It's
a square.
You
It's
impatient
good.
children.
It's good. Trust me. Trust me. He's gonna pick it. They're gonna win, and then Jingens. We're gonna laugh at this one day when everyone starts playing Time Zone Faces Void.
Okay, they go for the gyro. I mean, yeah, they lack damage in the first 3 picks, so they go for 2 heroes that just completely shit out damage.
Pure damage.
It makes sense. And I don't think there's anything in this game other than maybe like Primal ult through the BKB of gyro that you feel really too bad about. But the gyro Aghanim's flak will go through the Primal ult and he can continue to heal while he's in that. So it's really not the worst. Okay, OG sees the full draft. They can choose to put Primal mid or offlane.
They're gonna pick a mid. I just don't want them to pick Puck. I think any mid that's not Puck is fine.
I got it. They need a blade mail buyer mid, right?
Okay.
Konka. This is it. It's time.
No, there's double X. Both supports can save from X.
That's true. Actually, it's a terrible Konka game.
It's a decent Pango game. It's better than Konka.
It could also go offlane.
It's mid. It has to be mid. For sure. Yeah.
How's the Pango versus Co-op?
You lose like maybe very slightly, but you still farm. You farm a lot better than Primal. You have stuns to deal with them a lot better in the early mid game. I think that Pango is probably one of their better picks. As long as it wasn't a Puck and it was a different type of hero, I'm happy.
I actually think good Tusk players will say like, I love playing Tusk into Pango because
the shards is really annoying to deal with.
If you can properly place the shards, it really screws up a Pango's role. But then you have the Pango players that go, no, that's just another wall for me to bounce off of. That's easy. I love that. But I think it definitely does favor the Tusk.
If I was in this game, I think I'd prefer to play Mouz's draft. I think that it's easier to pilot. I think Queen and Pain has a pretty easy job this game. And even the Centaur, I think they both have like very easy, like just jump, go, do your damage, kite, play. Like both of your supports are going to kite. And I feel like OG's draft definitely has a bit more like oomph that they have to do. Like they have to connect their spells in the correct way to do the damage. And it's a bit more like the lanes can get hard if they mess them up.
I feel like we say this a lot, but if the game goes late and it's even, Mouz will definitely win. I think their heroes eventually scale to be better and probably their lanes are better, but OG has a crazy snowballing draft. Like all 5 of their heroes can group up and do a shitload of damage, push towers, disable people, kill people. Like they've got some snowball potential.
Yeah, the Pango, I think if the Pango's able to connect with like the Primal Beast damage and the Weaver and they get like a Deso and they go fast, I think they can do it. But again, I'm just worried about how the lanes are going to go.
All right. Well, let's have a Slacks attack and talk about those drafts.
Absolutely. I am here with the GOAT himself, Immortal Faith, who is a little under the weather, I'm afraid. You holding up, buddy?
Yeah, I'm good.
Yeah. Very sick. But me, I'd love some Immortal Faith germs inside of me, man. MMR go up, buy the best items. Let's talk a little bit about Shadow Demon. This is a hero that has not had too big of a win, right? Many of our analysts there, Cinder and Lacoste, they say people are picking this to purge Onslaught from Primal Beast and a combo with Gyrocopter. Is this why you picked him, or is there something we're not picking up on, Mr. Faith?
Yes.
Fantastic. Thank you so much. That wrapped it up very well. Let's go into the next pick here, okay? Who did you want the Pango to go up against? Why Pango? Is Pango just... Oh, wait. Pango other team? Why you like Pango?
I don't like Pango.
Okay, good. That's very good, Mr. Faith. Final question for you. Is Mouse good team?
Yes.
All right. Well, let's get in the game and see if they do it well. Thank you, Mr. Sick Faith.
Okay. Well, that was a bonus scene from Curb Your Enthusiasm, I believe. As cringy as it gets. You okay there? As we enter this best of 3, OG versus Mouse.
All good.
In the lower bracket.
Is
OG
Mouse good team?
Oh, that's what happens when Slacks makes a mistake. He just goes full Slacks mode, we'll call it.
Oh, that's great. All right, I was going to talk about something completely different, as a matter of fact, to start this off. Well, definitely something different than Slacks. I'm mainly thinking about the mental side of things here, to be honest, because OG so far in this tournament have been doing really well and easily surpassing expectations. And of course, when you do that, expectations rise. And yesterday, they were having 3 good games against Liquid that they arguably had a claim to winning all 3. They end up losing 2 of them from big advantages. This is the type of series that is going to show whether you have the mental fortitude and that you don't overreact to messing up and come to the right conclusions of just, all right, we focus on the positives, right?
Yep.
I was quickly tuning in and just listening to some of Seb and No Tail's commentary post-game, and they were both very proud of the team and said they saw the camera shot of Natsuma just full-on declining in his chair, or reclining rather, staring off into the abyss, and they were like, please smile. You know, you guys played really well. You messed up one situation. And actually a couple of the players have gone out on social media to write posts just explaining the whole gyro rapier, because the community, I think especially the Filipino community, were kind of tearing him apart over the rapier, but it's a build that he's done in multiple scrims and pub games, and Yopash also came to his defense talking about how the build was fine. This is what we maybe should have done different with a butterfly, and we as a team had bad positioning, and that's why it fell flat. But, you know, people like to focus on one aspect, but it's usually something way more complex than just bad item, bad moment. So at least it sounds like they've got good camaraderie and that they've hopefully brushed it off. But this will be the type of game that will show whether OG can still... Because before yesterday, I would say against Mouz, I would have them as a relatively clear favorite, actually. I think OG have been playing very, very well. So have Mouz, but maybe, you know, I think there's some potential distance between the two.
Yeah, so you're saying that the events that transpired yesterday could affect them mentally here.
Yes, and I think this individual game will be very telling for that.
You know, the weird thing about it, not to get in the whole discussion here, but I feel like based on what I've seen, and these players, they've been around for a while, I don't think that game in and of itself would affect them the next day. I think the toxicity from the community,
yes, exactly,
that has a bigger impact, which is really sad because...
Feeling the pressure from, you know, fans can be good and bad, you know, it's people... You know,
people are people.
Yeah, the players obviously in a lot of these... Oh, hang on, they're actually going to connect on Kaori here. They will.
With the trample, Kaori put to the high ground, and that is going to be likely first blood of the Yamish is in the area with the snowball to delay things. Cookie on top.
Really nice timing, yeah.
And that's going to be Nico with the first blood. Tims does sacrifice himself, as Nico eventually will be taken out as well, but 2 for 1. But first blood going the way of OG.
Yeah, bringing more heroes, so... They have to get a favorable trade there, and they will. This is the guy who will suffer for it. Yeah. Boom, of course, playing 1v2 against Jakiro Weaver. Good luck with that, Centaur. You're going to get boxed out by all the pressure. But yeah, it's...
But, I mean, piggybacking off of what we were just talking about, the team that I've been most impressed with at this tournament is OG, and it's not close. Because they had no expectations coming into
Absolutely.
this. Hoofstop is there, but he is outnumbered. Mr. Boom... Down he goes.
You guys going to bring 3 bottom? We'll bring 3 top. Immediate response. Yeah, I think the thing that's impressed me the most with OG is their first 20 minutes. I think they've done a very good job in a lot of their games of playing fast. They've, in particular, compared to many of the other teams, I think they do a really good job activating Skem around the map. Whether he's playing something like Jakiro in this game or the Enchantress. Oh, you like that one. Okay.
What the hell? That was very unexpected.
Yeah, it's weird. It's
I'm a big Nico fan, by the way.
Yeah.
Not related, of course.
Makes sense, yeah. I feel like that voice line really encapsulates casting with you in general. So. Honestly, if they could just play that on repeat, I would just cast with that voice line as my partner.
Nico gets away. What a good player. Gets away easily. Never any.
Insane onslaught. Beautiful performance.
A lot of pressure in this top lane as they have stuck with 3 members. Skem, though, stuck inside of the cogs.
Oh,
Cookie
that
the
was...
other way. He's like, sacrifice yourself, Skem. And he does. Boom gets it.
Yeah, some miscommunication there. I think he was turning around to try to go for a last liquid fire on the tower and then gets cookied simultaneously. So a bit unfortunate in that situation. But yeah, for all intents and purposes, a very even early game here. Panel was talking about OG potentially being in trouble in their lanes. So if they're right about that, then a draw should be very good. So far, that's what they have.
Scam. That's a good amount of damage to mid one. He gets off the blink in time before the cookie hits. As looking at the CS overall for him, 28 and 8. As he might have to worry about Nico's movements. Onslaught on top of Yamich. Forces out the snowball. Now a TP coming in from the gyrocopter. Crystallis not really doing that much damage. Doesn't really pose a threat here, so ends up kind of being a wasted TP. That's 4 members of Mouz here.
Yeah. The series already
is taken by mid one, so at the very least they secure that rune.
Yeah, Tim's is probably gonna die for this, you would imagine. Can walk him down here. They still have Sonic Wave if they need it. And they don't. So, yeah, I was just gonna say this series already compared to the previous one, the BetBoom Parivision series, I want to say, even if the kill counts were somewhat similar at this stage in one of the games, you still had the feeling that there's like bigger rotations happening here. There's a lot of heroes being brought around to try to match the aggression. We've already seen three-man ganks on side lanes, now 4v3 in the mid. Definitely not going to look to be outnumbered on anyone. Natsumi will think twice about this.
Yep, just keeping them honest.
Yeah. And Yamich will grab that. Nico will grab the other one. So one apiece.
You know, I have to say, even though we like the way the Wisdom Shrine works compared to what it was before, it's kind of nice to see both teams trade it so you have a normal game. Does that make sense? Is that kind of weird to say?
No, I mean, you know I like removing stuff from Dota.
Yeah, of course. Remove yourself.
Yeah, that's right. I'll just leave. That's the right solution. No, I think it's been one of the more polarizing things. I've talked to other people about this as well. I think the older version was way worse for that reason, because not only was it still strong to get both, but it also seemed a bit more random, right? At least now you can target it by bringing more heroes, so you're more in control of whether you get one. But yeah, when both teams get the same one, it oftentimes leads to very one-sided early games, so.
And Boom, in the meantime, getting controlled. Will TP now that the stuns are out.
Do you think, so there's a couple of solutions to this problem, right? One is that you remove it, but then you could argue that playing support again, now you're going to have these games where the supports are significantly under-leveled compared to the field, which you could adjust for by making strategic choices such as letting supports lane for a bit while the carry goes jungle to try to compensate, which is what Pro Dota used to do.
Yep.
Or you could just give the reward, you know? You just give the reward but remove the shrines. So at 7 minutes, the two lowest experienced heroes on the two teams get experience.
I mean,
that would be kind of a band-aid way of doing it, though.
Oh, Disruption. He's already used the Swashbuckle. Mid one has Sonic Wave, but gets caught in the ice path. Meanwhile, Nico with the trample, not able to finish a kill, but gets the Pulverize now with the Rolling Thunder to follow. Sonic Wave does hit 2 members, and away they go as the call down is hitting with that new facet. So that is the death of Nico, and it's a trade for Yamich at the moment, and Crystal's getting help with the Stampede, but now he's in a bit of trouble. Gets the double kill. Do they have the damage to finish the job here? They do. Natsumi and company end up netting themselves another kill, but tough to say who wins this engagement overall. I mean, Nico probably the loser here since he died early on.
I think the biggest winner in all of this is Centaur because he didn't have to rotate.
Yeah.
Until now. Now he's not the biggest winner anymore.
Yeah.
But he was enjoying winning for a little.
Cinderin Classic, of course. There it is. Perfect.
Excellent pulverize from Nico.
I mean, it's the perfect hero to use it on as well. So.
Yeah, this is really a Suns fan game, isn't it? Everything coming up, Time for power run. Let's see if mid one gets lucky here. Looking for... I mean, what's the best run he could find here? Probably amp damage. Well, he's getting about as unlucky as possible. It's top and it's a haste. Funny little interaction in that previous team fight in mid, by the way. When you Sonic Wave Pango during the roll, he does get pushed.
Yep.
And unfortunately, that meant he hit Yamich 3 times in a row in the river. Because he hit him, got pushed back, hit him again, and then hit the wall and hit him again.
He would have died anyway, I think.
Yeah, probably.
But that is funny.
It's pretty unique situation.
By a Yule Scepter to be able to pull that kind of shenanigans off.
That was basically a perfect chain stun set up by the Quap.
Yeah.
Oh, there it is. The Mango Gabby. I believe they call it the Mangabi, actually. At least I saw a lot of people say that yesterday. I'm assuming this is some meme that I don't know.
Probably, yeah. Same. It's probably 6-7 related.
Yeah.
AKA no meaning.
Yeah, it's just mango. I don't know. He probably did something silly with a mango at some point. Or he just looks nice on a mango. Sometimes it's the simple things.
Yeah, I like the simple things.
Yeah, you don't understand the complex things, so you would.
That is true. 1,200 gold into the Blink Dagger for Nico. And looking at the mid laners, mid one working on the Blade Mail to start things out. Yopaj on the other side already has his Diffusal. And his farm has been a slight struggle, I guess, but overall there hasn't.
It's okay.
Not a huge separation.
I think this is a game where everybody's doing fine. Nobody is having a truly bad game. Everybody's been involved in stuff and realized the potential of their heroes. So if I had to pick somebody that I think is furthest behind, it's probably conceptually the Pango still, or excuse me, the Tusk still not being level 6. It's a little bit rough.
Good Stampede to give him some space. Yamit should be fine. More TPs though, as Mouz not really needing it. And for Natsumi on the Weaver, about 600 from finishing the Maelstrom. What do you think of this hero in this meta and against Gyro late game?
I think it's a bit underrated just how hard of a carry Weaver becomes. In this particular game, I think it's solid. You're one of the best carries against Shadow Demon because you're kind of ignoring both of his abilities. Disruption, Illusions of Weaver are not that strong. Demonic Purge, you're one of the few heroes that can actually move fast during it, so you can kind of play around it. You can distance yourself from Tusk against Snowball, and the shards you can get out of really fast. So I think there's a lot of upsides to that. The matchup against Gyro in particular is also interesting. So I think it's a good pick here overall. And in the meta in general, probably a bit undervalued, I would say.
If you're hitting a bug while Flat Cannon is up, does it...
It flags.
It flags correctly.
Yeah. I believe the bugs are treated like wards, so it follows the same rules as if you're hitting a Serpent Ward or a Cog.
The push on the tier 1 here from Mouz. Will be a defense mounted of some sort from OG, at least for the time being, as they're going to smoke to try to get a good pounce. Perhaps Swash is going to hit a bit. There's the Pulverize onto 1. It's the Shadow Demon. Sonic Wave a little bit too late to save his comrade as mid one. Now taking all the Mortimer's kisses. The Stampede for some distance, but the right click looks like he is fine.
That Stampede was actually needed because he dodged one kiss with it, and that would have been the overkill. He lived with about 80 HP there against the Geminate attack. So, close call. Yamich, a nice steal there, though. That's big. He finally gets himself a little bit into the game now with this with levels. Now gets the level 6 for a very late punch. I don't know if you would agree with this. I feel like some of the games we cast, the teams are not giving the supports enough laning time when they... Like, I don't think it's okay that Tusk needs to wait until minute 14 to get level 6. I think you have to strategize around it either by giving him 1 or 2 waves, or of course by prioritizing...
Yeah, greed.
I don't know. It's obviously the support perspective in me. Maybe I'm biased. I just think that you're losing out on so much potential by not having this ability for, you know, a couple of previous engagements. It would have made a pretty big difference. And what's the opportunity cost of sending your carry away from one wave to do a jungle camp? It's not like they lose the whole wave then. They just get something else that's slightly less valuable.
Yep, I agree.
Good find on Tim's. No way to play your way out of this one.
Goodbye.
Gonna get eaten alive. The setup, classic disruption into call down combo, very strong.
Yep, and Crystallis already working on his Aghanim Scepter. Has the Crystallis, his namesake. Some people call it Crystallis.
Yeah, I've always called it Crystallis, I think. Speaking of Crystallis, the score is now 6-7. in the favor of Mouz.
Yeah.
Important to note, of course, a very even game.
Yeah, good to see. Good to see.
That is very lopsided. I do not agree with this. I'm not sure if this is live or not, but I mean, the Radiant lineup is definitely in a good spot, no doubt, but according to the panel, the early game was going to be part of the pressure point for OG, and they've easily weathered the storm. I think this is a completely all-right game state for them. Conversely, for Mouz, you're also happy, as we finally take the second Wisdom Shrine at 16 minutes. They let this stand for a while. OG looking for a move of their own now. Hitting their stride.
Oh, Yamich.
They want to find Gyro, and it looks very likely they will connect as he's completely alone down here, too. There's no protection, but are they going to go to the right so they saw him?
Yes, they do.
He's
Pulverize, Macropyre, everything. Goodbye, Crystallis. That was so close to Yamich just tanking the whole gank. Just about 2 seconds off, probably. Bad timing for Mouz, but perfect for OG.
Yeah, it's a nice find. That is going to, for the first time in this game, I believe, put Natsumi at the top of the chart. And since he did go for the Maelstrom build, likely won't see him get the Shard anytime soon. Mainly do that with Deso. Nico, waiting for the Demonic Purge and then gets the charge off. Very nice. Play the Suns fan voice line so he says you're good.
What a good player.
Tower's probably going to fall here. Scam just needs one Liquid Fire. That should be enough. And he's probably just going to leave now to play it safe. And we'll do just that. So, yeah, next main point of contention here for both teams should be the Tormentor in 3 minutes coming up. Is there any big item that will just make its way before then? Centaur could technically get the pipe before that happens, I think. Tusk Dagger. And for the other side, OG likely to get a mech on Tim's. And maybe Weaver can finish. No, they'll finish the Mjolnir. Probably not the Dragonlance as well. So, I want to say overall, for the purpose of the Tormentor fight, the pipe is probably the biggest out of all the items I just mentioned. So if they could get Boom there in time, it would be really nice for the side of Mouz.
Yeah, well, Natsumi will have the Mjolnir now, but against the double blade mail, does have to be careful. Pulverize is going to be canceled thanks to the disruption.
Ice Path
Yopaj, yeah, Ice Path into the Rolling Thunder. Can they keep him stun locked? Yes! Mid one dead. That was very nice execution from OG. Despite there being a disruption, they still had beautiful layering of stuns.
Yeah, funnily enough, this used to be a duo you picked in your own team for that reason. SD Jakiro is a classic. Setting up reliable ice paths, but guess what? If it's in the other team, it's the same story.
Is there still that like point whatever seconds that you can activate BKB coming out of that theoretically?
Yes. So the way that it works, it's similar logic to how I talked to Gunnar about this, how you can dodge spells with phase shift on Puck. So some stuns are, I'll explain that in a moment.
Pulverize instantly canceled as Nico,
way out of that
he gets punished hard.
So basically, there's a difference between, say, Ice Path and Arrow. That's the easiest example for me to use, is if you're disrupted and you come out into an Arrow, you can't BKB. But if you come out into an Ice Path, you can. And it's because one of them is a projectile that's on top of your hero, so it is applied on the same frame, and the Ice Path is an aura that's on the ground. And therefore, you come out first, and then the aura hits you. So if you're like immediately BKB, you can always dodge Ice Path. But the arrow works in a different fashion. It's the same logic with phase shift or coming down from Yules. You can't phase shift an arrow when you come down out of Yules, but you can phase shift an Ice Path coming out of Yules. Does that make sense?
Yep. Yeah. It is arbitrary at the end of the day, though, of course. From the
nice reaction from no one. Well, not so nice reaction from him, I guess, but from mid one. Oh, nice timing. Boom.
Cancel of the onslaught.
Beautiful.
Nico has to stand his ground with the Primal ult. Doing a good amount as the Sonic Wave actually misses, but they still have the burst to get through the big, juicy Primal Beast. And Natsumi died as well to Boom. And just like that's 3 for nothing as Mouz taking the first big fight of the game.
That was just beautiful from Boom. The stun timing on the Primal charge there made all the difference in the world. Yeah, look how much damage he did there to the Weaver. Wait, did he just take so much physical damage from return? Did he kind of kill himself on return?
I honestly, I did not catch the Weaver dying. So.
I just looked at the damage breakdown, and he took more physical than magical damage, so he must have really been destroying himself on Retaliate. Maybe not something you think about all that much when you're playing Weaver, but knowing that Natsumi is also a Wind Ranger specialist, he should be used to Retaliate being a problem.
Yeah, no doubt. If you're Centaur, you're always happy to see heroes like that. As Yopaj, well, he's in a bit of trouble. No Rolling Thunder for 20 will attempt to TP. Is he actually fine? Yeah.
Get out.
Okay.
This is really, really nice sequence from Mouz, though. Talk about a big win. This game was even 2 minutes ago. Now 7k lead. This fight in mid. We're going to see the replay here, so keep an eye on. Really nice stun there from Boom on the onslaught. Natsumi, look at his HP here.
Yeah, he's just... Oh, yeah, you're right.
Wait, he's attack. It's
literally just Blade Mail.
He dies to Blade Mail and Retaliate. He just killed himself 100-0.
Yeah.
There's definitely some viewers out there that can relate to this. This is...
Right, no wonder the tip came through.
Yeah.
It all makes sense.
It's one of those things where you recognize the Blade Mail has been popped, but if you've already shot a Geminate attack with Mjolnir and everything procs, you're just taking ridiculous amounts of damage on the Blade Mail return. Wow. Okay.
I mean, I wonder if this is a game where Centaur will go for the Retaliate talent at 20. This is a game where, I mean, against the Weaver specifically, feels pretty good. I mean, not that this is, you know, the little Shredder.
It's only good against Weaver, right?
I mean, no, those two as well, right? Swashbuckle.
Oh, it works against Swashbuckle?
Well, yeah, why wouldn't it?
Okay. You're the Pango guy.
Yeah, and Little Shredder.
All right. Well, a Little Shredder is less of a concern, because I don't think that's...
I'm not saying it's a big deal for either of them, but...
It's kind of a big deal for Pango if it works when you go Ags as well, right?
I guess that's true. I mean, it's more the fact that Centaurs take the Stampede cooldown basically every time.
Yeah.
So it'll be interesting to see what he chooses.
Stampede.
Speaking of which, gets off the roll-up into the Rolling Thunder. No. Can't get it off in time. So another great pick-off for Mouz.
They've played a stellar mid-game. This is very impressive. They're just making all the correct moves. They're getting all the objectives and at minimal cost. This was also great individual execution. They saw the roll-up coming, they punch him, and they wait, and then they get
pulverized with the Mortimer's Kisses. OG gets something. They'd love to have gotten mid one instead, but they'll take what they can get at this point.
It's going to cost
Fortunately for them, their tier 2 falls. And this is without Boom having a Blink Dagger, which he's about to purchase. And for Crystallis, having the Aghanim Scepter. And the BKB is now on the way. This is a huge power spike for him.
Speaking of BKB, surely that's Natsumi's next item, right?
Yeah, then you don't have to worry about Blade Mail.
Not only that, there's also a lot of other dangerous things in this game, right?
He only cares about Blade Mail. So.
Yeah. There's a lot of problems. I
mean, return still goes through, so.
Yeah, I suppose you could, I'm thinking if a stat-heavy build is actually better here. Going something like Scotty, but I'm also a bit worried about his output. That's the thing. When you don't go Deso Shard on this hero, sure, the Mjolnir is nice damage overall, but it's not going to give you the same level of focus fire when you want to take down the supports, for example. Another gimme for Mouz. One after the other.
Uncontested. Aegis for Crystallis with that full BKB available. 900 into his next item, which will be Satanic. Oh, Stomp misses. Now the Pulverize. Yopaj is already using the Swashbuckle on creep, so wasn't really interested in fighting here. The Centaur is getting quite low. Nice Rolling Thunder connection. Do they have the damage? Yes.
Beautiful.
Takes a while. That is a down Centaur and Stampede.
If Dota doesn't work out for Yopaj, he can always become a bus driver. That was really, really well done.
Oh, you want to run people over? Sure.
Fair. That wasn't really what I was going for, but I can see why you would interpret it that way.
Oh, what do you mean?
He drove well. It was very, very precise movement.
He's hitting all the pins as though Pulverize, Crystallis. This is, remember, Aegis. If they can burn it really quickly, which they do, that's pretty big if they can disengage now. Natsumi can continue the right clicks. Nico might have to sacrifice himself inside the shards. And Sonic Wave comes through. Nico with the BKB, staying alive. And OG, the cookie applied to Nico. Attempted TP for the Jakiro, and he's out.
Are they all gonna live?
That may be the case. That is very big. So OG get away with murder. Just like that, the Aegis completely nullified. Nicely done.
Yeah, this is pretty clean. Gonna cost them the tower, but they were gonna lose that anyway. So Mouz were definitely looking to go there regardless.
Yeah, I mean, if they can do that again without the Aegis, they would win the entire team fight in all likelihood. They would fully commit. And then they're right back in this game. 7K deficit right now, not really growing for Mouz.
Oh, OG have somewhat stabilized it. That is true. The biggest difference in net worth in this game is between the carries and the offlaners. That's more or less the entire 8K lead. So those positions for Mouz looking very healthy. Centaur is going for an Ags next, as is Quap. Actually almost has it now on mid one. That will be a huge upgrade to their damage output. An item you can never ignore just how much this does in these extended team fights. You're going to have so much cleave. You have the screams going off with the shadow strikes. You've got flak cannon. Got to be careful about playing even in the back line that you can just get killed off while other heroes are getting targeted.
I mean, Gyro in the cart is going to be really hard to deal with for OG, I think. They do have good crowd control.
They have good mobility, which is one of the best things to have against the whole aggressive card stuff. Is Weaver can Shikuchi, you've got Swashbuckle, you've got Onslaught. But Onslaught, the least reliable of them, because if you're purged, you're just dead. So I think Nico has the hardest job here. I guess Cookie gets an honorable mention too for that. There's another X.
Explain to me why
Yopash.
Demonic Purge works against Onslaught.
Because for whatever reason, it's dispellable.
Is it a bug?
No. Onslaught is dispellable.
Okay.
So you can also counter it with Nullifier. But the reason that's not a reliable counter is that it does not go through BKB.
Nice.
Demonic Purge will always work, unless you're Lincoln. So.
Scam blown up by Boom.
Yeah, I think it happened to me in one game ages ago when Primal came out, and I was like, what happened to my Onslaught? Because it feels so counterintuitive when all other mobility spells in the game don't get affected like that.
Yeah, it's really...
But Onslaught is just a dispellable spell for whatever reason.
I mean, it's just another knob to turn, I suppose, for balance.
Yeah, but I think it's always been the case, which is kind of... I don't know, it's unusual. We'll get away, but that will protect the shrine here for Mouz. So Kaora will grab that. Crystal is looking to upgrade himself into a Daedalus next.
Yeah, he is looking scary. A 4K net worth lead from him and Natsumi.
Yeah.
Radiant are scanning.
And for Natsumi, does have the BKB now. No shard yet, though.
I'm a little bit unsure about Weaver's scalability with this build compared to the Deso build, because the games that I think Weaver truly takes over, we've seen this from players like Yatoro. I think it looks more impressive when you go the Deso shard route. You farm up a storm, and then your right-click damage
Oh, look at
on a
this.
single target becomes ridiculous.
This is a cool move from OG.
Yeah. See if they can get the opening here. Looks like Mouz might not be expecting it. They're showing Centaur mid.
Yeah.
Excuse me, that's an illusion.
Centaur is spotted. There's the pulverize. Yamich, though, with the instant walrus punch. The right click's being applied to mid one, but that has the blade mail now. They get the stun on him at the last moment. Pops the BKB. The disruption will save him for now. Yopaj in the Rolling Thunder. He is getting destroyed, and a Sonic Wave deletes him from the face of the map. 2 for nothing. So OG, despite having the surprise tactics, not able to capitalize and get a kill. And they're going to fortify their creeps so that they cannot take the additional waves. This push will continue.
I think that was actually a perfect showcase of what I was just mentioning with Weaver's build. Quap dies there if this is Deso Shard. You don't have that heavy single target damage. This is more of a spread damage Weaver build, which has its moments, but I think in this game, considering you're playing with Pango minus armor and Little Shredder, I would have liked to see them really dip hard into that physical damage build instead. You farm roughly equally fast with the two builds, by the way, because the Shard is so good for clearing out camps. And it does make me question the scalability of OG's lineup down the stretch, since I have to imagine the Mjolnir falls off harder than the Deso numerically against single targets, and that's what you want. You want to kill one guy here. You want to kill a support. You want to kill the Quap. And mission failed. is going to cost them a tier 3. I don't know if Mouz are going to go for more than this. Well, I'm thinking about it. Crystallis will keep hitting the range strikes for now.
Yeah, boom. Well, he has his Ags being delivered right now as well. Crystallis already at half health, though. Has to get rid of this swarm. And there it is. Workhorse ready to go. So now they have 3 saves. Snowball, Disruption, Workhorse.
Mid one also picks up a lot of survivability for himself, getting this plate mail working on Shiva's guard. So on the last fight, they were able to keep him alive. It's going to be a lot easier now. And I think you're at a point now for OG where if you want to win a fight, you have to jump supports. I think the cores are just too tough to kill. There's too much protection, and they're too inherently tanky on all 3 of them now. So gotta find that Kaori Shadow Demon if you can, open the fight in that fashion and build around it. And that means that it becomes a lot simpler for Mouz to play. You just keep good formation with your support, standing far back. Let Gyro and potentially Centaur do the work. And you just wait. You can see how confident they are even without an Aegis.
Yeah, that Poogie is looking very concerned right now. Niku with the opening, but the cart comes in to try to save Crystallis. Finally gets put in at half HP, and now he can have free reign. As Yopaj doing a nice job of controlling the Shadow Demon, but that is a forced disruption on himself, and a big Sonic Wave coming in from mid one to take out Nico. And that's going to be 2 dead, along with Yopaj on the outskirts of the fight. That means a full lane for Mouz, and almost certainly more to come.
Yeah, I don't think OG structured that correctly. Yopaj is correctly finding the Shadow Demon, but no follow-up. Needed the Weaver on there, needed kisses, whatever it is, to get the kill fast. So you can get out with the Pango and reset the fight, and instead it is Mouz controlling it nicely once more, killing the Primal Beast to start.
Yeah, oh, a nice Ice Path onto 3 heroes. Nicely with the BKB, trying to apply all the pressure, but that, again, the cart comes out to save another member of Mouz. Such a powerful ability. Gonna get a nice Ice Path though, so pick up some sort of a kill onto Yamich.
Did Tims just kill Yamich by buying back?
Oh boy.
Did you see that?
No.
I think as Tims died, he was being snowballed by the Tusk. And then because he buys back, it starts following his hero in the fountain instead of where he died.
Oh.
I'm pretty sure Yamich was snowballing straight to the fountain because he bought back. That's kind of a heads-up play if that's what Tims was going for. I think maybe he was just buying back to defend in general, but that was kind of funny. He got completely compromised.
Yeah, that is funny.
On his position.
Well, they weren't able to claim their second set, but it does feel inevitable at this point for Mouz. I mean, what can OG do to try to deal with this? Well, I think this is maybe step number 1. Contest that incoming Roche.
I think get the Daedalus on Weaver. And
oh, that's
not to sound
a
like a
rapier
broken
already.
Kill the supports. Like, that's it. Okay, we're going to see the snowball here. You see? It's on Tims. And now he buys back. Look where the snowball goes.
Yep, true. That is, that's pretty cool.
God, I love Dota. It's so stupid that it works like that. But I wouldn't want to change it.
So Crystallis has a rapier without Aegis right now. Seen this before. Just on the other side. Roche already at half HP. This is the last ditch effort for OG. Sonic Wave only onto Tims right now. He's going to be the sacrifice. He has no buybacks, so it's a 4 versus 5. Mid 1. Trying to create some level of space as Crystallis goes back into the pit to try to finish the job. Nico with the BKB goes into the pit, but now he's just getting destroyed by the rapier. Gets put inside the cart, and finally, Crystallis takes the Aegis probably 5 seconds after it drops.
Nico had forever to do that. He just didn't make slot in the inventory.
Yeah, that is unfortunate. So 3 dead for OG, and now 5 minutes of an Aegis with the rapier still there for Crystallis.
Oh wait, he only got the banner, did he? Yeah, he got the banner.
The Aegis was on the ground for quite a while.
Maybe he made a slot, and then he misclicked and grabbed the banner, and then he doesn't have the slot. That's what happened.
All right, they get their second lane, and they probably try to just finish this right here, right now. As Daedalus up for Natsumi. How much can he do here? They have 2 buybacks, but still only 8 seconds left on their timers. They do not have a fortification. Yopaj has to go back to Fountain. Already the tier 4s are dead. Now the Ancient's going to be exposed.
God, they're just
nice
killing
blocking them in with the ice shards as They have to deal with this Ancient. They're going to have 5 up in just a moment, but the Sonic Blade pushes them back. Natsumi, he cannot fight. He is not in fighting shape at all. Shikuchi with half HP. There we go, Primal Beast, but the cart comes in to try to finish the game, and it's going to be successful as GGs are called, and Mouz taking game 1. Very impressive.
Really nicely done. It just, everything clicked. It all came together, I feel like, around the time that Centaur got the pipe and they started making their team moves. Just felt like OG didn't have enough damage in the tank. I would be curious to hear if the panel agrees that this Mjolnir from Weaver should have potentially been the Desorat, if that would have changed anything or if it's just a raw outplay. But that one, I personally didn't really like this game. Still, a great game for Mouz. That's got to feel good.
That's right, Richard.
Indeed. I love these Throw Sons fan just for me and his creepy voice. It's just so nice. Yeah, look, let's start there then and answer Cinderen's question, first of all, about that Mjolnir pickup over the Deso build. What do you think, Gunnar?
You want to answer at the same time?
Yeah. 3, 2, 1.
Doesn't
Deso.
matter.
Oh, I think it matters.
I don't think it does.
Okay.
Why?
Well, I think the problem is he's hitting to a blade mail, killing himself in the position in the game where they're like doing all right. I think a fight like that on Weaver and you can fall behind and it can look like this. Like I think Deso, Mjolnir, yeah, I mean it matters. It does, but it's like I think it's marginal compared to the mistakes that OG made in this game.
Why?
I think it's paired with the Pango mid, so you have minus armor from the Pango. Pango does pure physical damage, so you're like doubling down on the physical damage. And I think that like when Pango rolls in, if he gets the proc on his E and you get a Deso, you can actually burst the people a little bit better. And then kind of like what Sin said is, the second they got pipe, I'm watching the game, I'm like, okay, when's a real fight gonna happen? And there wasn't really a real fight. It was like one guy would die, and then OG would all run away. And they're pushing high ground, and the scores, I think it was 13-10, but it was an unplayable game for OG.
Genuinely convincing. I'm genuinely convinced.
I think we cut this segment out, put it on YouTube, Jenkins exposed. Reddit will love it. 1 million views.
Yeah, Reddit loves when Jenkins gets exposed.
Certainly they do.
Well, this is at a point in the game where I actually like how OG takes their smokes. They always find these angles, but outside of the smokes, it felt like every single team fight was being won by Mouz. And that's the situation that I'm talking about, where I feel like there were some really critical blunders that were made in some of these team fights, like so much that Boom is tipping. It's the itemization to me matters a lot.
I'll just set it up for you guys, right? I'll say it. The host should. It's his job. I think that they definitely looked far less polished. Like the thing that OG have been doing well in these games is understanding timings, knowing when to go, and then they've been fighting some pretty immaculate team fights. Even if team fights get chaotic, they know when to reset and come back. They've been doing that so well this tournament. I didn't see any of that in this game.
Yeah, I think maybe it's nerves from yesterday. Like they definitely, if you compare this to their series yesterday, even like the game 1, I know it's like early, it's the first game of the series. They still have up to 2 more to make it up, but it just felt like yesterday they were really confident. They were like, no matter what we can do this. We can win. We've beaten really good teams. We can keep winning. And like you could see it in their gameplay that sure they ended up losing, but I never felt like they were the worst team or going to lose. This game, kind of after like 12, 15 minutes, I was like, okay, at some point, OG's not really playing to win to some extent. And I think that there's definitely some, I want to say uncharacteristic mistakes. Like I think Force had a pretty rough game. I think Natsumi, that one blade mail death, like sure, it's kind of funny, haha, but those deaths matter a lot. Randomly dying on the carry.
Your death matters way more than, that's not like a Pudge dying or something. You're the carry. You have all the net worth. The entire game is drafted around you having a game. So it does matter.
And someone who did have a game, mid-1, the standout player here. We've talked a lot about him as well over the course of Mouz's tournament, and we've talked about the good and the bad. We've talked about how often he needs to get that last pick, wants to dominate the lane, takes up a lot of room in terms of drafting, and then he's had some games where he's failed to execute. I'm thinking back to the Nature's Prophet, which was pretty poor. Absolutely immaculate here, though.
I think we've kind of seen today, Queen of Pain is getting back into favor.
Yeah.
I kind of wanted to bring it up. We saw in the earlier series, it got picked picked by Puck, still looked amazing. Here, he's playing versus Pango, which is a quad favor matchup. I think this hero is probably a top tier mid pick this patch. And I think that it kind of got undervalued a bit in the tournament. And now people are realizing like, oh, we can just pick it blind. Like counter pick me. I'm still a Queen of Pain. At worst, they go 0 for 4. They don't go dagger. You free farm the lane. At best, you go 3 points in dagger. You destroy the lane. So it's not like there's nothing bad will happen. And I definitely think that that is a hero, especially versus Primal. Now that hero is getting more popular, I think that Queen of Pain has like a very set place in the meta.
It counters a lot of the new age mids that people are picking and forces them into the off lane where maybe that's not necessarily what you wanted for your draft. And that's a really big drafting tool you can use to your advantage.
Like they pick it there, they see the Primal, they know it's a Primal offlane, just like you said during the draft. And they're like, all right, we just pick Gyro free farms versus Primal. You kind of have 2 winning lane setup. They pick Pango, like there's nothing in the pool that they could pick to solve their draft. And I think just picking that one Queen of Pain in both of these 2 games that we saw it felt like it was kind of a nail in the coffin for the drafts.
Final thought from you?
Yeah, I agree. And he played it really well.
And he was a great
The way that you want to play Queen of Pain is you're on the cusp. You know,
that one stampede away from the Snapfire mid.
Exactly. You're getting really low and low enough to bait them in, but you're kind of life stealing up a little bit and then blinking out at super low HP. Enemy team has fully committed, and then you counter engage. And with the 2 saves on his team, if you're trusting your teammates, you can play like that.
All right. Thanks a lot, guys. A quick break. When we come back, we're going to see if Mouz can make it a squeaky clean win. We'll see you soon.
The new breakthrough and innovative phone with 1xBet app. With 1xBet app, you can register and start betting in just 1 click. Intuitive interface and thousands of sports events every day. User-friendly app. Big wins, fast payouts.
The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you, gamers, hybrid workers, artists, backing your every move.
Hello everyone and welcome to another edition of Dream Team Simulator. Today I'm here with the OG fam. How we doing today?
Good.
Good.
Great.
Great. You just got owned, man. My boy said great. How are you doing?
Super great.
Oh, super great.
Super good.
Okay, well, that got... All right, anyway, we're going to be playing a game where I'm going to show you some teams. You're going to pick some players. You have to build the ultimate team out of those players. If you get your own team, feel free to pick yourselves or not. Are you ready to play?
Yeah. I am.
He is. Let us begin. Your first team coming out from the Dream Team Simulator is Team BetBoom.
Should I just pick one?
You can pick whatever you want. You can start. That's the strategy. Do you want to start with support? Do you want to start with carry?
You can pass or need to choose?
No, you don't get to pass. Why would you say that? Yeah, it's so toxic. Who would you like?
Can I start?
Yes.
Save.
Save. Do you agree? Is save the one you want to pick?
Yes.
They're the best.
Agreed.
Okay. In position 4?
Yes. Yeah.
Okay, great. Let's move on then. BetBoom. Apparently we found one of them. Will work for that team. Moving on to the next. Here we go. Your next team is going to be Heroic. Who would you like from Heroic?
He's a Heroic fan.
He is a huge Heroic fan. I've heard that. Love Heroic.
Yuma.
Yuma. Do you agree with this?
Yeah.
Okay, now I've heard the shit that you've said about Yuma. There ain't no way you're agreeing with this. Come on. I know you want the Vi. I know it in my heart.
Yes. Davai Lama. He's my old offlaner.
Do you like the Vi? Do you want the Vi over Yuma?
He doesn't like Davai.
Okay, let's not. You don't have to say that. You can imply it. The audience doesn't need to know this.
Yeah, Davai is fine.
The tension is rising in this room right now. Okay, Davai is fine. We have saved Davai. Let's continue. This seems like a very not toxic team so far. A lot of good vibes on this one. GamerLegion, gentlemen. This is one of them.
RCY.
RCY.
Yeah.
Do you think maybe speed? He can make content.
RCY.
Okay, you didn't even entertain that idea. RCY, we're just going to move on without saying anything after that team. Here we go. The next one is... That's going to be Mouz, guys. Wow, that was a reaction right there. He saw Mouz and went, Jesus. All right, who would we like from Mouz Esports?
Maybe Kaori.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thoughts? There's a lot of good pause vibes.
Agreed. Kaori.
Okay, well, no discussion needed. Let's go ahead. Kaori, and your last one. Okay? It's a big deal.
Scary.
What if it's you? Okay, that's going to be Tidebound. All right? Is this good enough to carry, or are you going to need to swap it around? You're looking for the best team possible. Does Shiro have what it takes?
Yeah.
Do you agree?
Yeah.
I like that. That's good. Okay. So be it. We're going to stick with Shiro. Is that correct?
Yeah.
Shiro it is. All right, gentlemen. Let us look at our team here. Save to buy, RCY, Kaori, and Shiro. Are they sticking in the original roles? Or are you swapping it up? We need the best chance at victory.
Sticking.
Who plays what?
Sticking, same roles.
Okay, same roles. Same roles indeed. Now I have a big question for you, gentlemen. You're at the TI Grand Finals. This team pops up. They say, hey, you want to scrim us? Day before. Do you accept the scrim? Is it worth your time? This team right here.
Depends on my manager.
Depends on the manager. You're going to slide that one over to the manager.
Yeah.
Okay? Same thought?
Yes.
Okay. How would you rate this team? 1 being the best, 5 being the worst.
I think 7.
7.
Yeah.
Fair enough, sir?
Yes, 7.
7. Well, in our 1 out of 5 scale, they have both chosen 7, which I believe is
1 out of 5?
3 levels worse than the worst. So I'm so sorry for gentlemen. We did our best. That's going to be a 7 out of 5 on this team. Thank you so much for playing Dream Team Simulator. We'll see you next time.
Yes, 7 is a lucky number, and OG might need some luck in this series. Mouz were very, very strong there to take the lead. And obviously, you know, we've talked about it. I don't want to hype on the same narrative for a lot. A disappointing defeat against Team Liquid will be very much in the back of your mind, because you could have been chilling, playing Spirit today, not have to worry about the lower bracket.
Chilling playing Team Spirit.
Yeah,
so,
chilling.
That's vibes.
Yeah, just vibes.
They only won TI twice. Like,
yeah,
no
you got
big
a second
deal.
life. It's all good.
To be fair, it's more chill than being one game eliminated.
Yeah.
This is not a chill
I'm just
type.
using the chill scale.
The chill scale.
Yeah.
Although, if we can judge anything by the interviews, Skem and Yopaj are.
I mean, you couldn't get more chilled than that.
These guys are so chill.
They're so chilled. They refuse to respect Slax's 1 to 5.
They're so funny though. The thing is, that's their style of humor. Like they love the deadpan stuff. They do this in every single interview. They just give you nothing. It's hilarious. So I hope they can have that same strong will in the game, because
Don't have to be deadpan. Like,
Yeah.
oh, what hero do you want? Just pick me Primal again.
Yeah, I'll play Primal.
I'll play Pango. I'll play Storm every game, Bulba. Just first pick me Storm.
We're not gonna talk about that arc in history. We don't need to go there.
This is good times.
Yeah. Well, not as a viewer. Not as an anecdote viewer.
All right.
So, Queen of Pain. Yeah, I mean, this hero was a significant problem. And I'm agreeing with you, Gunnar, on this hero that it's just good.
You know what I'm not agreeing with is the no Centaur ban. I feel like this co-op should have been a Centaur, because now Mouz just gets to pick Centaur again. And everything we see Centaur offlane, it wins. And I feel like Mouz is not going to flex it to the mid lane, which we've seen twice, and it has not won.
Boom has a 100% win rate on it. In fact, in the both...
Doesn't every offlane?
every offlaner...
just getting busted out every single time.
Yeah, I was going to say, both of the previous offlaners have not lost with it.
Yes.
It has not lost in the series, other than when it was played mid.
Yes.
Out of all...
Wow, guys, who could have guessed that this hero would show up?
Naga is still in the pool now. So you're trading Centaur for...
Yeah, you take that though.
I'm not liking these. I know it's going to be Jakiro. Everyone knows it's going to be Jakiro, but it should be Naga. The hero is just so busted.
I prefer Jakiro over Naga. I think Jakiro's stronger. I think that Naga like requires more from.
Imagine you can get Naga Jakiro.
Okay.
Today,
Obviously.
Wouldn't that be sick?
You can. Jakiro pause 4.
If
Save has played it.
If one of these, wow.
Oh my goodness.
That's interesting. Early.
Wow.
I question this decision.
The only time I think I've ever seen anyone flex the TA was Parivision. 9 class played it.
God,
you remember
did?
that? Yeah, that's true. Yeah, that's.
He did play it. You would go like boots. He went the thing. It's a facet that like you go meld and then you get like more attack range.
Yeah.
It's used to be a carry. It's a good lane for Centaur. You block all his damage. You have armor reduction, and he has very low armor. I think it's like level. Or it's like 1 at level 1, something like that. It's like really, really bad. So very good lane for Centaur. Obviously, he will get counterpicked. I think for me, when I think of TA, I think of Terrorblade is my number 1. Like I do not want to play versus Terrorblade. And the number 2 is maybe Morphling. But those heroes haven't... Terrorblade has been picked a lot, and I think that's pretty easy ban. Morphling is not really the most popular this patch.
You know what else does well against TA?
Pudge.
Razor.
Oh.
Pudge. Yeah, sure.
I thought it was gonna be.
No, I mean,
Razor does do good with TA.
It depends on the game state. TA can also like insta kill a Pudge.
Yeah.
But for sure, it's a refraction burner. It's BKB piercing disable. You know, you're gonna lose the lane anyway, so I may as well throw in the Pudge. But yeah, I feel like Razor is a high priority. You got Crystallis on your team.
I think you can take Jakiro here, or you can take the Clockwork.
You definitely take Jakiro against TA.
Oh no, with the TA, with the TA.
Yeah. I think you have to take Jakiro just to block pick it from Mouz at this point. Like whichever team can get Jakiro should take it. But OG also, I'm questioning the TA first pick, so it's very hard to predict this draft just because the first pick was so unpredictable. But it's like you said, they really want to win lane against Centaur. I personally think Centaur just cuts and is fine in this matchup.
Yeah, what about Magnus 5?
Oh, it's so awful.
And then you skewer the Centaur into your tower, you meld him, tower hits him.
Magnus is at the worst state.
Yeah, it's ever been.
If Collapse will not play it, it's just over for him.
Yeah, but maybe OG needs a little spice.
The fact that you can interrupt skewer with just a hex or any sort of stun, it's so not fun to play. They got to revert that. That was.
You think so? It was pretty annoying when there was nothing you could do about it.
Just hex him before he skewers.
Oh, just be better.
Yeah, up the cast time. I'd rather that.
That's
You'd rather what one?
Yes, I would.
Oh, they ban out the Kaori Warlock, so he'll be Phoenix this game if they.
You said that last game. What did he play last game?
Hero. Yeah, which they do.
Is Abba in the pool?
It was SD. He picked SD last game.
Abba is in the pool. It's a pretty good hero versus TA, I think. Let's go versus Jakiro. It's not flex for them anymore. It'll just be their carry, so they could delay it for like the 18 pick and not just pick it now. They could just pick their sub duo.
5 seconds remaining.
You know what hero's cool is maybe Wind 4. I don't know if they really prioritize. Oh, well.
Give me that shirt, Gunnar. Let's go right now. That's my shirt.
You were warned.
I mean, I'm just trying to be different.
I mean, you got TA on the enemy side, right?
Yeah.
Like it's a hero that insta peels the refraction off. TA is not exactly great at killing the egg. Like you sit there and hit it, it takes your refraction off. And it's not like TA goes high attack speed. It's just all about that big burst. Phoenix doesn't really care too much about attack speed. Slow is very good in the lane as well. Do you think that's what they'll do? Kaori will play in the offlane.
He could. I think especially with the Spirit Breaker pick, you can just put it in the position 5.
And then pick like a ranged carry.
Like Razor.
Razor, yeah.
Razor, Spirit Breaker.
I'm also looking at Medusa against TA.
Medusa's very good versus Dusa. Or versus TA.
10 seconds remaining.
But it is Crystallis. I mean,
you have a lot of options.
If you can give him a good Razor game, he'll take it. And it's simple. Immortal Faith likes his easy heroes.
Yep. All right, OG. You have 2 picks. They can either pick their offlane duo or a flex between mid and offlane. Primal's in the pool. It's okay. And they pick the Primal.
Primal's good because
It's
the
flex.
Spirit Breaker Bulldoze doesn't do anything.
That's
to
true
Primal
for the ult.
For some reason, Status Resist does not work against Primal ult.
I think it's because it stuns.
Oh, that's a really good pick against SB.
It's a very good pick.
Probably the most annoying. Cog will destroy you whether you're trying to charge out of it or charge through it.
I think because Pulverize is like an AoE spell, that if Status Res worked on the guy, it would be like really, really strong. Like imagine an AoE just like insta slam 3 times and just like do like 800 damage.
I don't think it's a balance thing. I think it's just ease of code. It's easier to.
I mean, it's coded. It's like
you're grabbing somebody, and then the stun is on the intervals. So there's like the stun as well as the grab, which are 2 separate things.
I'm sure the coders at Valve are good enough to figure out the solution.
That's just not how code works, though. That's just not how it is.
Okay, my bad.
Sometimes these things.
I'm not a
elude
esteemed
you.
game developer, such as yourself.
Yes, of course. Wishlist Relic Arena now. Did you? I mean, you saw the Naga thing. You saw the Naga net, Monkey King.
Yeah, that one makes sense to me. When you reel in, it breaks trees.
It's impossible to think of all these.
No, it's not.
Situations. Yes.
I know like every interaction in the game.
Gunnar, you're a very special child, and special.
That's what my mom told me.
Speaking of special children, and Gunnar's mom. Don't know how I'm going to transition this, but Mouz takes Mid One's best hero in the tournament. Very high win rate for him. Very normal. Extremely good against TA. Good against Clock Primal because they
have to commit on you.
Yeah, they have to commit. I think if you can jump Jakiro, there's not much he can do. I mean, he'll do a lot of magic damage to you before, and he is a backliner, so it's hard to commit into a Jakiro. Don't get me wrong, but I feel like Mid One has played well enough that I don't know, he's popped off every game we've seen.
He kind of destroyed. Even one of the games they lost. I don't know if I caught them both, but I know one of them he was still destroying the game.
Yeah, he was.
And so he's definitely this is his most consistent hero. I think Queen of Pain's kind of getting there because of the strength of the hero, but it's really nice to see because I think Lesh is actually really, really hard to pilot. Like, it looks really easy when you see these guys, like, they blink in, they press edict, they just kill a guy, but he's so squishy in the early game, you have to know when you can go, when you can't go, playing off your teammates' stuns. So seeing him when he's destroying is, like, a really cool thing to actually see the limits of the hero.
So here's the question. What are the awesome counters to him? Because Ember's out. That's the Mage Slayer guy that will do fine against Lush and Lane. Sniper is one we've seen. I don't know if Yapoi wants to whip out a sniper. I mean, long-ranged guys like Lina, you don't want to go that against Spirit Breaker. Sniper, you don't want to against Spirit Breaker either, or Centaur, for that matter. Very easy backline jump. Actually, Mouz has done the thing where they've picked heroes in the Centaur and the Spirit Breaker that makes it so Lesh is now hard to counter. Is there one we're forgetting about? Death Prophet? Like, how deep?
Be real.
How deep into the pool do we want to go?
Be serious.
I'm cooking. I'm cooking.
You're cooking? All right, let's hear it.
Okay, actually, this is actually a good one.
Oh, here we go.
If he plays in as good as it. Wex Invoker.
That's really good against SB.
You purge the SB, you burn the Leshrax mana, you can go the Ags, which is really nice with all the lockdown. Like, you get the one that makes the mini tornadoes. They get a tornado, you get an ice path, they're stuck there, they're taking like damage over time.
Damn, you did cook with that one. Centaur hates being mana burned.
Alacrity is really good versus the Phoenix. You can Alacrity the TA and he'll be able to kill it. Or the Jakiro even. Like, you Alacrity your Jakiro and he kills the egg in like 3 hits super, super quickly.
I mean, there's also just Primal Mid, Blade Mail into Lesh.
Yeah, there is.
One thing I really like is double Blade Mail buyer against Leshrac. I think it's time for the Kunkka.
Why do you
that's a meme. That's a meme. It's not going to be Kunkka, but
No, of course not.
I do like double Blade Mail into Lesh. Okay, so now, yeah, you are definitely thinking of heroes that will do well against Jug and Lane. And
I think you put the Primal there. No, I think you put the Primal in the offlane versus the Jug. I think he's like Giga chilling versus Phoenix Jug. There's no slows at all. You can cut the wave. I think you want to counterpick the Lesh. The other counterpicks, there's like Shadow Fiend. But again, it's like playing these range heroes is a bit hard.
There's not a lot
Storm
of
Spirit
for.
Ooh.
Oh, now
I'm not sure which lane that'll go.
It's hard.
I have to make my choice based on lanes. Okay, it's mid Primal Beast. I actually would have preferred it to be mid Beastmaster because I think that sure Beastmaster can. I've seen that lane go both ways. I've seen the Jug be able to kind of spin on the boars, kill the boars, get out of the lane pretty easily. And I've also seen ones where you don't really kill the boars early. Beastmaster gets level 3 and it's just impossible to lane.
Yeah.
Like, you just get out CS. You have to spin defensively. I just think Okay, if it was any other Phoenix, it was not Kaori, I would say I like OG's draft more. But purely because it's Kaori Phoenix, I think that they'll be able to survive the lane and do good there.
I'm curious, like where Mouz lanes in general. Like, is Spirit Breaker Jug a thing? Can they still run the Phoenix into TA matchup? Because I feel like that one's pretty good. But then again, Spirit Breaker also likes cutting wave against.
I think you want to put the Phoenix in the safe lane, let the Breaker try to cut the wave, do double melee.
I guess this is the sort of lane he prefers.
I just see if they put Spear Breaker Jug, they put double melee versus a Jakiro Beastmaster. Like, you're asking to get destroyed in that lane.
Oh yeah, you're right. It is Jakiro Beastmaster. Oh, that's a tough lane.
That's
a roughie.
Well, let's see if we can get some insight on that draft. Slacks is backstage again.
Absolutely, I am here with 343, coach of OG. Sir, we're going to go for TA first. This is very interesting to me. TA is what I like to call rock, paper, scissors hero. You know, you pick it, they pick something that has that dot damage, burns through that shield, hard game. You don't believe so. You first pick it. You dare them to pick a Phoenix. Why?
I mean, I think Natsumi is a really good TA. It's just a real good answer against the Centaur lane, which seems to be was like a little unanswered in the last game. I feel like with this dot damage thing, you don't really interact with heroes. You know, the carries, they like to hit creeps.
Yeah.
So as long as the creeps don't have dot, I think the TA is fine.
Okay, I like that thinking, you know, get with your team's strengths, make sure that they're feeling good. What do you think about the other draft? Anything there that got you a little worried? I mean, you were in there till like the last few seconds of reserve time.
We were just joking around. I think we were good, you know, we lose game 1 all the time. I mean, at this point, honestly, I just come out and I see like I got Slack's interview and I probably won. This seems to be the trend recently.
That is right. 100% win rate today, by the way, on interviews, so absolutely. All right, I'm going to give you this opportunity to hit them with something, you know? I want you to get in their heads. We're going to a Game 3 after this. The coaches are watching. Give me some. I'm going to give you this a new fighting interview. Give me one quote for the enemy team.
Jollibee.
Jollibee, motherfucker! Ah, got him! Hope you're watching.
Jollibee. That's actually the best. That is awesome. That really tickled me as Crystal is on the Juggernaut here. Doing the Filipinos proud with their favorite fast food. We actually have one in Phoenix now, Cinderin.
Is it good?
It's okay.
Okay.
My wife loves it though.
I was pretty sure I remembered that she loves it.
It has the thing that's weirding me out is it's a fast food place with spaghetti as one of the options.
Right. What do you get with the spaghetti?
Well, you can get any. They have. That's the thing. They have spaghetti. They have chicken like KFC does. They have burgers. It's basically everything. The burgers are decent.
The spaghetti really stands out. There has to be like.
I know.
Yeah, but what's
I don't know,
what's
it's
the
a
spaghetti
Filipino
dish?
thing.
What do they do carbonara?
No.
Okay, so what is the spaghetti with?
What do you mean? It's normal spaghetti. I don't know how to explain that. Meat sauce.
So it's bolognese.
No, there's meat.
Okay, apparently this is a complex conversation. We'll just move on. This is like the simplest question of all time.
Well, I will say before we get started, their peach or not peach, but their mango pies are very good. Shout out to the mango pie enjoyer.
Jollibee, if you're interested, we do have a podcast actually. If you're looking for someone to sponsor, of course, Sunsfan will be happy to endorse your products.
That's right.
He does love talking about food, and so do I. We're both big fans of eating food, less about cooking.
That's right. By the way, we went off tangent because of the coach. It's not our fault this time.
Yeah.
So game 2.
3-4-3.
OG versus Mouz. Mouz took game 1 in, well, it was dominating. I don't think there's any other way around it. OG, I mean, kind of what the coach was saying. They tend to lose game 1s. They're used to it. It's kind of... What was the other team that was the occurrence for as well? There's an SCA team as well. T1? No,
it's not coming to mind. I know what you're referring to, but don't remember which team it was. But you're right. There was a team that always lost the first game.
Yeah.
And then a lot of the time converted. So yeah, that's a good mindset to have. I would say 3-4-3 sounded very relaxed. Like I hope that the players share his overall energy going into the second game. Because you can get in your own heads.
And you panic, that is
sure
fired.
Well, they're not listening to the interview because they're not allowed to, so they wouldn't know what he was saying. But yeah, you can get in your own head a little bit. You think about yesterday, man, we could have just won. We wouldn't even be here. You lose game 1. So you could get stressed out a little bit. Conversely, for Mouz, you're off to a very hot start. You had played a great first game. She's going to be filled with confidence. This is a very important game. It's for top 4, and for both of these teams, that would be already a good result, I would say. Considering the team roster heading into this, I guess most people would expect Mouz to be at least in the upper half because they've been looking great as of late as a team. Top 4 would probably be considered a good result. But
they had 2
like
stand-ins to start the tournament,
yeah.
now 1, right?
Yeah, that's fair.
A little bit of a wild card factor there. But yeah, I think they've looked generally good, about as expected.
Oh my god, this bottom lane. I just realized. I mean, 343 was talking about it. TA does well against Centaur. 14-9 against 5-1.
Yikes.
He is getting destroyed on Boom.
Yeah, now inside of the cogs, gets bounced, so Boom. He's going to be able to get the hoof stomp off, but yeah, not much to it here.
Lol.
Just getting destroyed.
Whose spray is this?
That's a good one, actually. That's really toxic.
Is it from Riot Games?
Looks like a Heroes of Newerth one, honestly. So how does that get through an our voice lines don't? Seriously. LOL. I can't say that, but you can put it on display.
Yeah, it's different.
Valve.
It's different when it's about your voice.
Yeah. It's when my voice, particularly.
A lot of the rules that they made for voice lines specifically were because of you trying to set the meta.
Yeah.
With a notorious submission that should not... We do not need to draw more attention to it, but it's always fun.
Belch.mp3 is a classic. Kaori.
Very good. He dove aggressively. He's in trouble. I mean, he's just absolutely dead for first blood.
Tim's actually gets it.
And he had to get it quickly because mid-1 killed Skem half a second later.
Oh, yeah.
So the first blood bounty will go to Tim's.
Yeah, so Yopaj in the mid lane, 17-4 on the Beastmaster, while mid-1 playing the Lesh, 21-9. So pretty close overall.
Yeah.
I mean, how is this supposed to go, though? It's a melee versus Lesh, but it is a really thick melee.
Primal is a weird melee.
Yeah.
Because he has a ranged ability, in a way, in Onslaught, and he clears the wave. Like, the way Leshrac can put pressure on a lot of melee heroes mid is, sure, you've got Lightning Storm, but a lot of the time it's the threat of going for an Edict dive onto you when the creep waves are falling. Primal can just wipe out the wave faster than you. You don't even get the problem. As soon as you're level 3 and above, you just go for the trample into the wave as they clash, then Edict is not a threat. Clear it out and play it easy. So it's still a lane that Leshrac should win because you're not going to get all the creeps with trample. Oh.
Yeah, it's a big onslaught.
Big
on
damage.
Kaori. Gonna get trampled. The healing ward making this a lot more annoying than it should be. Does get the kill, but it's gonna cost him. Definitely not worth.
Probably wasn't anticipating that mid-1 was gonna TP to this, and then he would have got away with it. But yeah, advantage Mouz probably overall in that exchange. The TP, not the biggest of deals when Yamich was already charging. That means none of the XP mid goes to waste. And similarly for OG Skem there to pick up the pieces, so all in all, I mean, when you look at this game in its current state, I feel like every hero is doing quite fine with the exception of Centaur. I think that's the biggest thing, is that was what OG were setting out to do with this pick. So far, so good. Yopaj's just back to top again.
Yes, he is. Onslaught right on top of Crystallis. Healing up a decent amount. It's not enough for a kill, and now Nico gonna get turned around on. Mid-1 stuck around as well, so double kill for him. And already, Mouz off to a great start.
I guess we're just not playing mid anymore. Okay. I mean, it's been 5 minutes.
Pretty fine with that.
It's been 5 minutes. We're getting bored with laning against each other. Let's play with other people, non-stop. Yeah, you're right. Skem got some space,
now,
but
though, from Yopaj.
Yeah, they both fail. Okay, now he's bottom. Well, you're running out of lanes, buddy. You're going to gank the jungle next, or what?
You might have to.
Oh, Skem.
Mid-1 runs into Skem, half his level. Diabolic Edict.
Cogs are good for this, though.
They are. Might still die, though, as Yamich just needs a little bit of vision. And there's the charge. And the death. So mid-1.
Horror 0, minute 7 on Lesh. That is... Mid-1 has been taking over games on this hero with worse starts than this. So it's looking very good already for Mouz. 2K lead. the very least for the side of OG, they don't lose their wisdom as well. That would be a disaster. If you lose wisdom in this game state against Lesh, those supports are going to be food.
Yeah, might already be the case, depending on where this goes from here. Mid one, like you said, dominating at the moment. Yopaj trying to catch up a bit in the triangle. Not even with phase boots yet, by the way. As Boom will have to use his Stampede. I was going to say to get away, but now that mid one is here, along with the connection from Yamich, they get the stun onto Natsumi, which forces a TP, but they're not going to go any further. Yopaj is
getting some space here.
Yeah, this is one good thing to occur.
Sorely needs it, and he also needs this power rune, but Kaori is here to cause trouble, and he loses the 50-50. Some games, I'm sure you can attest to this. You have these games sometimes where it feels like the whole world is against you. Like everything is just going wrong. You're not getting the runes. The rotations that you're making are not landing. This is one of those where you need to be careful not to, how to say, overcompensate. I think sometimes things just go wrong. Focus on the next play instead of forcing moves now because you're like, I have to make up for the loss. Sometimes you just lose, and then hopefully your teammates can put you on their backs. Natsumi is obviously the guy we're looking most to do that with the very good start in the lane. But in spite of that, he's still behind Jug, actually. He had this ridiculous CS line against Boom, but Crystallis is matching.
Yeah, he has had no trouble so far. Still working on the Battle Fury. I mean, I feel like they have definitely decent answers for the Juggernaut in theory, with the Roar, with the Pulverize.
Yeah. TA, one of the better heroes at bursting you. It's true. Hookshot can cancel. One of the things that in the past was actually the most important to have against Jug was a cancel for spin TP. And you also have Hawk Hookshot for that.
Well, you do have Hawks.
Yeah, you also have Hawks. They don't work for that, though. Hawkshot. So yeah, 3 cancels for spin TP.
Interesting to see Kaori on a different hero these days.
Well, he is Grandmaster Phoenix. It's not exactly new.
I was used to Warlock only. You know? I thought that was a bug in his client. He could only pick that one.
When we talked about earlier in another cast, what's the lowest hero pool you've ever seen anyone win a tournament with? The more I think about it, the more convinced I am there must have been a LAN that Admiral Bulldog won with 3 heroes. I think he won multiple LANs, and I would like to say at least one of them he played only Prophet, Lone Droid, and maybe Bat or Clock.
Yeah, it could be.
Kaori is giving him a run for his money in this if Mouz were to win the whole thing.
How many has he picked?
Not quite. I think he's played, if I had to guess 4, he's played Jakiro, Warlock, Phoenix, and Shadow Demon. I don't know if I've seen anything else. It could be. There might be one more game with something else, but, you know,
well, works.
You don't have to play 10 heroes. It's not a requirement. As long as the heroes you play are good and your team knows what you're doing, it's not a bad thing. Being a specialist can be very powerful.
Yeah.
And I will say Kaori's array of heroes in this patch and the way Mouz plays, I wouldn't want him to go too creative. I think it's good that they keep sticking with their guns here. They're really, the archetype heroes he plays fit very well with what's good and what they like. I'm sure we both want to see him play Warlock. But, excuse me, I mean Oracle. I just defaulted to Warlock. I can't even talk about the guy without saying the wrong hero.
That's right.
Yeah, we both want to see Oracle, but alas, maybe someday, Shannon. Maybe someday, Myro.
Yeah, buff runes and then Oracle.
Yeah, that's exactly what we need. The runes are not good enough. Let's get Shield Rune to last 2 minutes.
That sounds good. Yopaj getting a nice juicy stack here.
This was sorely needed. He's somewhat caught up. Still lowest of the cores, but within striking distance, this will be a somewhat okay blink timing. I wonder if there's a world that you consider Blade Mail. It used to be common for Primal to buy it, and you're playing against probably the best matchup for it in Lesh. Speaking of...
Yep, Skemp with the hook shot, but gets pushed back by Boom's creep, and that's going to be the end of him. This will be a group-up tactic for Mouz to get a Tier 1 tower as well.
Yeah,
yeah, I would love to see a Blade Mail. I mean, do you think if he's off to a... like, how much of it comes down to how good of a start you get off to?
That's what I was thinking too. Like, if he was doing great, he might have gone for it as an intermediary item, but he probably feels that if he goes for Blade Mail now, it will take forever before he gets Blink BKB. So probably has to just bite the bullet and accept the state of things. It's just, imagine you buy Blade Mail and it gives you 1 kill on Lesh. That already feels amazing. Just getting that singular good move out of it.
That miss did not feel amazing. Natsumi trying to pressure Boom out, but Boom is pretty tanky. Got the plate mail. Ring of
got the juice.
No, we don't got the juice no more, sadly.
Oh, somebody else has got it. Who do you want to assign as the honorary got the juice that's left in the tournament?
Have to think about that one. Stampede initiation.
Oh, that's clean.
Boy, with the egg, the hook shot to try to slow them down, but the TA is going to pop here in just a moment. It's a double kill for mid one. It's a 3 for nothing, and Mouz. Oh, this is what I was afraid of, that the snowball would continue.
From yesterday? Or from game 1?
From game 1. I wasn't really worried about yesterday, but no, now that you bring it up.
Yeah, that was my concern going into the series was, are they still going to come in firing on all cylinders, or will they get a little bit phased by what happened? And I mean, it's all, you know, speculation here. Mouz are also playing just a great game of Dota, and so were they in game 1, and perhaps this is a bad team matchup for OG. The playstyle of Mouz being very early. Mouz has been, out of the teams left in the tournament, maybe they have, on average, the best first 10 minutes out of anyone. Like, we've cast so many of their games where they get off to hot starts and really run the show, and perhaps that playstyle just doesn't suit OG that well to get put under that much pressure that early on. At the very least, this game, it's hurting them quite a bit. 4K lead, time for Wisdoms. Nobody's on them, so probably just going to end up being a 1-for-1 split. They're going to try for Pulverize.
To start with the Ice Path, and Trample is enough. Yamich is down and out, hook shot onto the Phoenix.
That
nice
does not
cancellation on the dive. So that's going to be 2 support for the side of OG and the Tier 1 tower. Definitely a good start in trying to repair the damage that's been done.
I didn't know I could do the inverse caster curse too. That's good to know.
They just used a fort after the tower died, by the way.
Oops. Not sure
if
what they
that's
were
going to
glyphing.
matter here, but
most likely not the biggest of deals. A little bit. This is one of those situations where you can tell that as the team, as OG, you can tell that the early game is not going very well. You can't see the numbers like we can, but you have a feeling. Just getting some sort of successful move is really good for morale. Sometimes it really snowballs quite a bit, where you find one successful move, you're like, all right, let's get another one going. You start a little bit of a spree, and all of a sudden, the game has been equalized. That was about half of Mouz's lead lost there, from just that one move mid.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Looking for trouble is mid one under smoke. Would love to find a fight 7-0 on Lesh right now.
Yeah. It's a pretty good score line as the Primal Beast. Oh, it actually cancels the charge as well.
Perfectly lined up.
Done. And the roar onto the Lesh.
Oh
They
my
get
God,
the
they're
killing
landing everything,
spree.
dude.
2 dead just like that, and OG are back in the game.
Wow. That Pulverize.
You cursed the shit out of mid one again. That is actually unbelievable how strong your power is.
Who do you want to win?
And they're going to get the Roche.
Just tell me who you want to win. I'll make it happen for you. I mean, honestly, I hope we get a replay of this. The Pulverize timing was insane because, and that was not planned. It's just fortunate that it lines up that way. But effectively, the charge from Spirit Breaker was coming through, and he's going to get hit because of Ferocity. So the first slam here, and now it stopped him in his tracks, right? And then the Ice Path is placed perfectly. Wow. Just a great spot for them to fight. Even the hookshot was really nice there from Skem finding the angle. Of course, they're not going to get that kill against Jug specifically. But yeah, they are completely back in the game. Natsumi now taking the top spot.
And they put the Aegis on the offlane Beastmaster, which is cool.
Bro, how is...
Has the Helm of the Overlord.
How is Primal Beast 500 gold behind Lesh? Oh, he has 30 more CS, actually. Mid one has been spending so much time chasing kills. That's the thing about Lesh.
Kills mean nothing, apparently.
If you're fighting non-stop on Lesh, you're spending so much mana that you can't really farm that fast. So it always comes, it's always a trade-off. can see on the Primal Beast, the last hit's ahead by 30. The damage on the easily on the Leshrak's side, but yeah, we're now reaching a point where everything that went wrong for Yopaj has kind of been forgotten. And a completely even game in gold. Knowing OG, when they pick up some steam in the mid games, they like to keep running with it. Obviously, Aegis on Beastmaster for 4 minutes is a really strong timing. And yep, they're immediately going to look for more.
Shot onto Crystallis with the Ice Path. Gets the Cogs as well. He's already super low HP, gets the healing ward off, but the Pulverize is enough. A huge kill for OG, and now they still have the Roar onto the Centaur. The egg is going to pop here as Nico is going to burn life number 1, but already 3 dead for Mouz, and mid one completely out of mana. Can they catch them?
Oh,
with the onslaught onto Kaori. 4 dead. My goodness, OG come back with a vengeance. It's the Jollibee power.
The stream delay caught up and they heard the word Jollibee. They were like, this is our time to strike. Well, we have a game on our hands. This could have easily snowballed out of control very fast in the favor of Mouz, but OG bring it back in a big way. I gotta say, this is really beautifully executed. That Ice Path is so important. If that doesn't connect, he just spins and runs away. Instead, they get the perfect layering of stuns, Ice Path into Cog knockback, into Pulverize. Mouz are not
one is gonna
be
get
phased, though. Immediately back on track with mid one. Look it out.
Gets 1 kill on the live, but on a support. And looks like it'll be a trade of supports overall. Yeah.
Some of these games in this tournament are just wild in volatility. There's been 8,000 gold swing in like 2 minutes in the mid game. Look at that graph. It's kind of crazy. And the very good news here for the side of OG is I think that the biggest threat to them in this game, in the mid game, was the Lesh, who was having an insane start. Even if he had died or had a even slightly better game than he does now, you still have heroes that do exceptionally well at killing Lesh. In order to do damage, Lesh has to come up close and personal and leverage Edict and Pulse Nova. But you have 3 BKB piercing abilities and heavy single target damage, which is why, in part, one of Leshrak's historical worst matchups in Pro Dota has always been Terrorblade, because he just pops everything and eats you. TA works in a similar fashion later in the game. Sure, you can deal with the refraction early, but later, good reaction from mid one. He might still get caught. Nope, never mind.
Looking for the hook shot, but they get the Roar instead and the Pulverize onto the Centaur. The Sunray is not going to be enough, surely.
No.
He ends up falling. The egg is already used as well.
Silver linings there for Mouz. If the hookshot hits, you probably die both of them. At the very least, the Phoenix lived. But OG are just non-stop aggressive on the map. Made one with his classic Kaya Yasha. He loves this on Lesh. I feel like he buys this more than other players. I don't even, have we even seen anyone else do this now that I think about it? He really likes this build. Obviously, the cast speed is nice for some of your spells. Doesn't matter on Pulse Nova, but on the rest it is cool. But it comes at the expense of you don't get all the mana from Kaya Sanj, which is quite meaningful on that hero, generally speaking.
I can't believe how far down he is in net worth, despite being 9-1. That is so weird.
Yeah.
Something feels off about that.
And now that he has committed for this build, you're not going to see him skyrocket from anything else than fights. You can't consistently farm jungle without Kaya Sanj. You run out of mana. So this is a more fight-centric way of building the hero, and that's what Mouz are going to do. They're going to smoke up as 4. Phoenix is following them outside of smoke, which is actually far from ideal. Considering you're playing against TA, Phoenix might just show on a trap or whatever.
Yopaj, he breaks the smoke. Does he know it? It looks like it. So they sacrifice Scam. If the TA can get out, then this is more than fine for OG. Yeah.
And the wave is too far away, so you're not even going to do any tower damage. This is a very inconsequential smoke. Perhaps they'll get out a little bit of map control and some vision, but that's all they're going to get.
I think it's a costly smoke for them, if anything.
Yeah.
Yopaj has the rocks ready to go.
Buying a Yules, it looks like. That's kind of interesting. Good against Omni Slash and Spirit Breaker. Get rid of the Bulldoze.
Yeah, and they have another Yules on Skem as well.
Yeah. I like the one on Clockwork a lot. I'm not sure I'm a fan of Primal buying it. I get the mindset here, but I think your game is actually good enough now that you can scale.
The Stampede initiation. They actually take out Yopaj to start the fight. And now the exit strategy for OG. Can the Jakiro get away?
Nice Wild Wing play.
In time. Yeah, that was some style points there for Boom. Little mini blink, as it were.
He really seems to like this Wild Wing. He's been holding on to Wild Wing for a long time.
It's like having a free Force Staff.
Yeah. Kind of. Natsumi gonna head to bot. That's about half of OG's lead gone now. When will it end? When will someone actually retain an advantage?
Yeah, when the throne dies, probably.
Yeah. That's the biggest advantage, is getting out of the game. That's how you win at Dota.
Yeah, that's how I feel when I play with Slacks.
Yeah, true. It's been a while since you did that.
For a good reason. Crystallis.
It's good to quit while you're behind.
Deso on Natsumi. And is going for the Lincoln Sphere next. Interesting. That's for charge.
Yeah, mainly.
That's, I mean, so what are even the single targets? Charge, Nether Strike, Double Edge.
Lightning Storm, if targeted.
Lightning Storm, if targeted, and then the first proc of Omni Slash. That's how it works, right?
Yeah.
Which is inconsequential.
Nah. I don't mind the choice, though. I think if you consider how the fights are playing out and what the risks are for TA, if you don't have to worry about Spirit Breaker charging you first, it is very valuable. You have Pike against some of the other problems. I think it's all right. And probably better than BKB this game, actually. As crazy as that might sound against Lesh, but...
That does sound crazy to me.
I don't really think Lesh is the biggest problem in this game for Natsumi anymore. I think if anything's going to kill him, it's mainly going to be the Juggernaut. So, if Lesh jumps you, you can pike away, right? You can either pike the Lesh or you can Force Staff out with it yourself. So you're only going to die if you're stunned into Lesh killing you, which is only Centaur can do that when you have Lincolns. Because the other things you mentioned that break it just aren't going to happen, right? Jug isn't going to run in and Omni-Slash you as the fight starter. And you're not going to likely get Lightning Storm into charge. It's kind of...
Mouse getting a little bit more aggressive now.
Yep.
Tier 2 tower. They will commit. Butterfly not too far away for Crystallis. Which Natsumi, I assume, would want to go for an MKB. I feel kind of bad, though.
He's going to get a little bit slot-starved, isn't he?
Yeah.
Eventually. When you do go the Pike, you... Yeah. If you want Pike, Deso, upgraded Blink, and a crit, there's only so many slots left. He's actually switching to BKB now, so did change his mind eventually.
I think that's fine.
I'm not going to disagree with either build. I think they're both okay, but they serve very different purposes, so he's making the judgment call that the other risk is bigger.
Funny thing is, I don't think either of them are amazing, though.
No, that's the thing. That's also why he wasn't convinced, I think. Okay, this is a big moment. Mouz are looking to potentially contest this, but mid one's showing top. He just showed on the wave, so they know they have some time here.
Yep. Oh, the initiation onto Skem. But they're going to stay in that pit. It looks like they might just get it for free.
They're too late.
Indeed, that is the case. So Natsumi with the Aegis. And now Mouz have to play on the defensive. And that's what he was away for, to get that finish Shivas from mid one.
Didn't talk about the TA. Innate, of course, couldn't come into play as well. Obviously, this time around, they knew when the respawn was. They got the first Roche on the Beastmaster, so they knew exactly when to be there.
Radiant are scanning.
I still think mid one is deceptively fragile this game, by the way, even with a Shiva. He can get blasted so fast.
I don't know if it's deceptive. He's just been more evasive than anything.
It's just you look at his inventory, you're like, oh, this Lesh is going to be pretty tanky. You know, he's got Shiva at 27 minutes, but I just think the single target damage is overwhelming between Beastmaster and TA. So he is, while he still rocks an amazing scoreline, he has to be very, very careful with how he approaches fights.
I want to fight though.
Yeah, this is into Aegis.
Yeah.
Natsumi is far away though.
There's the Omni Slash to start things out. The Primal Beast gets destroyed along with Tim's and Nico. That is 3 dead basically from a single Omni Slash. Holy shit, that was absurd. The Cleave really going to town.
You could tell OG were not anticipating it at all. Like, they had TA showing in the bottom lane pushing out the wave, and then they were still clustering up their heroes, which, however you want to look at it, your heroes just shouldn't be stacked like this. At least they're going to get Yamich here, a little bit of a turnaround. But yeah, Mouz with a very decisive and successful move there.
Mid one.
And mid one's looking for more.
Indeed, Natsumi now. I mean, he has the second life. The buyback comes to B. Boom. Comes in with the cart, trying to take the goat away, but the hook shot's going to keep him in place. And the cogs onto 3 heroes, but the egg comes out with the Sunray as well. Macropyre upon mid one, tries to trickle out. The healing ward is keeping him alive, though. Egg already activated. Now Yopaj comes in for the finishing blow onto mid one. Looking for the pulverized onto Crystallis. They get it. Do they have the damage with the Natsumi right clicks? Crystallis with the Blade Fear to try to run away, but the right clicks are just too powerful from this TA. 3 dead for the side of Mouz.
All right, Shannon, I'll say it. It's confirmed. Nobody can hold a lead in this game.
No,
it's just not possible. Like, whenever something good happens for you, something good goes the other way. And that's exciting. I mean, what is happening? Okay, well, back to even, I guess. There's the Yule's pickup now for Yopaj. He's not going to turn it into a Wind Waker for now. He's going for Refresher. I feel like this is the first purchase of Yule's in the tournament for this hero. But obviously, like I said, the matchups between the Jug and the Spirit Breaker, even against Lesh, it can be kind of nice to have this just to buy yourself some time against a lot of the damage. But I was not anticipating he would go for this. I thought he would either, you know, he could even have gone for a fast Refresher. I wouldn't have minded that. Just some sort of scaling with Ags, perhaps. Scam. That's a nice solo pick if he gets it. He does.
Dive. Does not get completed.
Maybe not.
Yules.
Yeah.
He's dead.
He's good. Okay.
Second Yules. He's dead.
Okay. Yeah, and Tim's gets the kill. A lot. This tipping Scam. Good job, Scam. You messed up killing him twice. I'll do it. Scam looks completely unimpressed. He didn't even have a smile on his face. Mode focus, I guess, for OG. And now the quiet before the storm. OG with a 3k lead that they're about to lose in 30 seconds somehow. So nobody holds the lead in this game, as you know.
That is correct.
We'll see how Mouz find a way to win the next fight immediately.
Radiant are scanning.
We are setting up for the Tormentor.
Yep, OG smoked up.
So the initiation is everything here. Both teams have really strong single target ways of jumping. Spirit Breaker plus Centaur into a Lesh Omni Slash combo will kill anyone.
Yeah, that Lotus is pretty important. There's the cart for the save and the Lotus used, so 2 cooldowns.
Just farming out of the cart is Jug.
Yeah, why not? Yopaj, he wants to go in for the initiation, though. Blade Fury from Crystallis as they try to run away. The Pulverize right on top of him, though. The Egg with the Sunray, but now the Omni Slash is going to work.
Oh my
He's dead.
God.
4 steps to the low ground, and that means he is donezo via the Juggernaut. And they're going to lose many members now as OG.
Yep.
Man, it's all about that initiation. 4 dead for nothing.
It's all about not having a lead.
All right, time for Mouz to lose the next fight.
Just you wait. It's coming. But yeah, the key thing there, look at the damage numbers from OG, right? Just pitiful. And it's because Primal gets in and gets the Pulverize and Jug, but nobody can follow through. Tia gets a couple of shots off, and I think she just missed. But you need the Roar if you want to kill Jug. I don't think Pulverize is going to cut it. You have to stagger these abilities and get the full stun chain, or ideally, maybe he's just not the guy you go on. It's the hardest kill, and if you fail, the payoff for Mouz is the biggest possible. You're going to see here, Yopaj gets in Pulverize. Nico's too far, getting zoned out by mid-1, as a matter of fact, on the left side. He's just in there doing tons of damage.
That roar from Nico to get the kill onto Crystallis.
And it begs the question, is this a game where you buy Dagger on Beast so you can follow through? Instead of going for the full AC first, I think some players would... I think Blink on Beast becomes exponentially better when you're playing against 0 saves. I guess there's a cart now, so perhaps that's a little bit of a moot point.
Mouz gonna push the envelope. You know what that means. Trying to go for this melee barracks. OG gonna have 5 in just a moment. Crystallis does successfully get it though. Yopaj has other things on his mind. Wants to stop this push on the tier 2. And a little ping pong action onto Yamich, but the cart will be used to save the cow. Looks like that'll break things up. So 9K lead has opened up for Mouz now. Off the back of that one single fight. They get the melee barracks. So advantage Mouz for sure. Well, actually, they got both.
Yep.
Not that it really matters, I guess.
You love to rant about that. AC now complete for the Beastmaster, but on Mouz's side, big items should be on the way as well. BKB will be finished on Spirit Breaker. Jugger's going to get Scotty. Phoenix has Refresher.
Oh my.
He's level 18 with Refresher on Kaori. He's so strong. The Radiant don't have the best ways of killing the egg. Gunnar was talking about Jakiro as a hero that can destroy the Supernova, but this late into the game, it's just not reliable whatsoever, especially with the 10 attacks that it takes. Highly unlikely. I see this as a game that Phoenix can be the X factor in if it gets close again. Like, there's just so few tools for the Supernova.
Yep, OG. Learn anything from this game. This is time for them to win a fight handily. Gotta chomp down some yum burgers. Maybe a little bit of
spaghetti with
chicken joy, fried chicken.
Spaghetti with meat.
Yep, spaghetti with meat. The jolly spaghetti, as they call it.
Still can't
Gotta get that to power up.
Couldn't explain what they have. They have spaghetti.
Yeah.
Yes. Okay.
Smoke from OG.
Yep, they are behind, so this is looking good for them.
Mid-1.
See if they get in there.
One to pop it. They open up on him. The cart is not going to be there in time because of the macro fire. Does get it off just in time as the egg is placed with the Sunray, but they've already lost 2 for Mouz. This is turning into a ridiculous situation. Are they done yet?
Oh, that's a nice ice pad.
Onto 2, but the healing ward is doing work right now.
It's still, they're keeping them in place.
With the rocket flare. And the jump in. They get the hoof stomp though. Onto Skem, Yopaj on the other side, gonna take out the Phoenix easily. It's a 3 for nothing. Now the Stampede used, trying to get this clockwork, if not just run away. Skem will be the first to fall in all likelihood. The Pulverize right on top of the Juggernaut, but the cart is there. He's not inside. You have to put him in the cart, for God's sake. Crystallis trying to run away. He gets onslaughted. 4 dead, and OG have equalized again.
Now, the secret for OG here is to not farm too much on the map. You gotta push out the waves minimally.
What the hell?
Don't get. It's just, for whatever reason in this series, or in this game, which is kind of funny to me, the team that's ahead keeps getting jumped. You'd think when you're the leading team, you're gonna get some sort of map control and be in a favorable position and get the vision, but.
And now high ground
team trailing gets every jump. I mean, this is definitely going to be at least the tier 3, I would think. Unless they're worried about a Jug buyback with Omni Slash.
50 seconds of no Jug. This should be a lane, surely.
Yep, they don't.
Especially with the backup of the Chicken Joy fried chicken at their disposal.
They're worried about a buyback play.
Yeah, understandable. So they'll back away. They only get the tier 3.
But they know Roche is up because they have
That's
TA.
true. That's true. That is actually a very good point.
So this will be theirs. Skem now with an Ags on clock. For more of that rocket spam. What a crazy game, though. We've definitely not cast a game like this tournament where it was so predictable that the losing team would win every fight. There's no reason for it except just the statistical evidence that it just keeps happening.
That's right.
There's like no logical reason, but man.
All right, they have double roar.
Okay.
Roshan banners.
The game is even now. So now the next fight is a flip. But you have Aegis and Cheese, which is a lead, so I guess...
If Aegis and Cheese are put together, do you think that counts as a Yum Burger?
No.
Okay. What if it's a block of cheese?
It's not the cheese that's the problem.
What if the Spirit Breaker enters the equation?
Oh, that's different. If I'd like a double Spirit Breaker with cheese, please. A Spirit Burger, it's only a slight misspeak.
That's good. It never goes spoiled. All right, a very tense moment, and this is an elimination game for OG, elimination series overall. And the winner of this will face off against BetBoom, who looked incredible today.
They have leveled up in this tournament for sure. I think the main thing that has impressed me about BetBoom has been their drafting. So whoever gets through and gets that matchup better have done their homework, because that one is going to be challenging.
Yeah, and BetBoom actually said they wanted to play OG just because they're new and exciting.
Yeah, true.
3.5 minutes on the Aegis, but of course OG playing a bit back at the moment. Chrysalis damage rune.
They've learned their lesson. They're ahead, so they're hiding in base. Oh god, it's so funny.
Chrysalis, Abyssal Blade next, and then I guess the boots get replaced by the Blink. And for Natsumi, he's pretty fully loaded as well.
Yeah, he's not queued up anything yet. We were talking about the MKB as a potential option. It has proven to not be necessary in at least some of the fights, so perhaps could consider something else. He has the 25 taunt now, which is pretty big. Went for the refraction instances over Meld Bash, which is also, you know, has its moments in games like this where you chain stun and kill a jug. But yeah, refraction just, it's the safer choice, I think. The left taunt is just safer in general. But yeah, curious to see his quick buy next. He isn't showing us what he's thinking.
Game's off instinct now. All the stats out the window.
Yep, pretty much.
Dead even, we'll call it.
Really nice to have Ags on clock in these types of situations when it's a stalemate. You can push out the lanes really safely from far away, and you can get some key vision by throwing them through the jungle. Obviously, they know where Mouz are roughly, but you can get some pretty accurate intel with flare spam. In spite of that, in spite of being spotted, Mouz are still trying to find a jump, or just holding the area, trying to outlast the Aegis, I suppose. But Natsumi drawing the line. He wants to force them back. The problem is he's being forced back himself. So
Chrysalis. That's a free tier 3. He gets pulverized. There's the cart. Can they put him inside? He's still not there. He gets killed. He still wasn't in the cart after all of that. The Yum Burgers are too much to handle. Boom, drops on the high ground. The egg does go off successfully, and that means the death of Nico. But now the Sunray, the second egg comes out, and it's doing a ton of damage to this TA. That's life number 1. Another BKB, Yopaj getting charged. Natsumi pops the refraction with the Hurricane Pike. A lot of damage to mid 1 right now. Tim's jumps in to try to finish the job, and they're going to get him. That's 3 dead for Mouz. Did require a buyback from Skem. Is he getting stunned before being able to put him in cart consistent? He has a BKB.
There isn't some weird there isn't some weird interaction where you can't put a spinning jug in cart, right?
I can't say for sure.
I found I've played with the eggs only a couple of times on Centaur, and I find like sometimes it's just difficult to get people in, but
well,
at
it
the same
is
time,
a very low cast range. That's the main thing.
Yeah, but I was like on top of him, right?
Yeah.
I don't know.
This is the second time this game too, so I don't know.
Yeah.
It's tough to say. But now OG should be able to get this lane.
Maybe it's because as he's trying to put him in the cart, the roar comes out and he gets pushed away. I don't know.
Possibly, yeah.
Either way, though, it is a big hit here for OG. They do, as you say, spend their buyback, but Honestly, Mouz made that kind of close without their Jug, particularly because of the 2 eggs from Kaori. I did say it could be an X factor, but not that much that you can play without your
It's more of an
Jug.
egg factor, if anything, as the fortification is popped.
An egg factor.
Can he finish this melee racked before? No. Ice Path onto the Centaur.
Maybe Boom keeps trying to put TA in the cart, and that doesn't work. Wouldn't that be interesting? It's like a lasso.
Yeah, that's
but
balanced.
It's like a, well, it makes them invulnerable though. So in lasso you can kill them.
Yeah, but you can just, you can take them so far. You can blink with cart.
Well,
you know that, right?
what if you couldn't?
Here we go. Hypothetical garbage. Sound like Sir Action Slacks. Okay. And here's the replay.
Let's have a look.
See.
So, pulverize, cart. He just, maybe he's struggling to click him because he's bouncing up and down in the pulverize, and then as he is about to get him, the roar comes out.
It's so hard to tell.
I don't know.
That's one of those, you have to watch the replay, put it on his perspective, and put it to 0.25 speed, you know?
Yeah.
That was very costly, honestly, because that's like a free out, essentially, if you can get it off.
And they were he was specifically trusting it too, right? The only reason Crystallis hits the tower like that is that he's like, I can count on getting carded.
Yeah.
So if they're going to start second-guessing themselves on stuff that should just work, then, well, that's another save.
Yeah, they have another save. This one is a little bit more risky, though.
Well,
if you're Nightfall, you'll definitely agree with that.
It's a lot of hits, still.
Yeah, you're not going to try to kill this egg anymore, I don't think.
First time of the tournament, Phoenix buying this. The question is, what does Kaori buy next? Does he buy Blink? Or does he buy something like Scythe, Aether Lens? Plenty of options, interestingly. For him, usually when you buy this Scepter, it feels kind of straightforward what your next purchase is, but here, all of the items sound quite appealing in different ways, so see what he chooses to go for. So now we're even on racks, right? 1 set apiece and 1 tier 3? Yep. All right.
Still even.
There's 2 banners on OG, could come into play if they can find a way to get there and use them. As you know, we're seeing on the building damage a much more even split on the Radiant between Beastmaster and TA, pretty standard, whereas Jug doing all of the lifting on Mouz in the tower department. But honestly, at this point, none of that matters. This is a matter of who gets the jump and who kills the key hero. Natsumi drawing. Okay, there's a lot of drawings on the map. Circles and curves, and they're still standing in base, though, so I don't really know. Maybe they're bored. Flash 25 indeed. The extra Diabolic Edict explosions. And Crystallis gets the Omnislash duration.
Yopaj probably cannot wait for his 25. Pulverized duration is insane.
It is. This had to be nerfed. It's one of the more nerfed 25s that still does the same thing, right? In terms of numbers, this was 100% and it got cut by 33%.
Yep.
Mostly, if there's been like bonkers 25 talents, they've either been reworked completely. Yeah, that's it, right? Rather, they've generally not got this big number nerfs. Just been changed instead. But this is one of the best talents in the game. It's so insane getting those extra 2 ball rises. Because also the way Ferocity works, with every slam, the AoE gets bigger. It's crazy.
Yeah, it's so good. But he's not there yet, Cinderin.
Very close, though, and this is a big item.
Yeah, Eon Disc.
There is no nullifier on the way for anyone on Mouz, so this effectively guarantees Yopaj a pulverize, more or less, unless you got to find some really perfect layering of stuff. I just don't see it. So you can count on a pulverize now, and that pulverize will last very long, as we've established. So it can kind of pick his target. Lesh or Jug. I guess that's not entirely true. He could get charged. And they do have Abyssal on Jug, yeah.
I mean, he has 2 pulverizes, though, so...
Yeah.
They don't have that much to deal with it.
And so far, he has prioritized Jug every time, right? So the Abyssal is not going to come into play in that case. Then you're just
one thing in mind in these fights, and that is Crystallis.
Yeah. Primal beasts only want one thing, and it's disgusting.
Lotus already applied to Chrysalis to get a little bit of vision. There's a mid one jumping onto Yopaj. The Yundis already proccing. The cart comes into play as well. The roar right now onto the Juggernaut with the macro pyre to follow, but nobody else is going on top of him. No DPS at all. Instead, he just blows up Yopaj with the instant buyback, and Natsumi follows suit as well. 2 dead instantly for OG. They cancel a TP here as well, and that cost a buyback on to the Yopaj Primal Beast. So very, very costly for OG.
He actually didn't get to do it. He didn't get his refresher off. He didn't get a pulverize off.
Did he already use Yules? Maybe he was stunned while he was getting omnied?
Yeah, the good question, right? Because he could have also refreshed his disc. It felt like there were plays there. Something must have gone. Okay, we got to see a replay of that. We have it. Mouz will take the Roche.
Yeah, of course they will.
Uncontested. But like, they get the roar from Beast out with no follow through, and then somehow Primal gets isolated and TA. This was heads up by mid 1, by the way, but let's see it again. So he gets in, forces the disc, charge. Uses himself on the charge.
Let's see.
And now Spirit Breaker ult. He's in Split Earth. Yeah. Okay, so there is a way to play around this if you refresh and then pop BKB again, but I think it's more understandable than it went wrong when you see this now. Mouz played that beautifully. Especially mid 1, just getting in there in the front, getting all the vision, landing the Split Earth was crucial.
Mouz back in the driver's seat, so OG will win this fight. Onto the high ground they go. Yopaj cancels the onslaught. Chrysalis not going to be phased at all. As the rocket flares continue to rain from the skies.
They will wipe out the wave.
Very, very big. Hook shot to try to delay. Chrysalis just going to ignore it. Blade Fury for the range barracks. He gets it. And now the TA is alive. Backdoor protection kicks in for about a half second. And no more healing ward. Remember, this is an Aegis carrying Juggernaut. Spin up in 3. This is looking like a second set of barracks for Mouz. Pulverize into the macro pyre. They want to burn this right off the bat, and they will. Successfully, the cart again not being used to any effect. And now Chrysalis, Blade Fury, but he does not finish the barracks. Instead, he tries to use it to retreat. And now the Stampede to retreat. They are not on the same page. Yamich tried to charge in for a moment there. Now the hook shot from Sken coming in from the sideline. Mid 1, he's going to blink in with the Diabolic Edict, but Natsumi's just right-clicking him into oblivion with the Pulverize as well. Down goes mid 1.
How does it keep happening?
I don't know.
Is it? Okay, there's some divine intervention going on here. Oh, nice jump though.
Yeah.
From Boom.
The cart comes into play here.
BKB TP
as the
out.
Beastmaster going to get burned to a crisp. Nico down for 85. Big kill for Mouz.
That was a mid 1 buyback though. You got to be a little bit careful as Mouz here not to overstep. If Lesh dies again, he's out for 2 minutes. Pulverize is ready, but nothing else. Chrysalis was going to lead to the charge here.
No BKB. This should be a second set. Scam going to try to delay a bit.
Oh, he just got by, actually.
Chrysalis is going to Blade Fury again in retreat, and there's the Pulverize with the Macro Pyre doing quite a bit, but the Omni Slash just shreds him. Yopaj dead for 2 minutes, no buyback, and now all the efforts onto the TA. Split Earth is going to hit. Scam is going to fall as a result, so 2 dead now for OG. As Mouz being very, very careful, very conservative in their approach to this fight. Chrysalis jumps in and bashes Tims and kills him off. They get that second set eventually as Natsumi gonna blink to the other side. Try to staying alive, but mid 1 is gonna solo him with this Diabolic Edict, but finally the hook shot comes in as mid 1 gets fully healed with the cheese. And now Natsumi on super low HP. Can he survive this? He's trying to take out Yamich, but now he's just getting stun locked and burned by the Sunray. Buys back instantly. OG with only 4 members up against the 5 of Mouz.
He just got 4-stepped like 3 times in different directions. That was super
And they're going to go for the Megas here.
Oh my.
Range Rax is free. 70 seconds still with no Primal, and all they can do is try to delay. But that's Megas. Mouz with a close to insurmountable lead now. Which means OG are going to win this game in the next 30 seconds somehow.
This one's going to be tough.
Chrysalis healing ward, tier 4 dead. Hook shot again. No follow-up as the Ice Path comes through. Lots of damage onto Boom. He puts Leshrak in his cart Probably didn't even want to be in there. Just wants to put somebody in there, poor guy. Primal roar onto Kaori, but he is safe. And now Chrysalis can go for the buildings and try to finish this game. Last tier 4 is down. Ancient exposed. 100 seconds of no clockwork. Still 20 for the Primal Beast. It's the 3 members of OG. They're going to be melting. Double kill for mid one. It's just Natsumi versus the world. Almost gets Boom. But the Ancient will fall in favor of Mouz as the GGs come out, and OG, their run ends here.
Wow, what a crazy game this was. That was super exciting the whole way through. They're just taking turns at winning fights left, right, and center. It's just a matter of who gets the cleaner initiation and lands their spells. And I gotta say, at the end of the day, the value of this Phoenix was massive for Kaori in this game. That was one of the biggest differences between the two teams, was just how much they got out of that support pick. And well, that's going to do it. Mouz top 4.
Mouz top 4, and unfortunately for OG, the Jollibee. Well, actually, they can go get Jollibee soon.
Yes, they can. The option is indeed there, Sunsfan. You've correctly identified it. The perfect antidote to a day of some stompy dote, or a great back and forth game. Super exciting, super entertaining. Was definitely there for a moment for OG, but you have to hand it to Mouz. They were excellent across the series.
That one was insanely chaotic.
Yeah.
I mean, I guess this is what you expect for a Spirit Breaker game, like very chaotic fights, but I don't think Yamich was the reason that it was chaotic. It's like you had situations where OG was just doing a really good job at jumping Crystallis, Boom not able to get the cart off and save Crystallis, and then it makes you question, was he waiting for the save? Was he miscalculating?
Can I ask you guys about that, right? Because I don't know if I'm losing my mind, right? In my old age, you know. But it looked like he couldn't put people in the cart properly.
We actually tested it.
There's like something to do with the cart. I think sometimes it might like do the thing where it's like the old lasso, where you can't like snowball a lasso. I think there might be an interaction like that.
Yeah.
It was hard to tell because there's one time I saw the character like move.
Yeah.
Like a bit, but then he went back into the pulverize.
Yeah.
So it might be like an interaction.
Pulverize interaction.
Some weird thing with Ags, yeah. But maybe that's another reason why Primal is good for Centaur.
So, there you go. But you still win with Centaur. So
you still win.
Yeah, you still win. That's how good he is.
There's a lot of these fights, like everything we're seeing, it was like super back and forth. Like one team gets 3 kills for free, then the other team gets 3 kills for free. And the first almost like 25 minutes, I would say, were very, very scrappy. But kind of what Sinner was saying, I think the Phoenix really scaled well in these late game fights.
Yeah, definitely.
I mean, not just that as well. I think, obviously, we know Kaori's an excellent Phoenix player, but the itemization, picking up that late Ags as well, that kind of came into play.
This fight was... The game was starting to, I think, lean in OG's favor at that point, but it was like they got a perfect wrap. They got like a big, I think it was a 2 or 3 man stomp, and then Crystallis presses Omni Slash, kills everyone, and then I think kind of that was the start of the beginning of the end, where it felt like Juggernaut was too tanky to get bursted with having the save from the Centaur. Yeah. You have all like these like random stuns coming out from the Spirit Breaker, from the Lesh, your Phoenix. You have like so much random stuff that you can't actually deal with the Jug, and I think mid one also played his hero really well, where he's like going in, forcing out spells. He forces the Antis, he forces the BKB, and then Centaur goes in.
Yeah, this fight here was awesome by mid one.
He even saved his Hex, by the way.
Yeah.
So he had Hex for later on in the fight because like he knew the assignment. The assignment was just to stop the Eon Disc, start on the Primal Beast, so Primal couldn't get the jump. Basically, that game was one of those games that's determined by who gets the jump first.
Yeah.
Right? It's like if Crystallis gets jumped by Primal Beast, he gets follow-up Roar. They have a ton of damage to layer on top of it between Natsumi and even Tim's from the backline. And this is exactly why Kaori went for Aghanim Scepter.
Yeah.
You know, we're memeing about like, okay, if you can't put him in the car, you put him in the egg. But in reality, just having multiple ways of saving these heroes. And then at one point, Boom put this guy in the cart. And I thought, okay, this makes a lot of sense. This is one of those heroes that you just want to get into the fight. And the problem with Leshrac is that you run in, they can focus you and kill you. But the longer he stays on top of you, the more damage he's going to pump out.
100% kill participation.
Kill participation, guys.
Is that glitched? That's got to be a bug. That's insane.
No, look at his KD, 19, 5, and 16. They got 35 kills.
We'd been critical of him in like previous series. Like this is his best series this tournament. Like
yeah, sometimes
exceptional in both games.
He's volatile.
Yeah.
But I will say the games where he's playing well, it's incredible.
Well, guess who we're about to talk to? Via the medium of Sir Action Slacks.
Absolutely, Richard Lewis. I am here with Mid One, the greatest of all time. Hello, sir. How you doing?
Great.
Great. All right, fantastic. Now, kind of maybe sad for you. I mean, knocking out the C team that is very good. You know, does that mean anything to you to break the hopes of an entire region?
Nothing. I mean, I don't know.
So I guess that's why you left then. You left, you know, to go dumpster them.
I got distracted. I have no idea.
Sorry, Collapse just came in and flipped us off. It was the craziest thing I've ever seen. What's up with that? You and Collapse not cool?
I mean, we are cool. He just looked.
Huge drama as Collapse comes in and flips us off during our interview. Unbelievable. Let's talk a little bit about some flipping off in that game, though. Absolutely bonkers with the Leshrac and the Centaur combo. What I like to call the party bus, the mid-one party bus. How's that feel to just be carted in and say, gentlemen, hello? Pretty much do nothing?
And it's the best, right? Like, you're just sitting on the cart and you're just invulnerable. Like, you cannot die. Nobody can stun you. I mean, it's just fun.
Yeah, absolutely. And can I say some risque stuff? Weird carts in that game, if I may. Some carts didn't really connect with the Centaur. Was there any discussion about this? Was it an accident? Was anyone crashing out? What was the deal?
I think my teammates were just noobing, you know? Like I was like, how? Like, the first time we couldn't cart when Primal used ult, I thought my teammate would realize like they cannot cart, and the second time they tried again, I'm like, and then the third time I'm like, bro guys, like you cannot cart the guy who's keep being powerized, you know? You need to wake up, just use Lotus Orb and we are chilling. Like, and then people just realize, okay, they are like awake. Like, next time, I guess the second time I'm just gonna say like, yo guys, like, hello, you cannot do this. Try to wake up or something.
That's the experience of the team, you know? You're coming in as the old man, let the kids learn what they want to do, and then by time 3, be like, listen, idiots, this is not, all right, I get you. On that note, the team seems to do very, very well when you in particular are doing very, very well. Is that how you feel, or are you a byproduct by what they're up to?
Probably is true for now, because I'm the one who's gonna make everything in the early game works for us. Like, so probably my game is like very important, I guess.
Yeah. So would you tell BetBoom to focus you then if they want to win?
I mean, sure, they can do it. I don't mind. Like just like the OG did. Like, they have 4 heroes so early.
Damn. I like what I hear. All right, you could try, BetBoom. Thank you very much. A pleasure to see you. Hopefully those carts will be a little better for the next series.
Yeah, they'll improve, no doubt. It sounds like it was actually an interaction then with the Primal Beast, and they were aware of it in the game. And
he was aware. He was aware of it.
To be clear, yeah, he was aware of it. Yeah.
You know, there's always one mechanics nerd on every team, though. Yeah. That it's your job to make that call as the mechanics guy.
Yeah,
Boom's an instinct player. Okay, I get it. As a mechanics guy yourself, you can agree with me, right? You were always the guys. Come on.
I say it before the game.
You do.
If it was like that important, I would talk about the interaction, especially when it's like we've seen this. Like, they pick Centaur, they pick Primal, like a lot in the tournament. I would have mentioned it if I knew.
And look, just to round it out as well and our panel together, I know everyone's sad about OG because everyone wanted SEA to be back, but you know, they are. You're going to see him again. Great first, you know, outing under the OG banner, and I think obviously as well, you know, I think the best team won today. Mouz are a lot of fun. They're playing, you know, the Walking Wounded, you know, and now they're top 4. So I'm happy. I've enjoyed watching Mouz a lot.
He pretends he doesn't give a shit.
He's
but
SEA.
He's just a Dota player, you know. He wants to win. He wants to play the game. But there's someone to root for. I mean, OG, they've gotten consistently better through the last tournaments that they've played in since they formed. So I don't know. Things are looking really good for them.
I mean, I'm excited for the series later today. I think BetBoom looked really good. I think there was a few times in this game I would say that Mouz looked a bit shaky. I think BetBoom overall looked a little better.
Yeah.
But I think that it should be a close one and probably a good one.
Yeah, I'm hoping so. We get to watch it from the sidelines, though. That's it from us, but it's not over for the Dota. We've got the small matter of Liquid versus Team Spirit, a classic encounter. Bringing you that one is going to be Shiva, T-Gov, and Lacoste. Make sure you stick around. They'll be with you after the break.
The new breakthrough and innovative phone with 1xBet app. With 1xBet app, you can register and start betting in just one click. Intuitive interface and thousands of sports events every day. User-friendly app. Big wins, fast payouts.
The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you, gamers, hybrid workers, artists, backing your every move.
Hello, everybody. It's another episode of not Guess the Hero, Make the Hero. Today, we've got a kingmaker right here, Mr. Boxy from Team Liquid. Boxy, how you doing?
Pretty good, Slacks.
We're going to play a game. I'm going to show you some items. You have to convince me of a good hero to pair with those items in the right position. Now, it is your job to figure out how to make it work. At the end of the game, I'm going to give you a rating based on how many reports I think you get in a pub game. Mr. Boxy, are you ready?
I'm ready.
All right, first things first, we're going to ban one of these positions. So you cannot carry no matter what happens.
Okay,
all right?
okay.
Let's show the man his items.
Good thing I can play mid-heroes.
That's right. Your first
Soul
items are going to be
Booster
Soul Booster Mechanism. Mechanism, that's nice. You remember that item?
Yeah, the item is not that bad. But the problem with these two is if you're buying mech on a core hero, you would go Greaves before Octarine. So it's very hard. But I'm gonna say Timbersaw in the off lane.
Okay, so we're gonna lock into off lane here.
Yeah.
Okay, all right, let's see the next items then.
Rolling, it's just okay, but this is good. This is like any hero will have these items. Like Tinker will cook.
Why do you have a Soul Booster?
Oh, it's the same.
Yeah, this is your build.
Okay, I'm back to Timbersaw.
You're back to Timbersaw. This is a really bad direction. You kind of had me with the Tinker. I mean, I could see.
Yeah, okay. I mean, I can say like support Tinker, but yeah, okay. Let's just stick to that.
All right. Would you like a hard support, soft support, or are we sticking with off lane? You don't have to swap.
This is soft support Tinker, I think.
All right. Let's go switch them to soft support as we see your next item. I'm gonna need you to explain this to me. Why have you bought Heart of Tarask, Wind Waker, Arcane Blink, and a mech?
I'm just doubling down on the I don't need to buy real items to win this game.
This is a bad direction.
You guys are shit.
Is there any hero that's a soft support that's rushing Heart, Mech, Arcane Blink, and Wind Waker? I actually have one.
I could buy this on Centaur, I guess. Centaur support.
Centaur support?
Yeah. You buy early Heart, early Mech. Blink Yules, pretty good items, and then you're like, I need to have more mana, so I buy Arcane Blink.
Are we sticking that pause 4, or would you like to go somewhere else?
I can be pause 5 Centaur also.
do you want to be pause 5 Centaur? This is your last chance.
Yeah, maybe with these items I'm pause 5, yeah.
Oh, okay. You know, you had me at 4. I actually thought that might be okay, but now I'm extremely confused. We have locked in. You cannot change now. You're a hard support. Let's see the last item.
Makes sense. I'm building Disperser. I need more Dispel. You know, probably I'm playing against some Ursa who I needed to like slow down.
Oh, okay. You're locked in. We're a hard support. These are your items. Are we still sticking with Centaur? Is there a better pause 5 with these items?
I could be Windrunner with the Diffusal. I see some synergy.
Okay.
Make Blink Yules, like you can buy this on any hero.
Yes.
The Soul Booster, I feel like it's unfair because who buys like a half-finished item?
I mean, whoa, that's, you know, you're building up to the last item.
Yeah.
So.
And Octarine is good. I mean, the Disperser is good late game item.
Are you sticking with which hero? I need you to lock in.
I think Windrunner, I'm down.
You have been trying to pick Wind Ranger this entire time. But yes, all right, so You're in a game. You see a pos 5 Wind Ranger. What time would this be in your opinion?
No, but you have to understand. You see a pos 5 Windrunner. He buys mech. Okay, perfectly normal. He buys Jules. Perfectly normal. He buys Blink. Perfectly normal.
Continue.
He buys Diffuser Blade. Maybe there's some mana that is burning. Perfectly normal. And then,
like normal.
yeah, okay, you know, tops on mid gyro with Diffusal. Like,
I saw it.
Then you start buying Octarine.
Okay.
And then you realize, oh, I have a lot of mana regen coming up, but I really need HP regen. And maybe you win a fight, you have 5k gold, and you just right click the heart. And then you're like, I'll get the Octarine in no time. And after Octarine, you'll go Disperser, maybe you'll sell your mech and buy a real item.
Okay.
And yeah.
Well, it's something. All right, the final question then. Okay, you're in a pub as Boxy in one of your real pubs. You do this on pos 5 Wind Ranger. How many reports are you getting in that game?
Okay, let's say I get 6 then, because it's 3 out of each team.
Okay, 6 total reports. I'd put this one out of, I'd say 7 or 8.
The Arcane Blink is problematic.
That's problematic.
That is problematic. But the rest of the items, like, they're not that bad. They're not that bad.
Thank you, Boxy, for your game. You did very well. And we will see you next time as another pro stumbles their way through Make a Hero at PGL Wallachia Season 6.
Well, the two teams that are coming up are not stumbling at all here in the playoffs, so we are going to head to our upper bracket finals. The two best teams so far still left in PGL Wallachia Season 6 is Team Spirit and Team Liquid. They'll play in a best-of-3 winner, guarantees themselves grand finals. Loser goes to lower bracket finals tomorrow, so definitely both getting a high placement, but of course, it's really about who wins it all, and one team will get a little bit of an edge. And speaking of an edge, so far this year, Team Spirit has a little bit of an edge over Team Liquid with one game that they've played this season. Yes, it's just a one, best of one, and it doesn't count. Lacoste, Tigov, this is the start of how these two rosters will have their records set for the rest of the year, Lacoste.
Definitely does look like it. Both of the teams fixing some of the mistakes that they did have at the previous tournaments as well, and seems like this is the kind of battle of the strongest teams in terms of that we've seen how well they can adapt, even though they had the perfect group stage pretty much, and then how they transitioning that into the playoffs as well.
Yeah, perfect group stage. That must be really nice, Tigov.
Yeah, but not for Spirit, right? It's actually kind of a little bit of a curse for them, because when they perfect the Swiss stage, they don't actually win the thing, right? Because in Wallachia Season 1, they went 3-1 in Swiss. They won it. Wow, crazy, epic grand finals against XG. But every other Wallachia that they have attended, they have dominated as a Swiss stage, but then not made it to the grand final. So I'm not leaking any scripts or anything, not saying anything's already, planned out. But for Spirit, at least, there's a little bit of a trend.
There is for sure. And I know that Team Liquid, they won 2 Wallachia so far. One of them, they did win while also having 3 on the group. So they do not have this curse.
No, Liquid does not have the Wallachia dominate Swiss curse. But again, that's maybe what Spirit can break.
Yeah. If you win 2 Wallachias, the curse is lifted. That's why.
That's how it goes.
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
Great. So Team Spirit needs to win one more, but they can't win this one.
Can't win this one, yes.
It's impossible. Statistically impossible. Yeah.
They're doing very good regardless, and potentially they have already broken the curse because they have a slightly different roster than when they were here last, and also when they won here last. That was a little while ago already, a year and a half. So we'll see how they do here. They have looked fantastic, and they have played in a lot of different styles, but there is something that they're not doing.
No, there's one thing that they are not doing well, which is a bit of a surprising one for a team that kind of is a team that can pretty much play any strategies and beat any strategy, especially at the late game. We are talking about Team Spirit, who is super resilient as a team, and a team that does have dragon in their logo. They seem to be afraid of the dragons a lot. So far at Wallachia, they banned Dragonite in the first phase. Doesn't matter if they had first or second pick up until their last series when they were playing against Parivision, because they never played Dragonite. Parivision never played Dragonite. And if we look at the season of 2025-2026, they did lose 3 games against Dragonite. So there seems to be a trend here.
A cool thing, though, that this does show is Spirit often is one of the few teams that doesn't rush to be on, like, play the meta heroes, right? Like with Dragon Knight, it's a very meta hero. A lot of the tournaments, teams in this tournament have tried to obtain the hero when possible, but for Spirit, they understand it, but don't play it. And it's happened multiple times before, and sometimes it's actually been the issue for Spirit, because in previous Wallachias, when Tinker support was a thing, they never played it, but Poshka would then pick it up, play it 5, they got eliminated, and then they never played it again, right? So this is the same type of thing, where in this meta, Dragon Knight's the hero, Lyle's not playing it, Yatoro doesn't really want to play it, and again, it's not been a problem, it's not at all, they are in top 3, but yeah, it is cool to see that our top teams can just dodge certain meta heroes.
Yeah, pick and choose a little bit. Team Liquid's also been picking and choosing as we circle to the opponents of Team Spirit here. I will say, though, I am slightly surprised Team Liquid's here, not because they have a flawless route. It's fantastic. But yesterday's series against OG was so close. I really thought they were figured out.
That makes it so much rougher, the fact that OGs get eliminated, right? Yeah,
it leaves the bad taste in the mouth, especially for OG fans, because in my book, it could have been 2-0. It could have been 3-0 for OG in that best of 3. But Team Liquid, again, super resilient team as well. That game too, they did manage to almost bring it back, but they didn't. And in the third game, one big play, scouting things out with Wolf, a great initiation from Nisha. They take Divine Rapier and they just run it down mid. They close out the game.
It just shows that Team Liquid have just got this incredible mindset, I think, right? The fact that you, in the OG, right, the 3-game series, in game 3, their lanes were atrocious, but they find the way to get that fight, right? In game 1 as well, their backs against the wall, they get an epic, Centaur plus Snapfire, get Vision in the pit, Ace steals the Aegis. Like, they have 2 moments in 2 critical games where they show, like, the comeback. And I think a lot of the games so far from Liquid has been snowball early game with fast team, with, disciplined, blah, blah, blah. But I think for a great team, you need to also show the ability to play the late game. And they did that against OG.
That's very true. I think for Team Spirit, the question would be, how did OG get Liquid in that position where they were kind of almost figured out?
First of all, the man on the screen, Nisha, I think he's had a lot of freedom in the series so far at Wallachia. But against OG, there was a bit of priority against him. We even saw Natsumi on the Troll Warlord game, like minute 8, he's running towards mid lane, stopping the active runes. And when you look at the heroes Nisha plays, he wants to have active runes. He wants to be, a playmaker. Pangolier, Quap, Leshrac, they get a couple levels after, ultimate +1, off they go. They're running into the game. So yeah, critically, between these two teams, try to have the mids enabled.
Laurel, he had, especially third game against Parivision, this is the most that I've seen somebody getting camped in the mid lane in a really long time. Monkey King, Naga Siren, Void Spirit, Ancient Apparition, even Darkseer coming to the lane, giving Iron Shell to Monkey King, who's rotating to the mid lane. He had a horrible start, but he did manage to make a great comeback in that third game. And this is one of the strongest things that I can see in a player, somebody who knows how to itemize and how to make a comeback, especially after you're sitting like at 1-5-0, 10-15 minutes into the game and still owning the game 20 minutes after.
And I think he ended the game with 6 deaths total. So
yeah, it's pretty nuts. Highest damage as well, pretty much doubling the damage of all other cores.
The way that Spirit drafts, they often do put a lot of emphasis on Lau being the early game player. So it's very easy to also see him die 3-4 times because he's kind of like the punching bag. When you're the Leshrac or the Storm and the only one that can make moves, if the enemy identifies that and kills you, then Spirit suddenly can't make any moves, right? And I do feel like that is unfortunately the position Lau is in within the draft, and we'll see if Liquid can maybe create that moment once again.
Yeah, we got Team Spirit with the overall first pick, so Liquid with the overall last pick. And that also means that Team Spirit gets to ban 3, while Liquid gets to ban 4 in the opening. And there is
We're back,
boys.
I'm loving this.
We're back to offlane meta.
Ruined it with the Marcy ban. Let's just ban more offlane as well. I mean, Marcy technically is a bit of an offlaner now and again.
Who would you like to see banned? Because I feel like Axe is not really in the position anymore to be first phase banned.
I mean, just for the memes, it would have been like a Mars and a Tide, right? But that's not any draft integrity.
No. Let's see what Team Spirit goes for. They could, of course, just ban out a support that they don't want Liquid to get their hands on.
Yeah, I mean, there's Naga Siren's in the pool, Chen's in the pool.
Yeah. I mean, it leaves all those in with all these...
Oh, I could just list every support, right?
Yes.
What am I saying? Yes.
Well, I will say it is pretty important to mention the Naga and the Chen and maybe the Jakiro in that list as well, since they are so highly valued.
And Liquid did lose with the Kez yesterday. So that is something that maybe teams can do. It does get banned out here. But I'm just thinking in the future, right? If there's a game 2, maybe Grand Finals lower bracket.
Yeah.
The thought of Ursa and Centaur and Ember Ench, the OG draft was really, really good against it.
Yeah.
But for now,
nothing too crazy. Just a Jakiro. Strong laner, strong scaling support as well. We saw Liquid opening with Lycan 2 times in a row yesterday against OG. It did look good, even in the scenario where they are losing the lanes. It is banned, as I can see on the screen, of course. That's why I was talking about Lycan.
Yep, very good. Very good. But it does also show that Team Spirit is going to force Team Liquid in a different direction. So that is, I would say a good thing. They're already having a plan. They are aware of what Liquid wants, and it results in a lot of offlane heroes being banned, being removed. The Naga Siren comes out. Now, the main question is, for me, I mean, this is not another surprise that the Naga comes out, but are now offlaners in higher priority because the amount of offlaners left in the pool gets so low?
There's still some left.
Yeah, there's still, at least for the Spirit, I think it's slightly easier because on that 18 pick, Tidehunter's going to look really good. Mars is going to look really good.
Beastmaster's still in the pool.
Exactly. I feel like Spirit have the cards available because they get to close the phase.
I'm just going to throw it out there. I don't think Collapse wants to play Tidehunter anymore, even though like the way the way Wallachia started, he was like, I'm just chilling there, having an interview with Slacks. I'm going to be much more cautious how I'm going to be joining the fights. I want to be a new carry, so he's playing Tidehunter, just enjoying himself. They're getting the dubs. Suddenly, he's playing Tidehunter Naga Siren lane, and he's like, this guy's just watching me. He can't do anything. He can't. He's the cameraman. It's like the game just end. Like he can't play the game 15 minutes in, and then he wins, and he starts talking about Centaur, Dawnbreakers, heroes that can farm on the other side of the map and still have global presence. Like he's like, I don't have to join for a good 15 minutes. So maybe we're going to be looking into these type of heroes.
Outside of the offlaners, I like the fact that Spirit had the choice of picking Naga or Jakiro on first pick. They take the Jakiro because they're forcing Liquid into a slightly slower game. A Naga position 5, no matter what lane it goes to, you're not really breaking into the game, right? You're getting your illusions, getting some vision, putting out a route. It's not as explosive, as when Tofu's playing the Jakiro himself. So Spirit is already going, you know what? Our lanes will be better. You'll be slightly more passive in one lane, and we'll get to play around that. And of course, you're mentioning the Tide Naga lane. In the back of their minds, they're like, we can do that to a Naga lane if we have the Jakiro ourselves. And they do ban up the Tide. Okay. Of course, more offlaners getting banned out. This is, we are really going down to the quite an awkward pool of offlaners now.
Yeah, I do appreciate the Monkey King ban. We saw Liquid having...
they're too good, too quick with it.
And they can play so fast with it, so that is another tempo hero. Flex! Oh yeah, workable!
It's not, in my book, this is not Ace's hero. He hasn't played it so far at Wallachia. He can play it, but it's not his type of a hero. It's not an aura hero. I'm maybe looking for him to pick something else. For now, they're going to leave it as a flex. I also do like to pick some high damage other position 4 when you have Naga Siren on the team, high damage mid laner as well, because a lot of the times we've seen these two supports, especially when paired up with the off lane who doesn't have damage, that these type of lineups have had a lot of struggles so far.
Yeah, Liquid just wants to play on good pacing, right? Now, I wouldn't be surprised if Boxy's picking up a Windrunner on the 16-17 as well. Then you have really low cooldown heroes that want to play together where Naga finds a hero, you can just swash and power shot from a distance and have lots of cheap ways to take the fight. And for Spirit, they continue going for just the big team fight, the big damage. Mm-hmm. You want to take a fight into them, try getting past ice paths and burrow strikes and epicenters and macro pyres. You need to be very disciplined on your initiation.
Is this a hero that can join fights early or is still farming for 15?
No, if this is mid-sanking, you get blink. Even offlane sanking around 10 minutes if you're having a good time. So you definitely want to join the fights. Like you want to smoke up, you want to grab the kill on one of the cores. This is why I would like to see offlaner buyer for Team Liquid. Pango can't, you can, but it's not really the best item build on offlane Pango. Mm-hmm. you still want to be able to scale. So I would love this Pango potentially to be played from the mid lane and have something that can soak up the damage from this Jakiro and especially sinking.
Like an Underlord or something.
Yeah, something along those lines.
Buying all the auras. We got Pugna picked up by Team Spirit, so that's their 2 support set.
Yep. Decrypt's going to be really nice when you run around and aggressively put it on heroes with Sanking Jakiro. Gives you that extra little bit of tower pressure. And you also just survive against the Pangolier. Not opposed to it.
What do we want? We want some like Tusk for a save. I like Snapfire as well that could come out. Okay.
Oh, Shadow Fiend.
I mean, they can pick the support afterwards, so that's fine. But Shadow Fiend?
I think they wanted the previous panel wanted to see Shadow Fiend when it was a Lash pick, something that can do well with like the triple raise and everything. So we'll see if Team Spirit will be forcing this Sanking potentially to an off lane because the mid lane is a bit more difficult for him now.
Well, wouldn't you just follow the Sand King? Because you can play it safe lane as well.
You can, yeah.
You can, yeah. And you already have the Naga Siren to ensure that the safe lane Shadow Fiend is going to have a good time. You have the Root, you have the Deluge. It's good kind of tools for Shadow Fiend to get the multiple raises out. So, yeah.
But if it is a mid Shadow Fiend, then Pango is going to be on the off lane, which you guys were not too happy with.
Well, it depends on what they play into, right? As long as they pick a boxy hero on 17 here, it doesn't really matter because as long as they see and identify with Spirit's lanes, you can decide
adjust, yes,
what's best, right? But picking, like, I still think like Windrunner or a ranged boxy hero. That
Yeah, I like Snap. It's just a save.
Kill out the Netherward, yeah.
Kill the Netherward as well.
Yep.
It gives them damage. It gives you a lot of teamfight with Pango roll plus Snapfire ulti. You can disseminate the backlines easily. Kill Pugna, kill Jakiro in the backlines.
If Pugna shows himself for 1 second, you are going to die, right? That's the main thing. Get rid of him. Of course, as you scale into the game with Glimmer Capes and stuff, it might fade away, but early on, Liquid has a good target to put on Pugna's backhand to kill him.
5 seconds remaining.
Also sets up for the flexibility, right? The snap Pango lane's pretty good, right? Lil Shredder and Swash, there we go, is quite potent.
Yeah, everything's physical. Yeah. A lot of minus armor coming out from these two.
Let's see where Team Spirit want to take this. Their 18th pick coming up. One of the most important picks, especially if you are first pick in the draft, and 18 is the one your whole draft is based about, and that is a Terrorblade in this case.
Yep. Into the potential Shadow Fiend carry, it's nice with Reflection. You could argue there's a slightly awkward phase in the early game where Snapfire plus Pango can kill TB, but that's about it. After that, you very quickly will be tanky enough to deal with it.
We did talk about
Skadi's, Beaky Bees.
The high physical damage in that lane.
Yep.
TB, the best hero in the lane to soak up that physical damage with his high armor.
And then, of course, banning out Darkseer.
Yeah, I still think they are going to be going for the off lane that can build into pipe, put Pango in the mid lane, Shadowfiend with Naga Siren, and then...
So you're still leaning like Underlord then? Because of all the offlaners banned out, to deal with the Terrorblade and to buy pipe?
Yeah, pipe, Crimson as well against TB. Could be good. Maybe even Axe could work out.
Well, I would imagine one of the heroes that you mentioned is going to get banned out. On the other side, Team Liquid's banning out mids that they do not want to face up against, as Pango. Queen of Pain is the first one to go. I mean, unless they want to change their mid laner, which is also okay. They could even put Shadowfiend mid, Pango off, and choose a new mid if they really wanted to. They have overall last pick, so this flex is very strong.
One option for Liquid as well on last pick is to take a more tempo hero, like an Undying, depending on what Spirit goes for. Like really strong lane, you then have Flesh Golem for damage amp.
I like that.
You've got Tombstone to play around, you buy Crimson early, you then really put everything on. Shadowfiend is our carry, and we have multiple different tools to enable him. But again, it really depends on what mid-hero Spirit's able to pick up. If it's somewhat farmy and not so active, then Liquid can get quite creative with the offlane. That's why Queen of Pain is a very good ban from Liquid. And the puck.
Yeah, I'm leaning for Spirit, maybe Leshrac, maybe Storm Spirit as well. They have limited amount of lockdown. not something that Storm is going to be afraid of. You have Net, you have Pango's role, some mana burn, but you can definitely play around that. And I also feel Leshrac is going to be, maybe they want to have something that is a bit more tanky, something that Sankin can play with, some high magic damage dealing hero that can keep them busy until Terrorblade joins online. And these two supports on Spirit play really well with the heroes that I mentioned.
Yeah. I like Leshrac slightly more, just for the fact that you buy Shivas, and then you have armor, ways to deal with Shadow Fiend. But yeah. So all the heroes you mentioned are very, very nice for Lau. Unless he wants to play the mid Sand King into the Pango, and then Collapse is having a read on a different offlaner that he wants to go for.
Yeah, that's the question, whether he wants to be playing into Shadow Fiend. Like, Sand King is, in terms of laning, one of the worst ones out there when it comes down. This has always been his weakness in the laning stage, so you need to figure out how you're going to be laning into Shadow Fiend, like multiple raises, range. It's just not good enough, but I think they will need to take an L, and they do, and they will be picking up Leshrac. As we suggested, I really like this pick. I really like what the hero overall brings to the table. We saw Mid-One in the previous series actually owning. He's been involved in 35 out of 35 kills. A very active hero overall. You basically need one item, Blink Dagger, and you can solo kill every hero on the map.
I think I still like the Undying. You buy Blade Mail, you got Crimson, you kind of deal with everything. But if you want a kind of more stable game, Underlord, of course, is the...
Yeah, you need Pipe. You need Pipe in this game. You're playing against Leshrac plus Sand King. I could also maybe see Pango going for Mage Slayer, but Diffusal Blade, too valuable of an item.
Well, they'll get the Underlord still, so... I think we mentioned this archetype of hero quite a few times, and it still very much fits, right? Builds the auras that you guys want to see?
No, I think...
Hasn't won a single game.
Yeah, I think these teams got the drafts that they wanted. In terms of read, they kind of expected what's going to happen as well. And Mekkei on the Shadow Fiend. It's been a while since I saw carry Shadow Fiend. It's been mostly played from the mid lane, but I assume since they gave him Naga Siren, this also allowed him to play Shadow Fiend from the safe lane. It's also another tempo hero that Mekkei does love to play. Like, if you get the ball rolling with the minus armor, get the kills around the map, it can snowball.
But for Liquid, they're not as active. With Shadow Fiend and Underlord, they do want to kind of play the farm on the side lane. So that's where there's the mid lane matchup, right? We mentioned it before. It is really, really important for both teams. If Nisha is shut down, maybe doesn't have the active runes, I could see Spirit getting to the items to be able to fight to that inevitable, death ball timing that you're mentioning. But again, the mid lane's very critical in this first game.
How active are the supports going to be in terms of rotating to that mid lane?
They can be very active. Underlord can be left alone quite early on, and then
I think
have kill potential.
I think Spirit wants to play a lot with Leshrac because it's very easy to grab a kill, and it's very easy to take the tower after you do so. You have Pugna, you have Jack Hero. These heroes provide you a lot of tower damage as well, and then it opens up the map where you can start to hunt down potentially Pango, potentially Shadowfiend in the jungle as well.
Okay, we're going to find out how game one of this best of three of the upper bracket finals is going to play itself out. But first, we're going to hear some words from Coach Splitch.
Absolutely, ladies and gentlemen. Today we're going to spice it up. Me and Blitz have done so many interviews that today we're going to choose your own interview questions. Here I have 3. You can choose which one you want for this draft.
Okay, I'm going to read it.
Go ahead, Blitz. Here, take the microphone.
It says, why do you think Silent drafts so bad?
Oh my god, dude. You can't say that. That's messed up. That's a TI1. Blitz that says, why is Shadow Fiend a good hero? What the hell is wrong with you? That's what it says. I put it to the game. It says, why does Shadow Fiend a good hero? What the hell was that, dude? Why do you think that about Silent?
I don't think that. I think he's a way better coach than I am.
What are you talking about? Okay, God, that's effed up, man.
I would do it like that. He's a really good coach.
All right. Are you guys feeling confident after that OG series?
Yeah, I felt like yesterday, it comes down to like those little margins, and at this top level it happens a lot. So shout out to OG, by the way. Like, I feel like those guys are getting a lot of flame for no reason. We've had plenty of games where we've won by like 2 HP and it goes both ways. So I think it's kind of bullshit that like one player like Natsumi gets flamed for some decision that I think we would have also done. So yeah, I mean, I think they pushed us really far and they exposed a lot of things that we need to get better at. So I think it was only a good thing.
That's really kind of you to say, which surprises me that I heard that you kicked Insania because he wasn't good at Naga.
Yeah, that is actually part of the thing.
you know, he just never got good at the hero. We got fraud check like 60 times in a row, and I got kind of tired of not being able to play Naga. So I felt like, you know, gotta play the cat jam, you know.
Yeah, gotta play the cat jam. That makes perfect sense. Blitz, an incredible interview. Thank you for your kind words to OG, and I'm sure all of us are wishing some kind words to Liquid after this series. Let's go into the game.
Thank you so much, Slacks. We are into it. Game number 1, Team Spirit versus Team Liquid, the upper bracket finals here between these two sides. You heard the panel, both drafts, seemingly the drafts that both sides wanted. This should be an absolute banger of a series here between these two teams.
That it should be. I'm really keen on seeing how much activity we do get out here from Collapse. Like the Sand King has felt pretty cool. We've seen it a few times mid, we've seen it a few times off lane, and it is a very potent hero, right? Like there's a lot that can get done in early timings. The lane is going to be fairly annoying as well. At least Mike does have reach, so he's not under constant threat of playing up against Caustic Finale and the Stun and the Sandstorm. He can kind of manage it. A little bit of an early kerfuffle, but not too much committed here.
Thank you indeed to Insania. We love you, Insania, of course.
Yeah. Do miss that guy.
Shout out to Natsumi as well, John. He's having a bit of a tough time right now.
Yeah, Mike's having a tough time as well, just walking back to the lane.
He is. Mike, Blood Grenade's going to land. They should have him now. Rue will cut him off, and Mike cannot escape. First Blood will go the way of Team Spirit.
Yeah, that's a bit of a brutal way to start here for the SF. And we're talking about, again, managing that lane against Sand King, having to reach, having to reset, TP back in, not have that option later on. You're going to have to maybe be a bit cautious. On the mid lane, of course, you've got Laurel on that Lesh that we've seen quite a fair bit, up against Nisha on the Pangolier. And this matchup, I mean, Laurel should be feeling pretty good. Nisha does have some durability with double jump, of course, but there's a lot of magic damage coming out once you do have some points in the Diabolic Edict. Nisha can always shove the wave back, but when it comes down to it, the Leshrac does feel like it should be slightly favored. You know, you've got the damage deployed so long as you juggle your mana around fairly well. Water rune control is going to be a pretty key part for that early aggression. We have seen some teams at the 4-minute mark actually go in for the contest. We'll have to see if that's something that Liquid and Spirit consider once that timer is up, once those bottles are ready for the initial refill, say around 4 minutes in. When it comes down to that, I do like the supports of Liquid a lot more, right? Like you've got the Naga Siren, you've got the quite nicely into each other, into that mid with a Pangolier. There's a lot of ways to kind of set up for some action, and you can leave your silence alone, but not right now.
Ace already having a very hard time. Of course, the Jakiro TB lane, nothing to scoff at. These Jakiro Pulse 5 has been absolutely annihilating the laning stage over and over again throughout these games we've been watching. Panto obviously going to be no different.
Ace?
Ace is indeed going to go down eventually. How did he go down, John? Just a few hits from Yatoro? Or?
Yeah, just dual breath hitting, then you get the right clicks off. It's a ton of magic damage in that lane. And so long as, again, Metamorphosis is up, this kill threat is consistent.
It's so much slow. It's so much slow. Panto will eventually retreat. Yatoro ran out of Metamorphosis, so he didn't want to go any further. But man, these Jakiros, it's just such a devastating kind of thing to have to go against in the laning stage.
Yeah, and we've seen what happens for a hero like, say, Underlord with a slow start. You're going to hit the jungle, you're going to farm up, and maybe you get some impact with early Fiend's Gate later on. You'll get some rotations around the map, but stalling out this early tempo does mean that for a while, Ace might be a liability. You know, he's going to sit in that jungle, he's not going to get some connections, he's not going to be there for some Pit of Malice drops to set up, and you have set that really steady foundation out for Team Spirit with a really aggressive lane for Yatoro to play with along with Panto. We were talking about strong heroes in this tournament for Wallachia Season 6. The Centaur has been the #1 that's been showing up along with Slardar mid. And I'd say Jakir is right there as well. Like this here is just oppressive. Like this combination of dual breath and reflection. You just can't run and you can't mitigate that damage either as the Underlord. And it's just making it pretty hellish. Their lane is just constantly shoved in here for Ace, but he's never comfy farming.
Nice pick up though, top lane. Team Liquid able to find Collapse on the Sand King. Tofi going to secure that kill, so a bit of respite here for Liquid at this safe lane. And of course, Mike has been having a fantastic time. 18 and 5 in terms of CS. Doesn't seem like they're really able to contest the Naga Siren support too much either. So happy days for both safe lanes of either team.
Yeah. I like what Tofu's done as well to enable that aggression. He's gone Mirror Image in Snare. So no value point in Deluge. We usually see that leveled early on to apply harassment. He goes for the setup, and it does allow you to, again, play with all of this early magic damage Mikke has as well. The early rotation for the Water Runes come in. Tofu snags one.
Oh, it's so painful to watch.
Ooh.
Boxy just trying to crawl away from Panto, force the TP out. There'll be no ice path to throw. And Boxy actually TPs into the mid lane. Ready to help secure Water Runes if necessary against Lal. It looks like Lal won't be going for it anyway. So Boxy just going to ensure that Nisha does end up picking it up. And Boxy looks like he's just going to make the casual walk back to the bot lane anyway.
Yeah, I like this read from the side of Team Liquid. Again, maybe not the best of times down bot, but they take away one Water Rune up top. There's no refill for Laurel. He's going to have to play with Nisha with, again, a full complement of mana to just spam out the spells. And once you're drained of that mana on Laurel, your laning presence against this Pangolier isn't really amazing. You know, you're not going to threaten with right click. He's tanky enough to poke back. There is a slight kill threat that can come in, especially as the level 6 starts to ramp up here. So some very smart movement across the maps here from Liquid. All of that really coming in from Tofu just killing off, setting up for that kill on Collapse. If Collapse is alive, you can't leave that top lane.
Panther was trying to get aggressive onto Ace again with Yatoro. Boxy does have something to say about that. Ace not doing too badly, 17-2 in CS. He's been forced to just hug this tier 1 bottom tower the whole laning stage, just understanding he can't venture anywhere near the creep wave to secure anything, and Yatoro taking his time to deny as many creeps as possible. Meanwhile, Tofu looks like he is scouting out the Radiant Triangle, and he will see Collapse, who is just farming the large camp. So Collapse now and Rue going to try to move in onto Tofu. And it looks like Tofu not going to be able to make it out. Will go down Panto. Great rotation, able to secure a kill for his side.
Yeah, it's a massive commitment out from Spirit, but finding that freebie does feel all right. I mean, you can leave your Terrorblade alone. There's no solo threat from the Underlord, and you can try to rotate onto mid just a tad bit, looking for those power runes as they start to spawn up.
Nisha, he's going to move in with the Diabolic Edict. Oh. It's a lot of damage. Nisha, he'll roll away back towards the power rune bottom spot and does get the invis for himself. You really can't underestimate that Edict. So much damage. They'll still try and chase Lal down now. You've got Boxy around with Tofu. They'll get the ensnare into the real end. Lal trying to survive with the rest of his teammates. They'll turn. Boxy, he will just get annihilated. Too much damage from this Leshrac right now.
It really is. Maybe if you had the roll later on for Nisha, he's kind of forced to use it to escape that sticky situation. Again, contesting these runes. And all of that for Team Spirit just stems from this movement, right? That TP in to punish Tofu for going pretty deep. You have Panto in position to kind of back them up for that first power rune. And yeah, Nisha finds it, but you get a kill in exchange. You're happy enough here on Laurel. Like, you get a nice gold injection, you're getting some work done, you've got the levels up, you're not that far behind in terms of EXP in comparison to Nisha. All your early spikes are aligning, and even the Shrines of Wisdom are relatively easy to secure as well. A 1-for-1, no biggie for either side, but it does feel maybe a little bit better for Spirit overall to not have it stolen away. I think there is always potential with a Pango. We've seen a lot of mid-Pangos just rotate in at the 7-minute mark. Because of that action mid, you don't have that opportunity either. And again, even with all of that movement across the map, your side lanes are really stable in Spirit. The Yatoro is still free-farming. You've got maybe Collapse lagging a little bit further behind after that one death earlier on. But this Sand King should get enough room to farm up, especially since the triangle is very free here for Collapse later on. So he is going to have a good chunk of gold going his way for his own blink timing to line up here. No blocks coming out from Liquid. Very disciplined from Spirit to constantly clear out Tofu's illusions whenever he runs up here.
Oh, Tofu. They'll try and get out of there. Nisha, he will intervene, going towards Lal, but again, the Edict making it hard. Mikke's even showed up on the SF. He can get active pretty early on. Ice Path's going to lock him down, though. Mikke forced to pop the Requiem. It's only going to connect on 2. Panto, not even in danger. Runs to the high ground, and nobody ends up dying at this 8-minute power rune fight.
No, it's a bigger commitment out from Liquid, even dragging in Mikke, wasting some time. You know, he's missing out farm. And they don't even get to contest the stacks, right? All of that is to fight over these Ancients to prevent that catch-up farm from coming in. You don't quite have the levels in Liquid, it feels like. You're seeing the vulnerability of Nisha as long as Laurel has the mana to spam out those spells. You roll in, you're isolated, there's no one that can follow through, and you're just melting to that Edict from that Leshrac. Still a lot of focus on that mid, but the triangle has been cleared. Collapse does get a very needed gold injection his way on that Sand King. And the side of Liquid, I mean, it kind of goes for them as well, right? Like Ace is also catching up, but when it comes down to these early power spikes between these offlaners, you are much more fearful of the Sand King and his damage output in comparison to the sustain that Ace is looking to provide. Like, he's nowhere near some of these early aura items as well, just working into the Vanguard first. So his impact, despite all this space, is just going to be slower still in comparison to what Collapse can get with this very free triangle.
And Collapse certainly getting a lot of catch-up farm right now. Tofu again going to infiltrate that Radiant rather jungle. Panto is going to be there with a nice ice path. They'll ensnare and reel in. Dual Breath's going to be out. Boxy and Tofu got to play pretty carefully though, Lal. He's just to the left of them. Nisha's going to intervene to boot, but nobody dying. Rue will be okay to escape as well. And Liquid certainly trying to be very aggressive with the mid laners and the support duo, but nothing really coming of it as we go for another power rune fight. Regen picked up by Rue this time. Lal will at least try to punish him. Decrepify, gonna make it hard. He'll go for the Rolling Thunder. Here comes the Edict from Lal now. Nisha still chasing and does get away with it. Finally a kill in this mid lane.
Takes a long time for Liquid, and it doesn't go directly to Nisha, but you're happy enough with the activity so long as, I guess the big trade-off is, again, so long as you're not getting bullied out on, really the key thing here is Mike. You don't really care about Ace. You know this Underlord will farm up, but you want to free up that space for your SF, because when we talked about the offlane comparison with timings, the SF timing is also a little bit quicker than the Terrorblades, right? Like, you tend to go a little bit more stat padding on Yatoro. Damage will come later. He can maybe withstand that full Requiem if you were looking to play aggressive on Mikke, sure, but you can clean up everyone else. And that's the key thing here for the side of Liquid. They know that their safe lane timing's quicker. They're forcing this attention elsewhere.
Lal's in big trouble. The ensnare into the kisses. Nice easy combo between the support duo, but it works.
Yeah. And that's one thing that Liquid was waiting for as well, right? There were so many circumstances where if you maybe got double Shrines of Wisdom and some of these fights work out, you get that early level 6, you get the kisses, all of this aggression from Nisha does get some follow-through on the back of that, eventually comes out, and that's what Liquid will now look to kind of play around, right? It's a minute and a half cooldown every single time, so there's some breathing room for Team Spirit whenever that happens, and you have that full blink up on Collapse now, so he can look to commit with that early epicenter. They're going to go for the smoke with Panto. Not quite sure which direction they'd want. Ace would still be a relatively quick target. He's got 2k HP up now with that full Vanguard. A little bit tougher of a nut to crack. He is the only one hanging around the bot area, though.
He certainly is. Ace. It's had a tough landing stage. He's caught up very nicely, but now the jump in, Collapse with the blink into the Burrow Strike. Ace trying to get out with the Fiend's Gate, and he's got it. Nice quick thinking from Ace. He'll get out of there and just waste the time of Team Spirit.
Yeah, it's just, again, maybe optimistic to go for that. That is the blink reveal coming out as well. We got a beautiful shot of that gate on top of it. Lovely Eldritch thing. But you have revealed your one big tool now in Team Spirit. At the least, Epicenter wasn't expended. So Collapse still has this opportunity across the map if they find someone. Mike is still thinking about farming the air, but Collapse does show a little bit early here.
They do. Tofu gonna think better of it. Leaves them be. I do wonder how concerned you get knowing that Yatoro's just been kind of free farming this whole time. Top of the net worth board right now on the TB, and it is a Yatoro TB after all. It is very, very dangerous as well. Mid lane, he's forced to fight with the Edict. The Ice Path will land. Nisha is still melting, but he will be okay with the shield root. Close call, but they do secure another great kill into our Leshrac.
It's just so much damage, right? And it's lingering damage as well with the way Edict works. You have to be so careful for Nisha because when it comes down to initiating at this point in the game, it's just going to be him. No one else is going to be up there. You could maybe drag in some Tofu illusions out, but it's still a fairly long cooldown on the mirror image across the map as well. So it can be a little bit daunting, but this is one big spike for Liquid with that defusal done. You can see how much they can get done with even just the inhibit to set up for all of these plays. And that should be, again, a launching point to connect with these supports. That's basically just the 3 heroes that you can play with at the moment. As, you know, your SF's going to need farm. Ace still needs more aura up. Looks like he's got the blade mail at least flying out now. Another scuffle over these runes.
Double, amp damage as well. Burrow Strike from Collapse going to land right in onto Nisha. Macro Pyre, Ice Path, everything thrown. A bit of revenge here for Lal. So they will secure the life of Nisha, and it's going to be right into the mid-tier 1 tower for Team Spirit.
There's just no concern. And when it comes down to it, Nisha is that launching point. Nisha is the fight at this point. They'll try.
Nice setup from Tofu. They're all grouped up. Mickey looking for a Requiem. The timing's perfect. Absolutely perfect. Tofu. I didn't know he had such a beautiful voice, John.
And he does. Handsome face, beautiful voice.
He has me mesmerized. Collapse. He's going to jump in and try to get a bit of revenge. Tofu will die, but it's all for the greater good. What a perfect song setup.
Yeah. They clump up for that one on Team Spirit as well, feeling confident after Nisha dies. Maybe not expecting Mika to finally show up, but this is a physical SF. Still has a ton of output, of course, just with Requiem. And again, it's that setup. When the team fight control you do have, if everyone does connect, hit of Malice on top of this with a song, the timing on the song as well, just perfection.
A work of art.
There's just nothing you can do.
Tofu the artist. Look at this. Unbelievable. You love to see that too. It's not so often we get to see those combinations these days. As Panto does go down mid lane, Boxy with the kisses will get the job done. Mega kill streak for Boxy already as well, and the Snapfire I might add. And Team Liquid now, 3K ahead of the net worth department. Suddenly Mickey and Ace both at the top of the net worth board. It seems like Liquid feeling a lot more comfortable now in this game number 1. On the hunt once again. They'll head up towards top through the river. Collapse will get hit by the cookie of Boxy. Another great target for Liquid to find. They've got Panto around, but they've got to put a stop to this Nisha Rolling Thunder. Collapse, he needs some help, he's still alive. Gets into the Sandstorm. TPs are incoming. Mickey will show up as well, but Collapse, he is still going to drop. Meanwhile, Lal, his TP got cancelled. Ace cancelled it off, so they can keep fighting. Panto will also drop. And Lal, he was trying to get there, but the TP cancelled the nick of time with the Pit of Malice. Drew sticking around for a healing Lotus, but Mickey, he's going to go for a bit of a cheeky chase. Nice TP. The Requiem. Just a quick clench of the butt cheeks there for Rue.
Yeah, if you had Yasha Kaya, maybe, you know, that could be a reality. Still, it's not a Magic SF. You are getting the full physical, of course. Mask of Madness, Dragonlance into Manta here for Mike, and that timing is panning out. This is when Liquid starts to get stronger and stronger, and this is where some of your damage tapers off on the side of Team Spirit. Eventually, this pipe is going to get finished up on Ace, not that far off. So a lot of your output on Laurel and a lot of your output on your supports, even to an extent Collapse as well, starts to really taper off for a moment when Ace can join in. And it all becomes about this physical output on Yator, which, again, he has some stat padding up with a Manta, going into the Hurricane Pike for some defense, but you have to sit out into the Scotty timing at that point to feel confident with the front lining of your Terrorblade. So Liquid are in control early on. They can pick and choose their fights. You have this Underlord that doesn't even need to show on the map, just use the Fiend's Gate with a song setup as we've seen, and they might hunt again.
Rue tries to decrepify, tries to life drain. Does buy a bit of time, not too much. But Team Spirit, they are grouping up. Collapse, he's in a great position by the Twin Gate to set up a fight. He'll cancel the Epicenter for now. Yatoro, he's going to at least find the Nagasara. So a quick support trade, unless they can't find him, and they don't. Tofu, still able to walk out of there. Just the Essence Ring, making it a little bit hard for Spirit to finish off the job.
It feels like Team Spirit's also showing a lot of respect for when they have to commit for these engagements, right? Like, they respect the song, they respect the Fiend's Gate. Now, though, Liquid looking to reinitiate.
Yeah, they're not done. Panto, immediate TP out. Tofu, oh my god. Never mind, I was about to say there's no TP cancel. Turns out they didn't need it, John.
No, you've got
Death is the greatest cancel.
Yeah, that it is. Nisha, that Diffusal and the early Orb of Blight just hanging around in that inventory, doing quite a fair bit of work here for a Pangolier. And things are about to get a little bit worse with the Axe build-up later on. You can see just that timing. I mean, how much longer did he need? 0.3 seconds.
0.3 seconds
for the TP.
How much damage?
Way too much damage.
My goodness. Jakira's not a soft support either. That's kind of the thing.
No, not the softest at the very least. But more than enough for the Bangalore to rip to shreds. And Liquid, again, they just take control of this game. This constant threat, the fact that you can't finish off Tofu because Song reset into Fiend's Gate fight, it's just maybe a little bit traumatic for Spirit after the last time on mid. It certainly does make things harder. They are trying out with a smoke. A rear flank coming in, looking to secure a fight into Tormentor here. See if they can find that primary target. That forward ward is still doing some good work here.
Okay, he's the big target. That's the one you really want. Panto, they'll get started with the kisses. Panto dropping, he will go down. Team Spirit, though, in position. They could go for Tofu. Find the easy support trade to get this team fight started. But they've got to be wary of that Song. Liquid have great counter initiation if the Song is good. Collapse, they'll see Nisha, that's a better target. They'll make the jump in on the Pangolier. Nisha is unable to survive. Ace is going to commit to coming through the Fiend's Gate. He'll find Lull on the Leshrac Lull. He'll force stuff out. Rue's in trouble though. They'll go for the Pugner instead. And Rue will go down. It's Tofu, the Song, it's not going to reach. Unfortunate. Lull will be able to TP away. And so instead, Liquid, they'll stick around for a quick Torment to pick up.
Now, quick swing into the gates. Panto in the firing line, but he does have vision to protect at the very least. So should be able to back off. For the side of Team Spirit, and you find that big kill, but it's not really everything you asked for, right? Like, you wanted to take Tormentor afterwards. You don't really get the security area. They get value from the ward. When Liquid, I don't think they mind, because you get that activity out for Mika. You saw the confidence in Ace running forward as well. He knows you can't actually try to kill Ace. He's got Blade Mail plus Pipe. All of that magic damage will end up hurting Laurel more than anything else, although Tofu
in a bit of danger. Does go down. Does tank the gank though for Ace, of course. Tofu just doing his job. So 8-14, Liquid with a 9k advantage. Mike still having a great old time. Of course, Yatoro still third in net worth. Still in a position where he can easily turn a team fight with this TB. Wants to get the Hurricane Pike into the Skadi timing, and as you and I always say, it's the Skadi timing with TB. Once the Skadi's up, then the hero is a real problem.
That it is. It just needs more time. Liquid is not giving them time. Roshan already at half HP.
And they
are in
fight
position.
No Song up yet for Tofu. Another minute, in fact, for that Song if they want to try and force this fight from Spirit. But they're just trying to delay Roshan as much as humanly possible. Team Liquid for now stopping Roche. They'll go for the smoke instead. The 5-man smoke, in fact, wrapping around, but Panto in a good position. He'll break the smoke of Liquid. They'll have to rethink how they enter as Panto looking for an ice path. Will miss out. Ace will jump in. There's your Rolling Thunder as well, and Panto is gone. Kiss is out as well. They're just trying to buy some space for the Roshan to be finished off here for Team Liquid. It's still alive, just barely. Spirit have to make a choice. Do they want to jump? Do they not? They're going to jump in. Rue's there in the middle of it. Requiem, it's pop, but Roshan is still alive. Ace trying for Rue. Here comes Collapse. The Roshan. Collapse has got it. Collapse has got the Aegis. Yatoro, he's in trouble, but he's running. Making some space. The Pit of Malice though going to lock him down. Yatoro, he can't get anything off. He will drop. It's Collapse. Burrow strike into the high ground. But Team Spirit, they are going to make this a very expensive steal. Nothing comes for free when it comes to Team Liquid.
I will say, the positioning out from Boxy was just crazy. He kept hammering Collapse, canceling that blink. That's why Collapse had to go in outside of the Roche pit. He couldn't get that initiation they were looking for to really make it clean for Team Spirit. Like this Snapfire was just constantly looking for the Sand King. They were pinging that tree line for a long time. The kisses were flying out, landing just to cancel blinks. The Scatter Blast was landing to just cancel blinks. Even the Cookie up. Like, all this time.
Lol. He wants to make a jump in. He will not, just goes back for the creep wave. He's got to be very, very cautious now, Team Liquid. just winning all the team fights, it seems.
They've got the output on Mike to just carry through. I mean, he's going into the Daedalus now, but even just with all of his additional damage from Necromaster he's gotten with the kills he's had, just 6 bonus souls. It's an insane amount of output on Mike without really needing too much just yet. Crystal is flying out now. So again, a little bump up in that DPS. And Liquid just in control of this game. 9-19, 13k lead. Team Spirit not out of it, but they've not been able to find the team fights they're looking for.
Collapse. Caught again. Nisha, complete control over the Sand King. Absolute control here from Team Liquid. Spirit, we're nowhere near out of this game yet, but very far behind. Lal, he'll clear out the creep wave, but Nisha is going to catch up to him, and Lal, all he can do is pop the Edict and hope for the best. In fact, he's doing a good job against Tofu, almost taking out the Naga Siren. But Nisha's going to have him. Cookie not going to make it in time. Rue at least gets through the twin gates. But they got the better target anyway. They wanted the Leshrac, and they'll have the Leshrac.
I mean, you just lose 2 cores for free. Liquid just not being punished at all, and it's all down to how they're working this map. They've invaded that bot area completely. They've got the tier 2 to cut down as well, and they're just playing as such a clean team, right? Like the way they're handling all of these positions, the way they're using the information on the map, the way they're scouting around and say Naga illusions, they're breaking off the initiation angles for Collapse. They know if Collapse is dead, there's no way you can start these fights on Team Spirit, at least not safely on Team Spirit's end, and they just feel free to hunt for more. Tier 2 bot falls. Nice and easy cleanup coming out as Nisha finds a freebie.
Panther going to go down now. Nisha on absolute fire here in this game 1. 8-2-7 is the scoreline for the Pengali. Liquid still pressuring that bottom lane just a little bit. But they are going to start splitting up, heading towards the top side of the map, seeing if they can find another fight against Team Spirit.
Laurel
in trouble. Mickey.
Oh, Lord.
Does indeed find it.
That was a Requiem from the tree line just for the fear, and then like 3 right clicks from Mike. Just like that. A little bit of a magic trick out, and they could actually just go high ground. Collapse does have counter initiation. He's stuck up top. You see that Sand King just trying to farm. So they'll apply pressure, force the fortify early. How do you stop this though? Even with Collapse up, without Laurel, you're lacking a lot of that early magic damage as well.
Team Liquid, they'll find a tier 3 tower. Team Spirit preparing for a defense. They'll jump in with the epicenter collapse. He found a 2-man Burrow Strike. They'll force Mickey 8 though. Ace in trouble, going low, but Nisha just controlling Collapse. Not allowing any kind of initiation from Team Spirit. Though Nisha, he's trapped in the tree line. The song though from Tofu. He's lined up 3 of them again, but they don't have the Requiem. They'll just disengage. Had they had the Requiem per job, that would have been a real problem.
That it would have. Look at how much damage was flying out here from Collapse and from Yatoro. Almost 4k damage, mainly onto Ace, and it's just not enough still. The barriers coming in, the pipe getting work done, Atrophy Aura cutting off all of that damage. And this is that moment from Mike. 1 fear, 1, 2, 3, 4 right clicks.
Ow.
That's it.
That hurt.
And that was just a Chrysalis on him. Well, Daedalus up now for Mike.
Well, that's concerning.
It's risky right now. No Epicenter for the counter fight on Team Spirit. No Metamorphosis as well. Liquid, they know they can just go high ground. Even without the song, they've got Requiem back up if they want. And they've seen how unkillable Ace is. His barriers are off cooldown.
They've even got the Ags up on Ace as well, so Ace can catch them with a Fiend's Gate Pit of Malice in the back if they're not careful. Very scary fight. Team Spirit probably no choice but to just let at least the bottom racks go down. They do have the opportunity to go mid as well if Team Liquid feel confident enough, and I think they should. But it seems though Boxy, he's going to TP away. Team Liquid might just look to play for the next Roshan first.
And Boxy's so sneaky. Instantly Glimmer Capes to check around.
He's going to find Collapse, but Boxy is still completely alone. Fiend's Gate is going to be out there from Ace coming in as well as Boxy.
Fine.
He's still not dead. He's going to walk out of there. Nisha, meanwhile, finds Panther. And Boxy just walks out like nothing ever happened.
Oh, that's just sickening. You know, he walks down. I love the way he's going around this map. He pops Glimmer Cape after TP, instantly runs into that area, knows it might be warded in the ramp, which it is.
Collapse. Trying for Ace. Burrow Strike going to land just on the tip as Ace. Pit of Malice will go down. He's a very tanky boy, and Mickey is going to come in. They don't have enough. Tofu, he'll drop right in the center. Yatoro, got to run. Collapse is already down. He's got nothing to do here but run. The TP away. No, the Rolling Thunder. It's going to connect. And Mickey with the Requiem mistimes it. It doesn't matter. They'll still find the kill. Tofu will get the tip. It's all right, Tofu. We all do it.
Yeah, no. You know what that is? They were practicing because they already got the stun. The song was unnecessary. They just wanted to practice. Maybe prevent that Sunder from coming in as well.
Why not?
It does. Yeah, every single. You know, it's not like you get a lot of high pressure moments to test your timing with Requiem and song. So it's just a little bit of training. Liquid, you know, like they say, they win or they learn. Just like OG.
Is that your excuse when we're casting, John? You just.
I'm learning all the time, Mike. That's it. There's no wins here. So you can see again, how much damage can Ace soak up? He didn't have his barriers as well. He used his barriers to save Boxy. Like, that is without at least most of his aura down in terms of active, and you just don't have it yet on Yatoro. He doesn't have that full Scotty either. And again, they got the stun. They also get the song.
Beautiful.
And they practice. They learn.
Good practice, boys.
They're like, yeah, we got the timing wrong. It's
Mickey,
all right.
Don't look at your support, Mickey.
Try again.
That was your fault. Don't look at your support.
Like, no, yeah, it's like, yeah, okay. That's not the timing.
It is what it is.
And get a freebie as well. You know, managing to find our poor Rue Pugna. But the smokeout, Team Spirit, Epicenter is coming off cooldown. Metamorphosis is not quite there. They need to work a good angle. If Liquid split apart, you can piecemeal.
But they just got BKB on Mickey.
It's not on him yet, though.
It's on the courier. It is on the courier. That is fair. Jump in. Epicenter is out. Have they got the opening? Mickey force stuffed away. They're chasing with Lyle, but Mickey gonna try and turn now. He'll man up through it. Mickey! What a giga chat!
Oh God, no.
GG! Team Spirit, they give it one last crack. But that'll be all she wrote in this game one. Team Liquid looking fantastic as always.
That they are. They made that look really clean. And again, there were some answers coming out from Team Spirit, but just the way they managed their lanes from Liquid just look excellent. The way they execute on these team fights, every little thing. Like again, Boxy sneaking around with the Glimmer Cape to set up that fight with the backup of Ace's Ags. That fight in Roshan where Boxy's just canceling blinks. They take away every single tool of Team Spirit and they simplify the engagements for themselves there, Mike.
Yeah, absolutely. Let's simplify it for ourselves, John, by throwing it back to our panel.
Thank you very much. This was, well, it turned out to be quite the one-sided affair. Let's just start with that here with T-Gov and Lacoste. And we're going to break it down here, Lacoste. This was not really what we were expecting from this game. Or after the draft, you're like, you know, easy Liquid.
Not really. Definitely not. I think they had a strong draft. It's just that Team Liquid, the early aggression, like some of these early engagements that they did have onto Leshrac, and this is going to be the big Wombo combo. Tofu, I think his positioning was top tier. You can see the combo, him coming in with the song from a really nice angle. Then the TPs come in. You also have Underlord with the Twin Gates as well coming in. By the Twin Gates, I mean his ulti, Dark Rift, which does allow him to get the connection as well.
Yeah, you could already see, right? We didn't look at the earlier highlights, but the fact is, Liquid put such an emphasis on mid lane, right? Already, before the supports came into play, I think there was like a 12, 14 CS advantage on the Pangolier. Then at 6 minutes, they fight for the Rune. Nisha gets it on bot side. They fight top. 8 minute, Mickey also comes in for the fight as well, and then they get it. So everything Liquid did was stop Leshrac from having a game, and then we're just seeing just beautiful map play, contesting. Sure, Spirit, they love contesting Roshans, but it's like, is it really worth going for an Aegis still when you get it and trade your entire team?
Not really.
Yeah, not really.
we haven't seen it in this clip, but prior to that, Boxy was doing one hell of a job using Mortimer's Kisses, finding Sankey, disabling his Blink Dagger, then he hits him with the Scatter Shot as well, Scatter Blast, which he can't blink, and this is all about vision. They also have Naga Siren to try to reset, and I said it in our green room, like, what more do you want from your carry? Because you're in trouble. He's the one TPing in first, using the Force Staff / Hurricane Pike to push you out of the trouble. while still going for the solo plays on the map, as we've seen in the game where he's solo killing Leshrac from the tree line, from the fog, hitting him with the 2 hits afterwards pretty much. Mickey, what a performance by him on Shadowfiend. Kind of a forgotten hero from the carry role.
Yeah, they just made it look so good. And for Spirit, once again, they need to just respect that Liquid are going to be everywhere at any moment, at any time. And they just were a little bit too broken, I think, early on.
I think also interesting to note, we saw so many offlane heroes banned, and halfway through the draft, we were already talking about, there will be the Underlord or any kind of aura offlaner. They're still in the pool, and I felt like this Underlord felt so good.
It did. He buys into 2 items that they want to have in this game. It's Pipe, it's Crimson against Terrorblade, reducing the damage, works really well with Atrophy Aura, and also this gives me a little bit of a hope coming into the second game, seeing how Team Spirit did lose against Parivision in that first game. They got dismantled. They had 2 kills. And this one, it was slightly better, but they got up to 9, not even double digits. But I could see them, coming back. It's a team that can definitely make adjustments. What is correct for the second game?
Yeah, MVP goes to Tofu, though.
Yeah, and Liquid has reminded us once again that Naga Siren, in the hands of a team that wants to be aggressive, can be so scary, right? Whenever he has the setup, you have the Shadow Fiend behind. He finds heroes. You've got Underlord just TPing across the map. Blade Mail on the Underlord with Jakiro, Pugner, Leshrac, Sand King. You put a Blade Mail down, none of them want to play the game, right? So great itemization from Ace, and then Tofu just always leading the charge, going, lads, follow me, and then just kill everything.
It worked out very well. Now, we started the whole discussion of this series highlighting how OG did very well against Liquid, and what did they do well? They were able to shut down the mid lane. And guess what? That's not what Spirit did. And we highlighted that mid lane at the start of the series. We'll highlight it again, T.
Yeah, so I already kind of mentioned it in regards to the 6 and 8 minute rune. Spirit tried to bring heroes to mid lane. They knew that the Leshrac was down on CS, down on net worth, but it just didn't really work out. They nearly killed the Pango. He had 200 HP, but then he just rolled the bot lane. He got the rune. They didn't take the fight top again. Guess what happens? Mickey turns up. So I think for Lau, he got beat in the CS game, and then he just lost the RNG on the rune spawn, but also just they could never get the kill. They brought so many heroes, and I think the only time they ever killed, it was like Boxy. It's like, it's whatever. It doesn't really change the game. And yeah, you see here, the net worth already at 8 minutes, around about 1,000 gold. And we just never saw Lau enter the game. He ended the entire game, 4, 6, and 2. And this cannot happen against Liquid. You have to stop Nisha having a game. Because look at here, at the 8 minute mark, you already have 2 components towards the Fusel Blade. Nisha is pretty much on cruise control to playing the type of game that Liquid has done throughout the entire tournament so far.
And in some of these early engagements, it's not a favorable matchup for Pango by any means. You saw first 2 Rolling Thunders, he tried to go on Leshrac, then Leshrac pops the Edict, Pulse Nova. He needs to run away. This is one of the few heroes where Pango can actually get the Rolling Thunder off. This is pretty similar to Bloodseeker, not as bad, but one of the more difficult matchups in terms of getting the Rolling Thunder on top of him.
Liquid a great Team Spirit definitely has a little bit to work on for the game number 2, and they have a little bit of time to do so, and we therefore have a little bit of time to take a quick break. We'll be right back.
The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you. Gamers, hybrid workers, artists. Backing your every move.
Hello and welcome to another episode of Dream Team Simulator. Today I am here with Team Liquid mainstay, Mr. Mickey. So good to see you. And new guy, Ace in the blue. Welcome to the blue, my friend. Now that you're on Liquid, you actually have to do content. Sorry about that, big dog. What can you do? Today we'll be playing Dream Team Simulator. We're going to show you a random team. You're going to have to pick one of those players and make a dream team out of 5 teams. If it selects one of you guys on Liquid, feel free to pick yourselves or not. We'll see how it goes. Bonus points, though, if you do pick yourselves. Are you guys ready to play?
Of course. Let's go.
First team up. Here we go. This is going to be Team Tundra Esports. Who do you want to snag from this team on the Dream Team?
I'm taking Whitemon.
Whitemon 5.
Yes. Yeah.
Whitemon's a powerful 5. Why choose him over someone like 33 or Pure, for God's sake?
I'm beefing with their. I'm just kidding.
Okay, take it easy.
no, Whitemon. I don't know. I don't know. Whitemon is on some next level as a 5. I feel like. He's been playing very good lately and having some impressive performances.
Wow, this guy's good. Okay, let's lock in Whitemon. I can agree. Whitemon is killing it lately. BetBoom.
This one is. So now I'm not taking a 5 again, right?
No. Well, you could make Whitemon play something else.
What?
Yeah, you could make Whitemon go mid if you just. That's up to you.
Probably save, no? Or Kiritic. Save? Yeah. You just send the suits already? Whitemon save sounds like a very scary support duo.
Those are 2 good supports, but there's a lot of good supports. Are you sure you're going to lock out? Because these supports, they don't usually do anything else.
But we can make save go play like mid or something.
Okay, all right. Let's lock in save.
I don't know. Yeah, save. I guess.
Okay, this is a very risky strategy. A lot of people start with off laners,
Really?
mids. They can do different stuff, but we're going to go with save.
We're big picture thinkers.
Okay, I can tell. Let's see the next part of that big picture here. Okay. On our next team, it's going to be Team Liquid. This is
easy. It's easy.
This is easy.
Just pick Nisha. Yeah.
Nisha.
I agree.
Nisha.
Yeah, for sure.
Just an insta-lock on Nisha.
Insta.
How come you 2 don't want to play on this team?
I don't feel like I'm worthy enough.
What an answer. That's an incredibly based answer.
Nisha for sure. No doubt.
Sorry, you really got me with that one. All right, next team. All right. Coming up next, GamerLegion, guys. Yeah, don't laugh. GamerLegion.
I mean, Fade. We have to take Fade. We have to leave the carry to like a Toro or Ame. I guess, yeah. We have to take Fade.
You have to take Fade.
Oh, do we have to choose? Actually, we don't have to. We can also take a dude and put him on the offlane.
You could.
It doesn't have to be Fade. But we should probably take him. Nah, we need to take Fade.
Okay. All right.
I think we're taking Fade, yep.
Very well. Okay. And your last guy. This is going to be your core, your carry, hopefully. Unless something terrible happens. Here we go. Okay.
We have to take their carry. Who is the carry?
Ulu.
I don't know. Ulu?
Ulu. U-L-U.
Roar Gaming. Yeah, Ulu.
Or you could swap it up. JT.
I haven't actually seen this guy play too much, but who plays carry then?
JT is on the team. You could have save carry.
JT, he plays Meepo carry, right?
That's right.
JT carry?
You could be Whitemon carry.
What is it bad Meepo? He's done? Huh? He only plays Meepo carry? I don't know. Nah, we take Ulu. We have to take Ulu. That's a cool name, Ulu. We take Ulu.
All right, so here we go. Here is your squad. Are you sticking to their normal positions? Are you swapping up anybody into a different role for a higher win percentage chance?
I think we're sticking with our... Actually, we could have picked Nisha carry.
You could have.
What do you think about that one?
Yeah, but
we didn't know, though.
Now I'm going to get real here, okay? That's a very real question. You guys are playing TI, group stage, day before you go to main stage. This team calls you up and says, do you mind if we scrim? What is the answer?
It's free win.
What?
Free win.
Okay, is that good?
It's a free confidence booster. Yeah,
free confidence booster. You're up against Nisha. He knows all your secrets.
But we know his weaknesses too.
Okay, all right.
It's easy.
Fair enough. How would you rate your team out of 5? 1 being the worst, 5 being the best. Did you do a good job?
I'll give it a solid 5 out of 10.
Okay, that wasn't the grading scale, but we'll go out of 10. That's great.
We started out strong with Whitemon. We started out strong with Whitemon, save, and then Nisha came in and ruined the picture, I think.
Fair enough. As he does many times. All right, well, thank you very much. Incredible work. Well done, gentlemen. An incredible team. We'll see if one day it becomes true. But for now, it's just a dream team. We'll see you more at PGL Wallachia 6.
Well, in this series so far, it's Team Liquid that seems like the dream team. They're one game up, and this best of 3 winner goes directly to our grand finals tomorrow. And we talk a lot about how to slow down this Team Liquid team and how Spirit was not able to do so today, and how OG was able to do so as one of the first teams yesterday. And it comes down to the mid lane so frequently that it's time to figure out who enables those mid lanes. That's right, T-Gov. It is not only up to the mids, surely.
No, they are carried by supports.
They are.
Honestly, they always say that they're doing all the most work. You know, I've got to beat this one guy, the ego, but some supports.
Yes.
Specifically, my guy Boxy, all right? I feel like Boxy, when you look at the heroes he's played so far in the tournament, all of them have the same theme of like information givers, right? Bat, Bane, Spearbreaker, Lion, Tusk, Windrunner, all of them they don't mind getting into the middle of a fight, getting a little bit, annoying. And of course, there's a Shadow Demon, which outliers slightly, but he is really potent when he can just soak up some information, buy some time, and enable Nisha to shine, or Mickey.
Yeah, I want to see a bit more damage coming out from the support, especially from Ru. I think Ringmaster that he plays is the perfect example of a hero that fits him really well because he has save and he has damage, he has team fight. I'm a little surprised we're not seeing more of this hero, to be honest. It got banned a lot against Team Spirit, but also I feel like there are other heroes as well because he's playing a lot of different things, and I feel like he should throw that into the mix compared to the Pugna in the previous game, where this hero from position 4 doesn't feel as good when you're played from position 5. The combination between the two supports, if you don't get the ball rolling, they can definitely feel like they're not doing as much. Like they can't farm as quickly, and also they're a bit more of a, I would say, defensive supports. Jakiro can be a bit more oppressive, but he needs a combo, which has been shut down with this Slash Rack. Sanking as well, he blinks in, he's dead immediately because he doesn't have any kind of a save afterwards.
Yeah, pretty much just force the side lanes of Liquid to think, can I actually rotate away? That is a really good starting point, and like Lucas mentioned, moving Ru to a slightly more damage-dealing hero is the step in that right direction. As you put more pressure in that lane, you do want to fight them, but this time around in the draft, we are seeing the supports now get banned out. The Naga and the Jakiro, of course, both teams are respecting their counterparts in game 1, but it means offlaners will be in play for this game.
A lot of them, even. Yeah. And first pick is for Team Liquid this time around. So the overall last pick that we saw was so strong for Liquid in the previous game, this time is in the hands of Team Spirit. And the Kaz is still removed from the pool. So the respect is still there.
Now I can talk about Lycan Shearer because still not banned out. It's a hero that doesn't necessarily need to lane. Like even in these like really bad matchups, you're playing into like some Kez, Jakiros, he got banned.
All right.
That's why I mentioned it.
Yeah.
I had a good feeling.
Yeah.
That's true, that's true. Speaking of, by the way, heroes that we saw banned in the previous game, Centaur is the hero of the tournament. So far still is, even though we did see it... we saw it win in the previous, or not the previous game, but the game before that as well. But still in. And first pick material nowadays as well. Especially if you still have that one ban, if you want to ban out something that lanes well against the Centaur, say in Ursa, you can ban it and then pick it. But no, they banned the Centaur instead. All right, there's the Slardar. You know, at the start of the tournament, I thought this was going to be the hero of the tournament.
Kind of still is, I would say.
Okay.
It's just that he got banned so much at the start of the tournament. Like day 1, I think he was sitting at over 70% win rate. It got picked a lot, which I didn't expect. But it also has been exclusively played from the mid lane. The offlaner Slardars didn't look nowhere as good as mid Slardars.
Yeah, and the big Slardar team was Spirit, right? In the in Blast Slam group stage, they were the teams to kind of pioneer it, really force it in like a lot of drafts. And I think Liquid also are to the same standard, right? And I think these are 2 Slardar teams. So, of course, there will be respect here.
That being said, Ace is one of the few offlaners that has had success with it on the side of Team Liquid. So the slight workable draft there still. Timbersaw, we also see banned out so frequently now in the hands of Spirit.
Yeah, Timbersaw's a fun one because reactive armor was relatively weak and people will go for like the big burst damage. And then we just saw OG Nico go for 2 points from reactive in laning phase, kind of bring it back, try and just survive through. So Slardar Timbersaw can blow up the Slardar, but also based on the armor issues of Timber early on, Slardar can blow up the Timber, right? It's a fun back and forth.
I will say these are some atrocious
I got something spicy.
All right.
On 33 or what? What's the...
one hero that is very good against Timbersaw, try to guess it. Wrong, it's Mirana. She right-clicks him for the 4 damage. Team Liquid, the only team that could win with Mirana. Just kidding. I don't want to see this hero for the rest of the
know
tournament.
what's good against
Like I said, wrong. I didn't even say
Monkey Man.
He is, yeah. I want to see if they are going to give respect to him, because they can definitely play that from the mid lane, from the off lane. Slardar nullifies as well what Timber wants to do. He is like the extra minus armor that you do have from Corrosive Haze against Timbersaw. You're kind of a normal hero once you have that ulti on you.
But with Liquid showing us the carry Shadow Fiend again, there is a world where we see a clock position 5, Shadow Fiend in the safe lane, the Naga's already banned out, you get the Cogs to deal with the Timber in that lane, you have just big minus armor. It's always a fun concept when teams get drafts like this, but they of course ban out the Monkey King, slightly more stable. I'm just reacting to game 1 with that one.
Yeah, Monkey would be good because he can follow Timbersaw, whether he goes to the mid lane, whether he goes to the off lane, and Liquid, they did show off lane Slardar, 100% win rate, mid as well.
Will Spirit just take the Enchantress here? If Slardar is off lane, you have the spell, it's quite nice. You also don't die to him throughout the game. Timbersaw's front line, so you can use Impetus. It's, I'd say, the safest pick. But
What's the Q of Enchantress?
Impetus?
Isn't that
Impetus? Yeah.
I was so confused.
I'm sorry. Impetus?
Impetus.
Anyway.
My mind's fucked.
Sorry.
I would be okay with Enchantress, Bane, even Disruptor. These type of heroes, very good against Slardar. What he wants to do, run in and then run out. These heroes don't allow you to do so.
They're taking a long time to think about this, and it normally is a support that you pick up around this time. We did have the Bane banned out in this second ban phase. Previous game. But let's see if that Enchantress will come true or if they want to go a different route.
Impetus. Sorry.
It will be the very, very, very unsuccessful Shadow Demon.
It fits what I was talking about, where he goes in and then you use Purge on him, remove his move speed, and then you can kill him. Like a lot of the times, Slardar didn't like to play into these like Vipers. He goes in, BKB Piercing Tool, Viper Strike. He gets slowed down. You can actually kill him. So I think this one is a good pickup. Also, the synergy between Timbersaw, who wants to run in, you want to have that front line, and then you can use Shadow Demon's W on top of him, which does allow you to deal insane amount of damage as well, makes you tanky, so pretty good.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like with Shadow Demon, you want to take Propagate, Facet, with Disseminate, throw it on a beefy boy. That's it. That's my big thing for Shadow Demon. I don't really care about Shadow Poison. Sure, Demonic Purge is sometimes good, but you need the body.
I love this. I think carries have realized that if you're playing against Shadow Demon, this is anti-carry hero. Most of the time, it's going to be used on carry, maybe on Slardar in some situations. But Meke is going to say, well, you're not going to be using it on me. And there's going to be a lot of minus armor. Seems like this is the story of Team Liquid in the last couple of games that they did play, having Lycan, having Kez with Desolator against OG. They did lose that one, but in the third game, Lycan, Dragonite, and Pango, everything pretty much is physical with the Green Dragon, and now I'm seeing 3 heroes with a lot of minus armor, so that extra armor that Timbersaw is going to have, not very good.
Yeah, very, very targeted picks coming out.
There's also a possibility that this Weaver can be played as a position 4, if necessary, if they are going to be picking too many counters.
What's this?
I don't know, a new hero. We did have the graphic for Dragonite.
Right now. Let's remind the viewers, the 0-3, yet to win it.
Draconic?
They did not play, they heavily focused on banning Dragonite. In the first 10 games of Wallachia, they did ban Dragonite in every
Dracophobia.
That's it.
That's
Scared of the old dragons.
Yes.
But we've been talking about minus armor quite a lot. Dragonite is a hero that
has armor.
Timbersaw, depending on his item build and reactive armor skill build as well, can have armor. My fears of Spirit, they don't really have any damage outside of Timbersaw. And Liquid, they are very, fluid to move around the map. They don't care. There's no timing, no spells they're waiting for. It's just get a couple items, like a Blink on Slardar, go kill. Get level 6 on Snapfire, go kill. They don't have to wait for really big things.
So now we have a Ringmaster and a Shadow Demon.
I'm fine with Ringmaster. I
Double
think
save.
Double save, which is very good, of course. Some control, some AoE control for this Weaver, because they are lacking some. Sure, you have Dragon Knight, you don't care too much about Shadow Demon. I don't know, I like Ringmaster a lot. I feel like this hero has been showing that it's kind of a forgotten, underutilized in my opinion.
But it still goes down the same path of, like, just surviving.
Yeah, you
right?
still feel that they lack some damage?
Yeah, a lot.
I do agree, because Dragon Knight is slow. It's mostly coming out from Timbersaw. And Shadow Demon provides you none.
And they already have this thing where Spirit's lineup is quite obvious in how it plays. Timbersaw will go into the middle of the fight. Both supports will play behind. And then DK, assuming he's a carry, he won't have a Blink Dagger too early on, so he'll have to kind of walk in and try and get clicks off. But in that moment, Timber goes in, Slardar will crush him, Snapfire can kill, Pango will roll to the back line, stop bringing Shadow Demon casting spells. And then during all of that, we still will need items on DK. So there's a big just gap in what Spirit can do early on. Sure, if you fast forward to 30 minutes, items on everyone, yeah, we've got a very good game on our hand, but there is alarming, just issues for Spirit. How do they actually take the fights? They survive them. They're playing to survive. 100%, they can do that. They can run away from their problems, but they're going to have to face them at some point.
The reason why I also say that Shadow Demon doesn't have damage, this is not like 6 months ago or a year ago where Shadow Demons were maxing out Shadow Poison, running around the map being oppressive. It's more about that Disseminate 1-4-1 build. This is the most that we've seen coming out from the position 4/5 Shadow Demons.
Interesting ban though from Liquid. They're respecting the potential mid Timbersaw, banning out the Mars. Because of how chaotic Liquid is being, if you just get a couple good team fights from Spirit just to survive, like I mentioned, the items come into play, we have a game.
I would love maybe a save. Tusk could come in handy. It's a hero that can also kill Timbersaw, great against Dragon Knight once he blinks in. You have a BKB piercing tool. Even though you don't necessarily need to have it, I would still ban it, and they do. It just fits, because I would say that they would have super strong lanes. You would have Pango in the mid lane. You have a lot of minus armor synergize as well, and then you have Snapfire, Cookie, Slardar.
Just be toxic. Pick the silencer.
It could also work.
Global the supports. Your Weaver jumps in without. He's going to go Deso and be somewhat, naked, not too tanky. Protect him with a global. Supports you want to save? Congrats, lads. You can't.
I've done some great math.
Ooh. Minus armor? How much minus armor they have?
No,
is that it? This is what I usually do.
It's not good math.
Oh.
Was it quick?
No, I checked out all the win rates of all the heroes and I added it up.
So they have like 250% win rate?
No. Team Liquid is 204 at the moment.
Nice.
And Spirit has 155.
That's really good.
Very important. Thank you, Shiver.
Some statistician turning in his grave right now hearing that.
You're welcome.
So what does that mean?
It means that overall, Team
Big number
Spirit
good?
has got worse heroes, statistically.
we did say Spirit doesn't always respect the meta, right?
That's true.
They don't rush to pick the DK. They do these things. So it is also their shortcoming. They've lost multiple Vlahirs due to it, right? And
yeah, when I started writing it down, it seemed very important.
I thought we didn't have a host for 2 minutes.
Liquid has 5,000% chance of winning this game. Basically.
You're like, wow, she's working very hard. Must be important.
Yeah, I was hoping you're going to be like, oh yeah, Liquid can on one target do minus 84 damage or armor.
No,
sorry,
that would have been smart. All right, we got Silencer coming out.
I like the hero.
It's good. I like it a lot as well. Like 2 supports, you don't get to save. It's kind of oppressive against Timbersaw in the lane. Doesn't allow you to run back, the stacking damage.
Sorry, Shiva, can you update, please?
Yeah, 254 for
it's 50% on Silencer.
Yeah.
Yeah, thanks.
You're welcome.
No worries.
5 seconds remaining.
All they have to do is choose a 100% win hero, and they're even. I just want to point that out. Then there's only 1% different. There's a chance here.
So we now need to look at games played.
Well, they only have 4 seconds left, though. So let's see. It is a Morphling.
That isn't 100%, I don't.
No, 16%. Oh, no.
Spirit, what are you doing?
Oh, that is a rough one.
Just focus up, Spirit. Look at the numbers.
They picked
Have a chat
3 high armor heroes.
Yep.
DK, Morphling, and Timbersaw against heroes who they're still going to be feeling that extra minus armor coming out from the 4 heroes. You have Pango, which is like -11, -13. Mickey with the bugs, corrosive haze, pretty much everything. A lot of damage over time as well. Some random damage is going to be happening with Pango, Curse. You have bugs on you, random kisses.
I mean, the Morphling pick is conceptually cool. You buy Manto, you get into the game, right?
Yeah.
But the problem is every hero in Spirit wants to get to the 25-minute mark of the game to feel
It's
really
slow.
happy. And Liquid, they don't care. So for me, it's like, how good is Liquid in lanes? Can they get the Roshan? Can they close out the game cleanly? If they ever make mistakes, sure, Spirit's comeback potential is incredibly strong. But their ability to do anything is, yeah.
You know what's good
lackluster.
against high armor? Mjolnir, which Becky is going to be building into against 3 high armor heroes as well.
Oh, yeah, maybe. Oh, yeah, sure. Trade the Deso out for a Mjolnir instead.
Yeah, you have more than enough minus armor.
Yeah.
It is slow. I'm looking
Very.
at Morphling. He needs like 2 items to be able to join. He needs his Manta style to be able to dispel the global silence, dispel corrosive haze, and then you have 2 supports which are lacking some damage. Dragonite also isn't the most damage from the mid lane, so it needs to be Collapse, and I feel like they are going to be rotating to Collapse's lane a lot. You have Silencer, so you want to be active. You have Weaver, who's super early oriented hero, and then you have Boxy on a Snapfire, which does provide you with a lot of damage, a lot of minus armor as well.
How many rotations are going to go mid? Because we talked a lot about that. The Dragonite should be able to hold his own against the Pango, so it's not necessarily a lost lane, but can he win his lane with a few rotations, or will that be stopped by Liquid?
I'd argue it's a trade, and then both can be killed depending on overplaying.
Yeah.
But it's for Spirit, make as much noise as possible and ensure your Toro can scale. If that's the thing, they have a game. If your Toro doesn't scale, they're to the lower bracket.
Okay, let's see what Coach Silent thinks about this one.
Absolutely, I'm here with Silent. Silent, we're going to start things off with a very high IQ question here. This was from Lacoste. You guys have been banning a lot of Dragonite. I think it was 10 games in a row or something like that, and now you finally picked it. Can we talk about why? Did you guys have to learn what that hero does?
Yes, we wasn't sure what was heroes doing, but now we learned, I think.
Okay. What was the practice like, you know?
Yeah, so played some scrims with DK.
How'd they go?
Could be better.
Uh-oh. All right, well, let's talk a little bit about Morphling. Why Morphling last pick, especially after the Silencer? They revealed that. Morphling has a lot of things that he's got to peel off now.
Not the easiest game for Morphling, but it's hard to pick a good hero. Feeling like hard to choose good hero in this situation.
How does Team Spirit win this one? What do they need to do? Aggressive, wait for their time? I'm not flaming you, just look like, how do they do it? No, I don't know. But I'm just saying, what's the plan in the game?
I hope Big Morphling will carry. I think he can beat Weaver easily. The problem is other heroes, like Pango. Somehow need to stop Pango.
Okay. All right. Would you like to do any kind of like magic curses or anything against Liquid? We could say something to freak them out. I'm sure their coach is watching. We can get in their heads and ruin Game 3.
No, nothing.
Okay. Over to you. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Slacks. We do go into Game 2 here between Team Liquid and Team Spirit. You heard the man, Jonathan. Big Morphling is how they win the game.
Yeah, whether or not that Morphling can get big, I think is still the question on everyone's mind. It's going to be a little bit of a toughie for Yatoro, not the simplest Morph game. At the same time, I guess, hard control for the Morph isn't quite there, so hey, you might be free to just weave in and out and do what you want. Still, we'll take a gander at the mid. By the way, lovely sounds, of course, from Slacks. I believe he sounds like one of those, what do you call them? The Boglets. That's how I imagine the Boglet sound.
What?
The Boglet from the neutral camp.
Oh.
Yeah, he sounded like a Boglet. That's exactly how they'd sound.
Thank you, John.
So good job there. Still, mid lane, of course, DK up against Pango. Very boring, as you would expect. Should be much more stable for Laurel. I don't expect Nisha to actually bully out too hard. Mind you, he does have some good damage. Laurel has some good sustain and damage reduction. It's going to be a very heavy farm lane. You should edge out here on Laurel just off of Breed Fire and Denies. So, again, very static mid. Maybe not as important as well for the Water Runes as in comparison to Game 1. Should set our eyes elsewhere. Up top again, Yatoro on that Morphling. Should have a decent time in lane. At very least in the lane, up against a Slardar. There is this potential cookie combo that comes in later on that you can kind of get caught off guard by, but at the same time, You know, you've got Panto to kind of help with disengage with Tame the Beast. He's going to have Impalement Arts to poke back as well. Getting that full commitment out is easier said than done for the side of Liquid. The threat is constantly there. But you should have enough spacing here for Yatoro to be perfectly fine in farming as well. So, again, no early pressure coming in for the Morphling, at least not to be expected. Maybe some rotations out.
Oh, that's a lot of damage from the Bash to the Deep. Half his HP in one hit. And very, very careful with the Agimorph, of course, this game in this laning stage. How's that bottom lane going? We do have Tofu currently chasing down Ru here. Ru gonna be okay. Now this should be the lane, I'd argue, where we see the most action. Got a Silence Weaver lane, usually very painful to go up against. Top lane, Panto is actually being chased down, but will barely survive. Yatoro also able to waveform out. I was saying the bottom lane should have the most action. Perhaps the top will be the competitor for that.
Yeah, both lanes does have potential to be aggressive. Right, again for top, it's this cookie combo with the chain stuns, Bash of the Deep, Slytherin Crush. It's not like you tend to expect Escape Act in laning phase, so Panto is always going to be at more risk than Yatoro. We are still seeing that poking and prodding down bot, that it is getting a little bit more complicated to commit onto Collapse. Has that reactive armor up, has the Timber Chain. You don't have steady disables on the side of Liquid with a Silencer, so Collapse always has an escape route out. And you're very mana constrained here as well for Tofu. Right, already out to cast a spell, maybe we'll have enough for maybe one spell cast later on, but your mechanisms to kind of drag them down are pretty expensive for Liquid in the laning phase. So you're not going to have consistent openings to kind of try to abuse in comparison to top, where, again, it's just a matter of finding that position. They are looking to pull the creep waves, maximizing that farm on Ace as much as possible, and really no contest that can come in here from Panto and Yatoro. Yatoro is still getting a fine job done of farming up. It's not as free of a time as you're seeing out from Mikado in comparison to this Weaver. And even though he can't kill the Tim, also isn't under much pressure as well.
A bit of a chase on a Boxy. These Impalement Arts, of course, from Panto, just such a frustrating ability to have to play against. One of your personal favorites, John.
Oh yeah, great hero. Love Ringmaster. Look, I'm happy enough they nerfed it, so it's not as bad, but Impalement Arts is still one of the worst spells to play against, I just feel like. I mean, I guess it's a trade-off, right? Like, you have Ringmaster for Spirit, but you're playing against Silencer as well, so both laners, or both cores in each side lane is just not feeling like they have a fun time in game, because these are probably the two most, not devastating, not winning, but annoying laning heroes to play up against. It's just a consistent nuisance that doesn't cost much for either side. So you're seeing, again, just throw that knife out, you're happy, slow them down. You're not able to really gun for these cookie combinations. Panto has been pretty disciplined after dropping low a while ago and where he'd want to be. And Yatoro, he always has that attribute shift ready, so trying to go for the morph early is not going to be there. Bit of poking on mid. It has been a very strong lane for Laurel, of course, as you'd expect for the DK. Taking control, 10 denies, slowing down that pacing from Nisha by quite a significant amount. He has half a level more XP on Laurel. So that's going to be an earlier Dragon form, that's going to be earlier pressure onto the tier 1. That's going to be at least half a level where Nisha's not going to have the response with a Rolling Thunder. Just perfectly happy times for Team Spirit with the DK at the very least.
Yeah, certainly so. Speaking of happy times, top of the CS board right now is Mickey on this safe lane Weaver, as we are seeing Liquid with their classic blocks, and sadly the Sentry on the Ancient just out of range for Ru to deny. Panto will get caught top lane. No chance of getting out. He's just trying to help Yatoro at least secure Boxy, but they do get first blood here on Ace. Boxy does eventually go down to Yatoro. So a trade has happened. Team Liquid, though, still able to secure first blood.
And you're happy enough in Ace. You get solo EXP in Yatoro, which arguably is maybe a little bit better for Team Spirit in that sense. Just having that quicker access to, say, level 5, get the emergency point and attribute shift, or that waveform for the cooldown. And you do stabilize. There's that Dragon form for Laurel, Corrosive Dragon, a little bit quicker on the push, and already starting to apply some of that pressure onto the objectives. Did you find the Haste Rune?
Tame the Beasts, rather. But Boxy's still going to get the Haste Rune. More importantly, they just deny it away from Nisha, which is what they really wanted. And now you can confidently start chipping away at this tier 1 mid tower. And that they will. Lal, he'll get started on that mid-tier 1. No siege creep, though, to play with at the moment. Just trying to abuse the dragon form while they can. Eventually, of course, they will look to retreat. Now, I was trying to say earlier, Mickey complete free farm right now in this wave. 45 and 11 in terms of CS. Collapse obviously can't do anything about it because he's playing Timbersaw. But Mickey certainly off to another amazing start here in this laning stage.
Yeah, and it's a little bit concerning to have that Weaver gain so much because your hard control for Weaver, again, isn't also that amazing here for the side of Team Spirit. So there's a lot of ways for both of our carries to just kind of zip around. Maybe a little bit easier for Mickey, all things considered, so long as Laurel doesn't open up with the Dragon Tail first. Your Weaver, again, is going to be quite happy in this kind of game. Shrines of Wisdom does go 1 for 1, so nothing too big happening either. No early skirmishes over these objectives. Maybe starting to get that confidence to get aggressive onto Yatoro top. We're seeing Mickey again cop some pokes, but Collapse alone just won't cut it. And with Tofu around, at least some of that spell spam gets slown, maybe even a commitment here.
They're going to try now. Collapse, last word, going to silence him up with the curse, and they should have plenty of control for Collapse. He can knock it away. So Boxy able to claim that kill for himself here on the Snapfire. Sadly, Collapse having a rough laning stage for himself here in this game too.
Yeah, it's not been the most winning hero, as we saw those stats there for the Timbersaw. Has been having a rough time in the tournament. Rue having a rough time in this game.
He's also made a lot of stacks here in this triangle, at least for the large camp. So Liquid, they can just go claim these now. And they will. Nisha, he knows they're there. He'll leave Rue alone. He'll go right for the stacks instead. Mickey, not to be outdone, will rush over as well. Lal, he's going to try and protect these by at least going after Tofu, but the cookie way for Tofu will mean he does break the distance. Empowerment Arts won't land either. Panther will at least get the blood grenade, and Tofu will eventually die. But it seems like Liquid have already done the damage. Got most of the creeps in that large camp. That's not great news for Team Spirit.
Now, it's such an important source of income as well for, say, Collapse to maybe get online a little bit quicker, for Laurel to hit, say, a faster blink if you'd want that. You do still have the Ancient stack at the least. It's not as massive due to that block earlier on, but you do have at least one source still of income. Triangle of Liquid in comparison still relatively safe. Large camp is blocked, but easily enough to spot after maybe this missed opportunity out from Boxy. And again, it's been a stronger set of stacks from Team Spirit, making that take just all the more devastating for Liquid to find. 3-2, 9 minutes in. And for Liquid, I mean, this kind of lineup doesn't take too long to really get going, right? Like, Ace is actually opting for the Shard first, wanting that AoE Corrosive Haze on the Crush, just spreading all of that minus armor for the Weaver to start cleaning up. Diffusal timing for Nisha isn't too far off either. Just about 400 gold away from farming that fully up. And we've seen what happens when Nisha does hit that decent timing and Diffu. He does get active. So for Team Spirit, the concern is just, can you match that pace? Because you've got a Morphling who's going to sit back and farm. You know, it's going to be the good old Manta Butterfly for Yatoro. It's going to take a lot of time, although.
Minute Power is about to spawn. Lal will jump Boxy. They do get a nice amp damage for Nisha. Boxy will die, but Nisha, he'll pop the amp damage with the Rolling Thunder, trying to find Lal, but Lal in the corner, making it very hard for Nisha, who just now needs to run. And does successfully do so, but we can't say the same about Tofu. Does get left behind. And that'll be a double kill for Lal. A Collapse in a bit of danger, turns around for the high five. Doesn't want to leave without waving him goodbye.
No.
But a polite man collapses.
And he is. Big wins for Team Spirit, allowing a little bit of a poke on mid, but Dragon Form doesn't quite last long enough to really maximize the siege creep. So again, mid tier 1 stays alive for a little bit longer. Not the ideal for the mid DK to have to contend with, but yeah, that's the way the cookie crumbled sometimes. You are still in a really good spot for Spirit, despite that. Like, again, there's some threat of tempo from Liquid. We're not quite at that point yet. And there is this moment where the DK Dragon Form's the one big thing you can clump around. Some stacks being cleared up by Laurel in that top jungle in the water camp. Gonna get that injection for the Blink, which is flying out now. So you have that steady initiation coming in from Spirit, but Diffusal up on Nisha. Damage output starts to get a little bit crazy. The inhibit slow as well. Can start to line up these shots a little bit more consistently for the side of Liquid. And like you were saying earlier, Mika has been free farming. He is going for that full Maelstrom Mjolnir build-up. So he is going for early right-click magical damage procs as well. Riding through both sources of damage with the physical, with all this minus armor they have. A bit of a clump up from Team Spirit, collapsing onto top.
Ace going to be spotted. Nisha is here. They'll drop the Will of Wonder to ensure Ace just gets held down forever. So Ace to go down. Liquid, they are coming in through the twin gate. Panto, he's going to be the man to get left behind. Not an even trade so far, but Liquid, they'll chase for more. Looking for Lal on the DK. More TPs incoming. Now the Global Silence committed, Team Liquid. They're trying to continue on to Lal. Lal still not dead somehow, but the kisses, it'll take him out. Yatoro, meanwhile, jumping on Tofu, but he'll get stunned up. Yatoro is going to go down. So will Rue. 4 heroes dead from Team Spirit. And Team Liquid, they only lose Tofu.
That looked so risky for Spirit in the middle of it
as well.
They lost him. It's massive win for Liquid. Big issues for Team Spirit. You see the threat of Global Silence without the Dispels. Yatoro was very fortunate he didn't die faster. He was full agi shifting. He was stuck agi shifting in that engagement. They ignored him completely, trying for Laurel. And look, that opening onto Ace is nice. It's the ideal, actually. But Nisha was ready. Having this Pango around with a roll to disrupt that just makes that fight entirely different. And again, look at the time of Global Silence here. Watch Yatoro. When that GS comes in, he's agimorphing. Very fortunate that they didn't hit him. A couple of swashes away, he would have been dead much quicker.
Indeed. I mean, obviously, in the end of the day, it didn't make the difference for poor old Yatoro. He at least able to secure Tofu before he does die. But Yatoro, no gameplay to be had once his team is all gone around him. Only survivor was going to be Collapse, who wasn't even there for the fight. Now Team Spirit still gripping up bottom. They'll try for the bottom tier 1 tower. Ace will be around with Tofu to just pull the creep wave away, and even Mike just south of them. They've got Rolling Thunder back up if Nisha wants to join for a fight, but they don't need to because Team Spirit, they don't see the opportunity. They look to retreat back to their triangle.
Yeah, play it safe a bit. You're seeing all of that early magic damage coming in, even from Tofu, is really piling on. The Arcane Curse Last Word combination puts a dent on Laurel's HP. They know there's someone camping right behind. Smoke out from 3 heroes on Liquid. They've got the blink on Ace. He opts for it before the shard first. Not that it's 15 minutes yet anyhow. So they've got the initiation as well on Liquid.
Panto gonna get caught, but the escape act will give him a chance to get out. Tofu gonna give him the last word and the curse, but it doesn't matter. It'll be perfectly fine. But of course, Liquid, they'll open up a bit of space here for the mid-tier 1 tower.
They scanned Yatoro.
They do. They'll get a ward on him as well. Yatoro, he'll show on the creep wave, but Mickey and Foxy are on the chase, and so is Ace now as the kisses gonna come in. Yatoro trying to strength morph through all of this, but he has no waveform to commit to get out. So Yatoro gonna go down another time. Ace to secure. They try for Nisha in the mid lane, but he just Rolling Thunders out of there.
It's like we were talking about yesterday. All the small wins for Liquid, they maximize that. They see Yatoro in the jungle. They see him wave form into the creep wave, and they know that's it. We don't need to even wait for the initiation. Just start with a scatter blast. It doesn't matter. He can't run. And Liquid just chopping shop here. Team Spirit just need more time. Right, this is the one thing with this lineup, the one thing with this draft. Your Timbersaw needs time and space to soak. Your Morphling needs 2-3 items to be up really to start to feel confident in these engagements. The Manta's going to be a good start. Even that recipe is still a ways off here for Yatoro. And your DK, he is strong. Like Laurel does have a lot of output, but you don't really have the cleanest connections to get done here. A very quick blink up coming out here for Boxy as he's already shipping it out on our snap. Just Brown Boots blink. This guy's a menace. We saw it in the last game with how he picks and chooses these fights. We're going to see it again. Having that early utility on this hero is just nightmarish.
Collapse. Well, they're going to see Collapse. Rue, he'd already backed off. Tofu, he's still going to get chased down though by Collapse, and he'll walk away with a kill. Collapse pretty happy with that kind of retreat. Lal, they'll miss the initial slithering crush here onto the DK, and now the Will of Wonder from Panto. Going to ensure they cannot try to continue the follow-up. So Lal, he'll be able to survive up at this top lane. And they still know where he is, but they won't make another attempt at his life.
They've learned their lesson on Liquid, showing respect for the re-engage potential. And again, Corrosive Haze still running. You know he's still posturing. They can look elsewhere. They had a glimpse of Rue on mid. Doesn't take too long for the Shadow Demon to fall if they'd want that, although...
Well, they're going to find an easy pick-off on Tofu. He'll get the Global Silence up before he dies because mid lane they are fighting. Rue does also go down. Be a one-for-one trade in the supports. Collapse trying to connect mid. Not going to find any stragglers though. Liquid, they have successfully retreated. But such a close game this time around. Game number 2, 9-8. Very slight net worth lead the way of Team Spirit. Even the carries just about 200 gold away from each other in terms of net worth.
Yeah, the one thing for Liquid in that last engagement, having to pop Global Silence, it's a minute 20 where Team Spirit's going to feel safer. And Team Spirit, for their part, does have some defensive tools up. Manta just finishing up on Yatoro. You've got that Lotus Orb up on Collapse.
Toro trying to jump on Ace. Rue's going to be out as well with the Demonic Purge on Ace. And that does a lot of damage from Yatoro. Chasing down Boxy now. Boxy has Blink in 5. Does get a very nice juke. Not going to be spotted. He'll be alright to TP out eventually. But if you're Yatoro, you're still very happy. You got the big slaughter. Mickey? Oh. This is even bigger. Will of Wonder. It's not going to lock him down. Mickey will be alright to time-lapse out of there. But suddenly Spirit, they're the ones hunting. Jump in. Lal. Going to be the target now of Liquid. Escape back, though, going to make it practically impossible to try and kill off this Dragon Knight. They weren't even close.
No. And for the side of Liquid, again, their lineup has a lot of minus armor, but there's just so much durability on Team Spirit outside of just armor. Right? Like they have the raw HP as well to withstand some of that debuff coming in from the side of Liquid. And I completely forgot this, but we've seen this Morphling versus Slardar before. This becomes a nightmare in the late game when Yatoro is just constantly turning into Slardar, getting free bashes off, having all of this attack speed and damage. It can get hellish fast if Yatoro is still allowed to play his game, which he is. They've managed to pressure him out earlier on. They haven't been able to really find his Morphling. And once that butterfly is up with a BKB, Yatoro is not going to care. Global Silence won't catch him off. Your instantaneous stuns. There is a window to actually Manta off quite a fair few of them. And if Yatoro sees Ace and he turns into the Slaughter, or even just turning into Mika's Weaver, this Morphling, it gets very scary. Like, especially the Slaughter form. Like, it's unbelievable how much chain stun the Morphling Slardar form does. It's just unstoppable almost.
Suddenly Team Spirit, I mean, 3 cores right below Mickey on the net worth board. They've caught up so nicely after a challenging laning stage. And Spirit, they're looking towards that 20-minute mark for the Tormentor, but Liquid, not to be outdone, they're going to go for a smoke and wrap right through the river, up towards the Tormentor as well. They know Spirit will go for this. They'll run into Collapse first. Collapse should be able to break the smoke. So the Tormentor has been started. Collapse, he won't break the smoke yet. They'll get a nice scan though. So Spirit, they'll know the smoke is coming as the kisses. They are going to be committed, but they find nothing. Spirit looking for a target. They'll find Ace first, but Nisha with the Rolling Thunder, he'll put an end to it. Ace still being chased down by Collapse, but he is able to get out of there. Meanwhile, Nisha running out of that Rolling Thunder timing. Lal's going to jump on Nisha this time. Nisha tries to swashbuckle away. Should crash out, but it's not enough. Nisha is gone. Collapse now on the chase. Will run into Tofu. Tofu will also drop.
Hey, you're seeing the issues come out for Liquid. Right? You're in such a tight tree line. These Whirling Deaths just rip some of your strength heroes apart, especially Ace. He's not comfy until some protection comes in, which he doesn't have. And he is going for the Echo Saber, going full damage on this Slardar. So you're not going to have a wave. Again, mitigating some of this output now on Team Spirit. Team Spirit's just too tanky. Like, this minus armor idea is good on paper. It's very hard to consistently apply those debuffs, right? You're talking about getting Corrosive Haze constantly off cooldown. You're talking about always getting these Slitherine crushes off. The Swarm always connecting and staying alive. It's no fight is that perfect, even for Team Liquid, and it's going to be an issue of damage going forward. Especially, again, as we start to approach more items flowing out here for Team Spirit. Butterfly for Yatoro, just lacking that talisman of evasion now on the Morph, so he's just going crazy. We saw him as the Weaver. The capability to just keep chasing down, and his output on this hero is just insane. You have to find the Morphling, feels like, first, or the backline supports. Taking care of Ru is massive. This disruption save is just way too obnoxious, buys so much time for the side of Team Spirit to actually choose to re-engage, or even just isolate a key hero like, say, Ace. You have to work the backline. They tried really good smoke timing from Spirit, and the Kisses, doesn't really see much outside of Laurel, which really isn't your primary jump target anyway, so you don't get the info you want for Liquid. Good news for Liquid is that Global Silence is back up. They're happy enough they can kind of look for a fight if they'd want to, and you are still keeping pace on Mike, right? Like, he's matching Yatoro's farm. He's going for the Hurricane Pike first on this Weaver. Would want some damage to start flowing out, though. It does feel like damage is going to be the big thing that holds Liquid back. If these fights don't end up, finding the backline first, the sustain that can come in for Spirit is overwhelming.
And that it has been. Has not been an easy time for Liquid recently.
Dire's top tower is under
They'll slow down a little bit. Looks like they'll give Mike the time to get that Hurricane Pike up that he really wants. Nisha getting pretty close as well to the Ags. That'll be another important facet for them to have available for the next team fight. Butterfly, though, completed on Yatoro. Going to make life even more challenging in trying to burst him down. That will not be very fun.
No.
And it seems like Yatoro is trying to sneak Roshan. And with the Butterfly up, it's not really that hard for him to do it by himself, but that's exactly what he's doing.
Yeah, I love seeing that from Team Spirit. They're smoked up as well to just try to force a fight in that jungle, buying him space. Collapse is showing on the map to distract. Liquid are not in position to contest. Like, Nisha is all the way up top. Very sneaky Roche for Team Spirit. A secondary life for Yatoro, especially before the BKB. Safety net is going to be massive here for the Morphling to actually, again, play a lot more aggressive. They're getting the voice lines out as the Roshan goes down. Do have Boxy hanging around on the cliff, acting as a ward. He has a blink. He's fine. He's
Very
just
cute.
keeping watch.
You can actually see stuff like this in Australia, John.
I know.
You can actually.
Can you actually ride a Crocs?
I wouldn't recommend it,
But you
John.
could.
Well,
you're saying I could ride a crocodile.
I mean, there's such a thing called a death roll, John. I'll let you do the Googling on
That sounds fun.
I mean, it's fun.
For the
crocodile, yeah.
I think I'd had fun.
Don't touch crocodiles, ladies and gentlemen. It's not fun.
No.
Believe me.
Smoke out. This could be fun for Liquid. Instant Aegis, but again, if you find the backline, perhaps, it could be the way to open up these engagements. Ags fully done on Nisha. So more output, more mana burn to play with.
Liquid trying to move in Nisha. Great target in Ru. Ru is already gone on the Shadow Demon. They'll find Lal as well, but they find the secondary support in Panto. So both supports gone now for Team Spirit as Collapse. He's diving very deep to try and secure the life of Tofu, and he does get it. But he's in the high ground. Chain away to the low ground. Lal's going to jump in. Stun is out, Yatoro. He'll take care of Nisha. Now they're on to Ace and
Look at the chain
Yatoro.
stuns.
Oh! Well, that doesn't seem very fair, Yatoro.
No, it's the Morphling into Slardar. It's the game ender decider in the draft. If the Morphling isn't fully shut down, you just turn into Slardar. You're having a good game. And it looked like such a good start for Liquid. It's everything we could ask for. They kill off the back line. You try to isolate away Collapse. Even Boxy angling nicely here with his blink. As you see that damage output from our Morph, it's insane. And they play it smart in Liquid. Boxy held on to the cookie, blinks down, tries to catch out Collapse, but where is the burst damage? You have damage. These are high armor heroes, and again, you're not able to leverage all your minus armor every single time. So they're just stanky anyway on the side of Team Spirit. They take a free Rax, Age is still up, no problems for Team Spirit. On the re-engage, by the time they take the next fight, BKB is going to be up on Yatoro. Nothing to stop the Morphling. And that's really your big threat. Like, yeah, the backline supports are important. You'd really want Rue down and Panto down before you take the wider fight. Even then, you don't have the output just yet. It's just not there. Mika is trying to hit. You know, Ace can't match the attack speed of a Morphling when he's a Slardar. Just a better version of himself. And Nisha, he is disruptive, but there's just no damage to, again, deal through all of this disruptiveness that he's doing on the Pangolier.
Absolutely not. Nisha going for the Nullify build-up now. Team Spirit. 12k advantage on their side of things. To hold on to the high ground here, Yatoro. This top lane, he will farm around. Nisha's thinking about trying to set up something against this Morphling. Rolling Thunder pump fake. Yatoro will go for the top tier 1 while he's there. Liquid are going to try and creep skip, but they'll see Collapse as well, and they certainly don't want to run into him right now. No group up from Liquid. Nisha, he'll just clear out the creep wave. Collapse, though, is going to go for at least a chase. Misses out on the vision on Boxy. The Shiver's Guard just out of range. Meanwhile, mid, Ace does get caught. Just all over the map, Team Spirit are hunting. And even with just Lal and Panto, they're able to secure the life of Ace, which means Team Spirit, they'll make the call to try and go for the bottom racks now.
Nothing's stopping them. They have a minute of time. They know Ace is so important because...
Oh, Nisha!
Oh.
Trying to set up for the creep skip. Not going to get it. Lal will take care of him. And suddenly the bot racks is being taken quite quickly. Liquid in no way, shape or form can defend that. Thankfully for them, the T2 tower still stands up atop, but oh my, Boxy. Just deleted. And they're onto the Tier 4 towers.
And there's nothing to stop it. Like, even with a respawn of Ace, without Nisha, he does have buyback, but you need a Corrosive Haze, you need some good lucky swashes to get some lucky shots in. Even then, it doesn't feel like Mika is ready with damage. He's got the full Monkey King bar to hit through the evasion, but needs that Daedalus. And again, even then, how are you going to stand and hit as a Weaver here?
I mean, they gotta go. They gotta go. The Ancient's halfway through done. Yatoro, he's not stopping. Nisha, he's gonna try and jump into the back, see if he can stop anybody else as the Global Silence is out. But Mickey's already gone. No buyback. Liquid, they might keep trying, but they call it. Without the Weaver, there's just no chance of a defense. And Team Spirit, in style, will successfully force this to a Game 3.
Yeah, it looked pretty even to start here. Liquid was finding some decent enough openings. You know, they were applying some good pressure. But in the end, Team Spirit, they just needed to hold out, get that farm going, and eventually that Morphling into Slardar, man, it's just insane.
Yeah, it certainly is. And so is our panel, John. Let's throw to them.
We're insane about this Team Spirit play right here. That was good. That was solid. Yes, the start looked okay for Liquid. They made some good moves, but at the end of the day, we wanted Spirit to adapt, and Lacoste, they did.
They did. We did talk about them adapting yesterday when they did drop that game number 1 against Parivision, where they completely got dismantled. And this one as well, starting to play Dragon Knight with a great success. Yeah. Silent talked about it in an interview that they didn't know what the hero does. This is not, a joke. They thought that there are better heroes. This is one of the few fights early where Liquid was completely stomping. I think they needed to put what we call pedal to the metal, where you need to get the kills. They are bringing in numbers where they feel like there is no damage on Spirit, and there wasn't at that period of the time, where they could do pretty much what they want. There isn't enough control. Global Silence, you are getting that extra value. The Kisses, 2 supports are level 6 already, and Mickey can do whatever he wants in these fights.
Yeah, and you can see from the way that Liquid is fighting, this is what I was expecting to happen again and again and again from Liquid. But Spirit, they kind of slowed the game down, and they found ways to just dodge Liquid's aggression, identify what they need to do. And when we look at the net worth, you don't see here because it's showing buybacks, but they had no real concerns. The net worth was, freely flowing for Spirit. They had, DK was top net worth, Morphling was up there at some point. Even Timbersaw, he went for a kind of a fun little item build. We'll show that later down the line to deal with what Liquid had. And yeah, I think Spirit, we've had a lot of fear for them in the fact that they had to scale for this lamp to look good, but they didn't have any signs of concern. Like, they didn't rush to take fights. If they take bad fights, sure, there's going to be problems, but they just knew exactly what they needed.
And Timber in this one, I really like the fact that he did go for phase boots. This is something you don't see as his first item, but you're playing into so much minus armor that you are getting the value. He did rush the Lotus Orb immediately after. Kaya Sanj makes him super tanky, and he baits the whole Team Liquid team into this fight, thinking that they can actually kill him. The minus strat is good, but you could also see in the previous fight where if they're not locking onto the same target, if they're not using that extra minus armor, it's really not that effective.
Yeah, and you can see as well, something that we didn't really talk about during the draft, but the Morphling pick into the Slardar, Morphling does free farm in that lane. It is a free time, so you need to drag other heroes to try and push the Morphling away. And that's where when you look towards like Nisha and Lau, again, a big comparison that we've had in the series, Lau, of how well he did, he could follow the Nisha rotation. It wasn't as Nisha was completely breaking mid, going top. It's a much different game, and I think just slowing Nisha down really gives so much more life to Spirit and the scaling that they often require with their lineups.
Yeah, man of the match is going to have to be Collapse on the Timbersaw.
Yeah, he was left on a little bit of a island, I'd say, in regards to draft, because he was pressured in lane. You know, he had the death, crazy 3-1-5, but yeah, I think, like Lucas mentioned, going for the itemization, right? Getting the phase boots, getting the Lotus, having just a Kaya, getting the Veil, like at different points, he just had all these little armor items so that he could frontline and buy time and ensure that Yotoro, Lau, and the other guys can take the correct fight.
Yeah, I kind of feel across we've seen the Timbersaw and the Shadow Demon. We've criticized them quite heavily because it's just not been working out for a lot of teams. Probably the lowest win rate lane you can think of right now that people might actually pick, but it worked out.
It did. They did leave him alone. There were like two supports. Like you could also see him in one of the situations where he's trying to high five Mickey because he knows that he can't kill him. He has Lotus. He has this phase boots, extra bit of armor, and then all he needs is to get levels. And you can see some of the later fights, the explosive damage that he does bring. You pointed out all these small items, armor. I really like that, and I also like how they're playing around him as well with the itemization. Rue, Shadow Demon, going for Guardian Greaves, which is going to give you a lot of armor, especially if you drop low. Both of the supports, they have Ghost Scepters. So understanding that this is heavy minus armor strat and they itemize correctly.
So it was a heavy minus armor strat. Why can't Liquid kill everybody else other than the Timbersaw and still make plays? Because it kind of felt like they couldn't play their game anymore at some point. It's just like everybody just died. Nobody could do anything. And I kind of feel like normally there is always a play to make.
I think it's because of how efficient Spirit was in lanes to accelerate their cores getting online, right? You're mentioning supports having Ghost Scepters, but you know, Timbersaw having the Lotus or Morphling having the Manta. It's these small little things that put a lot of fear in your opponent. And I think for Liquid, when they get to, like, even before the 20-minute mark, like, but when you click on both of these cores, you're like, wait a second, how do we cleanly kill them? The Silencer cannot kill the Morphling, the Silencer cannot kill the Timbersaw. There's a Dispel in Lotus and a Dispel in Manta. And it's kind of the same thing. Like, can Nisha even kill any of these heroes with just a Diffusal Blade from the Pangolier? It really isn't the case. And I think for Spirit, yes, they look like they need a lot of scaling, but they were so damn good early on that late game wasn't a thing, mid game wasn't a thing. It was just
let's say
already there.
If they made 2-3 mistakes between 10 to 20, it could have been in Liquid's favor, but they held very strong. The rotations that they didn't feed any of the kills. These are the type of kills that Liquid wanted to get between 10 and 20, but it just didn't happen. And all Team Spirit needed to do was to stabilize, get to their next round of items, get to those dispels, get to the supports with the defense items, and then they're Gucci.
Yeah, and then they were very Gucci. Liquid obviously now has to think about what they need to change. How do we want them to adapt? Because do we want them to just have a better late game plan, be stronger early game? Feels weird to say that about Liquid to begin with.
I guess maybe not exposing Ace to that type of lane again, where it's I pick Slardar, you suddenly get Morphling, Ace can have a pressure. I think Ace really thrives on bullying the enemy carry and then sitting in the lane and never leaving, right? He's like the Dawn guy, the Tide Hunter, the Centaur, the Underlord.
Okay.
Like he wants to absorb the area of the map and just force the enemy cores to overlap their farm with how efficient he is. When you play the Slardar, it isn't the same case because of the morphling pick, right? Specifically.
I'm just going to throw it out there. I'm not a big fan of offlane Slaughter. I feel like this is a completely different hero. When he's played from the mid lane, you are getting all the buffs from the river, you are getting levels. In a lot of these situations, you do struggle. I'm fine. Maybe if you can pick it later down the line where you are seeing your matchup, but there are certain heroes that are very good against it. I believe there was a game earlier when Spirit did see Slaughter, which was kind of locked into the offlane, and they picked the Jakiro plus Queen of Pain, and they just completely dismantled that lane. So this hero can't really, I would just prefer to put it mid no matter what, and then play it from there.
Yeah, so as far as the offlane trades, we had the opening two picks. Liquid had even though they had first pick, they definitely chose the wrong one, let's say that like that. But let's see what they will pick in game number 3 after a break.
The new breakthrough and innovative phone with 1xBet app. With 1xBet app, you can register and start betting in just one click. Intuitive interface and thousands of sports events every day. User-friendly app. Big wins, fast payouts.
The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you, gamers, hybrid workers, artists, backing your every move.
Both teams have proven that they are in this upper bracket finals for a reason. We are 1-1 between Team Liquid and Team Spirit, and one of these two teams will go directly to the grand finals, and only one game is standing in between that and them going to either upper or, well, grand finals or lower brackets. You want to go to those grand finals. Let's be real. Let's see who's going to get there here with T-Gov and Lacoste. Oh,
Wait,
I thought you raised your hand because you wanted to say something.
Hope you're having a nice day.
What do you want to say, T?
I had nothing in mind. I was just waiting to see the draft, see what's happening. We've got Liquid dumpstering in 31 minutes. We've got Spirit dumpstering in 29 minutes. It's a battle of the draft. Both teams clearly have shown that when they get the cards they want, they can execute on it. There's no back and forth. It's just simple. We're good, we win. And game 3, I'm going to be a bit selfish. I do want a bit of back and forth.
I think everybody does. So for everybody that wants to have that back and forth, what are we looking for? How is that defined and determined?
I would lean more Liquid, I think, for this answer. Because in both games, it's Liquid's lineup of we want to break the map and do everything. And in game 2, Spirit found the answers. And then when Liquid doesn't break the map, they can fall apart, right? So
they break the map, they don't have anywhere to play.
Yeah.
That's the problem.
Yeah.
Nobody, not even one team. Nothing to play. The field is broken.
Yeah.
Okay, great. So for game number 3, we got Team Liquid on the Radiant side, Spirit on the Dire side. First pick for Liquid, last pick for Spirit, and the bans are a little bit leaning offlaning once again, keeping in mind the Timbersaw, keeping in mind the Slardar, and Lacoste. Before it's banned, do you want to talk about Lycan real quick?
Yeah, it could be very good here for Team Liquid. I think it gives them momentum. It gives them auras. It gives them Aghanim Scepter.
Oh,
Yeah.
Too bad.
There it goes.
Together with the Kez also removed. So that means actually for Spirit, the bans are exactly the same. Jakiro is the one that is left in the pool for the ban on Liquid. And then their bans would also be the same as previous game. Let's see if they'll want to do the same thing. Previously, they had a Jakiro ban as well, and then they picked up the Slardar.
Yeah, the thing with the Slardar, they can still run it if they want to, or they can just ban it out. They ban it out. So I'd say if they were to pick Slardar, then I would want them to ban Morphling at some point in the draft before Spirit takes it. But again, they don't want to think about this. They just take the Timbersaw for themselves. But they have left Ursa in the pool. So if Spirit did want to very quickly react to it, they could.
They also left Jakiro in the pool, though.
This is true.
Good hero, good damage against Timber. If this was Falcons, I could see them potentially picking up Ursa and then picking a different carry because they can play Ursa from the offlane and you would still have something that is good against Timbersaw throughout the whole game. Not sure if many teams want to go that route and go try to flex it. This is also the other response that is good against Timber, where you are going to be having that damage throughout the game. Flak, Rocket Barrage as well feels really nice. So a hero that he's going to have to be afraid of throughout the whole game.
Yeah, and it's Liquid. They also have to think about banning Jakiro here because you take Jakiro and Gyrocopter.
Yeah.
That is not going to be a fun lane for the Timbersaw.
But if you want to ban out good lanes for Gyrocopter, you also have to ban out the Tusk. So why not maybe ban neither and leave one in the pool for yourself? I don't know if that's a good strat.
Yeah, I could feel just Jakiro and Tusk is a good option. But then there leaves the Pugner, which is another good hero against Timbersaw. You put down the ward, you don't really care. You can...
And that leaves the... you don't want to anyway.
There's like 3-4 good supports against Timbersaw. So this is where we'll see into the mind of Liquid. Do they care about the lanes to set up for the Timbersaw, or are they going to start looking elsewhere and go, okay, we know you're going to have a good safe lane. Let's start preemptively thinking about Lau, because the series has been quite a lot about Lau, in my opinion, right? The game 1, he gets shut down, has no game. Game 2, top net worth after laning phase, instrumental in their early game, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, it actually makes me wonder, because, Lacoste, you said that they haven't played Dragonite until that previous game.
Looked really good. Yatro doesn't want to play it yet.
Very good, yeah.
And that hero's still in the pool.
Stats do lie.
They could potentially run it again, because it looked really good. I like the fact that 2 supports did run around and just follow Dragonite whenever he had Dragon Form in the previous game, which did give them early towers relatively early on, like 6-7 minutes in. Then 9-10 minutes in, you saw them in the bottom part of the map. And this is also a very good ban, not just because Collapse plays it, but also Timbersaw hates to play into this hero. You trap him inside of the arena. overall very good if you're going to the Aghanim for Aghanim Scepter later on. There's going to be some Yules potentially coming out from Mars, which can dispel it. And also ways to stop his Timber Chain when he wants to use it. Just way too many things that he kind of hates to play into. So 2 bans protecting their Timber from Liquid.
Yeah, and 1 ban to come out from Spirit to either protect their Gyrocopter or whatever else they're planning on picking up. They ban out the Shadow Demon and pick up the Pugna.
Sure. Yeah, we did list like, what, 3 or 4 different 5 positions that are really strong for Spirit. They do opt to go for the Pugna, but the Shadow Demon ban, just respecting it. You don't want to purge off the Decrypt, ensures Pugna's game is playable.
Yeah, and keep in mind for, like, it is flexible. We saw Rue play the Pugna in the first game today, so it's both played as a 4 and a 5, so they still have that flex.
I'd rather it just be Panto playing it in the 5 role. Of course, we see the stats on soft support, but I think even putting Rue on the Ringmaster, getting with like the Impalement arts, just throwing it out is really obnoxious, especially into a Spirit Breaker. Having both the whip and the arts is very hard for them to play, but they go for more damage, they go for the Snapfire. That's for Liquid, of course. I got baited.
It's a lot of damage. It's ways to play the fight. Spirit Breaker charge. Team Liquid seems like they want to speed things up. You also want to be leaving some of the XP with the Timbersaw, his innate ability. He's going to be showing up maybe when you're like getting the XP. The lowest hero on the team is getting the XP. So a lot of cool things you can do with it, especially when you have self-sustainable offlaner like Timber.
If the game goes late enough, okay, I want Spirit Breaker to go Aghanims. Play in our pocket. You can cast it on enemy heroes, but it also takes Force Staffs, Glimmers, Solar Crest, Decrypt, Life Drains. So if Spirit Breaker, playing our pockets the Gyrocopter, the Pugna, when you decrypt and life drain the Gyro, will actually decrypt and life drain the Spirit Breaker. So it's really obnoxious, even into Ringmaster as well. When you go to save, the Spirit Breaker will be put in the box.
Because then the Pugna is life draining an enemy rather than an ally. Is it a friendly one or an enemy one? Like, are you getting targeted friendly?
The Spirit Breaker will be taking damage from the
Oh, that's unfortunate.
No, it's not like,
really
yoink, thanks, friend. You know, you're locked into that one, no. But when you see multiple save heroes, of course, it's unrealistic to talk about it in the first 30 minutes of the game. But when you get to the late game, the small little moments, Spirit Breaker can do a lot, especially if you're trying to jump one guy. Just eating all of the saves and just taking everything is really, really good. Hey, and I'm getting carried away talking about like 40-minute items,
so far this series...
We had 30-minute games, so it might not come down to that. But
40,
30 game could deliver. I could see some Puck coming out for Liquid, maybe even Lesh. I want to see a hero that can play with Spirit Breaker. You charge them, and you can just easily blink on top of them and kill them. You have no stuns whatsoever.
Well, what do you think about Pango? On the side of Spirit this time around. So that will be most likely Larl's hero, right? Does that sway you away from any of the options you mentioned?
No, I would add Storm Spirit to that mix. So big 3, Puck, Lesh, Storm. Could also be like Ember. Anything elusive is good. A Spirit Vessel, great against the Gyrocopter, great against, of course, Pugna and his saves. So a lot of options. I would say my first one would be Puck, considering that you are going to be playing into Pango before he gets his shard. Feels really good. They are very limited in stun. They have 1 stun, basically.
What stops Liquid going for? I mean, I like all the Spirit heroes and stuff, but the Monkey King. Play into the Pango. You can also still buy like a Mage Slayer from the mid lane if you want to. Be a bit tankier to soak up the damage. But yeah, either punish the lack of lockdown through the heroes Lacoste mentioned, or try and bully the lane with a Monkey King. Be intriguing to know which one Liquid wants to go for. Because if you do break the Pango's game, there's so much freedom to keep charging around the map, because Pango just won't have the resources or the items to defend mid, TP top, fight there. It is difficult.
And there's the Puck.
I completely forgot about Puck, I'll be honest. But yeah, when you see Pangolier in the game, Puck is one of the best heroes against it. You have the coil to threaten him. You never die to the Pangolier unless you forget to press your 3 buttons. And yeah, low lockdown on Spirit, Puck will thrive.
The question is, who's going to be stunning this Puck?
No one.
No, Collapse. Collapse will stun it.
That's a good.
That's a good
Stalker
ban. That's a really good ban.
It's because when you say you have not enough control for a puck, Night Stalker is like the hero of the game. You get nighttime, you have silence, you get Blink Dagger, you kill him inside that silence, then you can play from that. So yeah, really, really good ban.
So what has good disable against the puck that is still in the pool
Based on
that Collapse will play?
I mean, his tournament hero pool so far, none of them look good against puck.
But Collapse has like a whole library of heroes.
Of course. But if you want to ignore the puck and let's say you play more for the team, then potentially like the Tidehunter could still be a thing where puck tries to kill, you never kill him, you just all hug him, and then you can deal with the puck later on with items. But again, they're going to last pick, so they'll see what carry Liquid will be playing first, and that could also be a way to approach it. Just beat Mickey in the lane, deal with puck later.
Mm-hmm.
I could see maybe something like a Sanking that could come out just for the Blink initiation. That could come out. You are playing into good amount of magic damage. I like the 1-2 combo from Liquid with either puck plus Snapfire, coil into kisses. It's always going to be deadly. Then you have Spirit Breaker playing with puck, so you can charge one of the supports as long as they are showing on the map.
Ooh, they ban out the Void Spirits. They're still respecting the potential flex of the Pango to deal with the puck in the mid lane. And of course, it is Team Liquid that has to pick now out of this ban phase. So for Team Spirit, they'll get to see what the safe lane is that their offlaner will go up against to decide will it be the Pango or will they pick up an entirely different hero for that offlane. And what will Mickey play? What does he need to be able to do in this game?
Terrorblade or Abaddon come to mind.
Why?
Terrorblade is just nice against Gyrocopter when you get to your big item timings, like 2-3 items, and then Abaddon, just so tanky.
I like TA for Mickey, potentially.
How about the bear?
It's also a good matchup. It's great against Gyro. I think Gyro in general, there are a couple of heroes that were good at the start of the tournament and kind of got forgotten. I think Ursa is one of them, where he had a pretty strong start, and then people were like, you know what, we're going to be picking different stuff.
Yeah, I also forgot about the heroes I was mentioning for Collapse, and Liquid also probably still thinking those heroes. The ones I mentioned would have enabled Collapse to find like a lane counter, but Ursa, it blocks the Tidehunters, the big kind of the melee guys as well. So
Does it block the Sand King as well?
Sand King goes to the jungle. It's going to be Pango on the off lane and Ember in the mid.
Yep. I think it's always nice for a mid lane to have a hero that doesn't just die to the charge, right? When you see the charge coming in, you can slight chains him. In the game as well, you've got Remnant. So Ember at least will be able to annoy Boxy on the Spirit Breaker. A really good Spirit Breaker game is when you can kill the offlane, gank the mid, then use that momentum to go bottom, just keep sweeping throughout. So the Ember mid will be a slight deterrent potentially. But yeah, I think Liquid's going to be very happy with their heroes. And for Spirit, it's a matter of can Lau get into the game, right? He's last pick Ember, he's into a puck. It is a very good Ember game outside of what? Maybe just dying to a coil at some point.
Charge, yeah. They have the lockdown.
Yes. Happy, right?
Yeah, they do have 2 saves. So I think Lar will need to play a game where he is going in. He's really pushing the limits, putting himself in a situation where he needs to soak up the damage. He gets saved, he gets the Remnant, he gets the slight chain, and then he gets out. But yeah, I feel like Liquid in this one could potentially try to push. Again, the 10 to 15 minutes fights, you have Ursa, so you want to be taking the fight around 20-minute mark, taking Roshan between like 17 and 20, then going for one more fight if they get the ball rolling. And judging by the heroes that they do have, I kind of like it. I don't think this puck was answered by any means. It does feel like a relatively free puck game.
Well, I'm sure that there's a couple people that agree with you. For example, Coach Blitz.
Hello, yes, I am here with Coach Blitz on what I consider to be one of the most interesting drafts that we've had so far. So I thought we'd try something new, a live recreation of what Blitz said to his team. Blitz, you'll be playing yourself, and I'll be playing one of your players. What did you say to your team?
Do you want the real answer? Okay, I was talking to them about... actually, we were talking about how Nisha always avoids you in interviews because you're too American for him. And then we were talking about which heroes are the least like American, and so like we needed chill dudes, and that's how we ended up at Puck.
What? I can't hear you. I got soundproof headphones on. Can I pick Gyrocopter?
That's the other team. The other team picked Gyrocopter.
What?
The other team picked Gyrocopter.
Okay, let's get into the game.
Thank you so much, Slux. Game number 3 here between Team Liquid and Team Spirit. Both sides currently one game away from being able to secure grand finals here at Wallachia Season 6. At least a spot in the grand finals.
Yeah.
What do you think, Joe? Based off drafts, I haven't asked you this today. Who do you think came out with the better drafts going to this third game?
It's very even. I can see a world where Team Spirit takes over. I can see a world where Liquid start to take over in this one. I don't know if you can ever bet against Boxy Spirit Breaker. That is another thing as well. Even though all the saves are there, I mean, this guy's just annoying. Look at that. He got the bash off and collapse.
Easy.
He manages to take a bounty. Tips are already out.
So easy.
Yeah.
So
that might have been first hit of the game, bash.
Yeah, it was. That's why they're tipping it. I have a rule every time I play Spirit Breaker. If I get a first hit bash, it's a guaranteed win. I guarantee.
There you go. That's well, there it is.
There it is.
You know, there it is. We'll see for Liquid, as it has been a back and forth series. Team Spirit has been very good at pushing back in game 2, and this time around, I mean, you've got this mid matchup of Puck versus Ember again, and we've seen Embers just have a grand old time here. You go for the 1-1-3 build. You can't pierce through that magic shield here as a Puck. You get run down. You get a lot of damage off of you as well with the right clicks that Laurel is employing. And that is the concern here for Nisha. A slower game for Puck doesn't feel great. You know, Puck can still have impact, but it tends to be a little bit more challenging without that early start. This time around, I'd expect rune control to be a big part of managing this mid, and that's where it circles back to Boxy, right? Like later on, he's going to have the charge to come in. Tofu's going to have, say, the utility of the cookie plus the scatter blast to play poke from range, and can kind of really set up nicely onto that position. Tofu's under a lot of pressure down bot. He is buying some room out for Mika to just get free farm in a melee matchup that the Ursa can kind of play against. At the same time, it's not the worst thing in the world for collapse, as long as he has Swash away. He is safe enough, and he's got some durability in the shield crash as well. But it can just be a very stable farming lane for Mika. The threat really lies on if Tofu can find the Scatterblast cookie. The burst potential for Mika is really there. Even from the laning phase, you can melt something like the Pango, melt something like this Ringmaster if you're not too careful.
Yeah, absolutely. And you can't forget either. You've got the rotations from Boxy to rely on as well. I imagine we'll probably see those rotations very early on as Boxy. He has been tending to go through the twin gates around the level 2 mark to start finding these early pickoffs. We won't see it yet though. And well, speaking of which, I mean, the last lane, the top lane, is the one we haven't really discussed too much. Of course, we do have the gyro of Yatoro on Panto. Boxy is going to be there on his Spirit Breaker, currently chasing down Panto a little bit, just trying to be as annoying as humanly possible, ensuring the small camp pool does not come off. And once he has that level 1 charge, that's when the shenanigans can start from Boxy. He's just going to soak that XP from Ace, and then he can just leave.
Yeah.
No need to stick around.
I mean, Ace is going for a more defensive build. Of course, the reactive armor at level 2. Now, level 1 in Whirling Death. No chain, so there's not a lot of threats you can leverage here onto Yatoro, and that should mean free farm for the Gyrocopter, at the least, as the trade-off here for Team Spirit. We're seeing some early movement. Rue just chasing down a bit, maybe trying to go for the pull, doesn't quite find it. And Boxy, again, being as much of a nuisance as he can be, still waiting for that level 2, and at least has the salve to sustain through all of that harassment. And is going to be able to just heal up fine, start to set up. You saw Nisha as well a while ago. He picked up the Water Rune, he denied the other one. They could set up for the 4-minute Water Rune as well, which for Puck versus Ember is just so key for either side to start to eke out an advantage. Overall, very even time on mid so far. Nisha kind of offsetting this matchup by just having that rune control on hand. And Laurel not getting the top up is, you know, pretty much hurting his threats on Tanisha. The lack of resources does make it harder when you have to deal with a puckish Puck.
Certainly does. You do have the level 2 now up on Boxy, so things do get a little bit scarier for Team Spirit. Won't leave the area yet though, still messing around with Panto. There's your charge out. Where are we headed? Into the mid lane, Lal. He's going to have to play around here for this Water Rune. Rue's going to move in, but this still could be a horrible team fight if Boxy... No, he'll cancel. Wasn't underneath the T1 tower. Even Rue's going to show up now to boot. They'll at least secure the underwater rune for Lal, and in fact, Boxy, he's going to get caught. They will secure his life. Panto, able to get first blood once again.
Some good punishment out from Team Spirit. Again, emphasizing these early runes, even just the water runes at 4 minutes, so important for Laurel to have that space. I don't think Nisha's going to mind too much, but first blood going the way of Laurel pretty late, or at least a Panto pretty late, is not the ideal. At the same time, you know, are you really missing out on much? Ace is having some solo EXP gains. He's not completely pressured out. He is lagging behind in CS, but that's to be expected. Your bot lane for Mike, without that additional support on hand, without Rue, you're happily just farming. So, yeah, you feed out first blood, but you're winning out your lanes nicely enough. You're getting enough out of these lanes to compensate, and you really don't care at all on the side of Liquid. See how much more even snipes a nice courier with boots on top.
That's a very nice courier. Looking for Yatoros as well. Yatoro will get his courier out of there. Already had the items offered anyway. Panto, very nice. One bash. Can we get another? Not yet, we can't. There's another. Oh, he gets a charge bash. Not yet, Panto gets the decrep. He's okay. Ace is moving in, whirling death. He actually cancelled the TP here, Panto. Gonna go for a run, but Ace has got him. They'll get him eventually on this Pugna.
Oh, you gotta love Spirit Breaker. Just shenanigans, that's all they need. Ace is still happy enough. There's no mana.
Toro, he's playing with fire. They'll dive under the T1, but no. No more, they don't have a creep wave. They don't want to risk their lives here against the Gyrocopter. 1-1. So far, 6-minute power rune is going to go the way of Lal. It'll be a nice arcane for the Ember. And Nisha really could not contest with that low HP pool.
Now he's forced to reset, buying some space on mid. And you have equalized this lane nicely though. Again, Nisha hasn't really lost out. He was under pressure, he hasn't died. He has his 6, Laurel has it as well. But you have managed to find yourself an even footing in a matchup that can kind of go mostly to Ember. So you have some foundations to play with on the side of Liquid, at least from the mid. But it doesn't feel like this is the kind of game where you should expect a lot of pressure. Liquid does tend to enjoy playing fast, and they do have the Spirit Breaker on hand for that. Still.
That from Lal. Quite hard to connect onto the Ember Spirit with this charge. Shrine of Wisdom, of course, is what they're going to be fighting over. So Lal just getting in position to help out his team just in stealing this as the chain's out once again. Lal already chipping away at Boxy and Ace. Nisha's going to intervene to boot. In fact, Tofu's even here as well. They'll commit the coil onto the Ember Spirit. Yatoro will show up to boot. They're onto the Ember. Lal, he's out of there! Ooh. Lal finally goes down. Mika, he'll snipe him. Yatoro, he's also in trouble, but they might find Nisha first. Nisha is going to survive. Yatoro, the one to go down. Rue cannot secure. The puck is alive. And Mike with the rotation. Clean up at the top lane.
They find everything. He even finds a Shrine of Wisdom up top. He was setting up for it. He managed to get that zone out. And they just collapse onto the bot. One, they stall out. They balance their bodies really nicely on the Shrine just to ensure it doesn't fully channel. And they got all the bonuses you seek. Because you have a Spirit Breaker. You want to have this fast level 6 threat. Boxy's now level 5 after running around the map. You're also maximizing that herd mentality coming in, of course. So it always feels good, even for your other support. As we'll see again, them dancing around this area quite nicely while Mika starts to walk and take that Shrine of Wisdom top right after, just looking for the rotation in. And they're just spreading the damage. They're clumped up enough that this rocket barrage doesn't really melt anyone necessarily. They do lose a couple of heroes, sure, but that's enough time for Mika to show up and clean up and claim the big one they wanted anyhow.
Very concerning as well for Spirit. Like, you don't want to give all these kills away to Mika of all people this early on. It's going to give him such a big gold influx to get an early Battle Fury. And that it should be very, very early at this rate for Mika. It's like Lal's going to try and move up to the top lane now, see if they can secure the life of Ace. But it seems like they have a decent read that Lal might be making this movement. And in fact, he was underneath vision. So no kill to come from Team Spirit. Lal will eventually just leave and go back to the mid lane. Yatoro, of course, back to the farm game on the gyrocopter. But again, I do get very concerned for Spirit here, considering Mike, he just got this huge injection of gold. See how quick he can get this B Fury up.
It's not going to be too long. Double broadsword's already up. And not much more until, you just get the entire thing going. For Mike, he's been granted so much room down bot. I mean, you could argue the same for Yatoro up top. The Gyrocopter has also just been free farming. Does have decent levels into the flag to kind of clear out. It was, again, maximizing rocket barrage, of course, so maybe not as quick as you'd want here for Yatoro. Collapse, just getting poked a bit. Not going to be able to really threaten onto Mike either, although they do get the gate movement across the map here. Down bot, the roll.
Going for a roll. Mike has the enrage. Will pop the roll once again. Kisses to fly in and buy a bit of space for Mike. He'll be okay. Nisha, he's rotated. The coil catching two of them. Lul's dropped very low on the Ember. Boxing now to charge in. He's right onto the Pango collapse. Still alive though. Will look to retreat. Team Spirit, they lose nothing. But they have no choice but to get out. And Liquid, they will successfully protect their bot lane.
Costs a lot of spells from both sides. One thing that Liquid does have on top of everyone else is that Ace doesn't even bother showing up. Like, he's just holding top, he's getting farm, he's getting that catch-up he'd want on the Timbersaw, actually eclipsing the farm of Collapse and Laurel. And eventually this Timb is going to be a threat. It's going to be the Kaya build-up here early on.
Bash.
You get the jump.
They do. Chains out from Lul. We'll go for a chase into Boxy. Rue is going to die in the mid lane. Boxy, he's got charge but no mana for it. He'll try and sidestep against Lul. Lul's still trying to play games. Boxy trying for deny on the neutrals, but it's not going to happen. Nice secure from the Ember. 1-for-1 on the supports. But with the siege creep in the mid lane, Liquid, they're going to try and start applying pressure.
And they are. They still have a safety net of the jungle as well. You saw those triangle stacks being cleared out by Ace because of all of this action's been happening very far away from that top area. It's still intact. You have all of this farm that is getting, again, reinvested for that timing on Ace for the Kaya, maybe the Lotus Orb afterwards as well. And so much free room for Mike. Battle Fury now already up, just flying out now on the Ursa. That farming pace, it's already better than Yatoro's. It's going to get even faster for our Bear with this timing up now on Mike. And for Team Spirit, I mean, again, there's some early timings that you're waiting for. Diffusal Blade for Collapse is the big one. You've already got that full Urn. Spirit Vessel, I believe, might be flying out now as well. There you go. Full Spirit Vessel up on Laurel. So there's some good ways of trying to get some damage off, getting that chase down. But, for Yatoro, it's just going to be more time. You don't expect the Gyrocopter to kind of make these aggressive plays, especially if you're not gunning for something like the quick Crystallis here. It is going to be a bit more of a farm game, and that's something Liquid can use against them. They've smoked up on Nisha and Tofu. They've got the Coil Kisses combo ready. As the triangle's being cleared out, but Yatoro's stuck up top.
He certainly is. Team Liquid moving north. Nisha, Tofu smoked up. Boxy will be right behind them. Yatoro, he is retreating at the right time. He'll get towards the Twin Gates, but no. Do they see him? They don't. Very nice rotation out from Yatoro. We'll get to the safety of the bot lane with the rest of his team. Yatoro, the one saving grace right now for Team Spirit. Just 500 gold behind the Ursa at this stage. Speaking of that Ursa though, Mike, of course, has the Battle Fury. His farm will escalate a lot faster now. So Spirit will start to move on to the bottom T1 tower. There'll be no defense from Liquid. They'll happily let this one go. They'll just trade the top T1 instead.
Yeah, for Team Spirit, having this full Diffusal up and Collapse does mean, again, the opportunities are starting to pile on. Timbersaw's not going to enjoy the mana burn, already having to play up against Nether Ward on hand, so the spell spam here for Ace is just going to feel fairly annoying. He still has all of this room in the triangle, and the Lotus Orb at least isn't too far off, so they'll have some form of Dispel on hand. The one big thing for Team Spirit that allows that escape from Yatoro was a really good scan in that spot. They get the scan off, he sees that, just backs off immediately, heads up from Team Spirit to dodge out Liquid's early aggression here. For Liquid's part, they still have this really strong combo of Kisses Coil. just haven't been able to find suitable targets. Team Spirit are playing fairly clumped together, but in very secure areas of the map that Liquid can't easily breach. They can't even breach with, say, Boxy charging. They're just not showing that kind of vulnerability you want to exploit as a Spirit Breaker. They've been very disciplined on Team Spirit. They know what to do up against Boxy. Just not show up one by one in unsafe parts of the map with Creep Wave. And hey, are you really going to charge someone who's right next to a very strong TP point? No, you're just not going to do it. At least not now for Boxy.
Absolutely not. Maybe me, John.
You would.
I might have done that.
Yeah, you like risks, right? How's the graphs looking?
Don't remind me, John. It's not nice.
Graph's looking good.
That graph's looking.
This graph's looking good. All the way up for Liquid so far.
That's a great graph.
55 to 45. Not a massive advantage. We are only 15 minutes in. Again, the foundations are there. 56 now. 56 to 44%. Still not massive. But there is timings. Mike has the blink. If they can find a kill into Roshan, that'd be a big opening. Collapse and Boxy dancing around each other a little bit on the top. Just completely avoiding. Side of Team Spirit taking over that bot jungle. Don't really have the forward ward setup as well. They only have it on the gate. Would want to see maybe deeper reach if they'd want to maintain aggression. And maybe an opportunity for Liquid to clump up again. Nisha and Tofu.
Panto charges out. They'll have an easy kill in Panto. Lal also around. Boxy going for the Nether Strike and the Dream Coil to lock Lal down. He needs a bit more time for the Remnant. Does he have it? He does. Lal, he'll barely get away. The kisses at least finding Rue as well, so they can find another support here for Team Liquid. But narrowly missing out on the Lal Ember.
Yeah, they didn't quite have Tofu around for the cookie, instead opting again for the kisses to come in. No additional stun. And you are happy enough in Team Spirit to not lose Laurel, but you get some good freebies on the side of Team Spirit. They do respawn quick, so it's not the opening for Roshan you're looking for. And you had to drop the coil. There's a bit of a brief window here for Team Spirit. Not too long, though. Even this amp damage on Laurel is fading away, but Yatoro does make his way into this fight.
Jump in. Boxy, he's the one to get caught. Boxy immediately bursted down by Collapse. Tier 1 mid tower now going to be targeted here by Team Spirit. It's not looking like a fight that Liquid are intending on taking.
No. I mean, they can. You know, they're with Dream Coil down, it's just not safe. Without Boxy to charge around as well, you don't have that wave splitting apart or punishing Team Spirit. You are held back. They still maintain that lead as they jump in a little bit.
Escape back going to be out. They will get Panto out of there just fine. Chains are committed. However, Coil will lock down Lal another time, but Lal, he's actually pretty tanky, and he's also got his team behind him. Lal now on the hunt to see if they can find anyone. Nisha, he has been spotted. They'll stun him up the Rolling Thunder. The Hypnotize as well, the Will of Wonder will lock him down long enough. Yatoro will secure the life of the puck. Team Liquid, they do at least get everyone else out.
That re-engage attempt onto Laurel, Liquid, they couldn't bring Mike up. I think he had a Spirit Vessel running on him as he was looking to blink in. So he's just stuck without leveraging that damage. And even if he jumped in and you found Laurel into all of those heroes of Spirit, might not have been a clean time for Liquid anyhow. Team Spirit finding some really good openings from the aggression Liquid's trying to bring out. And so far hasn't really yielded the dividends here just yet for the side of Team Liquid. They still maintain the 4K lead. You know, this is not a bad game by any means yet for Liquid. They're getting a lot of farm out on Ace, who has recovered to a really good point. Number 3 net worth right behind Yatoro now. So our Timbersaw has been given so much free space to farm. They've let Nisha kind of cop the short end of the stick. And Ace does have the Lotus Orb at least to make up for it. Going into the Kaya Sanj now fully. But eventually we'll need Ace in these fights as well. He needs to be the one copying all of these spells. He needs to be the one to come in with a dispel for Nisha if he's caught off guard. Kind of provide some openings here. Collapse.
Look at the collapse. Nisha with the silence. Coils of... Oh my god! Ace with the whirling death. Just making Collapse disappear at that top lane. So 1-for-1, but certainly in the favor of Team Liquid, who's still holding to a 4K net worth lead. You've gotten close to a stage as well where Mike, the Ursa we haven't really talked about at all. It's got the blink up, getting very close now to finishing off the full BKB. And that should be around the mark where Mickey starts to join his team for these fights.
Yeah, I mean, he's been trying. I think a couple of opportunities again around that bot Roche area when they re-engage in Laurel. It's just without that BKB, your blink isn't as effective. And there's a lot of ways to kite the Ursa, of course. You've got just a Ringmaster alone can be a massive nuisance. There's a lot of output here. The chains can hold you back. So you do have to wait a little bit longer for your bear to start to get comfy. But again, this is comfy times for Liquid. 9-7, 5k lead up, approaching the 20-minute mark. Tormentor could be a big objective here for Team Spirit. They're much closer together for that as well in comparison to Liquid trying to work the map. Lines are being drawn, so it looks like we might have a little bit of an engagement on hand before Tormentor or Roshan happens. The question for Liquid is, which one do you prioritize? Will you try to sneak Roche? Will you try to fight for Tormentor into Roshan, get everything? They are smoked.
Team Spirit, 5-man smoke against the 3-man smoke of Team Liquid. Ace looking to break the smoke of Spirit. Collapse, gonna have the smoke broken. We'll know they're just south of him right now. Boxy, he's gonna find the charge just in the nick of time. They are charging right into the side of Team Spirit, who have the high ground around this Twin Gate area. Meanwhile, Lal, he gets caught. Lal is down. Will of Wonder out. Liquid, they're going to get dragged into it, but Mickey, he's rushing towards Panto. He wants the Pugner. They'll lose Ace in the meantime, though, on the Timbersaw. Still favorable for Liquid thus far, but Tofu's been left behind. Boxy, he'll rush back in. Tofu's going to die, but so will Rue. They'll chase down Boxy. Yatoro should have no problems fighting it, and he won't. Triple kill for Yatoro. Very back and forth fight.
And it would have been cleaner for Team Spirit if Collapse didn't kept caught with that smoke away from his team. If he was right in the position, you wouldn't have that info on Liquid, and you would have had a better start for Team Spirit. Still, you're seeing the output of this Gyrocopter. Just with that, the Crystallis alone, with the Manta, so much protection coming in for Yatoro. Doesn't even bother with the Ags. An Agless game for Gyrocopter this time around, paying off dividends. And that win for Team Spirit's massive because Team Liquid can't secure Tormentor. They can't secure Roshan. Spirit has time to get Tormentor and contest Roshan off of that win. So this 5k lead for Liquid starts to taper off a tad bit. Down to 3k with the Tormy take. Free shard for Panto. More nuisances with the Nether Ward now as well, with the AoE life drain that can come out. And a very quick swing through the gate. Mind you, there is vision here, but they don't cross down. Very obvious move you've seen a lot of teams do anyhow. Liquid should be prepared. And for Spirit, the one big part for them is you are getting a really good game for Yatoro. Like, this Gyrocopter is just getting to an insane point. It's difficult for Mike to be right on top of him as well. As we've seen in the last fight, he's forced to BKB to get the chains. He's forced to pop Enrage earlier on. He can't be on top of the gyro.
They're running right into Liquid. Nisha, he's invis right now. They won't see him. Nisha even having the full Parasma up as well. Plenty of damage output now from the puck. But certainly, as you were saying, Yatoro, he's getting to a stage now where you could start to get a little bit concerned about the damage output of the Gyrocopter. Daedalus will be completed and coming out very soon for Yatoro. Of course, Mike is still ahead, but certainly, as you've said, it has been a bit of a challenge to just jump and focus down this Gyrocopter in the middle of these team fights, especially considering you do need to focus Panto first. In fact, mid lane, they're focusing Nisha, and Nisha, he's been perma-stunned. Beautiful rotation from Collapse and a fantastic kill for Team Spirit. And they're looking for Roshan.
I mean, this is dangerous. Without that puck, without the Dream Coil, contesting Roche, it doesn't feel completely safe for Liquid whatsoever. In fact, it looks like they're just going to have to surrender it. So they give out Tormentor. They give away Roshan as well. First Aegis, not an Ursa, never feels good. They are clumped around the area somewhat, but not fully in it. And Roche, it is fairly quick. They got to make their mind up here.
No, and they're coming. Ace, he's trying to jump into the pit. He looks after Panto. First Panto, he's barely alive as Roshan does now go down. Liquid, they're still looking to force this fight, though Panto's somehow still alive. They'll finally kill him. So just a one Pugner kill is all they'll find. Roshan, of course, does go the way of Team Spirit. Yatoro with the Aegis up. They'll be okay with losing Panto. It's just watching how long it takes to kill this Pugman.
Yeah.
It's a little concerning for Liquid because if Panto's alive, Mike, he can't successfully actually go after anyone.
And Mika is trying to go into that full nullifier up now. I mean, he's making decent progress, but that's the one thing for the side of Liquid, or burst damage. It's hard to leverage, especially if Ace can't find that right position. I think some of these fights, especially that fight, that top Tormentor fight, his mobility is cut off because there's so many trees. He can't just whirling that around. He might be able to cop this gank. If he survives long enough, they could still fight with a tier 1 to TP2, but Spirit think better of trying to jump a Timbersaw. Maybe down bot, even collapse pretty slippery with that blink. Just clearing out the wave, preventing a way for Liquid to look for compensation for losing an objective. Still, as time ticks on, that nullifier starts to become a reality for Mikke. And, you know, it simplifies it to an extent. It's just a question of, are you really just going to try to jump Panto first? You really need to find Yatoro at this point. They can manage the 2 lives of the Gyrocopter. It doesn't feel too oppressive yet. Like, there's no lifesteal to speak of on Yatoro. There's no prolonging of that secondary or first life. So you can actually make some plays there. It's just a matter of, again, can you kill him fast enough before the rest of the team shows up here?
Spirit, they're looking for the tier 2 mid tower. Nisha's going to TP in, ready for the defense. Ace will come in as well. Spirit, Kisses are going to fly out on Yatoro. They don't really hit the big jump in from Mikke. Collapse and Panto. They get ripped a new one. Boxy, he does go down, but Team Spirit, they might be the ones that need to retreat. Liquid, they're going to reset. Walk back for a moment, wait out their spells. Nisha, he'll jump back in, but Lol's already gotten out of it. Oh, Collapse and Panto. They lasted all but a second.
That's a really strong flank coming out there from Liquid. Taking care of that backline just makes it much simpler. No need to worry about the roll. No need to worry about those decreps coming in. Would have been maybe all right for Mikke, but not for everyone else, even with that nullifier. So it's a nice win. Spirit shouldn't feel too bad. They didn't get the roll off. They didn't lose Aegis. They didn't manage to stand their ground without that Pangolier. That is one thing as well for Spirit. The chain gang is really strong in area control, but you really need the follow-through or the setup from the Rolling Thunder to feel confident in wider engagements. And without Collapse, it just kind of falls flat for Team Spirit. 15-12, 7k lead coming out for Liquid. Yatoro is #1 net worth. That Daedalus has been doing some work as they chase more.
Tofu's going to show up top. We'll find out the hard way, though. Plenty of Team Spirit heroes around the area. There's no helping coming for Tofu. Collapse will take his life away. Still 1.5 minutes on the Aegis of Spirit. Looking to take whatever they can. They'll go for the tier 1 top. Ace will TP in. Perhaps looking to start a fight. He'll move on to Pano, and Panto, he needs a bit of help. Nobody's looking to help him out there. They're a little bit afraid of where Liquid's coming from. Ace will find Panto first. Now Nisha, he's jumped in, but he's perma-stun. Collapse, just locking him down. But he's still got the Yules off in time. Nisha, a little bit of time left to survive this one. Meanwhile, Mikke, he's been cleaning up. Nisha surely cannot get away. Another phase shift. Last still chasing. Blink away. Meanwhile, Yatoro being left alone in the river. He'll lose the Aegis as Nisha actually made it out of the fight. He gets to the fountain. Meanwhile, Boxy chased down. Mikke also fighting Yatoro. Yatoro will chase him down, but Mikke, it's a 1v1 engagement. Collapse will intervene. Collapse will ensure Yatoro can't lose that fight. And Team Spirit, they'll be okay with that one. They got the Ursa.
They got the Ursa. Only lose their 2 supports. Aegis, maybe not the biggest deal at this point. Probably had like half a minute left on the respawn anyhow. Big miss for Spirit in not finding Nisha, but Nisha has been dancing around quite nicely. Just managing to get that spacing just right to cut off. A little bit of a deep charge here from Boxy. Not going to fully commit. Jump onto Collapse. Still a relatively even game, despite those wins out for Spirit. The net worth advantage is still towards Liquid. Yatoro has become unstoppable on this gyro, and now that he's getting the full Satanic up, it gets really scary, as you're seeing there for the Ursa in these prolonged fights. Like, yeah, you can be on top of him now. You do have damage, but going through that sustain with a lot of backline saves, with a lot of really cheap spells from Spirit to help maintain that control. Like the chain's not the longest cooldown. You can just constantly look to poke and prod, prolong these fights. And a prolonged fight is not necessarily what you want on the Ursa. You want to get that burst going. You want to instantly, not instantly, but you know, within a second, kill someone with Fury swipes and overpower and enrage. And this is not that kind of game for Mike, at least when it comes to the chorus. Outside of maybe Collapse if you chain stun him.
He's going to have the Basher coming out. See, as we saw, he did have to try for the Nullifier first, just for the sake of dealing with Panto throughout these fights. Perhaps the Basher will make all the difference here for Mike. The problem is, though, Yotoro, he is farming up now the full Satanic on this Gyrocopter, which does make it relatively hard to actually deal with this man. Of course, again, as you can see, Mike going for that standard Basher build-up on the Ursa now. A very close game between these two sides. Ags even up on Nisha. With that Parasma, it does hurt quite a lot.
I like it in this game. It does feel like there's a little bit of a damage issue if you remove Mika from the equation. Like Ace can kind of get that, but you kind of want
Collapse. Oh. He's like a magnet for Nisha, this guy. He won't leave Nisha alone. Perfect setup from Collapse.
And they know that timing. You know, right around Rune timing, they still have this really awkward early ward on mid that's just giving off this info.
Ace is going to jump in anyway. Ace could not give a crap. He wants to fight. Rune, Glimmer Cape, Life Drain, everything to keep the Ringmaster alive. And Ace, trying to think about it, will eventually chain away. Satanic now completed on Yotoro in the meantime.
It's a bit surprising. It does look like Liquid should be able to get control over that amp damage rune down bot, despite losing that mid-fight. And it is a little bit threatening with Mike having it. At least Roche isn't up yet, and you're not going to be able to snag anything away. It's going to be at least a minute until it's back up. We'll see on the spawn timer how long it would be. A little bit of a sneaky gate movement here.
Oh, Mike's here though. Boxy baiting Collapse in. He'll lose his own life, but it's well worth the trade. Well worth it. It's Mike perfectly fine to BKB TP out of there. You love to see that from Boxy.
Yeah, it's a lot of time being dragged here out from Team Spirit. It is still a meaningful kill in that the lanes do open up, but it doesn't feel like the charge global kill threat has really been there for Liquid anyhow in this kind of game. It's been a lot slower compared to what we've been seeing from previous Spirit Breaker games here from Boxy. And for Liquid's part, the key thing now is exerting that Roche control. It's going to be 40 seconds, not the longest respawn. So we'll have to see if they can actually get Roche number 2 going their way for Mike, who, as an Ursa, really wants to just clear that objective. They'll hand over to Torm again. Yotoro himself gets the free shard. A little bit more with that homing missile and the rocket barrage on top of it. But can you find Roche? Can you fight around Roche here for Liquid? Team Spirit, it just feels like there's this massive wall you have to contend with. If you can chain stun Collapse, it gets easier. But if Collapse can just jump on top of Nisha, and he doesn't have anything defensive on this puck, Nisha's queuing up the shard into BKB out of respect, but until that's up, you know, if Spirit opens the fight first, we've seen it multiple times now. This puck, it's not that slippery.
Collapse again, he's been absolutely fantastic with his initiations. That's the key. The bane of Nisha's existence this game has been Collapse's Pangolier. BKB up on Boxy, which is just in time for the Roshan respawn to boot. Big objective for either side. If you're Team Spirit, you want first dibs on that Roshan, but if you're Liquid, you understand you can't let this go for free. So Spirit, they have smoked up as 5, hoping that somebody comes for that regen route. Trying to bait Nisha in. They'll leave it for now. They'll find Tofu. No, they won't. Ward placement a little bit too late. Tofu to break the smoke. Spirit, instead, are just going to force the fight by starting Roshan. So much vision as well from Team Spirit. They're just seeing from all angles here in the Radiant jungle. They do stop the Roshan right after the Roar, trying to bait Liquid into position. Again, they have vision. Collapse knows. He's going to find Nisha again. Perfect setup. Wheel of Wonder. Nisha, he barely face shifts, but can he actually get out? No. Rue will catch him. That's your puck down for a full minute. That should be a free Roshan for Spirit if they want it. But they're still paying a lot of respect here to Team Liquid. because they know Liquid, they will not retreat.
No. I mean, again, props, like you mentioned, to these wards. They've had so many good wards in Team Spirit. All of these entrances towards the Roche area, towards the river, the mid ward that killed Nisha as well. This Vision game feels so targeted onto this puck. Like, they know where he's farming. Collapse is just able to blink roll, find these kills every single time onto the key team fight here of Liquid. Yatoro starts onto Roche again, roars again. They've got to do something about this on Liquid somehow.
Sean's still perfectly fine. Nisha gonna have the time to respawn, just 15 seconds away. Spirit retreat. Victoria's trying to finish off the butterfly before the next fight. Almost there. Needs that talisman of evasion. Make life even harder for Mikke in this next engagement. Mikke trying to go for an Abyssal Blade up into the shards. No real evasion pierce yet for the Ursa. Team Liquid, they'll pop a smoke. Roshan's moving up to the top pit. Liquid, they'll run into the dire jungle. They got to scan out on Lal. Lal's pretty hard to catch though on this Ember. They won't see him yet. Some D wards to come here from Liquid as the butterfly now from Yatoro is up. This gyrocopter going to be an absolute menace to this next fight. They'll run into Boxy. He does have the bulldoze. Collapse though is already on the chase with the Rolling Thunder. Trying to lock down the Spirit Breaker. He'll have to turn on Ace, but he's not found the fight he really wanted. Now Boxy trying to charge back in. Will retreat eventually. They'll jump Ace on the Timbersaw. Ace, he's been hypnotized by the Will of Wonder, but the damage output, not there yet. Mikke, he'll jump in. So will Nisha. Trying with the Dream Core to lock them down. They'll try to the Gyrocopter, but there's just no damage output. Nothing will come of it. Liquid, forced to run. Nisha will be targeted. He'll orb away. They'll continue the chase. Meanwhile, Boxy looking for another strike. Will cancels Rue. He does lose his life to Mikke. Boxy, he'll charge back in. Such a long team fight coming out. Liquid just kiting in and out of this fight. Ace almost down. Surely dies. He will. They even found Boxy now. Team Spirit really wanting to capitalize. Lal, he's found the big dog. He's found the Ursa. Can they kill him? Mikke bouncing away, but Yatoro right on his tail. He'll find the kill. Nisha the only survivor. And that'll be Roshan for Team Spirit.
This double whammy timing on Yatoro, the Satanic and the Butterfly. You have so many issues on Liquid. There was a lot of time for Mikke. He was trying to wail down on this gyro, but the Satanic kicks in. He misses a couple of hits, and he just makes the call to try to retreat. But by then, they've already committed on the side of Liquid. And he is trying to queue up the MKB now. He's trying to find a way to pierce through at least the evasion. Even then, like the sustain from Satanic, you have nothing to reduce that. Like there's no Shivas coming out anytime soon. There's no Spirit Vessel being carried around. You are just at full effectiveness here for Yatoro. No Scotty as well, of course. How do you stop the gyro? Like, yeah, Mikke has been getting on top, but the damage just has not felt good. And Yatoro, with this huge advantage, has just been really capitalizing at every single stage. That early Chrysalis timing he was playing with his team. You know, he gets this build up into the Pike, he still sticks with the team. Like, he knows when he's strong. This early Manta pickup as well to at least counteract some of that control coming in from the side of Liquid has just been massive in allowing this aggressive style. Tier 3 already gone on mid, and Rax just melting down to this gyrocopter. And for Liquid, doesn't feel like there's any safe answers here.
Well, Boxy's going to charge on a Panto. Panto's still very, very safe in the back. Yatoro, not scared of anything right now, the gyrocopter. And keep in mind, all these fights have been without the Axe Gyro.
I mean,
Black Cannon, it's the side gunner wasn't even there this whole
No, and that was his sustain just purely off his own right click a while ago when Mikke tries to go on top of him. The burst damage just really isn't there. Like, this Ursa normally melts here so quick, but with the Butterfly, with Satanic, again, it's just a lot for Mikke to have to work through. Even the damage coming in from Nisha. You know, the Ags is nice. It's not nice enough. It's not, you're not at the point where you have like Mjolnir up on the puck, trying to machine gun down with a coil. it will take more time for that threat to really materialize. And for Team Spirit, I mean, they can kind of take it slow if they'd want. You scaled really nicely still with Ember Gyro. At the same time, there's no reason to. There's just no answers from Liquid. They'll start to apply pressure onto the tier 2s. You are trying to cut the creep waves quite well here on Boxy, at least put some pressure on some of this high ground siege. But mid's always going to constantly shove in anyhow. They've found the top tier 2. You can easily repair these side lanes as well in the mid lane. And for Team Spirit, I mean, they still have 2 minutes 40 on the Aegis. Like, it took them no time to take mid. There's a huge allowance to find the secondary racks or all the outer towers with 1 tier 2 left standing bot.
Team Spirit. Mid racks down, Aegis up to 2.5. They want to go for more. Prime position. Mickey so close to having the MKB up. Just trying to get the gold in time. Even without buyback. You've got to buy the MKB if you're going to try and force this defense, because there's just no other damage coming for your Toro. There's your MKB. Mickey will commit, no buyback gold left, but it's the only choice they have. Nisha will start the fight. There goes Mickey, jumps in, and this time they've got the gyro, at least for the first life. Can they do it a second time? Yatoro, now aware the MKB is available, will continue onto the racks. Mickey's looking to jump in though, the charge, not going to land on the gyrocopter, but Mickey has jumped the gyro. Yatoro fighting back. Mickey in the middle of all with Will of Wonder. It's too much. It is too much, that Will of Wonder. They are hypnotized. And that'll be Nisha down 2. No buyback available for either Mickey or Nisha. Team Spirit so close to the grand finals of Wallachia Season 6 now. Boxy will go down. Triple kill for Yatoro. Tier 4 towers under siege. There's nothing stopping them. Ace will keep trying. So will Tofu, but it's 2 versus 5. Onto the Ancient. Team Spirit not stopping. Boxy, he has buyback now. He'll commit it right away, just charging right in, trying to find at least something, but the immediate damage output. Yatoro's having none of it. They'll keep going, but Ace will go down. Nothing's left. They might as well die Fountain. In fact, they will try, but GG's called. Team Spirit, your first grand finalists of Wallachia Season 6.
They get it done in really strong fashion as well here on Spirit. Liquid, there were some good ideas, right? Like, we were seeing some really nice aggressive moves out from Boxy. The laning phase was pretty clean, just not clean enough to carry that tempo into late game.
Absolutely not. Let's see if our panel can carry the tempo for us, John.
Thank you very much, gentlemen. Tigov, they broke the curse. They did it.
Yeah, they've been able to 3-0 a Swiss stage and get to the grand finals. Congratulations to Spirit, but game 3, you gotta say, right? When you talk about Team Spirit, what do they bring to the Dota scene? It's the team fights, it's the discipline, it's the execution, and my golly gosh, this game brought it all, right? Like playing around the gyrocopter with his Manta and all his elusive items, and then you've got the kiting and collapse Pangolier. I feel like often when you say Pangolier, you go, yeah, Putt's got his number. But Pangolier was just killing Nisha half the game. Sorry, I don't know what's happened to me. But yeah, great game. Love that one.
The way it started, like, this is one of the few times where you see a team that does have Gyrocopter losing the rune fight. But it's going to be pretty much 4v5 because Collapse is just chilling in his bottom lane. I guess this is one of the reasons why they did grab the W, because he's farming his items, which he's going to use against Nisha throughout the whole game. And Mickey is going to be getting a triple kill in this one. They brought the numbers, every single one of the Team Liquid members. They're going to come here, triple kill for Mickey, which is going to give him insanely good timing on the Battle Fury. But also to point out, itemization from Yatoro. I really like the Manta style, something that he does. Not many other gyrocopters want to do it. I think maybe Parker is the only one who's skipping it. Instead, he's going for the Pike, he's going for Manta style, and then going for a later BKB and Aghanim Center.
And this is the type of fight that I'm mentioning for Spirit, right? Because you've got Rue on the left-hand side. He's kiting both the Puck and the Ursa to the left-hand side. Whilst then you have Collapse and Yatoro play on the right. And the fact is Spirit is able to just drag the right amount of heroes. You could argue for Liquid, they might need to just lock on to who are we actually jumping rather than trying to kill everyone at the same time, right? But Spirit, when they see Liquid make that lapse of judgment, they punch it so nicely. And every fight formation from Spirit is just hug the gyro, enable him, don't allow him to get burst. Sure, when he gets of an Aegis, they might kill him one time, but it still was just such beautiful fights. I'm happy that we get to rewatch it.
Yeah, it was kind of back and forth, but towards the end, it was the fights that were indeed just dictated by the positioning from Team Spirit.
Yeah,
At that point, Liquid was just only reacting.
Yeah, one thing we say about Team Spirit is team fighting capabilities, resilient team, very hard to break down. Even though we saw them lose some of the games where they had like 2 kills and 9 kills, they still understand what needs to be done in these type of games where they're back and forth. I think this has and always probably will be one of their strongest things. Yeah, T, you want to say something?
No, I was also saying it kind of helps that Spirit's draft. When you look at Liquid, both Puck and Timber don't really ever punch into the late game, right? Unless Puck gets to like Ags and more items down the line, it's kind of this weird middle point where they don't do anything. And then Ursa also has to itemize to try and eat through the escape pack, the decrep, getting nullify. He's not going big ticket items. So yeah, for Spirit, I think they identified that they had this really strong portion of the game. But once again, Yotaro, he loves the Manta and the Hurricane Pike. Whenever he's on a ranged hero, I feel like he wishes he could buy these items, throw a disperser in. But of course, he's playing Gyrocopter. But yeah, he's one of the best players at utilizing these items.
And let's not forget, the Gyrocopter was overall second pick. Team Spirit got it as their first pick in the draft, and generally you'd expect that pick to be somewhat counted.
Basically, you have like 4 heroes that can get on top of him. Maybe even consider 5 with the Cookie, with the Kisses as well. You have Spirit Breaker, Timber. These heroes are very good. You have Blink Buyer coming out from Ursa, Puck as well. So you can expect them to get on top of him. And I guess that's why he was buying these items, to make sure that he can keep the distance, Hurricane Pike them away, good against Spirit Breaker. It's basically like a budget Lincoln Sphere as well, so that he can be charged. Nicely done, very nicely done by Yatoro.
Very nicely done by Yatoro, very nicely done by the team, very nicely done by Lara, who's standing by with Slacks.
How dare you? How dare you? They're saying nice by Yatoro. Yatoro ain't shit without this guy. This is Laurel, baby. This is the king. This is the mid. That's what I'm talking about. How you doing, Laurel?
Yeah, feel good after the game.
Yeah.
It's a fun game. Congrats, we win.
Hey, a fun game. What made that one fun for you?
I mean, they have like good matchups. I see their levels like Ursa, Timber like 14 levels, like me level 12, maybe, or 11. Like, oh, okay, they free farming, maybe gonna be hard, but then like in team fights, like somehow we catch this Puck and like a little bit. I know it's like this micro moments when we get Puck, kill Puck, just fight on Roche and just get a little bit better in fights. So that's why we win, I guess.
Absolutely. I got a chance to talk to Silent a little bit about the Dragon Knight. You guys have been banning it, you haven't been playing it, and then today you're finally premiering it. Talked a little bit about, the practice. What was that like to feel like I'm confident enough to get the Dragon Knight?
I mean, have a good like draft. We pick in second stage because not really like to pick it on first stage, but this we pick like good Ringmaster with Dragon Knight, so he can play against Pang or Slaughter mid. Like depends who goes, doesn't matter. Like free mid, so and get free morph. So we just need stun in this like game. We have Shadow Demon and Ringmaster, so just need some good stun. So and we talk about like need damage for Dragon Knight, but in previous like we have bad like a statistic with Dragon Knight, but now it's work, it's okay.
Hey. If you're beating Liquid with it, it must mean it's pretty good. What's it like to come into this tournament? Yet again, you have this magical power on Spirit for people to like say, maybe they're not good, maybe they're, forget, and then you go to the grand finals again. Everybody was thinking OG, Liquid, targets on their back. Do you guys do that on purpose? Do you pretend to be bad and then go to grand finals all the time? What's up?
Maybe we just play better, that's all. We like upgrade, like we have like all this tournament that we lost, we like a little bit upgrade, like more communication, like what we want to do like on draft, on game, maybe listen to each other more. So it's just random shit.
Okay, random shit it is, absolutely. Well, the standard question for everyone going into the grand finals. 3 teams left in this tournament besides you guys. Who do you think is going to be joining you if you had to put money on it?
If I have to put money, I guess Liquid can win also and go to the grand final. They play good, but maybe in this series, like third game, they like to throw. Like I guess they can win, like Free Farm Ursa, Pack Teamer, but like in team fight, we like just better. So I mean, it's Liquid, but maybe I would like to play against BetBoom. Of course, it's his final, always fun, but we will see.
We'll see very soon. I believe they're playing soon. Well, either way, I'm sure whoever you go up against, probably going to be another beatdown. That's your boy Laurel right there. Big L, as I like to call him, coming your way for the grand finals. We'll see who he's up against soon.
We'll see who he's up against tomorrow, as we will first see who Liquid will be up against tomorrow as well, because lower bracket is coming. I do want to touch upon something that we heard Laurel say. He's like, I looked over and I got worried because he saw the levels on the side of Team Liquid. And then he just casually throws out there, we just had better macro play.
Yep. He's also very good playing from behind. Like we saw it multiple times throughout the tournament, especially in the games that where they lost, where he can make in terms of like when they were losing and then they managed to make a comeback. The Leshrac game now as well on this Ember Spirit. So definitely a strength of a player, and this is what I like to see.
Yeah, I think for Spirit at least, they've shown so much growth post TI where if you look at the previous two tournaments, they weren't making these type of team fights. They were struggling quite a lot. So I think it is very good for the scene that Spirit is getting back to this level, because then it means we are going to have these great games. And yeah, I really don't know who's meant to be in the finals. The final other three teams outside of Spirit, it really kind of feels like anyone could do it.
All of them can definitely make a run for it. But the road for one of the teams will come to an end in our next series. So stick around for our final series of the day. It is BetBoom versus Mouz.
The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you. Gamers, hybrid workers, artists. Backing your every move.
Two teams that you have already seen earlier today, if you were tuning in from the start, will go head-to-head for that final space on Championship Sunday. And it's going to be either Mouz or a BB team that will move through. One best of three will decide that. I'm here with T-Gov and Lacoste here to break it down. Diving into Mouz first, because this is a team that if you look across all the four teams that are for now still in, it's a little bit different than everybody else, because there's a stand-in still there, T-Gov.
Yeah, so Kaori is still standing in the 5 role, and it's quite a unique stand-in because I think within the European scene, the competitive scene, he's very well known for his niche hero pool, the Warlocks, the Phoenixes, but also I think his farm style, right? As a position 5, I looked at the average net worths, right? And if you look compared to Kaori to both the 4 and 5 of BB, at every minute mark, 10, 20, 30, 40, 50, he's higher net worth than them because he is just ingrained as a farmer, right? And specifically also if you look at Kaori to Kotomi, there's quite a large gap. And that gap could mean the difference with, like of a Hex or a 4-star for Glimmer. Like there's so many little things that can come for it because Kaori is a greedier player. I could even argue greedier than Celery. So playstyle wise, they are shifting in a slightly different direction because Kaori brings a bit more in regards to just what items he brings to the fight compared to when Celery is on the roster.
He's the Giga Chad Warlock player, especially. Drops the golem on the tower, doesn't care, continues to farm up. This is where the farm is actually coming from, which, first time I saw it, I was like, what the hell is this guy doing? And then after seeing it second, the third time, I'm like, all right, pretty good, because you're getting the farm. Also, he's known to be very aggressive with Warlock early on, getting those Black Remora stacks, getting those charges, and then utilizing them to get that early level 6, and then making a play on the map.
Yeah, do we feel like Kaori standing in here for Mouz is actually helping out the team, leveling them up a little bit? Because it's a different playstyle, and obviously different playstyles is generally, there's not necessarily one that's better than the other, but sometimes one is better than the other in terms of fitting into the playstyle of the rest of the team.
They're doing good. This team knows how to utilize stand-ins really well. We saw at the previous tournament from the mid lane as well, doing pretty good, getting that 3rd/4th place, I believe. And also now they had 2 stand-ins. Ghost looked very good, Kaori as well. So it seems like they have an environment which players that join feel very safe, where they can play their own heroes, where they can experiment slightly more and still fit in nicely.
I think with Kaori, though, he does control the draft slightly more than what Celery does.
Okay.
So when opponents do look at Mouz, they're thinking of the Phoenixes. They're not really respect banning the... Sometimes they do actually respect ban the Warlock, but you don't often get a 5-player control personal preference pick. Like Naga, Siren, Shaw, Jakiro, Tusk, the common meta heroes, right? But to be a 5-player and go, no, you need to ban my specialties, that isn't often a thing that happens, at least at the moment. So... that alone gives Immortal Faith a lot more control.
Yeah, let's take a look at some of those specific heroes that Mouz has been playing, Lacoste.
Yeah, the big ones are going to be standing out. Of course, Yamich Pudge.
Yes.
He has played 3 games. He did win 2 out of those 3 games. Huskar, this is also a flex pick for them. They could play it from carry role. Crystallis does play it. They could run position 1 Sven as well. And this Venomancer as well. They could run it from the mid lane. And I kind of feeling that Kaori also could use this Venomancer as a flex pick potentially, because what this hero does really well?
Farming!
Get a lot of farm, yep.
I don't think that that BB team would like to see a Venomancer, though. That seems like an annoying hero to play against. However, we don't really see Veno that often. Now, if we talk about BB team themselves, surely they also have a couple of heroes that are very specific to them.
They do. They are flexing some offlaner to the mid lane as well, something that we've seen some other teams willing to do, especially Heroic, because they have the offlaner now transitioning to the mid lane. But yeah, a couple of these heroes. I think the big one is going to be hero like Doom, that they like to run from the mid lane as well, if it's a good game for it, if it's a good matchup. And then you also have heroes like Undying that they can run as a 5. They can run it from the offlane as well. And Kiritich also bringing some of the old school classic hero like a Lifestealer. If it's a good game for it, he will bang it out.
Yeah, I feel, at least for BB, they still a volatile team for me, where even though they did beat Parivision earlier today, they lost in a 25-minute game where it was just complete disaster. But then they, of course, were able to win the other 2, right? And when you look at their entire tournament, some of their drafts, some of their ideas they've been really trying to craft the new idea. They've tried a mid Jakiro. GPK's been playing mid Doom. Like, I think GPK has been trying to explore more heroes, and I don't know if I like it. I feel like he just needs to be the guy that outplays the mid lane, makes the moves, is the tempo control, brings life to Kiritich and Miro. Like, when you put him on a farming mid, they're not as strong, I feel. So
I would say GPK last year and a half, 10 out of 10 every single tournament. This guy has been carrying them pretty hard, even in the games where they were losing. This tournament, he had a couple of slip-ups, I would say, where
7 out of 10?
No. It's GPK. This is like 8.5 still, because he set the bar pretty high for himself. Had some, Queen of Pain in those like early games where he blinks in, maybe expecting that the save is going to come in, but overextending, making a couple of mistakes, which is maybe the old GPK coming through, but he's been so stable that I kind of got surprised by the mistakes that he does.
Mm-hmm. That's true. Like, I feel like, at least at TI, I had such expectations that sure, they didn't win it, but I was like, okay, after TI, whatever happens, as long as the roster has stability, they should be a grand finals team, at least in 20% of the tournaments in the year. But it's not been.
They've been in one.
Yeah, that's one. Yep.
The one that didn't make it out of the group, but
potentially 33% grand finals.
Yeah, 8.
So they're above what I said. So good job so far, guys. Like, why is GPK so upset? He's like, I've been playing too many heroes.
No, he's playing mind games. He's putting his brain in there. What are you talking about? It has been his post for the whole week, T.
I've just not seen it. I must be blind. Oh, well.
They do have quite a few heroes in common, but I will say it does look like GPK has been just experimenting a lot more. He had a lot more heroes to his name than what we saw mid one have in that graph in particular. Let's see what these two players are going to be playing in this game. As we are in the draft, we got BB Team on the Radiant side, Mouz on the Dire side. First pick going the way of Mouz. And are there any, because a previous game, obviously we kept our eyes on the Dragon Knight that had been ignored for both teams. We already see it banned here, but are there any specific heroes for this matchup that we feel will make it through, that is a little bit different type of flavor compared to some of the other series we've seen today?
I think that's where Kaori will shine quite a lot, right? Because of his Phoenix, his Warlock. Katomi, the lad you see on screen there on the right-hand side, he does sometimes play the Warlock. And I think that could be a hero that is contested slightly, but maybe even the Mars could be a hero that we consider, especially with the first phase bans, Primal, Timber, and Centaur getting taken away.
Do you want to give them Naga Siren? That's the question. They had a really good performance in that third game against Parivision. They had an interview with Kateomi, who, you know, praised the hero for a good reason. He plays extremely well. This is a hero that Mouz doesn't play, so they will need to address it.
Dave?
All right, straight up.
Okay. Here we go. Yeah, fair play. Hey, this is something they couldn't really do in the group stage because Ghost isn't a carry Huskar player, but with Crystallis returning to the roster, you can just put it straight back into the cards, and they ban the AA, pick the Huskar. That is, I think, one of the only teams in the world, I'd argue, that can do this, and it doesn't look like egregiously bad. But BB go for the Abaddon response. Of course, you have your innate for less restoration, which is quite nice. But it's one step. Against Huskar, you need to have multiple layers.
Yeah, you can't just have one thing. The good thing is they first picked this, so they have the whole draft. I also feel that maybe there is a chance
that
this is going to be, that this might be like a position 5. I don't think Kaori is going to play it, but I could see potentially position 4 play. I think Yamich could play it from the safe lane if necessary, because this is his type of a hero.
If anyone's listening out there and has a way to influence patches, can we get rid of Cauterize, please? Like, why does Huskar?
It's the only thing that made this hero being like vulnerable to something, and then we gave him a facet where he's like, yeah, I'm kind of invulnerable now.
I can dispel it. Thanks, lads. Like, the whole point of Huskar was he buys Armlet, I buy Vessel, I can punish you, you get BKB on Huskar. Uh-oh, the game's now 50-50.
You guys make great points, but if it was such a one-trick pony I win game, easy mode, then why don't we see it first phase picked up?
They don't have the flexes. They don't have the flex between
it just ruins the argument a little bit.
1 and 2. And seeing the bans, Doom and Viper, this means that this hero is going to be played from a core role. 3 bans, you do not want to be spending as much on a support role.
But what if it's all the mind game?
No, this is too many mind games.
Okay. Well, it has worked. No, it has not worked in the carry role yet. So potentially Mouz will be breaking records here.
Yeah, it was one game on Crystallis, and I don't know who else was the team that tried it in the carry role. But again, for BB, it's respect what you see, but continue drafting for yourself. Against teams that have this very unique approach, you can't just go fully all in on their concepts because you're going to be ready for it. So you still need to have a structured lineup, and you've now got the laning of Jakiro, you've got the anti-hero of Huskar with the Abaddon. Just need a little bit more team fight and laning presence, and BB should be able to feel relatively confident.
And BB is going to say thank you for banning out Doom, so they don't have to remove it, because this hero is very good against Abaddon as well. For save, I would love to see either Muerta or Huskar, Muerta or Hoodwink that are good against Huskar, because you cannot attack Muerta, and of course you have break mechanic. We've seen some really nice performances coming out from him. For now, it's gonna be a Warlock. I just want to see how many times he's gonna use that ulti on the tower, just for the memes.
You're gonna keep your own.
Yeah.
How many ults are just not on a hero, right? So hero ultimates versus farming ultimates. Okay, so how many farming ults? Are we saying what number?
I'd say 2.
2?
Yeah.
You know what? I'm gonna go 4.
Whoa. But that also means, I mean, how long do you guys think the game's gonna last? That's also make a difference, though.
Well, the game's gonna last more than like 12 minutes. He's gonna get 4 golems out, it's fine. Well, 18 minutes, but still. Oh, there goes Spirit Breaker.
Spirit Breaker coming out. Wasn't successful for Boxy in the previous game. What makes this one better?
I mean, we don't see anything at the moment. But normally with Huskar, you want to contain heroes to actually get the Burning Spears off. From carry to mid or whatever role you go, you are armlet into SMY or BKB, Blink, you're very obnoxious. So, yeah, just a stun for your Huskar to thrive on.
I like this Slaughter on 16. It gives them physical damage as well to be able to kill Huskar. With the rest of the team, the health restoration from Abaddon is going to feel nice. They do have a good amount of control on top of that, I'm still down for some Muerta or Hoodwink for save. He didn't have the biggest hero pool. He did expand it by playing Ringmaster, playing Bounty Hunter in a couple of last games.
Isn't Muerta just really good against the Spirit Breaker as well?
Yeah, you have the bounce back. That's why I mentioned it. You have the silence against
Yeah.
Huskar. You can bounce him back when he wants to play aggressive. You have your ulti. So probably one of these two. I think maybe you could throw in some Shadow Demon in the mix because it's good against Spirit Breaker charging in. You have a Dispel later on with the Shard. Of course, ulti is going to be good. Maybe you can get your timings on the Aghanim Scepter as well.
Are there any heroes that are still extra good against Huskar, or do we feel like we have it covered?
I mean, Shadow Demon, Ringmaster are kind of there because Ringmaster with the Impalement, with the save on the escape act, like buying time, like baiting the Huskar in to save and then you kind of jump around it is also fine. So that's where the SD and the Ringmaster will look good. If you're playing more for laning, then there's the Hoodwink, right? Because you have the mischance. Pretty much all the heroes that Save's played in the tournament, you could probably make a case for being viable here. Outside of the Bounty Hunter. But yeah, Hoodwink, Muerta, Ringmaster.
And this would be the position to pick that at.
Yeah, because you want to keep the Slaughter a little bit more open, but okay, they go for Nyx.
We've seen Nyx be very successful.
Yeah, another hero that does have break mechanic with the Shard as well. Not the best hero against Spirit Breaker in the game.
But yeah, that means Save's going to be playing the Jakiro in the 4 role. Katomi's often plays the Nyx in the 5 position. But it feels like BB's going to try and move more around. Abaddon's going to farm up his Radiance, whatever, and then Nyx Slaughter will go and execute a hero, so Mouse can never feel like they can ball up together. The fear is Mouse don't really care what BB's picking, and it's like we now have Mars. My Huskar will hit a tower or kill a hero. Spiritbreaker, Warlock, Mars will all ensure Huskar can do that. There's so much control to ensure that this Huskar gets to play a game. Of course, you make a couple mistakes of a Huskar lineup like this, then Abaddon, Slardar, Nyx will just completely break the map against you. They'll pick you off and you'll never be able to kill them. Very scary.
A lot of survivability on BB team.
Yeah.
Nyx Assassin with Carapace. Difficult to hunt down. Maybe against Spirit Breaker it's not going to be as difficult, but you have Slaughter, you have Saves coming out from Abaddon. One Carapace could pretty much reduce the damage that you want to be dealing inside of the arena by a couple of seconds. Could be enough. There is a good amount of like AoE damage that you can, first of all, Arena, the Spear, the Rebuke, anything from Warlock could come in very handy. I like this ban a lot. It would give them, you have 2 side lanes with the stuns, so it will allow you to land some really good Sunstrike. It is pure damage, good against this Huskar, who is going to be on low HP, depending where he's going to go. If in Warlock, you still want to be healing him, maybe he's going to be sitting at like 50% HP, but you can definitely score kills.
Also, Cold Snap, just really nice against Spirit Breaker. He charges through map, you can Cold Snap or Tornado him. Really good ways to stop that aggression.
But if they would pick a new mid, that does mean that Slardar goes offlane, and we don't like Slardar offlane, I thought.
No, the problem is they can flex this Huskar, but it's good that BB team does have last pick overall. So they're going to be seeing lanes unless they can pick a hero, unless they can find something that can be flexed to 2 different roles, and then they need to figure out where Slaughter is going to go. We did talk about Venomancer.
Mouse's lineups often just look so
toxic and
so toxic, right? Like the fact is they got a Huskar, they got Spirit Breaker. You're having to ban out a Venomancer. There's gonna be a carry Huskar mid Veno. But to be fair, BB has the right read. These heroes are so obnoxious in lane that you have to buy more regen, more consumables, and then by the time you survive the lane, there's now a Veno with ultimate running into your face, and it's like we've just got through the lane, and now there's so many layers of pain and suffering. But they go for a Storm ban. I do feel Mouse need another hero to start a fight. You've got a lot of setup, but like you need a little bit more kind of damage initiating hero from mid one. I mean, the Nature's Prophet is available, and I think I'd kind of like it if you just want more speed. But you might put yourself in that basket of we make 2 mistakes and now we can never kill BB again, right? I don't mind it if they want to really triple down in the early game. Okay, so it's going to be Huskar mid and Troll in the safe lane. And of course, Troll. It's like the 1-2 punch. Something we didn't mention, but Slardar is flexed. But now he's a Slardar playing into Troll, where there's mischance. That's not good. Or you're a Slardar in mid playing into Huskar, getting Burning Speared.
Yeah, you're not winning the lane, no matter what. You're
Mhm.
going to be kind of in the middle of the pack. Very difficult to win the off-lane matchup, especially if you pick it early in the draft, as we did say during the previous series. So now GPK needs to find a hero that can actually lane against Huskar. There is no Sniper. There is no Viper. Look at these bans from Mouz. Like, this is just, you would not expect it. There's like 4 or 5 heroes that are very good against the heroes that they have, especially one specific hero.
Yeah, and they go for the Shadow Fiend, just shove the mid wave, go farm the double camp in the jungle. Don't really allow mid one to just right click you, right? It's a way to stop him. I don't mind it, but there's always these weird moments with magic build Shadow Fiends when you're playing into Huskars and Trolls, and they can kind of brush off the Requiem. I think Mouz, they've got every comfort hero that you could ask for in regards to their current playstyle, and they're going to be very happy. And for BB, they have some little hero specialties, but like we mentioned in previous series, it's kind of a matter of like survival. Get yourself into the mid game and try and not bleed too many kills early on.
So you feel like Mouz won this draft?
For the ability to control the state of the game, yes, because it's on Mouz's failures that BB will feel confident in the game.
I want to see this Shadowfiend last pick. It's a good matchup against Huskar, but there's one hero in the game that can't really do anything when you're playing Shadowfiend. Like, you can't do anything to him, and that's Spirit Breaker. Like, he charges you in, unless you're going to be buying some Yule Scepter as your first item. You could potentially be run down by these heroes. 2 supports, Huskar, they want to be playing aggressive. So, yeah, I want to see that. GPK, in general, one of the better Shadowfiends out there. So, definitely my hero to look into this game.
Okay, let's see what's going to happen. Game 1 of the series coming your way. But first, we're going to check in with Slacks, who has found Immortal Faith.
Absolutely. I am here with local Romanian Immortal Faith from here, from Wallachia, if you will. It's good to have you here, and you're looking a little better. You were very sick earlier.
Yeah, I'm still sick, but I'm fine.
Okay, let's talk a little bit about that sick Huskar first pick there. You guys could have done it support. You decided to go mid. You know, that little flexibility. What kind of balls does it take to first pick a Huskar like that? There are counters.
Which are the counters?
Doom?
Not in the game.
Wait, that's for Troll.
Huh?
I got you a present, Immortal Faith. This is something to heal your wounds. This is the meat of healing. Please. You may have that. That's a local Romanian weenie dish.
Thank you.
Would you like to eat it now?
No.
All right. Well, we'll see if Mouz will eat up that team in our first game of the semifinals-ish. Close.
Immortal Faith, don't eat it. Don't eat it. It's not safe. Throw that in the bin. Never take anything off strangers, Immortal Faith.
Oh, I like how Slacks got some random reaction out of Immortal Fate afterwards. It's like, huh? How do we even lead into that? I guess a game's happening.
These are peak interviews, John.
Yeah, these are
absolutely peak interviews.
It's been a pleasure.
It has.
To have these throws. So hopefully this game is not going to be too throwy as well. This should be a fun one. BetBoom up against Mouz. And this is one that I've been looking forward to, Mikey, because we haven't had a chance to cast our boy mid one. Mr. Yike, it's been a while. He's gone off to Europe, and he's been playing Huskar in this tournament. See how much he can get done. A little bit of a scuffle over those runes, but not too much. They get away with an extra on the side of BetBoom, and they're going to be nice and happy about having all of that extra as well. Already a little bit of a chase out. I'm keen on seeing, again, how much we can get out of the mid. Because mid one, it's a Huskar. It's laning up against an SF. It is a Shadowmar Magic SF. So theoretically, it shouldn't be too bad for mid one. Can just soak some of that damage. He's going to get a good amount out from his Berserker's Blood. He's got the Cauterize Facet as well, with the Dispel and the Reheal. And it is a manageable lane for our Huskar. Mid one hasn't gone for any level yet. No Burning Spear, no Berserker's Blood. Hanging on to that first skill point. Early on, I would say, if you don't commit for that full aggression with the Spear, of course, GPK should have a good time in the first 2 levels. Mid one does go for Berserker's Blood first for a little bit of that bonus. But it's not too rough for SF. If you want to pivot slightly, your right-click damage still hurts. There's not much Mid-One can do outside of just trying to burn you down. And you do have really long reach on that SF in comparison to the Husker. Your attack range is 400. You've got 125 to kind of try to kite around here for GPK, and you're already seeing the effects. Mid-One not having a happy time there.
No, neither is Miro top lane. Kaori able to secure First Blood on the Warlock. And I'll be frank, I thought First Blood was going to be drawn down bottom because you had that Jakiro Abaddon lane available to you on the side of the Radiant, but BetBoom unable to find it. It'll be Mouz that secure First Blood, as we are going to have a quick pause and a quick unpause. No words being exchanged.
Yep. Just a quick fix. No need to dwell on it, I suppose. Just minor issues being sorted out. As you mentioned, bot lane can be highly aggressive. I mean, you're not quite at that level 2 point for save. You know, when you get the dual breath out, that's when things can really start going. For Kiritich, this lane is pretty easy to manage. Yamich just doesn't have that impact. It is a Spirit Breaker. You have to pull the lane. You have to soak that EXP. You have to play it a little bit slower. They're providing a lot of leeway for the side of BetBoom to just, for the side of Mouz to kind of get what they'd want to an extent. But again, BetBoom shouldn't be struggling too much with Kiritich also just finding some free farm for himself. In fact, they're diving pretty deep early on here.
I mean, they just can. It's the Jakiro Abba. You can do this. Thankfully, the TP out will work out this time around, but it's just such a devastating duo of heroes to have in the safe lane. And if you are the side of Mouz, you've just got to get through. Just get through this laning stage without feeding too many lives away.
It's a bit unfortunate as well. Yamich was holding on to his level 1 skill point for a long time, opts for the bash, ends up having to TP home. If he had charge, maybe, you know, you could get back in that lane, poke back. They waste some resources on the side of BetBoom, not able to really punish. Taking a look at that mid lane again, Mid-One's been copying a ton of damage, but does have the level 2 Berserker's Blood now. So can regen quite fast through the onslaught that GPK is trying to apply onto him. For GPK though, it hasn't felt like that high pressure Husker lane. You don't have a range advantage on the Husker, as we mentioned. GPK is able to just control the lane as best as he wants. And Water Rune control, it is something that Mid-One has been on top of. He denies one, but you still take the other on GPK. As long as he has access to one rune, he's happy in this mid matchup. So I'd say for the early start, BetBoom getting a little bit of that edge outside of maybe top, having a lot more pressure onto Miero. Crystallis has been having himself a pretty decent game overall, all things considered, although again, not the quickest start yet, but not really shut down by Miero either. Double melee into Troll can be a little bit slower going, and you have the sustain from Kaori to help keep you up. Again, the key thing is, for Mid-One in this position, being equal with the SF, not really shutting down GPK, is he going to be able to find some good openings later on? Because it isn't the worst Husker game in the world. There are some annoying things, like, say, Spike Carapace from Kataomi later on some engagements can hold him back. There is enough chain stuns as well to just right-click down Mid-One if he's not too careful. And having Abaddon on hand with that Withering Mist just means that sustain game you'd want to play for Mid-One isn't really there if you're comfy enough.
Arrow having a very tough time here. The Fatal Bond's still going, but stick charges will keep him alive, and he did have the Healing Lotus just in case. I mean, you're speaking about Mid-One. I feel like the only way Mid-One's able to apply pressure onto GPK is if we do see a charge out from Yamich onto that SF, but you're also relying on GPK being out of position for that. There is plenty of turn potential when you've got this Shadow Maya Raze build. You never really want to get too excited against this SF of GPK. Yamich, for now, just trying to ensure Boom has a decent time, as they are going to TP Kaori in to help out with this bottom lane, saving Kiritich very, very deep. They're still going for Boom, though, and Boom's the first one to go down. Save. He's actually walking out of there with the Aphotic Shield. They can't kill him. They're both too tanky. And mind you, it is just a Warlock support rotation, but even with 3, they just do nothing against this duo.
Issues again. This is a level 2 Shadow Word popped onto Boom. Withering Mist just means you're really not healing much. You're not able to actually leverage some of that turnaround potential you normally have with Shadow Word. So again, just the issues abounds here for Mouz. The Warlock pick doesn't feel great if Kiritich is able to just hit. Eventually, Mid-One's going to have to confront this Abaddon as well, and have to, again, deal with the fact that you won't have HP regen. This Abaddon's just a big question that I feel like you haven't really answered on Mouz outside of kiting. We'll have to see if they can start to put a stop to Kiritich, because this has been a free ride in the lane. He's going to have a Radiance timing relatively soon. He's got his phase boots flying up as well. There's a lot of chase down potential for Kiritich, and that early damage has been quite overwhelming. At the least, for the side of Mouz, they get rune control on mid one.
And they've got a haste rune as well, so mid one. Go for a dive. Spike Carapace committed, but GPK! He's going to be here mid one. Barely able to survive. Very close call. They just did not have quite enough burst from GPK to finish off the job. Karaomi in the end still going to end up going down to the fatal bonds of Kaori.
They find a kill. It takes a lot of effort out from the side of Mouz.
Just being dived. It never gets easier.
No.
Yamich, he came in as well. They didn't have the dual breath at the time saved to keep going. Meanwhile, top lane, Miero going to be dived now. Life Break is there. They'll impale mid one. GPK with the Requiem from the high ground will find mid one immediately. On a Kaori as well. Kaori running, will not make it. Crystallis is at least able to retreat, but a massive rotation from GPK and a double kill claimed, as well as both of the Shrines of Wisdom.
Early wins abound for BetBoom. Again, it just feels like their draft has answers. Their movement has been very on point. We haven't really felt the impact of Yamich and his charges, and that is a consistent issue that's going to be coming out. You want to play quick on the Spirit Breaker, losing out on Shrines of Wisdom, not having that quick level 6 on this hero, really going to impact your early rotation potential, which we have seen before. A slow game for Spirit Breaker does not feel good to play from behind.
Karaomi charged again. Spike Carapace was there. Bash, very lucky from Yamich. Fatal Bond still going, might just do the trick, and it does. Yamich able to secure the kill on this Nyx Assassin. Mouz, they'll just back off, not looking to push anything too far. So we've seen multiple times GPK happy to rotate whenever necessary.
Yeah, but all of this action has to happen up top, which means, you know, it's not the most secure time. No, amp damage.
Amp damage indeed. Ice Path's going to lock down mid one now. No, he can't even have a chance at fighting back. Miero takes him out. On to Kaori. Kaori not going to survive this either by the looks of it. High five at least before he dies. A very, very dominant start thus far from BetBoom.
Yeah, they've just taken control, taken over this early aggression, and all of this happens so far away from Kiritich, who's just not under pressure from Boom. There's not much this Morris could really do to stop that. They've got the room to siege onto the mid. I do appreciate mid one. He was trying to life break out, hoping the creep would give him enough distance to disengage. Just not, it wasn't far enough. It was just barely within melee range anyhow. And now, again, this mid does not take too long. You've got Jakiro on hand with Liquid Fire to help speed things up. You already popped the Chaotic Offering. There's no defense threat out here from Mouz whatsoever.
Pace out onto Kaori again. Karaomi happy to just cut through the mid lane, and it's just that easy once Miero's around. Feels like BetBoom can just kill anyone at this point. It's just no problem. They've got so much damage, so much control. Mouz backs against the wall already.
I'm not sure where you're hoping your initial power spike comes in now on Mouz, because again, mid one's going back for the Armlet, as you tend to on the Husker. You haven't had the strongest rotations coming in from Yamich. You haven't had the best lane for Boom. Mid one and Boom bottom that were cores. In fact, Boom is only 500 gold above save. The pause 5 Jakiro in this game. It's like, it's not a good game state for the side of Mouz. They're going to have to try to recover. Their jungle is relatively open. There are some wards watching on the edge of the ramp. At least they could try to build up some stacks. And Crystallis is having a good time into the Battle Fury. It just feels so hard to pin your hopes on a troll. Again, we saw the win rate of this hero. It's not been a winning hero. Into an Abaddon as well. That kind of takes away your healing when you're trying to battle trance. I don't know. It feels like you wanted to have control earlier for Mouz, and now they're going to have to find a recovery path, some item spike, maybe a blink on Boom or the Yules on Boom to help set up, or at least help disengage, help break up some movement across, interrupt perhaps if GPK is channeling for Requiem. Some utility can come out there. Miero is just free to run around and poke, doesn't really care. Has a lot of threat with just the Corrosive Haze if he hits someone. And yeah, it just feels like if you're BetBoom right now, you don't care too much. Mid one's TPing bot, but they don't care about that either.
A simple ice path save, able to disengage very easily. Miero is still perfectly safe at the top lane as well. They can't really apply the pressure towards the Slaughter right now. BetBoom still on the hunt, like Kataomi, just casually waiting in the mid lane for somebody to show up. Will eventually pop the Vendetta. Gonna head up towards the north of the map, see if he can get someone at that top lane. Chrysalis, he's the one they really want. Carry, he's in position to break the smoke rotation, but both of them are in the tree line. Ice Path gonna find the Warlock, but Chrysalis also spotted out. They'll drop the Golem. Chrysalis forced the Battle Trance to try and fight through this. Meanwhile, Boom, a great arena in the back, but a Requiem out from GPK. Gonna make it impossible to keep going. Kiritich, he'll take down Chrysalis. Yamich has charged in onto the Abaddon, but he's just too tanky. He's not threatened at all. Boom now being chased by Miero. On the river, there's no escape. Boom will also drop. Yamich at least able to avoid the gank that was Mouz. But BetBoom, they're just unrelenting.
They really are, and I appreciate all the small plays they get done there as well. Kiritich dances around a spear on the re-engage, on that chase down onto Boom. He approaches Crystallis while he's Battle Trance. You see the effect again of Withering Mist. You're not able to lifesteal your way back up to full at all on this troll just because Abaddon's there. Again, this here is just going to be a massive issue for the side of Mouz. You'd want the source of break, not even worrying about borrowed time, just actually worrying about Withering Mist, and whether or not you can find that, who knows. Kaori being chased down now by Kataomi.
The classic drop a sentry ward. See the Nyx Assassin. Can he escape? Probably not. Miero's here. He'll try to heal himself up, but there's just no chance. Miero now dominating on the Slaughter. Mouz still looking for an answer to the aggression being provided by BetBoom. At the least, they still have Chrysalis farming very, very nicely on this Troll Warlord. Only issue, John, it's Troll Warlord.
It's Troll Warlord. I just can't see the light at the end of the tunnel for Troll. It's just so challenging. Right? The ideal circumstance feels like you kind of have to arena and isolate away Kiritich, allow the troll to hit some softer targets, and have mid one also just try to focus on softer targets at this point. Probably save, maybe if you can find, I'd say it's a closer possibility to kill off GPK over Miero. So if you can find some of these squishier targets, yeah, even Kataomi, although he can be a little bit more annoying with a Spike Carapace, kind of try to isolate these away, pick them off, and hope for the best in the re-engage. Like, say, without these tools available to help Kiritich pin heroes down, the Ab is not as big of a threat, and you still have this window where mid one is still somewhat tanky, even though most of the damage coming in from the side of BetBoom tends to be physical because they've got the Slardar. There is some magic that he can cop through as well. It's just a matter of he's getting controlled out. And again, he's getting his healing cut through by Kiritich up here.
Arena down, Boom with the Golem set up as well from Kaori. Charge in from Yamich, landing on both Kataomi and Kiritich. Kataomi still barely alive thanks to that Aphotic Shield, but now mid one, he jumps Kiritich. Has he gone too far? I think he might have. Mid one, he can't survive through it. 1 for 1, but certainly in the favor of BetBoom once again. Miero showing off his blink. Mouz gonna have to lick their wounds and back off, but not before Miero jumps again onto Boom. Just a quick warning shot.
Just threatening onto the side of Mouz, and for BetBoom, they're taking these fights without GPK even. Right? Like, you don't have the Requiem there, you don't have that main source of area control on the side of BetBoom. You are seeing how hard it is to handle Kiritich. You don't mind trading away Kataomi like that. And that's arena down. I think the idea in principle is correct on the side of Mouz, but they need to avoid Kiritich. Like, if you get that arena, just leave that core away.
Port, silence, stun, everything. Chrysalis gonna pop the Battle Trance. Yamich gonna charge in along with mid one, trying to save the life of the Troll Warlord, but they're just casually waiting. Kataomi will snipe him with the Vendetta. Meanwhile, mid one, trying to fight back, but he's gone to boot. Yamich on the run. Gets a charge away at least.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
But it's just so rough. That's your carry and your mid laner getting deleted up at the top lane. And BetBoom, they're not even sweating.
No. I mean, they find Kiritich, they catch him without borrowed time, was popped below, but it's not enough to compensate. You still win big here on BetBoom. You're not closing the gap by any means just yet on Mouz. Again, you're starting to get some activity out from GPK. He's got the Yashakaya. That added cast speed on Requiem. Gonna feel nice and quick now for control. You can catch a lot of these heroes off guard on the side of Mouz. No, BKBs are being queued up on all cores of Mouz, but it's still a long ways off. They don't have the farming speed to keep up with that one in comparison to these early spikes you're seeing from BetBoom. And if you're BetBoom, you just don't stop this pressure. Keep running up, keep forcing these issues, keep finding these kills. They're invading the top jungle, using that bounty rune as a little bit of bait with the invis here on GPK. Maybe they catch something tasty, but good sentry coverage at least coming out here from the side of Mouz to spot anyone out.
Carry. Avoid the initial raise at least from GPK. In fact, now Boom with the arena has caught GPK. Will put a cancel to that Requiem. Yamech even charging in, but they are lacking just so much damage right now. GPK was never really in danger. As Mouz, they decide better off trying to continue forcing this fight. They'll hold their ground at that top lane. Boom's underneath vision as we speak. But he does eventually retreat. And so will BetBoom.
Yeah, it's fairly big committal out. I guess Arena's not the longest cooldown here for Mouz to throw out like that. So it's not as bad as, say, dropping the Chaotic Offering as well for no effort. Roshan has begun here for the side of BetBoom with a Slaughter on hand. It doesn't take too long. And because you don't have Arena, you don't have a way to run down into Roche. First Aegis going the way of BetBoom. They'll have that safety net for GPK. And this SF is about to hit its blink. I don't know how to stop this. It's a lot of pressure out on Boom. Like, this game is on the Mars. You have to be on point with the arenas. You have to be on point with the spear interrupts. And you have to kind of set up for big Fatal Bonds Chaotic Offerings. That's how you get back in this game for Mouz. It's just so hard to see those angles. Like, even getting Chaotic Offerings off, Aphotic Shield dispelling it off is not going to feel great whatsoever. You at least save some of the bigger cores from this shared burst damage that can come in. The reduced healing. No early breaks as well to kind of deal with that. So you're just constantly not having that longevity you'd expect when you're playing a Husker, or even the Troll from Crystallis. Popping that Battle Trance has done very little to help him find a second life. Just because Kiritich is, again, getting some tactical right clicks off.
Yeah, Boom just not dropping the ball whatsoever here in this game one. Kiritich going to move into that top tier 2 tower. No defense to come for Mouz. They're biding their time, allowing Chrysalis the farming space in this Troll Warlord. And props to him, he still holds the net worth lead on the Troll. But he is starting to lose objectives now. Meanwhile, bottom, they found Boom. And with a Requiem, GPK, no messing around as Kataomi gives him the talentless.
He's feeling it. He's been all over the map. Good old Kataomi. He's been setting up for a lot of these engagements and pickoffs, as you'd expect. On the Nyx, already has his blink up as well. Just easily weave himself in and out of these fights. And for the side of Mouz, all you have to do is just mitigate some of these losses. Wait for the BKBs to be up. You have decent team fight with Arena plus Chaotic Offering. You have good damage still left to pump out. You just need some safety nets. You just need that debuff immunity. And, you know, you start to have a game. 6k lead still standing for BetBoom. Tormentor going to be taken as well, so getting the double whammy of Roshan plus Stormy. Going to feel quite nice here for the side of BetBoom. Get that shard up on Kataomi as well. He does have the even worse things to come. Break on Vendetta. You don't even need to worry about getting the Withering Mist off onto someone like Mid-1. Just break him. Nice and easy for Kataomi. Oh, Yamich.
A bit of a charge, but he went right into Kataomi, not realizing he was there. And that's going to be a nice, easy one. Kataomi just in the Vendetta with the Spike Carapace. Nothing you can do about it.
No.
Yamich's just trying to push out waves for his team.
I mean, he's buying time, I guess, right? Like, that's free space. Mid one's not been shoved away. Crystallis is still keeping up to an extent. You are getting that slow but steady build-up into the gold you need. You are applying some laning pressure even out from Kaori, just getting some of the imps going there. Still a bit of a clump up now from BetBoom. Next row still a ways off. They are smoked up. Don't quite have the forward vision in the triangle to really spot anyone out. Neither do they have anything down bot. It's a little bit of a blind guessing game here.
Well, they see the mid. Yamich gonna be the target. Yamich. No chance.
Boom.
He's committed. He commits the TP, but he'll be okay to blink out. But the tier 2 mid tower, it cannot blink out of here.
No. Can be taken. And again, you still have, what, a minute on Aegis for GPK. You can afford to take these risks, take more of these outer towers, shut down the map, make it uncomfy for Mouz to play the catch-up game. They've not been able to cut the creep wave down bot either, mid one. Been holding off, so there is like 2 creep waves coming into another tier 2.
Kataomi.
Oh.
Leave him alone. Leave him alone. You're a big bully, Kataomi. Poor old Kaori.
And you got to do it.
I mean, you've got to do it. Oh, not the voice line!
Okay, that's a bit extra.
That's a
little
classic.
bit extra.
I mean, I'm not going to lie. I do the same thing, John. I'm toxic as hell.
Yeah.
Kataomi. I respect that.
Yeah, it's fair. You know, you use every tool at your disposal. If all chat voice lines demoralize and tilt your enemy, why not? You know?
Absolutely.
You're playing for the win. You're playing for that slot in the lower bracket finals. Of course, you'd want to do everything you can here on BetBoom, and the same thing goes for Mouz. Okay, we should have a few of these BKBs flying out. Mid one has his in the courier. You're still a ways off from Boom, but not too far. And you've got that BKB in Crystallis. So at the least now, you need not concern yourself with Requiem, with a fear. You know, a little bit of that control disappears. The physical output is still something to worry about, but you have some angles to play. We've got to see if Mouz can execute on that. Again, potential here.
Kataomi. They'll have carry around for mid one. Kataomi, though, into the sentry. They'll see him. They have the knowledge to back off. Dust will not connect. Kataomi's still able to wrap around. Voice lights out again from Kataomi. He's having a great old time. Crystallis is going to show up. Mouz, they want to force this fight. Yamich, he'll hit the dust this time. Into the Nether Strike on the Kataomi. They'll even drop the arena. You've got to squish the bug somehow. But Kiritich wants to continue the fight. Keep in mind, you've got the Kaya Sanj on GPK. If he finds a nice angle for that Requiem, it might be just dire straits for your team. But thankfully, Mouz, they'll hold the high ground and BetBoom, they'll wait out this next fight.
They show a lot of respect here on BetBoom for Mouz, even after Arena's down. Maybe just not wanting to clump up for Chaotic offering Fatal Bonds. It is a fairly tight area where that fight did break out on. And you do rely quite a fair bit on Kataomi to actually do some setup, right? Like that Spike Carapace is doing a ton of work here. Those are some crazy odds.
Mike.
That is just insane. 1.01.
I don't think it's that bad. I don't think it's 15 to 1 bad. I mean, it's you know, it's a struggle, but it's not 15 to 1 struggle.
I would say maybe 1.5 to 8. You know, it's something that's like, it's unlikely, but it's still possible. It's early in the game.
I mean, I still say Crystallis he can still carry this game.
I can't believe you're justifying Troll.
I'm not justifying it. I'm justifying it against the 15 to 1 odds, Joe.
It's kind of wild to hear you say that. I think Crystallis can win this game on Troll. He can.
He can.
It's difficult. Very difficult.
Very challenging.
There's still a lot of questions to answer. Blink is up now for Kiritich. It still feels like this ABBA is just having a free ride. Right? Again, as long as he hits with Withering Mist, I think that's my main concern. It's just all your healing, all your sustain just getting taken away is massive. Sanjin Yasha up for Crystallis.
And a BKB, still 9 seconds on that. Kataomi gonna get spotted. They love hunting this man down. The Kataomi making life hard. Almost taking down Boom. They will get Kataomi eventually. And maybe Maybe they could find more if BetBoom want to force the fight, but it seems though once the Nyx Assassin's down, they have no interest.
Yeah, they're showing, again, a lot of respect here. They've got their own BKBs up.
Never
Fresh
mind.
one here.
4-man smoke. They're moving in. Smoke broken on mid one. GPK looking for the angle for the Requiem. Miero will jump in. He's found the Husker. The ice path is nice. Requiem committed. Mid one, but the golem drop. It's onto 3. Now the turnaround. Miero, he's starting to drop low. Mid one, he'll keep jumping in for more, but GPK forcing them back just a little bit. As Mouz will lose nobody, but neither will BetBoom. Both sides able to walk away unscathed.
They should take the re-engage. No chaotic offering, no arena. Pretty big opening for the side of BetBoom if they'd want. They have the respawn as well on Kataomi. I wouldn't be surprised if they hung around the area, maybe waited for a secondary use of Requiem. That would align with arena cooldown coming off, but aren't too concerned about that. No, not the biggest loss in the world for BetBoom anyhow, just losing Kataomi again. These pickoffs are starting to even out just a little bit more here for the side of Mouz. But there's still a lot of work to be done. 1:14 until Roshan's back up. And that's really where these fights start to get high risk, high reward for both sides. You can't allow the Roche to go towards Crystallis. An extra life on the Troll starts to become a bit daunting. At the same time, Aegis up again for BetBoom would be massive. You're already having issues finding Kiritich as they catch.
Stop. Keep in mind, Crystallis never needed to pop the BKB in that last fight. So he's still got it off cooldown with the 9-second charge available. A BetBoom on the hunt, finding nothing. Now a 4-man smoke from the side of Mouz. 35 seconds for Roshan to be available. Mouz, they'll cut through the river, trying to get into the Radiant Triangle. BetBoom, they'll break the smoke with Kataomi. Ice Path will land onto Boom. Kiritich to move in, but eventually retreats. Jump in from Miero. 2-man Slithering Crush. No follow-up though. Nice little regen for mid one. He gets a reset in the middle of this fight.
Yeah. Get back to full. Again, I'm a little bit surprised by how conservative BetBoom are. They break that smoke, they have the high ground position, they get the vision out with Kataomi and that Vendetta. And they don't want the commitment. They have a window where Chaotic Offering's not there. Arena's up, sure. But again, you have some key BKBs anyhow on Miero up, so you can chase right through that. See if this smoke starts to pan out into something, because Roshan is back up. You'd want to win that fight into that objective for the high ground here for BetBoom.
Oh, they're gonna break this. Oh, they found the primary target. Mid one. He's still alive, but not for long. He's down. There's Crystallis. He'll pop the BKB battle trance. He knows he has to fight. Kataomi gonna be fine with the Yule Scepter to avoid for now. They'll still lock him down in the arena. Meanwhile, Miero trying to move in, and GPK he'll do the same, but the Golem drop is out onto 3. They'll continue the fight though. Crystallis, he can do nothing without the battle trance. It's GPK cleaning up on the SF. 3 down for Mouz. And Roshan is now available for BetBoom.
And it is. They buy back as well in Yamich. At the least, Yamich can start to clear out some of these creep waves while the Roche is being taken. So he can stall for time, but you are seeing the issues again in terms of isolation coming in here from BetBoom. The BKB is pretty good in providing a bit of a buffer time where you can actually lifesteal away without worrying about that Withering Mist. But again, what happens afterwards? You are also quite tanky on the side of BetBoom. Your burst damage, not really there outside of just committing on these softer supports. When it comes to the cores, it's not as much of a threat like, say, Blink Requiem from GPK that we've been seeing. On top of any hero, they're likely just dead. He does use it more as a zoning tool in that last engagement, but it does pay off. And I like this build on GPK, straight for a refresh. He's not initiating on that Shadow Fiend, he's not taking the risk, he doesn't need a BKB, he just needs double Requiem to really win out these fights.
Kataomi getting the charge cancelled despite Carapace, gets his own Yule Scepter off. Onto Yamich. Doesn't have the impel to throw it any longer though, so Yamich still safe to walk out. See what BetBoom can do with his 4 minutes on the Aegis, plus a 14k net worth lead. No reason they can't think about approaching high ground, but they'll go for the Tormentor first. Nice free objective.
Doesn't take long. Free shard up for Kiritich as well. So a Photic Shield would return damage now on top of things. More nuisances to be mildly concerned about on the side of Mouz. For Mouz, and what do we have fresh? You're almost at the Ags timing for Crystallis, so he will have a Dispel on hand to play with, offensively and defensively. You're working towards the Shivas for Boom. Very useful, of course, against the Sustain that are also looking at from Kiritich, if you can find a space to complete that farm. And mid one is offsetting the minus armor with his own Assault Cures. So you are coming up with solutions on Mouz. It's just a matter of, again, stemming the tide, mitigating losses.
Naomi on the chase with the Vendetta. Jump in, Impale, it landed on two. Mid one and Boom both being caught in that, but they're still okay. Miero not close enough to follow up. GPK keeping up vision. Miero misses just barely with the crush. BetBoom, they'd love a pick-off or two before they try for this tier 2 bottom into the high ground. But nevertheless, I mean, they've got Aegis, they've got the Roshan banner. There's still no reason for them not to try this.
No. I mean, they're in a very secure spot. The threats are somewhat there on Mouz, but not fully set. It does feel like until this Shivas is up, you're very comfy on Kiritich. The Yules could be annoying. It is only the one Yules you have to worry about, though. So as long as he's very safe with borrowed time, it shouldn't be a massive concern for Kiritich. Got the Blink Dagger up on save as well, so he can get some good positions for the Ice Pat and Macro Pyre. Kiritich is jumping into the upheaval. That is a big annoyance from Kauri, at least.
I mean, it certainly is, but it's going to wear off. Spike Carapace will cancel it. Ice Path, mid one, walks into it for a moment. They'll drop the Macro Pyre right off the bat. Kiritich, he'll be on the high ground on his own with his Roshan banners. Now the jump in! Everybody just coordinating right off to mid one. Arena down, two-man stun is out from Boom. But without mid one, they've got to rely on Chrysalis to try and get all this damage off. And Chrysalis, he can't do it right away. Miero still dropping low though, might go down. Chrysalis will take down one of them. Now the borrowed time committed, Kiritich forced the blink away. GPK though moving back in. Karaomi, he'll find a stun onto Boom. BetBoom still being a little bit cautious here. It's Chrysalis now getting jumped by Kiritich. Kiritich will retreat back towards Yamich. They'll go Yamich, dropping low, but the spear will save. In fact, no. GPK does secure the life of Yamich. The bottom racks still not going to be quite safe. Chrysalis will move back in. He still has the battle trance, but he might get blown up.
Oh, no.
He's down. No saving him from that. 70 seconds without buyback on Chrysalis. But BetBoom, no, they're going.
I mean, why not?
They want to see the buyback.
They still have Aegis up. They've got borrowed time back off cooldown. That's how long these fights are taking. The damage, it's just not there. For Mouz, it needs to be perfect. These chains have to be perfect. The Golem dropped the arena, and it's so difficult to see these opportunities coming out from BetBoom. They've just played really clean. I know what you can do to stop it. Outside of a perfect fight, it's hard.
Well, there's a spear back. Problem is Boom's the one to get jumped. Kiritich never in danger. Jump in on Kauri and mid one. They're going to run towards the fountain. Kiritich, how brave are you, sir? Not brave enough without the borrowed time.
No. I mean, he has Aegis, but yeah, 50 seconds still borrowed time. You'll hold back. You got value. You know, at the least, there's buyback with Arena here. 2 sets of racks down. You're not going to go for a third any longer on the side of BetBoom, as you have really pretty much expended your Aegis. So there is some breathing room here for the side of Mouz. But again, it's just so hard to see how they have to take these fights. If it's not going to be a solo pick-off on someone being led astray, again, it has to be good area denial with Arena, really good Fatal Bonds coming out here with a Chaotic Offering, and hoping that the damage coming in from Crystallis will be enough to kind of sustain through, kind of get you those softer targets. It's just so much you have to work against. Right? You have to go through the borrowed time, you have to get that Yules up, buy some time first. You have to ensure that GPK doesn't find this angle in for the Requiem, which he's been very good at finding. I'll try to hunt for the smoke, but Kataomi's always there to break this.
Absolutely is. Kadomi will already break the smoke of mid one. Yamich, he'll dust up Kadomi, but he's got plenty of help. They're all in the dire triangle, just holding the high ground. And boom, he's going to find out the hard way. He blinked up to the high ground. He'll drop the arena. Kiritich will jump into the arena, trying to take down the Mars. They do at least find the next assassin, but the buyback is going to be those. Kiritich dropping low, has to get the borrowed time off. Meanwhile, Yamich does die. Chrysler still with the battle trance to play with. Pops his BKB. Chases back towards Kiritich. They'll drop the Golem. He has no borrowed time, but the Requiem will protect Kiritich. GPK not allowing it. Cowrie on the run. Meanwhile, Chrysalis jumping back in with the battle trance. He's on to the next assassin, but there's just so many Yule Scepters holding him up.
Oh no.
It's got to be over. There's no buybacks, and they call it. GG.
Just a rough time for the side of Mouz. I think coming out with his Husker early on, I mean, this is something that they love. You know, this is something that Mid One has performed well on, but with all the options available here for BetBoom, just way too many ways, way too many things to counteract. I think this ABBA pick was just perfection coming out from BetBoom, and the aggression they pumped out here definitely comes to light.
You know who else is perfect? Our panel. Let's go back to them.
Aw, thank you, Mike. Appreciate that. And I know a commentator says, you know, this Huskar early on didn't work out. No, it wasn't just a Huskar early on, Tigov. This was an overall first pick Huskar.
Yeah.
Not good.
No, it did not work out.
It did not work out.
Yeah. Some teams, when they see the Huskar, they kind of panic in the draft. Of course, they've been doing it for some time, so teams should be ready for it. And BB, they were ready for it. They got their Abaddon, and then from the Abaddon, they had the Shadow Fiend last pick. And, you know, I said GPK, his tournament so far, he's like a 7 out of 10. My guy, 10 out of 10 performance on the Shadow Fiend, playing with the Nyx, with the Chikira, the Slardar. They made so many moves. They just broke Mouz before any of their, you know, toxic lineup could ever come online.
I love these early rotations. Kiritich has been very active. Twin gate rotation as Abaddon before Radiance. This is a rare sight. Really nice sidestep coming out from him. They are pressuring Troll. His innate ability is doing a lot of work throughout the whole game against Troll, who's trying to pop the ulti. Great against Huskar as well. And they are going to be grabbing multiple kills. Kataomi, he was a menace throughout the whole game. He was hunting them down, talentless in the all chat multiple times. He was all over the place. And there's a massive difference between position 5, what they've been able to do in this one providing vision, one just waiting in the backlines, trying to make something happen with the rock, basically becoming like a silencer, waiting to pop the global silence and reset the fight.
But he was so smart on the next assassin, right? To use the talentless line before he goes for a kill, right? He's conditioning them. I feel like Kaori, he died. Talentless, Vendetta hit, dies. Next time he saw talentless, the guy drops the sentry instantly.
Oh,
you know why
he was? Org, I was gonna say
the rock.
You know why he was spamming talentless? Because he didn't have talent on Warlock. He was so underleveled.
I will say the voice line of Nyx Assassin Talentless.
It's so good.
It's very good, but is Ringmaster's not a little bit better? You're just not that good.
No, Talentless is iconic.
Yeah?
No, I respect Ringmaster,
okay.
but you got the fine wine, the classics, and yeah, especially because Nyx in the 5 role, you need certain conditions to get it because it's quite a weak laner, but having that Abaddon, quite an independent offlane, playing into the Mars, which is quite a low pressure offlaner depending on the 4 position, you have Spirit Breaker, like it's the perfect recipe for BB to shine, right? You've got double melee offlane, Abba into that, Nyx can do whatever he wants, and yeah, like as much as we praise GPK on the Shadow Fiend, dismantling Huskar in the mid lane, countering all of mid one's early rotations, Katomi, yeah, it is a treat to see Nyx Assassin returning to popularity.
And being played from a 5 role is not something that we have seen before. He did play it before, but prior to this tournament, it wasn't really as flex. We are seeing this flex between 4 and 5s playing different roles, but the position 4 Nyx kind of being played as 5 is just a rare sight. And also, I want to focus on the safe lane for Mouz, where they were playing Warlock plus Troll. In theory, this sounds like a very strong lane. We did talk about Slardar not having too much of an impact from the off lane, but what Warlock does is he uses Fatal Bonds, pushes the lane, and Slardar's like, well, thank you for that. I'm just going to be farming underneath the tower. So I think there was a bit of a miscommunication there, what needs to be done in the lane, because Troll, he wants to keep his lane. He wants to be like pressuring and making sure that Slardar's not getting close to CS.
Yeah, that was a little bit unfortunate. And I feel like we circle back to the mid lane a lot, but that's just because it's been very, very impactful, Tigov.
Yeah, and in this time around, we saw mid one take the Huskar. And at the end of the game, we're looking at a 1-7 Huskar versus a 6-0 Shadow Fiend. And
Building damage, 0.
yeah, no, it do be rough. And hero damage as well. To see only like 9,000 hero damage on a Huskar, I think at least in Wallachia, they have had access to Huskar twice now, I believe. At least in the last couple of days. They've played some before. They first phased it twice. They've lost both times. I think they are still the best Huskar team.
Yeah.
But when they force it this much, teams are going to be prepared for it. I think the shock value when the roster first formed was very good. But yeah, nowadays, there isn't that value. And of course, because Mid One doesn't have a game, he then can't help elsewhere. And you've got Shadow Fiend having a complete free game. Kiritic, like Lacoste mentioned, stellar performance with those early rotations. And I think Troll in theory can have a good game.
He can.
But he needs to follow behind his team's success. He cannot be the one leading.
Yeah. And you can see the damage numbers as well, almost tripling his damage, being super active on Abaddon. Abaddon, for me, is kind of the carry, pretty much, like top 3 carries of the tournament, because it's also a flex, and he's a very oppressive safe laner. We saw them play behind tier 1 and tier 2 tower, literally 3 minutes into the game, and how many times he saved Nyx, he prolonged the team fight so they can get another round of spells, especially in the arena. Kataomi did a very good job just staying alive inside of the arena, and also making sure that he is the one also baiting the arena. Even if he dies, it doesn't matter as much. Like, I feel like he got into their heads where they were forced to use the arena to be able to get a kill. Even though you have Spirit Breaker, one of the better overall counters to the guy who's like being very annoying, but it wasn't enough. And coming into the second game, this Nyx Assassin might be ban-worthy in the second phase.
It might be ban-worthy. Also, important to consider that Abaddon you talked about was also first pick, or just first pick for the second pick team, that is, and also wasn't really addressed there. So there's a lot of things to work on for Mouz for game number 2. Let's see what they got in store for us after a break.
The new breakthrough and innovative phone with 1xBet app. With 1xBet app, you can register and start betting in just 1 click. Intuitive interface and thousands of sports events every day. User-friendly app. Big wins, fast payouts.
The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you. Gamers, hybrid workers, artists. Backing your every move.
Hey everybody, we are here for another episode of Dream Team Simulator. Today we have Mouz, who are definitely part of my dream team. Boom.
Hell yeah.
You'd be on my dream team every time. Mid One, good to see you. Here's the game. We're gonna randomly pick a team. You're gonna see all of the positions. You're gonna have to choose together who you would want to take from each team. At the end, you'll have 1 player per position. You will make the dream team. And you have to agree if that's good. If you get your own team, will you pick yourself?
Yeah.
Yes, let's begin. All right, first team here that we're going to be grabbing from. Now, I would like to make sure that you all know this is current state, okay? If you get OG, you don't get to have old OG. Today, we have Ame, Nothing to Say, XXS, FY, and Xnova. You get to choose one of them. Who would you like to have?
I mean, it's no-brainer, Ame.
No-brainer Ame.
For real? I would take XXS actually.
XXS?
But we can agree on Ame, he's pretty good too.
Pretty good. You only have 1 chance now.
Okay. But we might get a Parker later.
Yeah, could get a Parker.
No, Ame is the best.
Okay, so we're gonna choose Ame as we go to our next team. Congratulations on having Ame carry. Right? Is that what you want?
That's not what you want, but that's what I want.
Okay, okay. And next up is Roar Gaming. Who would you like to choose from Roar Gaming?
Oh, we have 2 Chinese in the team, huh?
What was that comment? Continue.
I'm thinking of JT.
Yeah, I'm thinking the same thing. I'm a JT fan.
Guys, that's extremely toxic. That guy's on loan. Okay? He's the one guy that's not on the team.
He taught me some bad words in Chinese. Or
wow. Okay, okay. Well, what position is JT playing though?
Position 3.
Okay, that was good knowledge. Next team is gonna be, this is very exciting, Team Spirit. Things get a little complicated here. You could have had Yatoro. You still can have Yatoro. You'll just have to kick Ame to pause 5. I'm sure he can handle it. Who would you like from Team Spirit?
We're missing support.
Yes.
And
Or you could switch people around, you know? You think JT can do something else? Put him on something else.
I don't want to switch because I know Army and JT has some shit going on.
Oh no. Oh no.
So I don't want to take out the drama, you know? So I'm just going to put some random Rue.
Rue.
Rue is pretty good. Rue is good. I agree.
Why Rue?
I mean, he's chill and he gets to watch the drama.
Okay.
He's a young talent. He has a big potential.
Welcome to the team, Rue. Let's go to our next one. Coming up here. Now, what position is Rue playing so far?
Position 4.
Position 4. Okay. All right. Heroic. Got some guys here. Gentlemen, any thoughts?
Easy, just put Whisper mid. It's good.
Yeah,
good
Whisper mid.
Okay.
Whisper mid.
Whisper mid easy. That's it?
Yeah, easy. It's a good trio.
No Divai? I mean, if we're making a drama team,
No, I already
Rue
said.
would be very interested to see Divai and Ame interact, I think.
Yeah, but I already said Ame doesn't like JT, so they should be together.
Yeah.
It's good.
Okay, so we're locking who?
Whisper.
Whisper. All right, let's get Whisper in there. Fantastic. In our last position here. Okay, here we go. Please be Mouse. Oh, yes! Yes! Who do you curse on joining this team?
I mean, it's no brainer. There's only one slot left.
Yeah.
It's Kaori, of course.
You're throwing Kaori to the wolves?
Kaori.
Yeah, it's
Oh, no.
But Kaori has no team, and this team looks
He's
good.
gonna add to the toxicity a bit.
Okay.
It's good. It's the best team.
All right, now, I got some questions about your team. Is that Ame, pause 1, our carry, followed up by...
Whisper mid, yeah.
Okay, then we got JT, that's 4?
Offlane.
5? Offlane? Yeah.
Yeah.
Why don't you guys tell me, where do you want these guys, all right? I'm guessing here.
Well, I don't know, I don't really like our team, but... I feel like...
Well, you made it, so you got to make it work, all right? Figure it out. What's the best positions for these guys?
Yeah, I mean, JT... I mean, maybe Kaori on mid, actually. I would put Kaori on mid.
What's going on?
Nah, I mean, yeah.
I don't know. I mean, I like this team. I think there's a lot of drama going on. It's gonna be good.
Okay.
The fans are gonna love it, you know.
Yeah, it's a shame we didn't get Parker on there, but it would have been a good one. Darn. All right, what's this team's chances of winning? Anything.
Pretty close to 0. They're gonna go 0-3 and be out.
This is our first seed out. Oh no, boys. Well, you know what? Even though they're going to be first out, it will be entertaining. Thank you very much for your time. It was a pleasure. I hope you guys never become team managers. Absolutely atrocious team. And we'll see you next time on Dream Team Simulator. Thanks.
And we are getting ready to jump into game number 2 between BetBoom and Mouz. Both these teams in it for the final series of the day. And they are fighting to have that spot tomorrow in the lower bracket finals against Team Liquid. Only one can survive, and it is BetBoom that is 1 game up. It's fine. You just blame it on the draft. You go next, Lacoste. That's easy.
Sure. Mouz has managed to have some like really interesting drafts. This is how they've been playing. I don't think any other teams does have draft like this and that they make them work. I think in this one, they focused a lot on this Huskar. In the first phase, it didn't really work out because they had to spend like 5 different bans to be able to protect it with Viper, with Doom, Sniper, Ancient Apparition, even Invoker. So they couldn't really do as much, but BetBoom, they might still ban it.
Yeah, again, like Huskar is their hero. They have an incredible win rate on the hero. Like they have been able to dominate so many different qualifiers and tournament runs because of it. But so far, Wallachia, first phase Huskar, not successful. No. Later phase Huskar, middling success. So I think at least for other teams, depending on if Mouz is to win this series, we'll look at this and go, maybe we don't need to first phase ban it, knowing how many counters are in play.
Yeah. That being said, first phase banning, because you have so many bans at the start, at least you can focus your second phase bans, that sometimes is only one, on heroes that you want to protect from.
And even as we say that, because BB and our first pick, they've actually decided to ban out the Huskar because they don't want to have to think about it. I think there's a difference between like second and first pick, where when you're first pick, knowing that Mouz can flex the Huskar to the very end of the draft, and just annoy you is very, very different to the last game. So that's something that we haven't really spoke about, but I can respect this pick order and the ban occurring.
BetBoom will get to choose whether they want to go for Primal straight away, because they did have an option to do so, but they opted to go for Tusk. In my book, Primal is one of the best offlaner / mid flaxes that we see, and that might be actually the best one.
Ooh.
An immediate co-op response.
Unusual. In the first phase?
Out of the first phase, sure. Maybe if we saw Slardar being hunted down by Queen of Pain. A lot of Queen of Pain bans when there's Slardar, where you can actually follow Slardar. We've seen Yatoro play carry. Queen of Pain following that Slardar, completely making his life miserable. It's also a good hero because you're not affected by Tusk rotations. It's the old school classic. You blink out the shards. You can't use the snowball on him at the early stages. So good response. Might be too early for my taste. We'll see how it's going to play out with the rest of the draft that they're planning to do.
I also feel it's like one of the first times that they have played a first phase Queen of Pain. Like, at least in the last couple months, they've not done it a single time. So it's a matter of, you know what, let's give it a try. But yeah, basically what Lacoste mentioned is the biggest reason for me, at least. Tusk often in Wallachia has been set up side lane, run mid, and just play there the entire time. So that alone is kind of going to be a deterrent. But again, an early mid one pick. Often mid one takes a bit more information. The draft patterns that they've been using to beat Heroic, to beat OG, has been offlane carry pick, double support, into then mid one. The fact is, coming into this series, it's been mid one first phase pick, and a complete, just full 180 on how they've been able to, create this lower bracket run. So that might hurt them a little bit.
Yeah, taking a long time now to think about what to ban. They end up removing Boom's Mars.
He didn't have that much success in the previous game. He got kind of ran at the early stages because there was no position 4 in his lane. They were playing for the top. He got to dove a couple of times. He did die, which is not something that you want to be doing with Mars. This hero definitely wants to have his item timing on a Blink Dagger, Yule Scepter, depending what you want to go for. And he's also a strong laner, but needs a partner in the lane.
Do you think it's also already setting up for something they have in mind for later on as they go back for the Warlock?
Potentially. I know that they love to run this hero. It's a strong hero. In the previous one, it was pretty much 4v5. Like, especially in a situation that you're in, I didn't feel that Warlock did a lot.
Yeah, Warlock's always that hero where he just exists. He sets up strong lanes. There might be the occasional time where Fatal Bonds is like looks OP, but in reality, he's just a utility kind of guy. But Queen of Pain, Warlock, that is a combination to look at. And for BB, just respect that an early rotation, you might run into some early damage, and that's why they go for the Viper. You don't care at all, pretty much the entire game about this. Sure, there's a bit of pure damage available from Queen of Pain, but just get tanky, sit in the middle of all the fights.
It could also be the offlane for them, because you have Tusk, so everything is open. So far, Miro didn't play it. The GPK did play it 2 times, did lose 1 game, did win 1 game. But they also learned a lesson. They did go for 1-2 points, mostly 2 points in his queue, so they can actually be oppressive in the lane, and then they start to go for the other build. We're talking about the mid Viper, even the off-lane Viper, which is a bit of a different build because you're not going to be building into Helm from the mid lane. You want to be building into different items. But yeah, I like the support duo, and seems like this Tusk, at least in their hands, they do love to run it as a position 5. These position 5 melee heroes that they've been very successful with. Naga Siren, of course, there's going to be Tusk, even Spirit Breaker, we saw next in the previous one, and the Homage Pudge comes out.
Yeah, a lot of BB's heroes are quite clunky. Murta's slow, Viper's slow, Tusk, when you get Blink Dagger, can save, but there is a world where you put 1 dagger from Queen of Pain, that's
it's an insta hook. That's a hook.
Yeah, that's a hook.
So he will need to be careful. Like, by be careful, you need to be not close enough to get hit by Shadow Strike. And I also want to see what the offlaner is going to be for Mouz, because you need to be able to leave him alone so that you can actually dodge and try to go for the other lane. You need the... Yamish has shown good performances on this Pudge, where he was able to completely destroy some of these early games 10 minutes in. This is the reason why they're so successful so far at Wallachia.
Yeah, and that looks like then on both sides, we don't have a lot of flex. I mean, maybe the Viper still, but you can imagine Pango is going to go on the offlane, Quaps is going to go mid.
Yeah,
Does seem like it.
That seems like it. Unless Mouse want to get, creative in a potential elimination game, then yeah, that's the most likely scenario. And for BB, an offlaner and a carry still to go. But knowing you see no carry, there's no like Kiritich going to go, okay, this is my scaling hero. So either you try to shut down the Pango offlane, or you take a high value offlane before it's banned out. Because already with the Centaur, the Timber, and the Mars, we are already moving towards a slightly more awkward pool of heroes. I mean, I'm always a fan of Primal Beast no matter what.
Yeah, this hero just fits into most of the drafts.
Exactly.
I'm okay with some Beastmaster as well, if they want to go for it for now. Just a Juggernaut. Kiritich has shown insanely good performances. It's a hero that can kill Queen of Pain, one bad blink. It's a hero that Pango is going to be afraid of whenever he uses Rolling Thunder. So he's like, Pango's really not playing with the team in terms of he's jumping in with the Rolling Thunder. A lot of the times he wants to jump into backlines. But this Pango is also not that great against Tusk. Pango's also not great against Muerta when she pops the ulti. Tusk with the shards, of course, with the snowball save, can buy a little bit more time during the Rolling Thunder. So not the biggest fan of this Pango on 17.
Yeah, Mouse feel like they can like start fights, but once you get a couple items, I don't know really how they reliably kill heroes. If they are to kill one hero, it's Rolling Thunder, Hook, Sonic Wave, got them on one guy, and then the Viper's like, all right, so how do you kill me? Or there's a snowball save, and then Jug has spin. There's so many ways for BB to just brush off the initiation from Mouse. And yeah, the Primal Beast does get banned out. It would have been a good pick, but of course Kiritich Juggernaut is a very high value hero for BB. Now offlaners, that's what BB need to think about. Again, a little bit of team fight, a little bit of, pretty much that's it. That's what I want. Just I bring a stun to the draft and they're going to be very happy.
Either Pipe or Lotus feels really good. You're playing against Pudge, Queen of Pain, the Fatal Bonds. There's a lot of things that you can dispel with. A lot of magic damage on their side. They are going to be picking it blindly, but seeing that they banned out Ursa, we could be thinking about some Underlord type of a hero. Tidehunter got banned. This also works for the reason that I did mention after the game, where you are going to be playing into Warlock. So we'll see if Kaori is going to be doing the same thing, pushing out the wave, or if he's going to be maybe holding the skill point, try to play slightly more for the lane. It also depends on the carry hero that they're going to be picking here.
Yeah, the nice thing as well is when you are playing into a Warlock, sometimes blocking the hard camp when you're on the offlane is quite nice, because when they push it, Warlock can't then pull the hard camp, or at least make sure that you're not enabling the safe lane of Mouse to reset the lane that way.
Yeah, and if they really don't like the Slardar against whichever carry Mouse is going to pick, then BB Team can still swap the Slardar and the Viper about.
Yeah. Mouse's support duo is so high risk.
It is.
If you lose any pacing in the game and feel like you don't have an even fight or footing, what? I'm going to wait for a golem that just gets ignored, or there's a hook and oops, I've died anyways. Yeah, I think that's one thing to note about Mouse is I respect the fact that they always seem to have like high risk, high reward style lineups. Like sometimes there might be the occasional, everyone's going to start it simple.
As long as we're not in high risk, no reward territory, I am fine.
Okay.
There's got to be a reward on the horizon. And sometimes you got to take risks. Let's see what Mouse wants to play for the man on our screen, Crystalis. Of the heroes you guys mentioned, you said it needs team fight, it needs a disable?
Not necessarily. I think they have a good amount of BKB piercing
that was for
ability.
the offlaners?
Oh, for the offlaners, yeah. Because they have good amount of damage from Pango, from Queen of Pain. It's just a carry-to-carry matchup. What do you want to be picking here?
I mean, I'd love...
Okay, they're going back for it.
No, if there wasn't a Tusk and a Viper, I'd be calling for the Razor, but again, that's a different timeline that we live in. They do go for the 11.1% win rate troll Warlock.
That is such a... It could be 10% by the end of this one. But it could also be...
I swear, there isn't a better hero in Dota 2 that I've seen. I've been playing this game for 20 years, and I see Troll Warlord last picked with I think this hero has the lowest win rate throughout Dota history on top of my head. The least impact that hero is going to be having as the last pick overall hero.
But people keep picking it. So
It
why
looks
is it
good because it looks good on paper. This is the
is
bait.
it, yeah.
This is the throw warlord, as I like to call him. Every single time it does happen, he just seems to be losing the games.
Looks kind of like toilet paper.
Yeah.
I mean, it's. But that's depressing. I mean, this is Mouz's. If they don't do this,
Okay. Troll
this
again.
is their last game.
On the paper that we speak of,
Yes.
Troll into Slaughter, in theory, is a good lane. Against Viper, which is a big anti-attack speed, Troll has the attack speed to deal with that. You buy BKB, you get a Basher, you can kill the Viper. A big problem in the meta right now is how do we go get this guy? He's got Shiva, he's got Ags, he's nose diving. So Troll, in an even game, that's a solution to the mid nuisance. But again, getting to that stage is always a fun thing.
Dismantle this mid lane. Yamich Pudge, I want to see him mid. I want to see him maybe even start bottom, leave Pango alone, go for a kill, rotate, and then start roaming around. He did that a couple of times, worked out amazingly for them. I want to see him replicate that.
So we want both supports actually to have massive impact because we want Cobra to play differently from previous games. It's the same lane, but we want different results.
Golems killing towers, I want Hooks killing Vipers, and Mouse trying their best to get a game 3.
Okay, let's see if they can do it. I know there's someone that really just wants to take this a win, and that is Coach Armen.
Armen here from BetBoom. How are you doing?
Feeling pretty good, brother. How about you?
Feeling pretty confident for your draft after that one. You guys got a lot of the things you typically like to get. You know, we're seeing the Slardar Juggernaut coming out again. We're seeing, all right, I'm going to ask you, because I don't want to ask the other coach here, but thoughts on this last pick Troll?
We kind of saw it coming, again, because I think it's their best answer they have to our starter, but they had it in game 1 as well, and we found a way to make the starter work. So I think we feel very confident with our draft that we got.
A humble man. We found a way to make it work after that.
Miro found a way to make it work.
Okay, even more humble man, where I was just going to say you spanked them, but that's okay. We're not going to talk about that too much. What could go wrong? I know that's what you're always thinking of as a coach. You see the team, you say, okay, my job is done. It's the perfect draft. Good luck to you noobs. And then they go out there. What could they do wrong in this draft, in your opinion?
I mean, I think the only opening I see for them is if they destroy GPK on mid with Pudge. If they get some good rotations onto mid, which I think they might think about, and if bottom lane goes not in our favor. So if we end up losing like 2 lanes too hard, this game might be troublesome.
What if Kiricic died? Would that be bad?
Of course.
Well, unfortunate. Let's go to our casters there and see how this one shakes out.
Yes, thank you very much. Like, it is certainly very unfortunate as they have already found First Blood onto Kiricic, and First Blood of all things will go to mid 1 on the mid quap. So we are seeing even more action breaking out. Yamich just trying to really be quite cheeky here with the Pudge. Won't throw a hook out. We'll just leave him be, go back to the laning stage. But well, as I was saying, John, mid 1. First Blood handed over on the quap. Obviously, he had a really challenging game for himself in the Husker game 1. And game 2 doesn't necessarily look much easier because he's laning against the GPK Viper.
Yeah, it's not going to be too fun. I think we've seen our Vipers start to adjust for a 2-2-1 build, so you're not going to expect a very passive lane where another Toxin gets thrown down. There will be the poison attack from GPK later on, I will assume. And that just makes the lane a little bit annoying for mid 1. He can kind of try to sustain back with a spell damage return on Bondage, but it's not going to be much. GPK's still going to be happier off, and you can't poke him back either with, say, a Shadow Strike later on as, well, you've got that Caustic Bat. The Magic Res is going to be nice for GPK. We'll see if they can manage to get things working. The big thing is rotations later on. So far down bot, Crystallis is having himself a much better start on this Troll. Miaro being pressured out quite hard here on the Slardar, and it's been a little bit touch and go, of course, in this lane with all of the sustain coming out from Kauri. It is harder for the Slardar to kind of try to leverage that start, the strength of the hero in sustain. You're not at mid either, so you're not allowed to just soak up. Up top, Yamich is getting some decent melee range hooks, trying to harass out save, but the healing ward is there, and this is also going to be one big nuisance here for the side of Mouz. Like, you can't really easily snipe.
Harry. Let's get the Shadow Word off onto Kataomi, and even the creep that would still following for on Kataomi. He's going to be okay. Stick charges up, we'll make it out. Salves up as well. But it is not an easy lane, and this is what the panel talked about. Even if the troll does feel a little bit baity, what did Lacoste call it? Throw Warlord?
Throw Warlord, yeah.
It is a very hard lane for Miero on this line against the troll.
Yeah, it's a rough time, but they are just getting the pulse. Karaomi was ready with a salve. As mentioned, to just drag the creep wave away. So you're going to get that safe EXP away from this troll anyhow. And for Crystallis, he is maximizing this lane. Just getting the pulse as well, clearing out the camps, getting the help from the creeps, getting those last hits, and is happy enough to play a farming lane. So you're getting that strong start you'd want here on the troll. You are getting some good hooks again up top.
Very nice hook on the save, but the dead shot and the healing ward going to make life a little bit challenging. At least Boom does secure the healing ward, but now the turnaround from Kiritich with the spin and the calling. But Boom, not going to be too in danger. Still has the double shield crash. He will return the favor back towards the way of BetBoom. So far, everything going pretty swimmingly for both sides. Not too much pressure being applied. It seems like Mouz already off to a better laning start, I would argue.
That they are. I'm a bit surprised GPK has opted for a 0-2-2 build at 4. We are seeing him hit that jungle, get that scaling up onto Viper, but he's not really applying pressure onto Midwin. So our Quap is having game, feeling very happy, able to go for the Scream of Pain build with a blink. No points in that Shadow Strike, just looking to clear out the waves, keep that farm game going as well. So you're able to keep parity on the Quap. In fact, you might have a better time because you don't have to abandon the lane. And for the side of Mouz, I mean, all their cores are up on CS. They've managed to really maximize this laning start. So they should be able to get a lot more into the mid game. This is a little bit of a different story from that game 1 where it felt like BetBoom were just kind of crushing it very early on and just never let go of the throttle. You have some foundations to play with here because, frankly, your draft is a little bit more passive. GPK is not on a hyperactive hero with this kind of build. On the Viper, you're going to sit back, you're going to have to farm. There's some punishment for the pulls from Karaomi. Not quite enough to kill him off, but he is getting that spacing for Miero to actually soak his EXP. Our Slaughter is severely behind, though. 9-0 in terms of CS. Yeah, you're soaking up, but boy, are you lacking in farm here for BetBoom's offlane.
That you are. Nothing Miero can really do about it, though. Save, dead shot, but they still have the hook to play with, and Yamich right on target. Yamich so far, a lot of impact when it comes to this pudge. Karaomi once again in this similar position up against Kaori. This time, has a healing ward, has a Fairy Fire, does commit the Fairy Fire first. Nice little shards to block the way. Kaori does not seem to want to give up on this chase. But Karaomi just creating a bit too much space by himself in this task. Going to be just fine to survive.
Yeah. Just get back, maybe even pull the next wave. Miero is here to take the double sack. In fact, Kaori.
You're jumping in again. Now Kaori going to be in danger, but a nice hook from Yamich. Catching Miero. Miero, they're going to turn around. Yamich, he might have wanted Kaori instead. They're going to try and juggle around and just kite Miero. Kaori, trying not to die, is going to go down, but may end up trading his own life away. And he does. Yamich able to secure on the pudge.
Yeah, they're finding all of these openings on Mouz, punishing some of the, the tricks you have to do here on the side of BetBoom to salvage that Slaughter lane. It's still been a rough time for Miero. It's still not fighting CS, dying now as well. It's been a free ride for Crystallis to get into the Battle Fury. Your mid's been really passive, as mentioned, for GPK. 0-3-2 build into that level 6. So, again, you're not expecting that much laning pressure, that much early pressure here from GPK. They're aligning for a top move, though, onto Boom.
Certainly going to find it, too. Viper Strike, of course, going to be landing, and Kiritich very happy with a quick kill on the Jug. Boom. Nothing he can really do about it. It's like the group up is going to be down a bot lane for Mouz. Hook, not on the mark this time. Trying to catch Miero, but not quite there for Yamich.
Yeah. They are set up nicely for these Shrines of Wisdom, though. Could look for the invasion. Miero is just such a low level, matching Yamich's level on that pudge. And they will send in Kataomi again. Maybe try to force him. This is a 3-on-2, though.
They really want that Shrine of Wisdom right now. Yamich, he's not going to give up on it. They'll drop the calling. Big stun out. Yamich hooking Crystallis into this fight. The Shrine of Wisdom still being contested for Crystallis now.
completely surrounded, does not have a battle trance to throw out. He's still level 5, and that's massive for BetBoom.
They get 2 kills to get the positioning out. Oh,
gets a Sonic Wave, at least mid one, taking out Karaomi, but forced to immediately TPs. He cannot deal with the Viper.
No. Still, nice kills being picked up here by the side of BetBoom. Crystallis being on a spot that he really doesn't want to have to contest in, and Save being at the right spot, of course, just setting up earlier on does provide this avenue for BetBoom to get some punishment going. They free up a lot of room for Kiritich up top. He's feeling just fine on the Jug as well, getting that farm into his own Battle Fury. In fact, despite the free lane for Crystallis, Kiritich is still ahead in terms of net worth, which is mildly concerning for the side of Mouz. This Jug, once it gets the farm game going with that Battle Fury, we've seen it already in an earlier series, just how much this hero can do. And I like this build. Yeah, it's very standard out from GPK. Atos, maybe the Gleipnir as well. Have that extra hold for your team. Key timing for Mouz really is Miero's Blink. Again, for the Slaughter, it's a little bit of a recovery process, but once you've got that Blink up, you have the initiation. Should align with level 6 as well. At least, you know, maybe even level 7 considering the pacing here. But again, it just leads into these opportunities. For Mouz, like you mentioned, Yamich has done a great job with hooks. He has a lot of output as well. Has to be a bit cautious here.
GPK going to move in. No real fear for the Viper as he does move on to Yamich, but they do have the healing ward. Compliments of Kauri. Sure, Yamich not going to end up dying here to this Viper. Meanwhile, Boom. Not sure who he was quite hunting down, but might have just been rolling away from the Jug. Mid one, he's not backed off from this mid-tier 1 tower. He's just going to continue applying pressure while he can.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Meanwhile, BetBoom, Kiritich and Save, going after that top tier 1 tower. Boom sticking around, but he's very low on HP. No Rolling Thunder left to really abuse in this instance, so he has to watch the tier 1 top go down. And Kiritich suddenly will find himself top of the net worth board prior to even the Battle Fury.
Yeah, and that's just, again, set to escalate. This timing for the Battle Fury on our Jug, not too shabby. Crystallis is a full 1k behind after, again, having a relatively free lane outside of these pulls. So, BetBoom have done a great job of mitigating some of this early aggression that Mouz has been looking to leverage, in fact.
Trying to move on to mid one, the calling silence is there. However, they will be able to get him out just barely. Mid one, avoiding the Omni Slash. Kiritich at least will pick up Kauri. Miero, he'll be on to Yamich. Yamich can't get out either. Save will take his life away. The support duo giving themselves up to ensure mid one can find a way out.
Yeah, he does manage to bail out. It is costly. At the least, you don't get to drop that Chaotic Offering. I think that might have not amounted to as much as you'd expect here for Mouz, unless the TP commits were there. So you hang on to Chaotic Offering here on Kauri. You can look for a re-engage. You can actually start to look for some really good fights. Have the level 2 Fatal Bonds as well. A little bit of a smoke on smoke.
Jump in, Rod of Atos out onto Boom. Golem drop is there, but Boom's still silenced up by this calling. It's just so hard for him to get that Rolling Thunder off. At least the Sonic Wave will allow them to pick up the life of Karaomi, but certainly a great trade again from BetBoom. Now mid one, going to be chased down. Rod of Atos to lock him down, but a nice hook from Yamich. Not allowing the Slithering Crush to connect onto mid one.
Yep. Stalls for some time. Chaotic Offering now being down does mean BetBoom doesn't really have that many concerns. The one thing you are getting out here for Mouz, free space for Crystallis to try to close that gap on our Troll. Slowly edging his way back up in net worth. However, this timing set on Kiritich is it's still gonna skyrocket. Like, his Battle Fury's flying out now. The Atos has been doing some work on GPK. Love the Travels build-up as well. Just pretty much what we've been seeing from the Vipers this tournament. But allows him to make responses on the map and kind of compensates for that lower move speed as well on our Viper. The blink for Miero still weighs off, although.
Mid one again will be targeted. Still able to blink out. Rod of Atos not going to lock him down quite long enough. They did not have the Walrus Punch up yet to try and really lock mid one down. Mid one narrowly avoiding death once again. BetBoom, they look like they'll just connect down towards the bottom instead. Mouz, they'll hang out
by their triangle. There's your Battle Fury now up as well on Kiritich, so the Jug farm not going to be too slow. He's already at the top of the net worth, so it's going to be happy days right now for BetBoom, just seeing their Jug climb much faster.
And it is the one thing for Mouz coming out here. Again, with that little siege on the mid, with a consistent poke damage they've done, their triangle has been very secure and they've had more stacks. Don't think we've seen as much emphasis from BetBoom for that recovery flash farm. So again, that's one resource Mouz has been utilizing quite well. Mid one.
Aggressive blink in. Yero though, not seeing anything to do here. Will just TP out. Karaomi still gonna be chased by mid one. Mid one with this haste rune, feeling very confident. Has the Sonic Wave to play with. He wants shards to block the way. Mid one still not giving up. Sonic Wave committed, and Karaomi eventually shall fall.
Yeah, in contrast, Kaori does manage to run away from that chase, that save, and GPK have been getting done. So you get a freebie kill. You're happy enough. You know, mid one starting to escalate now on this Quap. Has the Blade Mail looking to get into the Kaya. And once that Kaya is up, you know, the output of the Quap does significantly skyrocket. It becomes a little bit tougher to just hope to kill him off. There is the threat of turnaround quite cleanly here for mid one. Again, there's a little bit of a control issue as well. Like, until this blink is up here on Miero, just doesn't feel like you'll be able to catch the Quap quick enough, get the chain control, even with the calling up. A little bit of a sneaky move out for the Shrine of Wisdom. Mouz looks like they might be able to find all of it, as they'll take that right side. Kataomi is set on the left side as well. There's no one there to pick that up, so 1-for-1 once more. Hook not quite connecting. Still looking to force stuff, though.
And saving this tree line eventually. Save. Has the Pierce the Veil if he needs it. He will eventually end up using it. Miro there to back him up. GPK also to show up. Yamage gonna melt to the damage output, but here comes Crystallis from the side. Rolling Thunder out from Boom as well. They find two of them. Miro the only survivor. So much damage available to Mouz right now. They're more than happy to force these fights against BetBoom.
They get a really good Fatal Bonds out this time. This was something missing in Game 1. Didn't feel like they could really utilize that amplification, shared damage coming in. A little bit of a chase on Kataomi, but at least with a Walrus Punch Up, he's a lot harder to pin down. Will run off. 8-8. 2K lead coming out for Mouz. A much more even Game 2, and a really strong start for Mouz. And they've got a better time on mid 1. He actually has a game to play. Crystallis has his Battle Fury. He's managed to really slow Miero's pace down, as our Slaughter is a full 2 levels behind the Troll and still lacking that Blink 15 minutes in. We'll eventually find it, but you're just being held back from that lack of initiation.
No ball there. Boom. Will be chased by Karaomi. Save with the death shot to drag him back, and the calling again. Making it so hard to find a way out for Boom. Able to get a nice little pick off for themselves now onto that Pangolier. 8-9, slight net worth lead for Mouz. Again, the Jug still by far at the top of the net worth board. But it seems like BetBoom is still in a great, Mouz still in a great position in this game number 2.
Yeah, again, free farm space for Crystallis. This time around, you don't have to worry about playing into healing reduction. So you're able to just stand your ground. You can hope that your Battle Trance actually sustains for a secondary life quite nicely. You get this blink timing flying out for Yamich. So our Pudge can now just blink initiate for the team. It's pretty rough for Miero that the blink timing of Yamich is at the same time our Slaughter blink comes in. I mean, Miero is still higher net worth, but just the fact that the timings are so stalled out, you're matching a pause for Pudge, that's telling you the state of the offlane at the very least for the side of BetBoom. Keen on seeing what other itemization we start to get. GPK's working onto the Ags for the Viper. So you will have that nice little nosedive. More Nether Toxins to fly out. The attack speed slow could be a pretty big nuisance for Crystallis. Mind you, you can overcome it with Fervor, but getting your initial attack slowing down is not a particularly good feeling. They are going out with the smoke.
Yeah, nice little blink in from Yamich. Karaomi can only snowball to try and get away. Karaomi still going to die to mid 1. He's having a very good game, by the way, on the Quap. 6-0-1. Unstoppable now, mid 1, a perfect game thus far. Probably just very glad he's not on the Husker, John.
Oh, yeah. Oh.
Jump in. Boom. again being caught. Kiritic, he'll pop the Omni Slash just to ensure they can burst him down quickly.
Pretty clean kill. You take that trade. Support for the off lane. And both off lanes in this game just has not really had a good time. Boom and Miara just suffering so far. A smoke out BetBoom. Interesting timing to get this done without the Omni, but they realize they've left Crystallis alone for quite a fair bit. Lines drawn down bot. There's a ward to at least watch the gate being used. So if someone bothered to look into this area, they'd see the gate channel animation for the side of BetBoom. We'll see if they can get that reach out. It is a little bit of a stretch without the Omni early on. The damage, I mean, it's somewhat there, but it's not the cleanest in the world. Maybe onto mid instead.
Mid one. They found the big target. Mid one though, actually tanking through with the Blade Mail, but not for too much longer. Miero will take his life away, and it's just worth so much gold for the Slaughter. It's about 1k gold going his way. That'll be the first death for mid one.
That's a big opening they were looking for, and they bait out Chaotic Offering as well. That's going to hold back some of that counterfight initiation from the side of Mouz. And for BetBoom, you couldn't ask for a better target. Really great smoke break out from Kataomi. And I'd say save that one with a dead shot. Like perfect calling position, perfect dead shot to get the rechain into the silence. Mouz trying to utilize this into Roshan. Crystallis is getting some work done onto the objective along with Chaotic Offering. Golem doesn't quite look like BetBoom have read this, so a freebie Roche for Crystallis is going to be quite impactful, at least early on here. Maybe onto mid one, not too bad either, but nah. Crystallis will take it, nice and secure. And again, it keeps the game even. You find these big kills, but you're finding the objectives as well on Mouz. Your threat onto the troll isn't as high, and none of these heroes naturally want to really buy Yules outside of save.
Yarrow, it's the initial stun. We'll still move on to the Troll Warlord. Hawk though from Yamich. Complete disengage, and now the re-engage. Miero immediately dropped. They want more though. Mouz on the chase now. Mid one, he'll frontline, they'll jump on a GPK. The Troll Warlord jumping right in. Chrysalis, he'll get the battle trench just in the nick of time, taking the whole Omni Slash. Boom jumps in as well. GPK is gone. Kiritic to boot. It's a full team wipe.
And they managed to find the Aegis at the least. Very small compensation for BetBoom. And for BetBoom, this all just stems to the... I mean, it's all coming from Mouz playing really nicely with his Pudge. Yamich is just maximizing the save potential. You only have single target control coming in here from the side of BetBoom. Like, you don't have that same area hold. You have to rely on your Slaughter to get the crush. They split that fight off perfectly. And again, that initial stall with a hook just ensures you're not able to easily clean up after that Aegis and try to look for the follow-through. You're stuck in such an awkward spot. You have that farm in Kiritic, but you're not at the point where the Jug can just rip everyone to shreds. You don't have the attack speed to sustain the Omni, and you just don't have enough in the tank. Great plays out from the side of Mouz. BetBoom not dissuaded. They are smoked up once more. Maybe onto Boom.
Boom. Chase. Nice blink away from Boom. Yarrow not able to land the stun, but gets the bash for the deeps. Boom. He's going to survive for now. Chrysalis, he's going to show up as well, and so will mid one. Miero, he's just going to try and TP away from this scenario. Does get out of there. Kataomi cannot do the same. An even save caught by Yamich. And Yamich, very impactful on this pos 4 Pudge.
Yeah, he's been a menace just from the laning stage into all of these saves he's had with a meat hook. Just providing some avenues for the side of Mouz to get things going. BetBoom, this lineup needs more time, right? You're severely underfarmed still on Miero, bottom network core. GPK as well has lagged behind from these past few engagements. And I will say this, mid one's been having a fantastic game.
Miero? And he's all right. Yamich not going to be really feeling like jumping in onto the Slaughter. The Mouz, they found themselves with an 11k advantage now, and when you're this far ahead, the Troll, it doesn't feel quite as bad. I'll tell you that.
No. It feels like a lot of this stems from this choice of GPK to just play the farm game. I mean, Viper up against Quap might not be the most dominant if you go for like a 2-2-1 build, but you allow Mid1 to actually have a game. He matches you in farm pace with his own Scream of Pain build. And again, he's been a menace on the map. It's been hard to control Mid1. His first death took a lot of work out from the side of BetBoom as well. And he has been that foundational aggression for the side of Mouz. In comparison to Game 1, where he really couldn't get much done, Mid1's putting in a lot of work this time around. Another smoke out, Mouz. And they're starting to set that pressure up onto the top tier 2. BetBoom just kind of needs to sit back and farm. Kirtich trying to rush for the butterflies. They catch save.
They do catch save. Yamich in with the dust. The blood grenade from Kauri will be enough to secure the life of save. And Mouz, I do not believe, want to play this too slowly. They'll take a top tier 2 tower right into the mid tier 2 tower for Mid1. Cleaning up the objectives across the map. BetBoom nowhere near this mid tier 2 to try and defend. They're just not feeling it right now. They understand the fight's absolutely not going their way whatsoever.
No.
Mid1 himself will push the tier 3 tower just a little bit.
Yep. A little poking and prodding before backdoor kicks in. And get some cheap chip damage early on for BetBoom. I mean, this has to be a waiting game. There's a severe lack of team fight. Their single target control is nice, but their area control is very soft as Arrow.
I mean, Yamich is setting up on everyone. Miero, all he can do is try to fight back, but even the creeps are against him. His own people, John. The fishmen.
The fishmen just don't like him. Doesn't belong to that part of the waters. And Mouz have been punishing well. Again, they've just managed to break apart BetBoom's early tempo. They're having to sit back and play the farm game. You're comfy enough in that position for Mouz to scale up as well. I love the response out from Crystallis already going for the MKB, knowing that, or seeing that Kirtich is just rushing the butterfly. Has a way to pierce through the evasion. And for this pick-off game that you're looking for on BetBoom, they've not really found it in a while. In fact, they haven't really tried anymore with GPK plus Miaro together with Save. It's just been harder and harder. Like, Mouz are not splitting apart. They're playing together as a team. And they're utilizing all their teamfight control spells really nice.
Oh, I love these hooks from Yamich. He's so patient with it too. Just bides his time. Nice little hook. Mid1 will claim the kill onto Save. And I'll be honest, I was kind of a little bit concerned when I saw the Pudge pickup. It's a poor Pudge in a game like this when you're in an elimination round, but Yamich proving he knows what he's doing.
And he does. And for BetBoom, he's just been an absolute menace. There's no way to stop the allied hooks as well.
There's just no
more.
There's nowhere safe right now from this guy.
Nice sneaky ward right in that cliff spot. Not the easiest to de-ward as well, watching Roshan. Can start to set up for the next Rosh as well, which will be a topside Rosh, more than likely. And again, for BetBoom, you're just banking on Kirtich now. You're banking on that butterfly jug to have enough in the tank with Omni Slash to kill everyone off. It's just difficult to see. This time for Jug into Troll, if Troll manages to pop Battle Trance, it's pretty awful for Jug, depending on whether or not you have Omni as well. It's down to really good ult usage. Again, teamfights are just easier to play. If you are on Mouz, you've got the Rolling Thunder, Sonic Wave pushback, Chaotic Offering down with Fatal Bonds.
Jump in, Kirtich trying to fight. Looks like he's out of gas already. Sonic Wave from Mid1, landing on two of them. Boom still chasing. Kirtich needs some help, but the help's not coming. He's down with that buyback. Jump in on Crystallis, but where's your damage gonna come from? Whoopsie daisies. Quick little hook out from Mid1. With the tier 3 tower. Will be the target for Mouz. They've got 45 seconds to not have to worry about this Jug. Deny from Miero. Stun in, Golem drop, Miero might pay for this one. GPK, he'll nosedive in, but the battle trance committed. Miero's down, so is GPK, and it seems the Kataomi's not gonna be too lucky either. He's down a boot. 4 down now for BetBoom. And Mouz single-handedly trying to raise the win rate of this Troll Warlord.
And they're raising it up. It doesn't look easy for BetBoom, even on shorter respawns, to really stop the onslaught. They just need so much more time. This butterfly coming out here for Kiritic, it's going to be up soon, even after respawn, but it's just not enough on its own. Swift Flash has to be there. It almost feels like you want a BKB on Jug just to ensure you'll always get Omni Slash off, because the roll, Boom's been so on point with his positioning. They'll take a secondary set of racks. They show respect for the respawns. They're not going to force the issue too hard. But they have a Roshan in around half a minute here. They can go for on the side of Mouz. And for BetBoom, you just have to be so careful. Like, Kiritic cannot afford to come in like that. He can't afford to just get chain stunned and not Omni. That's what you're banking on now for damage. And there is still a ton of damage here on the Jug. It might actually be a better investment to skip the Ags and go for a Blink at this rate, just to ensure you can kind of go in, Omni, spin afterwards, and hope for the best in that slash. But we'll have to see. Kiritic still set on the Aghanim's. Butterfly flying in. So some major spikes. It's just everyone else is lagging behind here on the side of BetBoom. It's only Kiritic having a good game.
Yeah, it's a very tough game for the Jug as well. Like, cause you've got one Omni and that's all she wrote after that. You've got no gameplay once the Omni is gone right now. He'll at least have a butterfly up, so there is a bit more survivability for Kiritic. And Mouz, they don't really care. They haven't seen it. They'll go for a 5-man smoke. In fact, it's a smoke on smoke between these two sides. They'll wrap around each other. They do end up spotting out this Warlock. Carry's gone. Boom is also gone. Kiritic blew up 2 of them with the Omni. Mid one, he's also going to go down. But Chrysalis, he's still moving forward. He'll do it his darn self. Battle Trance out. Miero's gone. Everyone trying to kite out the Troll Warlord. GPK, he's trapped in the tree line. He'll drop to Boon. Kiritic, though, he's on a triple kill, but now Save's in trouble. Crystalis, triple kill for him. He has to man fight. Kiritic can't do it. Ultra kill for Crystalis. Where's the rampage? He can't close the gap.
Not quite, but you're seeing the threat of this troll without anything like a Yules. He's allowed to just actually have impact on Battle Trance. He does get a secondary life out. You do get the buyback out from Yamich.
Oh, hold on. Yamich. A setup, he'll find it. Kataomi, too late for a rampage, but Crystalis now godlike on the Troll Warlord. Full team wipe against BetBoom. They've all got buyback. None of them want to commit it. They'll just wait it out. In fact, never mind, here we go. Buybacks are committed. Miero trying to start the fight. They still had the Golem from Kauri to try and disengage. Snowball will follow Crystalis. Yamich will just block the way, dismember out onto Miero, not allowing anyone to follow his carries. They're all just stuck in the upheaval right now. GPK, he's going to go down. Crystalis, though, he likes what he sees. He's got Battle Trance up once again. They'll snowball towards him. Counter snowball, and now boom, and mid one. The Sonic Wave, ripping them a new one. Save, left behind, hands up, wave him goodbye. And that'll, surely, that'll be Megas.
Die back in GPK. Omni Slash still down for a few more seconds, but it'll be back up. The question now is, how do you find this angle?
They've still got Battle Trance. Crystalis, he's going to pop it through this Omni, just doing no damage here to the Troll Warlord. Kiritic just trying to spin back to the fountain. He just wants to go home, and he'll get there, just barely. But they're onto the tier 4 towers now. Save will get chased down. Save is gone. GG is called. They've seen enough. They know they can't defend. And Mouz, they will drag us out to a game number 3.
Yeah, it's just wild. They insist on this troll. They make it work. This time around, Miero's lane was just ultra weak. There was no impact coming out from her Slardar. Blink timing lined up with Yamich's Pudge, which was super active. I guess the question for game 3 is, will we get another troll warlord?
Will we, panel?
Who knows? And this one actually didn't look half bad. That was a great performance from Mouz. And I don't mind that we were just wrong. Because we just thought that BetBoom had a good draft and that they were going to be able to do things. Yes, we gave paths for Mouz to do well in this game, but let's be real, Lacoste. Were we really expecting it?
I didn't, but I also was wrong multiple times around about Mouz, the way they play, the way they draft. This is a team that nobody else drafts like this, and nobody else plays like these. These combination of the heroes, the way they move across the map, especially when they're off to a good start. This is a completely different team. This might not be the best comeback team in the game, but it is a very, very strong team when they are playing from ahead.
Yeah, I mean, you give mid one the first blood. You have Yamich, who has kind of just freedom on the map to go wherever he wants, and you could see that in all the clips. It's just the Pudge, the Quap running wild, starting these fights, and you've got everyone else just kind of collapsing on top of it and just utilizing BB just clumping up so quickly.
This fight... Yeah, I feel like in a lot of these fights, they kind of expected Juggernaut to deal all the damage, that he should be the one killing Troll, but he has ulti, and a lot of the times the stuns, they did miss, they did overlap, and like in this scenario, everybody else, they just run away. They know the Jug's gonna ult him, and then he pops the ulti, he lifesteals, they reset the fight. Then you have mid one coming in again with the nice Sonic Wave. The game started with the first blood that you did mention on mid one, which is pretty good, especially against the Viper matchup. And then you also have him going for the solo pickoffs as well, killing multiple times, cut Taomi 1-2 times, where they actually did something, then he goes for a solo kill. But yeah, Crystalis is going to be the MVP. I think he itemized correctly. This Battle Fury BKB Manta style, it gives you double Dispel, and then he decided to go for MKB because, of course, Juggernaut is going to be going for Butterfly, and he was very patient with using his ulti, which I really like to see.
Yeah, it's just on top of that, I feel like when Kaori is constantly just picking casual Warlock, no one's really banning it out. You have the bonds into a Troll who's having a great time. The Rolling Thunder utilizes bonds really nicely. And we said that BB's lineup is quite slow. Not slow in pacing, like literally slow. Like Viper, slow hero. Muerta, slow hero. When you take them into like choke points, they can't get away quick enough to actually stop getting hit by all these spells. And yeah, I think positioning-wise from BB, they just fell into the trap. They just didn't respect Warlock, I think, and all the other factors that we were mentioning.
Yeah, I mean, this Warlock... we know Kaori plays Warlock. That's not a surprise. They picked it up second, also not a surprise. How does he get away with it? Because in the game we saw before this, he didn't get away with it.
I think it might even be something with the coach interview where they said that Miro understood what to do on Slardar against Troll, and maybe it was because there was the Warlock plus the Troll, the lane shoving, they feel like they can get net worth. But this time around, Mouz didn't give Slardar the farm he had in the game one. Like he had like 9 CS to like the 20 of the Troll. Like it was a Slardar playing on the back foot. So when these fights did break out, Kaori had confidence. He's like, my lane went well, I can do what I want. I'm not, sacrificing my carry by leaving.
Yeah, that's what I like to see. Being able to adapt to a situation. They did play the exact same lane, and really like these Solar Crests, the Lotus Orbs that did come out in this one. We haven't again seen him dropping the golems on the tower, but
did we count them?
No, because they haven't been many. They haven't been any at all, I believe. It's an elimination match.
I mean, yeah, he's probably a little bit more
you have to hold
cautious with it.
I let you down. That's real. I had one task during this game was to count the golems, and I got distracted by other things in the game, so my apologies.
Yeah, and his building... Actually, you know what? For Warlock, his building damage is still quite decent.
It's nice. It's all right, yeah. It's solid. I expect more for him. I expect more player growth, of course. I want him to be at 4,000, 5,000, maybe 20,000 one day. But again, that'd be an OP Warlock maybe in a future patch.
Yeah. So do we for this game, do we just say, okay, this was BetBoom not choosing the right fights, and obviously Mouz was doing well, and of course we're choosing the right fights. Is that just what happened this game?
Yeah, kind of.
If you want to summarize it in a really quite nice way, it's Mouz took better fights. They got the early snowball, and when Pudge lineups have freedom, when they're not reacting, they are so dominant. Like you want to force them to TP and do like defensive things.
This is what we were potentially worried about, that two supports, if they kind of play the same way as they did in game number 1, that they could be put in a situation where they can't really do much, where you're playing 4v5, 3v5 kind of. But the big difference was coming out from the mid lane. Like I think GPK in this one, you had to adjust your item build on both sides. So it's skill build as well. The big one, because you're just pushing out the lane. I think GPK was like, I'm not going to go for the Q in this matchup because Queen of Pain did get the first blood, and of course Queen of Pain doesn't want to get Shadow Strike because she's playing into Viper, and then you have Corrosive Skin. But really like the itemization, this Blade Mail into Kaya Sanj and Queen of Pain, and also picking up an early Lotus Orb. You are playing against Juggernaut, you are playing against Slaughter. A lot of things that you can dispel, a lot of things that you can also put on them. So you're playing into Road of Atos, which is really good. You're playing against the Omni Slash, Slaughter ulti, even Snowball. Really like this item build because he is skipping BKB, potentially saving for the later stages of the game. And you're getting so much more value out of it, actually, but especially because of the armor against the Jug, that it is a part of the item, and Slaughter.
I'm scared, personally.
For who?
Me.
Just in general.
Just general, yeah. This is not therapy.
You need warm beverage?
Yeah, a little bit, yeah, I do. No, because I'm tired of these great support utility items that we often see get picked up more and more, and of course caused by Lotus Orb. That's not really too much of a support. That's kind of a hybrid one, but everyone, if they see the read for it, they see Jug, whatever, they pick Lotus Orb, and I like the item myself. I'm a simple man. I want some armor on a support, and I am scared that it's going to get patched or something.
Yeah.
It's a bit too good.
When everybody buys it.
Yeah, like Glimmer, Lotus, Solar back in the day.
Yeah, and we've seen the writing on the wall.
Can be nullified. That's the problem with this item. Every single other support item, Glimmer, Solar, Ghost Scepter, Force Staff, it can be nullified, but this one...
You know...
Let's get rid of Nullify whilst we're at it.
You know what's not going to get nerfed? I don't think Troll's going to get nerfed. Yeah, still, even with Crystallis winning this game,
Put
the
some
win
respect
rate's
on
pretty,
Crystallis'
it's pretty
name.
bad. And I just want to pose the same question that our commentary duo just gave towards us at the end of that game. Will we see this Troll again? Because yes, it worked.
I think it might get banned. It's causing a lot of issues in some of these fights where you don't have the burst damage, where you don't have the kiting, where you don't have the control, where he can go into the fight and pretty much do whatever he wants. He's like the first point of the contact, and then Pangolier rolls on top of them. And he feels pretty safe, especially when he is staying ahead, and he did throughout this game, where he has BKB, he has Manta Style, Satanic, Ulti, like pretty much 4 abilities plus items that he can click and then get out of the situation, and then maybe, especially once he gets the Satanic. This is basically you having like 3 lives.
Wait, Troll to me is fine for Mouz if the rest of their draft is able to go even or win lanes.
Yeah.
When you lose your lanes and have Troll on your team, it's despair. The enemy will have 4 staffs and Ghost Scepters and Solar Crest and all these little kiting tools. Troll will never feel like he's punching into the game. So if they have winning lanes, I'm happy to see a Troll. If they have average or losing lanes, probably shouldn't pick it.
And I guess both games that we did see the Troll, it was their last pick. So they will only pick it in good situations. Will the next game prove to be a good situation for a Troll? We'll find out after break.
The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you, gamers, hybrid workers, artists, backing your every move.
bando mai tace, iar bando mai place, curiești bun guță mioară.
You are so set for Dota entertainment this week for here PGL Wallachia Season 6. Almost every single series goes the distance, so we're here for our final game of the day. Game 3, we got BetBoom, we got Mouz, and only one of these two teams will move forward to tomorrow, Championship Sunday. Let's see who it will be. I'm here with T-Gov and Lacoste, and we're going to break down what's happening in the draft of game number 3. It hasn't really been, well, okay, maybe apart from game 1, the story of the draft, though. I mean, game 1, we're going to forget about the Husker, though. You know, it happens, it's fine. But game 2 was about the gameplay and about finding the right fights, and that's what we want to see made easier, I guess, in the draft for game number 3.
Yeah, one thing I want to see change for BetBoom Team is stay away from this offlane slaughter. It kind of got solved as well. I think a lot of the teams are just prioritizing mid slaughter in general, because it looks so much better. So maybe either pick it for the mid when it's a good timing for it, because it does seem like Mouz feel like they have the answers for this, considering the heroes that they do play, especially this Queen of Pain that they did run multiple times. But either put it in a different role to the mid or just completely skip it.
Yeah, and I think also for GPK, every time I see him on a somewhat farming hero, they just don't look as good as a team. I know I said that in the pre-show to this series, but it's the same thing again, right? Like, I see him play the Viper, didn't really win. The Doom in previous series didn't really win. He played Spirit against Spirit, he played Viper, also didn't win. The only Viper game I believe he's won on was against GamerLegion. They're now eliminated, so it's like we haven't had the best time on BB when GPK is doing that.
I have a question. One of the most popular heroes for a lot of teams has been ignored this series. Naga Siren, I guess, and Chen as well.
They might pick it up here. They're not really a Chen team, but I could definitely see Naga Siren.
It was the same trade that we saw earlier as well, where between Spirit and Liquid was this like battle of who gets Jakiro, who gets Naga Siren. You could make arguments for either hero being better. For more aggressive teams, Jakiro is really, really good. But then for others, Naga. But again, BB just goes back for the slaughter. The thing is,
Queen of Pain's banned, so that's a good start.
Queen's banned, and do they respect Troll? Like after game 1, I would say they shouldn't respect it. After game 2, Mouz made really good developments, whilst BB didn't really change anything, and then they had no game on slaughter. So potentially coming into the third game, if it was just the fact that Troll Warlock was the reason why they thought Slaughter would have a lane.
You want to know what's the most effective pick against BB team? It is Jakiro. 4 times they played against it, and every single game they lost. I think it comes down to Miero not having a great laning stage when you are playing into Jakiro. This is a very oppressive position 5 hero who pretty much wins you the lane just by being there. You don't have to do anything crazy. Has insane amount of damage, of course, HP, everything on Jakiro feels good. And considering some of the heroes that he has been playing, these are pretty bad matchups, especially if they're paired up with the strong laners, like some Gyrocopters. We've seen in the second game Troll as well. So, yeah, I want to see either a switcheroo or I want to see maybe some more lane shenanigans, some lane pulling, something that the BetBoom team doesn't really do as much. They are focused more on winning their lanes just by having good, strong side lanes and outplaying enemies.
But if they want good, strong side lanes on BB, then they need to open this next phase most likely with a support, of course, to progress the draft there. I'm trying to think if I'd rather see them pick the 5 position or 4 position. At least
Listen to this. If you want to have a stronger lane, you put 2 cores in that lane. So you have like...
I don't know if it works that way.
Is this a similar thing that you did with the stats?
No, it's not.
You think it's worse?
It's worse.
You pick 2 strong heroes. Let's say you put carry and the mid laner in the same lane. It's so much stronger than having a weak support.
I calculated the win percentages of every hero. And so if you wanted to, you could average that. And then, you know, like that's the average win of all the heroes.
But who won the game after this stat, by the way?
It was the team with the lower percentage, but it was Team Spirit that won, but it fell into our storyline where Team Spirit normally wins with heroes that other people are not able to win with, and I illustrated that perfectly.
And sure. You are amazing, Shiva. Yes.
Thank you.
Okay.
Tusk, after a ban on the troll, so they do respect it.
As they should after the second game. I would be fine with picking on their 16 and 17 their carry and the other support, and just leave the slaughter open to see where it's going to go, because they do have overall last pick and make things easier for their slaughter. So maybe something like a gyrocopter, maybe even the clown could work out for them, Ringmaster, depending for now, but we'll see.
Oh, Spearbreaker gyrocopter, that's what I'd be going for, I think. Tide? Ooh,
Watermelon.
Tide.
To be honest, Boom on the Tide, I feel like he always makes his hero work. Even during Blast, they were like the only team picking it for a while.
He had a very successful, I think it was like 70% win rate on the hero, if not maybe even better. And they do go for the gyrocopter. Okay. So protecting the Tide Hunter, because of course, BB, they have 2 big options when they see Tide in a exposed phase like this. It's the Ursa or the gyro. So they take the gyro and they